Chapter 1: The World of All People Lords. Will you choose to be cowards for life, or will you choose to become an eternal and immortal myth? Listening to the impassioned speech on the platform, Chen Han's expression was slightly moved. Although he had listened to it hundreds of times, he was still deeply moved. Becoming a lord and dominating all the heavens and myriad realms was something I never dared to even dream of in my previous life. But now it may become a reality. He is a time traveler who has been in this world for 18 years. This is a world where everyone is a lord, and an era where all races vie for supremacy. Countless dimensions, countless planes, countless races collide, wage war, and plunder in the endless void. The victor gains everything, the loser loses everything. The Lord is the starting point for everything. However, it is precisely because of this environment that the world is full of infinite possibilities. Once you become a lord, your future will be bright. It's even possible to become a god, live forever, and rule over countless worlds. This is absolutely not a fantasy. Every year in mid-June, the various empires on Earth organize awakening ceremonies in major cities for all young people aged 18 and above to obtain their own territories and lord talents. However, becoming a true lord is no easy task. After the awakening ceremony, all new lords will be teleported to the endless void to undergo a week-long trial. During this week, a random wave of void creatures will appear every day to attack the new lord's territory. What new lords need to do is to defend against their attacks with all their might, and thereby increase their level and expand their territory. Of course, if a new lord encounters a situation where he really can't persevere, he can choose to give up, voluntarily withdraw from the trial, and return to Earth. Despite this, about 20% of young people still die during this 7-day trial each year, never to return to Earth. Ultimately, it's because failing to complete the 7-day trial means forever losing the chance to become a lord. In the future, they will only be able to eke out a living in someone else's territory, leading a life of dependence on others. No one would want to accept such an ending. Next up, Chen Han. Yes. As his name was called, Chen Han stopped having wild thoughts. Taking a deep breath to calm his excited emotions, he broke away from the group and walked to the center of the magic circle surrounded by 8 crystal pillars. The crystal pillar emitted a mysterious, cold light, transforming into wisps of mist, resembling a fairyland. Chen Han, who was located there, was gradually swallowed up by the thick fog. Are you ready? After awakening, you will be directly teleported to the endless void to undergo trials. No one knows when the void creatures will attack. If you don't have a good plan, you can send someone else first. Upon hearing this, Chen Han decisively replied, I'm ready. No problem. Having finally transmigrated to this fantasy world, I'd better make a name for myself. Alright, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the thick fog floating around Chen Han slowly formed a deep blue vortex, encircling Chen Han at the center. Next second, Chen Han felt a powerful force slowly merging into his body. He closed his eyes tightly, feeling the impact of this force. Immediately following this was a complete blackout, followed by a strong feeling of weightlessness. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Han finally slowly opened his eyes. He blinked, allowing his vision to clear, looked around, and murmured softly, Is this the endless void? How desolate. The surrounding landscape was no longer the square where the awakening ceremony had been held. Instead, there was a lifeless wasteland, filled with white mist, and hardly any green plants could be seen. The only thing visible was a dilapidated thatched hut with an area of only about 10 square meters, and a circular barrier with a radius of about 10 meters. This is the starting point for all new lords, regardless of whether they come from humble or wealthy backgrounds. Looking at everything before him, Chen Han couldn't help but sigh, a territory of over 300 square meters, a simple thatched hut, and not even a single lord. Indeed, all lords start from scratch. He slapped his cheeks hard to clear his head and sort out his chaotic thoughts. After calming down, Chen Han began to carefully examine his information panel. Name, Chen Han. Race, human. Territory number 10086. Territory name can be changed after completing the 7-day trial. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10100. Popularity, 1. Hero, 01. Construction points, 100. Creation crystal, 100 pieces. Land area, 314 square meters. Lord's talent, nightly revelry. Territory assessment, extremely poor. Items in hand, pineapple phone X1, 25 packs of pickled vegetables, 25 steamed buns, 5L bottled water. Current time, June 15th, 200, 114514 Void Calendar, 2022. In the endless void, the concept of time is completely different from that in the real world. This place has a unique method of time measurement, known as the void calendar, which has become the unified timescale for this world. Chen Han was supposed to perform the awakening ceremony around 12 o'clock noon, but it was already 8 p.m. The first day's trial time was almost 8 hours long, which was really bad luck. However, this is not the most critical issue. Nightly revelry? What the heck is that? When Chen Han saw the name of this talent, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Living in revelry every night doesn't exactly sound like a positive or uplifting phrase. A lord's talent named after such an idiom feels a bit ominous. Chen Han swallowed hard, hesitated for 2.5 seconds, and finally mustered up the courage to open the detailed information of the lord's talent. Lord's talent, nightly revelry. Talent effect 1, you have a 100% chance to summon a female hero unit. Talent effect 2, not yet available due to insufficient lord level. Seeing this, Chen Han's lips twitched, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Good heavens! This talent effect is just too damn weird, isn't it? It's bound to summon female heroes, no wonder it's called nightly revelry. With such talent, it would be strange if any normal man didn't party every night. But then again, I doubt they'll summon a tiger tank for me, right? After all, this only guarantees a female hero, but it doesn't mean you'll definitely get a beautiful, sweet-voiced, and graceful female hero. Thinking of this, Chen Han broke out in a cold sweat. However, he quickly shook his head, clearing his mind of all distractions. The most important thing now is to summon heroes and set up the necessary defensive structures. Otherwise, if the void creatures attacked, how could he, an ordinary person, possibly stop them? Chen Han shifted his gaze to the section on creation crystals. Genesis crystals are the universal currency in the endless void, and their main functions include, but are not limited to, lotteries, transactions, building expenses, and production costs. Every new lord will have 100 creation crystals as their initial resource, which can be obtained later by killing void creatures or seizing other players' territories. Of course, in addition to heroes, the prize pool also contains weapons, equipment, items, skill books, defensive structures, and so on. The probability of drawing a hero is extremely low, reportedly less than 1%. And it's highly likely to be the lowest level common hero. However, every new lord has a special opportunity. Their first draw will guarantee them a hero. The strength of this initial hero's talent will have a significant impact on the next 7 days of trials. God help us, please don't let tiger tanks come. Without further hesitation, Chen Han decisively used 100 creation god crystals to participate in the lottery. With a deafening roar, the 100 creation god crystals vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, a meteor shining with multicolored light streaked down from the sky and fell straight into Chen Han's territory. A dazzling array of colorful lights instantly filled the entire barrier space, leaving people mesmerized. After the light faded, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Chen Han. Her long pink hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, swaying gently in the breeze. Her lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful and adorable smile, as radiant as a flower blooming in spring. Standing at 1.5 meters tall, her petite and exquisite figure exudes a captivating charm. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, with delicate eyebrows and eyes that exuded a subtle and charming allure. She wore a pink and white feather dress with a large bow tied at the back, and danced lightly in the air. She wore pure white stockings and red ankle boots, which added to the sense of purity and freshness. A small pink tail emerged from between her legs, with a heart-shaped pattern printed at the end. Overall, her image is somewhat like a succubus from mythology, but with an added touch of innocence and sweetness. Wrong. That's a succubus. And she's a lowly succubus. Chapter 2 Lowly Succubus. Name, Meow Kiki. Race, Succubus. Identity, Hero. Level, Tier 1, Stage 30300. Talent, S rank. Skills, Bewitching Charm LV1, Succubus Wings LV3, Arcane Missiles LV2. Dominated Territory, Territory number 10086. Bewitching Charm LV1, Passive Skill, reduces damage dealt to the user by 10% by male units, increases the loyalty of ordinary male units within the territory by 20%. Succubus Wings LV3, Passive Skill, grants the ability to fly, and increases damage dealt while flying by 15%. Arcane Missiles LV2, Active Skill, casts a spell to deal non-elemental magic damage to enemies. Before Chen Han could finish checking Meow Kiki's skill information, the succubus, Mokoko, had already walked up to Chen Han. She gently licked her lips, a wicked smile appearing on her face, and raised her head to stare intently at Chen Han. He appeared to be contemplating some evil idea. Are you my master? You look so weak. Meow Kiki pouted and complained. Hello. Although Meow Kiki was indeed beautiful, even stunningly beautiful, far surpassing any girl Chen Han had ever seen. But Chen Han, having lived 2 lives, did not lose his composure because of this. However, Meow Kiki retorted without any politeness, "You my foot. Are you really my master? I'm disgusted. I never thought that the territory I was summoned to would be such a godforsaken place." She frowned, complaining with dissatisfaction, her eyes revealing disappointment. "I'm sorry, I'm a new lord. Please take care of me in the future." Faced with Meow Kiki's complaints, Chen Han twitched his lips helplessly. "Speaking of which, since you are the hero I summoned, you should be aware of the current situation, right?" Meow Kiki sighed and nodded gently, saying, "I know. I'm your initial hero, and you're still in your 7-day trial period. Void creatures will be attacking soon, right? But with me here, you can rest assured about the first day of the trial." The next second, Meow Kiki suddenly unfurled her black wings and slowly raised her body to the same eye level as Chen Han. Beneath the pink and white gauze, her slender thighs became faintly visible, radiating a creamy sheen. The delicate face exhaled a fragrant breath, as sweet as a flower field, which was refreshing and unforgettable. Her beautiful, clear eyes slightly lifted, and she glanced at Chen Han with a playful expression. Then he smiled contentedly and nodded. Not bad looking at all, I'm quite satisfied. Although this territory looks a bit desolate now, it will grow stronger eventually." Her voice was soft and melodious, like heavenly music, almost making Chen Han's ears pregnant. Upon hearing this, Chen Han couldn't help but smile slightly and asked, "May I take this as a compliment?" Meow Kiki blinked, a playful smile playing on her lips. One thing at a time, being handsome doesn't put food on the table. But, for a succubi, handsome men certainly can be a meal. After saying that, she landed lightly on the ground, her beautiful eyes continuing to scrutinize Chen Han. "Then I'll take it as a compliment." Chen Han also breathed a sigh of relief. Whatever the reason, being able to summon such a beautiful heroine who is neither a tank nor a strange race is already the best possible outcome. Moreover, she seemed to be a relatively easy girl to talk to. After all, the heroes who are summoned are not machines or data codes in a game, but real human beings. Therefore, it is almost impossible to obtain 100% loyalty. These heroes willingly chose to live in this still developing territory, completely unaware of what their future held. Simply because they know they are intimately connected to this world and cannot leave. If a territory is destroyed, the Lord can still escape, but for the heroes, there is only death. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that some heroes may be mentally unstable, or even attempt to die alongside their Lord. As things stand, apart from the slightly strange look in Meow Kiki's eyes, there are no other major problems. "By the way, my name is Meow Kiki. What's your name, master?" Meow Kiki changed the subject and asked. "Chen Han." "Chen Han, is that right? I understand. You can just call me Coco." After chatting briefly with Meow Kiki and learning about each other's situations, Chen Han then began to work on the construction of the territory. Similar to the creation crystal, all new lords will automatically receive 100 building points after awakening, and will receive corresponding building points based on their level at midnight every day. Level 1, Section 1 is 100 points, Level 1, Section 2 is 200 points, Level 1, Section 3 is 300 points, and so on. You can directly construct various defensive and basic buildings by consuming building points, without needing any building materials. Although there is no storage limit, according to the high school textbook Lord's Code of Conduct, it is not recommended for hamsters to hoard a large number of building points. After all, void creature invasions can happen anytime, anywhere. At least in the early stages, it's best to spend your building points wisely. Building, barracks. Level, Tier 1, Stage 1. Durability, 1000. Cost, 100 building points. Upgrade cost, 50 building points. Function, can consume creation crystals to summon soldiers. The higher the building level, the more types of soldiers can be summoned, and the stronger they will be. We still need creation crystals to summon soldiers. Let's think about something else first. Building, cafeteria. Level, Tier 1, Stage 1. Durability, 1000. Cost, 100 building points. Upgrade cost, 35 building points. Function, can consume ingredients to make delicious food, grants one chef, and upgrading the building level will provide a better dining environment and superior cooking equipment. There don't seem to be any other ingredients here. If I leave now and go back to the real world to buy ingredients, it seems like the trial will be considered a failure. Anyway, there are some pickled vegetables and steamed buns that were given away to fill my stomach, so I guess I'll pass. Building, Flame Tower. Level, Tier 1, Stage 1. Durability, 500/500. Cost, 40 building points. Upgrade cost, 15 building points. Function, automatically attacks enemy units within range, dealing fire magic damage. Upgrading the building increases the attack range and damage. This is good. It should help relieve some of the fighting pressure for Coco when the void creatures attack. Chen Han looked at the information panel in front of him and carefully browsed the various buildings and facilities displayed on it. After careful consideration, he finally decided to build some defensive towers first to ensure that they could safely get through the initial stage. Just then, Meow Kiki suddenly came over and curiously stood on tiptoe. When she saw the information on the screen, she frowned slightly and muttered, "Why build this? I can manage on my own." Chen Han smiled helplessly, reached out and patted Meow Kiki's head, explaining, "No, I'm just worried you'll get hurt. I haven't built the goddess altar yet, so if you get injured, there's no way to heal." Meow Kiki pouted and retorted unhappily, "I already said I'm fine on my own. I won't get hurt. But you, hurry up and upgrade that thatched hut. I just took a look inside, and it's full of dust. I would never want to live there." Upon hearing Meow Kiki's words, Chen Han turned to look at the only building in his territory, a thatched hut. The simple house stood there all alone, as if telling a story of its dilapidation and wretchedness. Architecture, Lord's Residence. Level, Tier 1, Stage 1. Durability, 1000/1000. Upgrade cost, 20 building points. Function, the Lord's Residence, providing rest. Upgrading it improves both its appearance and internal structure. Chapter 3, Void Creatures Attack. Chen Han's face darkened. He looked at Meow Kiki in front of him and said with a hint of helplessness, "Well, Kiki, we don't have that many building points to waste in this boring place right now. As long as people can live here, why bother with so much?" However, Meow Kiki clearly did not buy into Chen Han's words. She pouted, grabbed Chen Han's hand, and with a charming expression on her face, said in a sweet voice, "Master brother, I want a prettier house, okay? This." Chen Han hesitated. "Please, master, please upgrade this thatched hut." Meow Kiki continued to whine, her voice becoming increasingly sweet and adorable. "Tell me, which man can resist the sweet, coquettish voice of a young girl? What's more, this little girl is so cute and charming. Cuteness is justice, that's definitely true." Chen Han sighed and nodded in agreement. "Alright, then I'll level up." However, he hadn't finished speaking. Meow Kiki, like a sloth, quickly climbed onto Chen Han's waist and hugged him tightly. She raised her little head, put on a pitiful expression, and said cutely, "No way. Don't you have 100 building points? Why don't you just upgrade 5 times directly?" Chen Han twitched his lips helplessly and patiently explained, "No, Coco, I'm doing this for your own good. The more defensive towers there are, the less damage you'll take, and the more at ease I'll feel." However, Meow Kiki ignored him and continued to whine to Chen Han, "Oh, I said there's no problem, and there's no problem. No problem." She emphasized the last 3 words. Seeing Meow Kiki's insistence, Chen Han could only sigh and express his helplessness. After all, maintaining a harmonious relationship between Lords and hero units is a key point repeatedly emphasized in the essential textbook Lord's Code of Conduct, and its importance is self-evident. At the same time, heroes are of vital importance to the territory. If the hero unit summoned in the first draw unfortunately dies, then even if you accumulate enough Genesis crystals again, there is no guarantee that you will be able to summon a hero unit. At that time, you will only be able to rely on a chance of winning the lottery with less than 1% probability, which is basically equivalent to having no chance of becoming a lord. Despite some concerns, Chen Han ultimately couldn't resist Meow Kiki's request. It was mentioned in high school classes that the difficulty of the awakening trial gradually increases. The first day's void creature attack is generally very simple. Some strong, highly skilled young men can even clear it without the help of heroes or defensive structures. Since Meow Kiki said there was no problem, let's trust her this time. Chen Han extended his index finger and tapped the button to upgrade the Lord's Residence 5 times in a row. Upgrade your Lord's Manor 5 times 100 building points. The next second, a dazzling white light instantly enveloped the thatched hut, enveloping it completely. And the light and shadow symbolizing the thatched cottage began to rise with the wind, growing bigger and bigger. Ultimately, it became a self-built wooden house that looked like a rural dwelling, standing out conspicuously on this wasteland. Upon seeing this, Miao Kiki immediately let go of Chen Han and ran towards the cabin, just like a little girl who had seen a new toy. How old is she anyway? This dilapidated little wooden house isn't really that great. Chen Han muttered to himself as he followed Miao Kiki into the house. As soon as she entered the room, Miao Kiki eagerly jumped onto the bed. What a comfortable bed! And the blankets are so much more comfortable than that straw mat. After saying that, she started tumbling around on the bed like a lively little fish, with a cheerful and adorable expression on her face. Seeing how happy Miao Kiki was, Chen Han couldn't help but smile slightly. So, are you satisfied now? Miao Kiki nodded vigorously, yes. Thank you, master. However, before she could finish speaking, an emergency notification sounded in Chen Han's mind. The barrier has been attacked by void creatures. Lord, please deal with it as soon as possible. Upon hearing this news, Chen Han's expression changed, and he quickly shouted to Miao Kiki, Kiki, the enemy is here. Stop making a fuss. Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki immediately stopped playing around, sat up on the bed, and said with a glint of excitement in her eyes, all right. Master, you'd better take a good look at my strength. We went outside. At a glance, they spotted 5 humanoid monsters that were entirely green, had ferocious faces, and were short in stature. These monsters were wielding wooden spiked clubs and frantically pounding on the spatial barrier, making strange noises as if they were cursing something. Type, Goblin. Level, Tier 1, Stage 1. Description, the lowest level of void creatures, with extremely low intelligence and combat power. It's obvious that these goblins are the content of the first day's trial. Architecture, Isolation Barrier. Level, Tier 1, Stage 1. Durability, 9,976 10,000. Upgrade cost, increases with Lord level. Function, prevents enemy units from entering. If breached, it takes 72 hours to fully recover. Upgrading the building increases its maximum durability. It seems the first day's trial was indeed very easy. If there was only one, I feel I could have beaten it. Chen Han analyzed as he watched the barrier's durability slowly decrease. The durability of barriers was discussed in high school classes. Each time it is attacked by an attack equivalent to that of an average adult male with no weapons, its durability will decrease by 1 point. These 5 goblins swung their spiked clubs and struck for half a minute before losing only 24 points of durability, clearly indicating that their strength wasn't particularly high. So, Master, you're very brave? Miao Kiki narrowed her eyes and said with a playful expression. Just kidding, I'm super brave, okay. Chen Han is not the kind of person who likes to brag, and he would never exaggerate his abilities. As a transmigrator, he naturally knew that his own fighting skills were crucial in this world. After all, just like heroes, lords also experience a certain degree of physical enhancement with each level up. If you add in proficient fighting skills, as well as various other skills you may learn in the future, you might actually be able to unleash strength that rivals that of a hero. Especially in the early construction phase, when heroes and defensive towers are scarce and there are no citizens yet. For human lords, their personal combat strength is an absolutely crucial factor that cannot be ignored. Of course, other races that can use magic early on are an exception. Therefore, Chen Han has been passionate about martial arts since childhood, and dealing with a few hooligans among his peers is a piece of cake. As for goblins, which look like very weak void creatures, defeating 1 or 2 of them should be a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki couldn't help but scrutinize Chen Han's slightly muscular physique, and unconsciously licked her lips. Nice build, quite muscular. Alright, I'll trust you for now. I'll leave you a goblin later so you can practice, how about that? Chen Han nodded without hesitation and replied, okay, no problem. Chapter 4 Settlement Rewards. There is only about 50 meters of activity space outside the barrier, which will expand as the territory expands. Apart from that, there was only a vast expanse of white mist. This fog is known as the fog of war. Those void creatures were born from this mist. The Lord's Code of Conduct clearly states that this is a restricted area. Whether Lord or hero, once they step into it, they will inevitably lose their way and wander forever in the fog. However, to kill these void creatures, one must leave the barrier. Therefore, it is crucial for everyone to ensure that they do not get lost in the fog during combat. However, Mokoko is a flying magic-type hero unit. Those goblins barking on the ground didn't even have a chance to touch her. After leaving the barrier, Miao Kiki flapped her black wings and flew directly into the air, dozens of meters high. Immediately afterwards, she raised her slender, jade-like fingers and gently tapped the air. The next second, a transparent ball of light, the size of a basketball, like the brightest star in the night sky, instantly appeared between her fingers. Arcane missiles. In an instant, the ball of light, like lightning, swept away the surrounding air and hurtled toward one of the goblins at an astonishing speed. Boom! With a loud bang, the ball of light slammed into the goblin like a cannonball, followed by a dazzling burst of light. The goblin didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was reduced to ashes by the violent impact of the light sphere, leaving not even a trace of its bones. @. The other 4 goblins, witnessing their companion's gruesome death, immediately let out a low growl that was completely unintelligible. Their previously ferocious expressions were instantly replaced by fear, their eyes filled with despair and helplessness. They threw down their weapons and turned without hesitation to rush into the fog of war, trying to escape this terrifying place. However, Mokoko did not intend to let these goblins off easily. Even though letting these goblins escape will still count as a successful completion of the game. However, this will significantly reduce the settlement experience rewards and Genesis crystals obtained. Shenhan's territory is at a critical stage of development, and every resource is extremely important. He must not let go of any small reward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 arcane missiles shot out like lightning, carrying a sharp momentum, and accurately struck the fleeing goblins. In just 2.5 seconds, only one goblin remained on the field, desperately trying to escape. Its steps were unsteady, as if it might collapse at any moment, but the instinct for survival kept it running forward. Here you are, Master, the goblin you requested. Now Kiki flapped her wings and quickly flew behind the last goblin that was about to disappear into the mist. He grabbed the goblin and pulled it back, then tossed it in front of the barrier like trash. Seeing this, Shenhan excitedly cracked his knuckles and quickly walked up to the goblin. Shenhan said calmly, "This is my first time fighting a void creature. Coco, please don't laugh at me if I don't perform well." Now Kiki snorted, "Humph. That depends on the situation. If it's too clumsy, it won't do." The goblin lying on the ground shook its head, its gaze gradually focusing on Shenhan in front of it. Although it wasn't very intelligent, it knew exactly why it had come here to kill the lord of this territory. #@. The goblin let out a roar and pounced on Shenhan like a madman, not even bothering to pick up the spiked club on the ground. They seemed to have completely forgotten the scene where they were trembling with fear from Meowkeek's power just now. As expected, they are void creatures devoid of any intelligence. Shenhan calmly squatted down, a hint of excitement and nervousness flashing in his eyes. He reached out, picked up the spiked club the goblin had dropped when it fled, and swung it with all his might. Smack! A crisp sound echoed in the air. The spiked club slammed down on the goblin's head, making a chilling sound. The goblin's head was now as fragile as tofu being smashed by a cleaver. With a heavy blow from the spiked club, the goblin's head shattered instantly, scattering blood, brain matter, and bone fragments everywhere. One fatal blow. Phew! Was it really that easy? I feel like I could take on 5 people at once. Shenhan put down the spiked club and sighed. I feel that goblins are just a bit ugly, and their combat strength is at most at the level of a primary or middle school student. Now Kiki flew to Shenhan's side at this moment. She gently flapped her wings and looked at the goblin like corpse on the ground. She showed a surprised and admiring expression, praising, "Master is not bad. I thought it would be a stalemate for several rounds. I didn't expect to defeat him in one move." Shenhan smiled slightly, "Of course. I already told you I'm super brave, okay?" Now Kiki laughed mischievously. She flew to Shenhan, touched his abdominal muscles, and her eyes gleamed with an unusual light. With a slightly wicked smile, she said softly, "Impressive, Master." At this moment, a series of system prompts rang in Shenhan's mind again. Battle over. Congratulations, Lord, on your victory on the first day of the trial, annihilating all the void creatures. Start calculating completion rewards. Reward 1, 120 Genesis crystals. Reward 2, 150 Lord experience points, 300 Hero experience points. Congratulations, Lord. You have reached Tier 1, Stage 2. Your Lordship talent has unlocked a new effect. Territory expansion. Talent effect 2, after hard work, there is a small chance to learn a new skill. Just then, the fog of war around them began to dissipate rapidly, spreading out in the blink of an eye to a distance of dozens of meters. Shenhan, who was originally outside the barrier, was instantly enveloped by the barrier due to the expansion of his territory. However, Shenhan had no time to pay attention to these changes. His attention was completely focused on the new talent he had just discovered. Hard work? Is there a low probability of learning a new skill? Something feels a little off. Although we don't know exactly how small the probability is. However, the probability of obtaining a skill book through the Genesis Crystal Lottery is almost as slim as the probability of obtaining a hero. It has to be said that having this talent can definitely greatly improve overall combat power. What's wrong, Master? Now Kiki tilted her head, blinked, and asked softly. The 45-degree angle of her head, the adorable nickname she uttered, the sweet aura she exuded, and Meow Kik's alluring face and her constantly wagging pink tail. Her race is a succubus, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? Chen Han swallowed hard and stammered, "It's nothing. Now that we have creation crystals again, let's draw another prize." Chapter 5 Second Lottery. It's not just during the 7-day trial that void creatures will attack. At any point after completing the trials and becoming a lord, an invasion of void creatures may occur. Once all the void creatures are eliminated, you will receive the settlement reward. Moreover, the flesh of some void creatures is considered a great tonic. If you have a high-level canteen building, cooking the food properly and eating it can boost your combat power for a period of time. This is undoubtedly a temptation for lords who want to quickly increase their strength. They crave more invasions from the void creatures, because that means more rewards and allows them to grow faster. However, for those lords who only wanted to live a leisurely life of farming, they did not want such a thing to happen. They prefer a quiet and peaceful environment and enjoy the pleasures of farming. They feared that the invasion of the void creatures would disrupt their idyllic life and bring them unnecessary trouble. Therefore, different types of lords have different views on the invasion of void creatures. Some people see it as a great opportunity to improve their skills. Others see it as a threat that will affect their daily lives. As for why these void creatures keep attacking various territories, where they come from, and why there are rewards for killing them, perhaps only the Void Overlord, the ruler of the endless void, knows all this. These void creatures are like NPCs and constantly spawning monsters in a game. Their existence seems solely to maintain the balance of this world. Throughout history, many powerful and extraordinary lords have delved into the secrets behind the fog of war. But all of them ended in failure, with nothing gained. The most popular theory at present is that in that mysterious fog of war, there exists a kingdom exclusively for void creatures, and the ruler is the Void Overlord. They constantly raided the territories of various lords, solely to prevent them from excessively expanding their territories and threatening their own kingdoms. However, whether this hypothesis is true remains a mystery, and no one can give a definitive answer. At this moment, Chen Han looked at the 120 newly acquired Genesis crystals in his hand and resolutely opened the lottery system interface. According to the guidelines of the Lord, using creation crystals for the lottery is the wisest choice during the initial construction phase. A Tier 1 Lord can have a maximum of 1 hero unit. If you are lucky enough to draw a hero unit during this stage, it will be converted into a hero summon card. Once you break through to Tier 2 and can accommodate 2 hero units, use this card to directly obtain a powerful hero unit. Of course, the probability of this happening is very small, and the main targets remain defensive facilities and equipment. Chen Han had heard of such a story before. A new lord, during his second lottery draw, unexpectedly won a supreme-level defensive weapon, the Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong Cannon. From then on, whether it was the trials over the next few days or the subsequent territory wars, this lord was invincible on the battlefield and became famous throughout the world thanks to this powerful weapon. Prior to this, when Chen Han summoned heroes, he successfully drew Meow Kiki, a supreme-level hero with S-level talent, on his first attempt, which fully proved that he had excellent luck today. Even if you don't get a hero or skill book in this lottery, you're guaranteed to get an extremely powerful defensive structure. No need for further explanation, let's start the lucky draw. As 100 creation god crystals vanished, another beam of light fell straight down in front of Chen Han. However, unlike the colorful light that appeared when I summoned Mokoko last time, this time it was just a purple streak of light. Chen Han learned in high school that different light effects during the lottery represent different levels of rarity. White common, green rare, purple epic, gold legend, rainbow supreme. Judging from this, it's just an epic level thing. But that's enough. After the light faded, what came into view was a one-handed longsword engraved with a white dragon. Weapon, Longquan Sword. Rarity, Epic. Equipment requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1. Equipment Effect 1, automatically learns the skill Swordsmanship LV1. Equipment Effect 2, increases attack speed by 25%. Equipment effect 3, strength increased by 25%. Not bad, not bad. Finally, we have a usable weapon. And it even comes with swordsmanship skills. Chen Han nodded, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Although this Longquan sword is not some kind of awesome special item. But for him at this point, it's already quite a good achievement. Chen Han gripped the Longquan sword tightly, a powerful force surging through his heart. At the same time, a flood of kendo knowledge poured into his mind, as if he had personally experienced 2.5 years of sword practice and was now incredibly skilled. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Chen Han enthusiastically and casually swung the sword in his hand. Every swing was so natural and fluid, and the movements were so skillful, showing the demeanor of a great swordsman. If 5 more goblins were to invade at this moment, Chen Han was full of confidence, believing that with the Longquan sword in his hand and the swordsmanship he had recently learned, he was confident that he could eliminate them all by himself. He's quite handsome, master. Miao Kiki, standing to the side, praised him with a smile. Chen Han scratched his chin a little sheepishly and gave a shy smile. Oh right. I forgot to mention, there's also a hero experience pool reward in the settlement rewards. You can use it to level up. Okay. Thank you, master. In the settlement rewards, the hero's experience is not directly added to the hero. Instead, they will be allocated to the hero experience pool, and the Lord can decide how to distribute these experience points. Everyone has their own unique perspective and thoughts on this issue. Some people firmly believe that we should focus on developing one exceptionally powerful hero, while other heroes only need to meet basic requirements. In this way, when faced with attacks from powerful void creatures, there will at least be a powerful hero to deal with them, so that they are not helpless. However, many people insist that experience should be distributed equally to ensure that all heroes develop at a balanced level, thus better dealing with various possible unexpected situations. In short, both sides have their own reasons, and neither can persuade the other to change their position. Chen Han opened the hero experience pool and added all 300 experience points he had just gained to Miao Kiki. In an instant, Miao Kiki's aura underwent an astonishing change, as if a warm power flowed through her entire body. Her level was directly promoted to Tier 1, Stage 4. What's even more striking is that her already alluring face has become even more enchanting and charming, radiating a captivating allure. Is it really true that it's called a succubus? Upgrading can actually increase your charm, that's really pretty amazing. Feeling the power brought by the upgrade, Miao Kiki stretched lazily and said, speaking of which, I'm a little hungry. Is there anything to eat here? Chen Han nodded, yes. But it's just the simple rations given to new lords, so make do for now. Once things settle down in a few days, we can build a canteen and then we'll be able to eat good food. It doesn't matter, as long as there's food. Chapter 6: The Succubus's Reward. At this time, inside the Lord's manor, the small kerosene lamp emitted a dim candlelight, illuminating the entire room. Miao Kiki sat at the table, looking at the several packets of pickled vegetables and steamed buns on it, and sighed helplessly. Although she knew in her heart that the territory was in the early stages of construction and the food would definitely be poor. But the scene before her was hard for her to accept. Chen Han, standing to the side, saw this and gave an awkward smile, quickly explaining, sorry, that's all I have. I hope you don't mind. Miao Kiki smiled slightly and replied in a relaxed tone, it's okay. I already said that as long as we can eat our fill, nothing else matters. After saying that, she reached out and tore open the pickled vegetable packet, pouring all the pickled vegetables and juices onto the half-broken steamed bun, creating a simple version of a pickled vegetable sandwich. Then, she carefully opened her cherry-like little mouth and gently took a small bite. It is worth mentioning. After awakening, each person will receive a storage space similar to a spatial bag, which can be used to store a certain number of items and props. The size of this storage space will gradually increase as the Lord's level increases. Moreover, in this special space, all items are in a state of time freeze, and their quality will not be affected no matter how long they are stored. Therefore, it is impossible for a baguette from a certain country to harden to the point of being usable as a weapon. But judging from Miao Kiki's slightly furrowed brows, it seems that the salted vegetable sandwich didn't taste as good as she had imagined. Chen Han followed Miao Kiki's example and made a pickled vegetable sandwich, then took a bite. He discovered that although this thing was edible, the taste was really unacceptable. If he had to choose between delicious and unpalatable, Chen Han would choose the unpalatable option without hesitation. As the saying goes, a full stomach makes for a better fighting force. Chen Han knew that he did not have enough strength at present and still needed to rely on Miao Kiki as his main fighting force. We still need to improve her diet as soon as possible to ensure that Miao Kiki can maintain a good condition for the battle. Thinking of this, Chunhan quickly handed Miao Kiki a glass of water and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I'll build you a canteen after the 200 building points arrive at midnight." Miao Kiki took the water glass, drank a few sips, and then smiled gently, saying softly, "Okay, thank you, master." Because the pickled vegetable sandwich was so unpalatable, neither of them wanted to chew it more than a few times, and instead quickly swallowed it, ending the meal hastily. The two looked at each other's disheveled appearance and couldn't help but smile at each other. After finishing his meal, Chen Han glanced at the system time and found that it was already 10 p.m. The Lord's Code of Conduct clearly states that during the 7-day trial period, if a new Lord can successfully repel an invasion of void creatures, therefore, there will be no more void creature invasions in the next 12 hours. This undoubtedly relieved Chun Han. At least for now, he can relax for the time being and enjoy a rare period of rest. Just then, Miao Kiki appeared like a ghost, instantly appearing next to Chun Han. A sly smile played on her lips as she rested her chin on her hands on the table. He whispered in a cute, childlike voice, "Then, as my lord, brother Chen Han, shouldn't you pay me for helping you wipe out those void creatures?" Upon hearing this, Chen Han's lips twitched. "Reward? You wouldn't be thinking of..." Before he could finish speaking, Miao Kiki smiled and interrupted, "Master, I believe you should already know this. Fortunately, you upgraded the Lord's Manor before, and the environment has improved a lot." Upon hearing this, Chen Han's lips twitched. No wonder Makoko kept nagging about upgrading the Lord's mansion as soon as she was summoned here. So all you wanted was a better environment? In the early stages, the Lord's Manor is clearly the most useless building. After all, the most important thing is whether one can live well, rather than whether one has a place to live. Seeing Chen Han remain silent, Miao Kiki smiled and said, "Master, your eyes don't say that." "Don't try to argue with me." Chen Han quickly protested, "I didn't. I'm not." Miao Kiki's lips curled up slightly, a wicked smile playing on her lips. "You think I'd believe that?" Chen Han continued to argue, "I didn't. I didn't. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation." Miao Kiki closed her right eye and said playfully, "According to the laws of our succubus race, men who lie will go to jail." Chen Han retorted speechlessly, "You succubi don't have any males, you know?" Miao Kiki extended her index finger and pressed it against Chen Han's lips, chuckling, "Speaking of which, you guys really don't know how to take care of yourselves. Your lips are so chapped. But it's okay, I can be your lip balm." The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Chen Han's face. He slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. The scene was both familiar and unfamiliar, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, it took him only a moment to realize that he was in the Lord's Manor. "Oh right. I completed my awakening yesterday and am currently participating in the 7-day trial." Chen Han stretched out a big yawn, feeling sore all over. The sensation seemed to seep from the very marrow of his bones, causing him to gasp in shock. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Hiss. This is really bad." He took a deep breath, and a faint fragrance filled the air, instantly invigorating him. Looking at Miao Kiki's beautiful face, I noticed it was covered in a blush, making her look shy and radiant. He reached out and gently touched Miao Kiki's pink hair, smiling calmly. Seemingly sensing Chen Han's movement, Miao Kiki, who was pretending to be asleep, opened her eyes, a hint of mockery in her beautiful eyes. "What's wrong, master? Sorry for waking you up. No wonder you call yourself Coco, you're so cute." "Humph. You're quite the smooth talker, but I like men who tell the truth." Chapter 7: Transforming the Territory. Another hour passed. Chun Han and Miao Kiki finally got out of bed. After quickly brushing his teeth and washing his face, Chen Han couldn't wait to run outside to check the situation. It's already past 10 a.m., and about 12 hours have passed since the first wave of void creature attacks. The protection period has ended. Next, we should be on high alert and be prepared for a second wave of void creature attacks. But the most important thing right now is to use the 200 building points given out today to build some infrastructure. Building, cafeteria. Level, Tier 1, Stage 1. Durability, 1000. Cost, 100 building points. Upgrade cost, 35 building points. Function, can consume ingredients to make delicious food, grants 1 chef, and upgrading the building level will provide a better dining environment and superior cooking equipment. Building, well. Level, Tier 1, Stage 1. Durability, 600. Cost, 20 building points. Upgrade cost, 5 building points. Function, produces pure water. The amount produced varies depending on the weather. Upgrading the level increases the output. Building, farmland. Level, Tier 1, Stage 1. Durability, 600. Cost, 20 building points. Upgrade cost, 5 building points. Function, you can spend Genesis crystals to plant crops. The yield will vary depending on the weather. Upgrading the level will accelerate crop maturity and increase the size of the farmland. Architecture, Goddess Altar. Level, Tier 1, Stage 1. Durability, 1500. Cost, 60 building points. Upgrade cost, 20 building points. Function, consumes Genesis crystals to heal Lord or hero units. Leveling up increases the healing effect. Judging from the formidable strength that Miao Kiki displayed yesterday, Chen Han believes that even if a second wave of void creatures attacks, she should be able to handle it with ease. Moreover, she has advanced to the 4th stage of the 1st rank, and Chen Han has also obtained the Longquan sword, which can also serve as a combat force. Therefore, Chen Han decided to use all 200 building points for the construction of basic buildings and temporarily disregard the purchase of defensive facilities such as flame towers. The next second, several dazzling beams of light descended from the sky, quickly illuminating the entire wilderness. What was once a desolate wasteland was instantly transformed into a vibrant place. The dining hall was built at the back of the mansion, while the farmland was located in front of it. A well and a goddess statue stood on the left and right sides of the mansion, respectively. The whole layout resembled a delicate farmhouse. Chen Han opened the detailed panel for the farmland. Building, farmland. Level, Tier 1, Stage 1. Maturity time, 100%. Production bonus, 0%. Crops that can be grown: rice, wheat, carrots, potatoes. The crop growth cycle in the endless void is no different from that in the real world, so it is impossible to harvest crops in the short term. Of course, this is only based on common sense. In this endless void, anything can happen. As mentioned in the Lord's Code of Conduct, the creation crystal is practically an omnipotent object, with almost no problem it cannot solve. Even with each wave of void creature invasion, as long as you have enough creation crystals, you can consume a large number of creation crystals to activate the power of the heavenly Tao and instantly kill all enemy units. The key lies solely in whether or not such a massive quantity of creation crystals is possessed. Coco, what do you want to eat? Chen Han looked at the 4 optional crops on the farmland and asked casually. I remember you humans have a food called French fries, right? Then let's grow potatoes. Miao Kiki pondered for a moment before responding. Okay, whatever you say. Each plot of farmland can only grow a single type of crop. Low-level crops like potatoes only require 5 Genesis crystals to plant the entire 5m×5m small farmland. If you want a wider variety of dishes, you need to build more farmland. Should I spend 5 Genesis crystals to purchase potato seeds and plant them in this field? Yes. As Chen Han's operation came to a head, countless tiny white beams of light fell like meteors, crashing into the farmland, each beam leaving a small crater in the ground. In these pits, seeds quietly fall and are buried deep in the soil. Next, Chen Han clicked on the potatoes detailed interface and unhesitatingly selected the option to speed up the ripening process. To make all crops in this field mature immediately, 10 Genesis crystals are required. Do you wish to consume them? Consumed. In an instant, the entire farmland was shrouded in mist and radiant with light, as if enveloped in a mysterious glow. The potato sprouts burst forth from the soil rapidly, as if blessed by some mysterious force, growing at an astonishing rate. In less than a minute, the once barren farmland was covered with a patch of tender green nightshade plants, adding a vibrant touch of green to this desolate plain. Miao Kiki's eyes widened in amazement. How amazing! Is it ripe already? Her eyes sparkled with surprise. She never imagined that the creation crystal would have such miraculous effects. Chen Han laughed and said, "Let's go dig potatoes." When the canteen was built, a chef was given as a gift. As long as we give him the potatoes, he should be able to make potato-related dishes. Besides, in our human society, potatoes can be used to make many different kinds of food. You'll have plenty to eat for the next while. Dig potatoes, potatoes. Miao Kiki showed no aversion to doing these rough farm chores. On the contrary, she was very active, as if she had discovered a new continent. She used to think potatoes grew on trees, but she never imagined they were buried in the ground. This novel experience thrilled her. In less than 10 minutes, she had dug up all the potatoes in the entire field. At this moment, Miao Kiki looked like a doll that had accidentally fallen into the mud, her whole body covered in dirt. However, this did not affect her happy mood. "Master, this is so much fun. I want to dig potatoes too." Miao Kiki's voice is full of childlike innocence. "We don't have that many potatoes for you to dig up. These potatoes are enough for the two of us to eat for almost half a month." Chen Han gently patted the mud off his body, then put all the potatoes into his personal space for safekeeping. Let's go to the cafeteria and see what dishes the chefs can make." "Yay! I want fries." Miao Kiki jumped up excitedly, a hint of anticipation flashing in her beautiful eyes. "Finally, I can stop eating those pickled vegetable sandwiches." Chapter 8 Elf Chef. Chen Han was actually quite curious about Miao Kiki's true identity. Logically speaking, potatoes grow in the ground, that's common sense. In this world, almost every race cultivates this stuff. Anyone with a normal mind would know about this, right? Since Miao Kiki knows that French fries exist in human society, shouldn't she also know this common knowledge? It's like a princess who has never lifted a finger suddenly arriving in a place where commoners live, completely bewildered and full of wonder about everything around her. However, what is puzzling is, if Miao Kiki truly possessed such a noble status, how could she have fallen to become his hero? It's important to know that hero units are obtained through the Genesis Crystal Lottery. They were all pitiful people who had lost their own territories, chose to sign a contract with the ruler of the endless void, the Void Overlord, and offered themselves as commodities or prizes for other lords to choose from in a lottery. Not only is their future uncertain, but they also have no control over their own destiny. This situation is almost identical to that of ancient human societies. Only when people are desperate in facing life or death situations will they have no choice but to sell themselves to brothels or wealthy families in order to find a glimmer of hope. Miao Kiki's initial level was only Tier 1, Stage 3, which means that she may have given up resistance on the second or third day of the trial period, resulting in her territory being conquered by the void creatures. Logically speaking, with her strength, she should be able to deal with these void creatures even without summoning any hero units. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. She didn't want to talk about it last night, and it seems a bit impolite to keep asking. The two walked into the cafeteria together. Just as they entered the cafeteria, Chen Han suddenly froze. It turns out that the chef who was given away as a gift by the cafeteria was also an extremely beautiful woman. The woman had long blonde hair, was about 1.65 meters tall, and had skin as white as mutton fat jade, radiating a faint glow. Her face was delicate and petite, with clear and distinct features. Her eyes were like bright stars, bright and captivating, and her long, thick eyelashes were slightly upturned, making her exceptionally charming. Her hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, shimmering with golden light, perfectly complementing the white floral ornaments she wore in her hair. Her attire was simple yet elegant. A white coarse cloth dress fluttered in the wind, making her look nothing like a chef, but rather like a stunning beauty participating in a beauty pageant. The only difference between them and normal humans is their long, slender ears. Even without checking her profile, Chen Han knew that the chef was a girl from the elf race. At this moment, she was sitting on a wooden chair in the cafeteria, gazing tenderly at Chen Han and Miao Kiki. Emily. Name, Emily. Race, elf. Identity, guard. Level, Tier 1, Stage 30300. Talent, S rank. Skills, Cooking LV4, Detoxification LV3. Dominated territory, territory number 10086. Cooking skill LV4, passive skill, capable of making approximately 400 different dishes. Detoxification skill LV3, active skill, can detoxify oneself or others. The moment Emily saw Chen Han, she instantly flashed a sweet smile. She stood up, curtsied, and smiled. "My lord, is there anything I can help you with?" Before Chen Han could respond, Miao Kiki excitedly shouted, "I want fries." "Can the chef make some?" Emily nodded, "Yes. It can be made. However, the equipment in the cafeteria is too basic right now, so the taste may be different from what you expect. Please forgive me." Miao Kiki carried several large potatoes to the kitchen. "It's okay. As long as there's something to eat, that's fine." Chen Han then approached the shopkeeper and asked, "Are you called Emily?" Emily smiled slightly, "Yes, my lord. Whatever you wish to eat, I can make it as long as I have the ingredients." Chen Han then took out a few potatoes from his spatial bag. "Just like Coco said, make 2 servings of fries. We'll also try to see if we can make some mashed potatoes." Emily nodded, "No problem. I can do it." Chen Han changed the subject and asked, "Speaking of which, Emily, are you aware of the current situation?" "Yes, I know. I've come to your territory, Lord, to serve as your personal chef." "Is there a problem?" "No. It's okay. I'm just glad you don't mind." Chen Han looked shocked. Another one with S-class talent. Talent represents a person's potential and is classified into F, E, D, C, B, A, and S levels. The stronger one's talent, the stronger one's overall strength at the same level, and the faster one can improve one's skill level. Generally speaking, it's considered extremely lucky if one person out of 10,000 has an S-level talent. Now look at this. The heroes I summoned at the start, the chefs who came with the cafeteria, they're all S-rank talents, and they're all so beautiful. My Lord talent seems to be really that awesome. No. The Lord's talent seems to only apply to hero units, so this seems to be just pure luck. Boom. Just as Chen Han and Miao Kiki were sitting at the dining table, waiting for Emily to make French fries, suddenly, a deafening sound came from outside the barrier. Miao Kiki asked with a puzzled look, "Has the void creature invasion started today?" "That's probably it. Let's go, it'll taste better if we come back after we're done playing." Aha! Species, black bristled wild boar. Level, Tier 1, Stage 3. Description, possessing sharp fangs, enormous size, and thick hide, it is a relatively common void creature. It's this thing? Not bad luck. Chen Han smiled slightly, muttering to himself. I learned in high school that the flesh of many void creatures can be eaten. And these black bristled wild boars in front of us happen to be among those that are edible. In this endless void, meat products cannot be harvested simply by planting like crops. To obtain meat, one must first build a livestock farm, then master specific animal husbandry skills, and finally spend Genesis crystals to purchase suitable animal cubs, which are quite expensive. What's worse is that creation crystals do not accelerate the growth of animals, we must patiently wait for them to grow naturally. After all, if this were allowed, then humans or other species would also be affected by the creation crystals and grow rapidly. Therefore, in the early stages of the game, obtaining a sufficient supply of meat is almost impossible. However, now, these suddenly appearing black bristled wild boars are as precious as a gift from heaven. These dozen or so black bristled wild boars directly solved the meat shortage problem in the early stages of development. I'm absolutely thrilled. Chapter 9 is finally showing some improvement. Just as Chen Han was pondering how to dispose of the pork, suddenly, from within the fog of war, another humanoid creature burst forth. After letting out a roar, it immediately swung its staff, and a fireball slammed straight into the barrier, instantly reducing the barrier's durability by more than 1,000 points. It should be noted that the dozen or so black bristled wild boars attacked the barrier from all directions for a full 2.5 minutes, and only managed to damage it by a little over 500 points. Just how powerful is this guy? Type, Boar Mage. Level, Tier 1, Stage 7. Description, a product of the black bristled boar's evolution, possessing high intelligence and capable of casting various spells. An evolved creature? Holy crap, it's only the second day. How could something like this possibly appear? Chen Han muttered in shock. Generally speaking, evolved creatures are boss-level beings that usually only appear on the last day of the trial, becoming the final obstacle for all new lords. Why did it appear on the very next day when it reached him? That doesn't make sense. However, Miao Kiki didn't take it seriously and laughed. It's just a wild boar standing up, nothing to be afraid of. Just watch me. That's all. Miao Kiki flapped her wings and quickly flew towards the wild boar demon. She stretched out her slender, jade-like finger and pointed it in the air. Arcane missiles. Upon seeing this, the boar mage raised his withered wooden staff once more, chanted a spell, and a ball of blazing flame quickly condensed into a fireball, which flew rapidly toward Mokoko. Boom! Arcane missiles and fireballs collided violently in mid-air, generating a powerful shockwave that swept across the surroundings like an invisible storm. Several black bristled wild boars nearby were struck and sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. One of the black bristled wild boars was even hit in the head by a rock thrown by the shockwave, and died instantly with blood splattering everywhere. In a single move, the two sides were evenly matched? Roar, roar, roar. The boar mage let out an angry roar. Realizing it had encountered a formidable foe, it decided to go all out to kill Mokoko. However, just as it raised its staff again, preparing to chant an even more powerful spell, it suddenly discovered that Mokoko had already disappeared. Here I am, little wild boar. Miao Kiki's teasing voice came from behind the wild boar mage. It turned around in surprise, only to find that Miao Kiki had somehow gotten behind it. Before the boar mage could react, a magic ball larger than its head hurtled towards it like a cannonball, carrying an incredibly sharp momentum. Bang! The magic ball slammed into the boar mage with a dull thud. The boar mage screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. After the smoke and dust dissipated, the upper body of the boar mage had been completely annihilated by the arcane missiles, leaving only its mangled body lying on the ground. One strike, one kill. Miao Kiki looked at Chen Han inside the barrier, a smug smile unconsciously appearing on her lips. She seemed to be showing off her abilities to Chen Han, as if to say, "See? I'm pretty amazing." Chen Han wasn't the arrogant type. After seeing Miao Kiki's performance, he gave her a thumbs up without hesitation, expressing his approval and appreciation. Of course, he was not going to back down either. Chen Han swiftly drew his Longquan sword, and in a flash, rushed out of the barrier to engage in close combat with the two black-maned wild boars inside. Sizzle! With a sharp sound, the long sword instantly tore through the black-maned boar's flesh. In just one exchange, Chen Han's longsword pierced the neck of one of the black-bristled wild boars with lightning speed. Then, he leaped forward in the direction of the thrust, swung his sword and slashed, directly severing the head of the black-maned boar. The massive, 2-meter-tall body crashed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. 2.5 seconds later, it finally stopped struggling and lay there motionless. Poof! Another black-bristled boar let out a roar, seemingly unaware that its companion was dead, and charged at Chen Han without hesitation. Faced with such a beast that had no sense of danger, Chen Han was naturally able to deal with it with ease. He nimbly dodged to the side, easily avoiding the seemingly ferocious charge attack. Sizzle! With a piercing sound, the Longquan sword pierced the heart of the black-maned boar, and blood splattered everywhere. Like the previous black-bristled wild boar, this one also twitched on the ground for a while before stopping. Meanwhile, after successfully killing the boar mage, Muko quickly picked up its weapon, the withered wood staff, and began hunting the surrounding black-maned boars. Arcane missiles are incredibly powerful, but they will blast their bodies into pieces. This is clearly not a wise move at a time when meat resources are in dire need. So she chose to use her staff to kill the wild boars one by one to ensure she could obtain more whole meat products. 1 minute later, the last black-bristled boar fell. The second day's attack on the void creatures was officially declared a success. It's over. It's over. Pork. I love pork. Miao Kiki hummed excitedly. Wow, impressive. I thought you were a mage, but you're this good at melee combat too? Chen Han glanced at the black-bristled wild boars whose skulls had been smashed by Miao Kiki and said with a trembling expression. At this moment, a series of system notifications also rang in Chen Han's mind. Battle over. Congratulations, Lord, on your victory in the second day of the trial, annihilating all the void creatures. The game has detected an evolved, high-level boar mage creature. Rewards doubled. Start calculating completion rewards. Reward 1, 2 ice towers defensive structures. Reward 2, 2 flame towers defensive structures. Reward 3, 800 Genesis crystals. Reward 4, 1000 Lord experience points, 3000 hero experience points. Congratulations, Lord! Your level has been upgraded to Tier 1, Stage 5. Your territory has expanded. This reward is pretty awesome. I've already reached Tier 1, Stage 5 on the second day of the trial. If it ends in 7 days, I might be able to advance directly to Tier 2. Name, Chen Han. Race, human. Territory number 10086 can be changed after completing the trial. Level, Tier 1, Stage 5,250,500. Popularity, 3. Hero, 1-1. Construction point, 0. Genesis crystals, 800. Territory area, 3,000 square meters. Lord's talent, nightly revelry. Territory assessment, extremely poor. Items in hand, Pineapple Phone X1, 22 packs of pickled vegetables, 20 steamed buns, 146 potatoes, Pharrell bottled water. Current time, June 16, 200-011-4514 Void calendar, 12:39 p.m. Looking at his information panel, Chen Han's lips curled up slightly. Finally, things are starting to look a little better. Chapter 10, Deploying Defense Towers. Let's set up the defensive towers first. Chen Han murmured. At the same time, he took out the settlement reward he had just obtained from his spatial bag 4 defensive tower cards. Chen Han turned his gaze to his territory, which had now expanded to 3,000 square meters, with a radius of about 30 meters. If the difficulty of the 7-day trial continues to change at this rate, a zombie apocalypse might be imminent tomorrow. With this in mind, Chen Han decided to place the defensive towers in 4 directions to relieve the pressure on Miao Kiki. In this way, they can respond promptly even if the enemy attacks from different directions. However, as he was preparing to take action, a new idea suddenly came to mind. Would it be more strategic to place the defensive towers on one side and have Miao Kiki take charge of the defense on the other side? This idea put him in a dilemma, because both options had their advantages and disadvantages. After some thought, Chen Han finally decided to deploy the equipment in the 4 directions first. Since defensive structures can be moved once a day for free, there are opportunities to adjust them in the future, even if the current decision is not perfect. Moreover, this layout ensures effective protection from all directions, preventing defensive vulnerabilities. As the cards are placed in the 4 cardinal directions, they begin to undergo wondrous changes. The fire tower and ice tower patterns on the card gradually became clearer and slowly transformed into 3-dimensional projections. These projections grew larger and larger until they eventually became real buildings, sitting steadily in the 4 directions. However, this thing, though called a fire tower, is actually just a stone pillar with a fire burning on it, somewhat like a candle magnified 100 times. The same applies to the ice tower, which is a stone pillar with a huge block of ice embedded at the top, and looks like just a decoration. I wonder how powerful these defensive towers are. Hopefully they'll be of some use. Chen Han muttered to himself. On the other side, Miao Kiki had already taken an open air bath at the well, and came to Chen Han's side wearing only a vest and bare patterned pants. Its little pink tail wagged constantly, and it seemed quite happy. Is this what a defensive tower looks like? It doesn't look very impressive. After walking around the 2 defensive towers, Miao Kiki complained. Chen Han looked at Miao Kiki in front of him with a dark expression. Why did you come out dressed like this? Miao Kiki tilted her head, looking puzzled. There's no one else here, what are you afraid of? What, did you do that to me last night, and now you're shy seeing me dressed like this? Chen Han immediately retorted, that's not how it is. But thinking about it carefully, it does seem to be true. The territory in the trial period is like a completely closed world, isolated from the outside world, just like entering a single-player online game. It's impossible to meet anyone else here. Everything seems so lonely and desolate. Even knowing this was the truth, Chen Han still felt a little uncomfortable. Put on my clothes first, I don't want anyone else to see your body. Chen Han said softly. Miao Kiki sighed, a hint of displeasure on her face. Fine, what a troublesome man. However, deep in her heart, a warm ripple quietly stirred. After all, the man in front of him did not have any particular prejudice against succubi like other races. The succubus race is considered an undesirable race by most other races. The reason for this is that the succubus race has a unique way of reproduction. The entire race is composed of women, and they need to rely on men of other races to reproduce. Moreover, during this process, they also absorb the other's power, which makes succubi a symbol of impurity and obscenity in the eyes of other races. Over time, succubi were labeled with various vulgar tags and viewed with prejudice by different races. Although, in a sense, succubi are such creatures. But Chen Han is different. He showed no disgust or aversion to Miao Kiki because of her race. On the contrary, he treated her as an ordinary woman without any prejudice. He even worried about whether others would see Miao Coco's skin. This care made Miao Kiki feel incredibly warm, as if Chen Han had already regarded her as his woman. Indeed, my choice was right. Chen Han is the master I should serve. As Miao Kiki looked at Chen Han handing her the shirt, a firm belief welled up in her heart. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a faint shyness, like a blooming flower exuding a captivating fragrance. As time went by, a deep red hue gradually crept onto Miao Kiki's cheeks. As dazzling and beautiful as the sunset, it is so captivating that one cannot help but be charmed. My lord, you've arrived. The fries and mashed potatoes are ready. Please enjoy. In the cafeteria, Emily came out carrying a tray with 2 bowls of steaming fries and mashed potatoes, emitting an enticing aroma. Chen Han and Miao Kiki's eyes lit up when they smelled the aroma, and they couldn't help but swallow. Wow, it smells so good. Miao Kiki said excitedly. Chen Han nodded, and he couldn't wait to pick up a French fry and put it in his mouth. The fries are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with an excellent taste. He dipped a little more mashed potato in the sauce and put it in his mouth to chew. The mashed potatoes are smooth and creamy, creating a perfect pairing with the crispy fries. Tasty. Exquisite taste. It tastes much better than what you get at the Splatoon restaurant. Mmm. Delicious. Chen Han exclaimed in admiration. At this moment, a fragrant aroma wafted from the kitchen, seemingly from roasted potatoes and salt-baked potatoes. However, due to the lack of spices within the territory, these aromas appear somewhat monotonous compared to those found in human societies. Nevertheless, being able to enjoy such delicacies in the early stages of territory building was already a luxury. Chen Han continued to savor the food, inwardly praising Emily's culinary skills. To be able to make such a delicious dish with only potatoes and basic seasonings, Emily's cooking skills are truly amazing. On the other side, Miao Kiki felt the same way. Her bright eyes were wide open, sparkling with surprise and satisfaction. Compared to the pickled vegetable sandwich I had yesterday, the food now is simply a heavenly treat. Miao Kiki instantly transformed into a colossal beast, frantically devouring the fries on the plate. Her cherry-like mouth seemed to be barely moving, but in reality, she devoured the food at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a plate of fries had vanished, as if it had never existed. "Miss Coco, please take your time, there's still some in the kitchen, no rush. Bring them all up. I won't have any fighting power if I don't eat my fill. And if I don't have any fighting power, I won't be able to protect my master." Okay, I got it. Seeing Miao Kiki wolfing down her food, Chen Han couldn't help but laugh. Although they were all summoned beings. But they are indeed living, breathing human beings. It's not an NPC from an online game, not the kind of doll that only knows how to obey orders. Chapter 11: The Ice Tower and the Flame Tower. Chen Han sat quietly at the dining table, gazing out the cafeteria window at the desolate world outside. His expression gradually became serious. He once longed to become a lord, simply because of that unrealistic fantasy in his heart to become the ruler and dominate all directions. However, at this moment, his state of mind has undergone a complete transformation. Now, all he hopes to do is protect everything in front of him. If this territory falls into the hands of void creatures or other lords, then Mokoko and Emily will die. As time goes on, more people may join this territory and face life or death trials alongside Chen Han. Therefore, in order to survive, Chen Han must constantly win. Even if it comes at a heavy price, even if it means getting your hands stained with blood and trampling on countless corpses, you will not hesitate. In this cruel world, only things within one's territory are trustworthy. Everything else is an enemy. An eternal and immortal myth. Perfect, let me see what true immortality really means. Chen Han murmured softly, a resolute glint in his eyes. A day passed quickly. During this time, Chen Han was very generous and used all 3,000 experience points from the hero experience pool on Miao Kiki. It directly raised her level to Tier 1, Rank 9. Miao Kiki also successfully mastered a new skill. Name: Miao Kiki. Race: Succubus. Identity: Hero. Level: Tier 1, Rank 90900. Talent: S rank. Skills: Bewitching Charm LV1, Succubus Wings LV3, Arcane Missiles LV2, Shadow of the Night LV1. Dominated Territory, Territory number 10086. Shadow of the Night LV1, active skill, deals dark magic damage to enemies within range. This world doesn't provide clear details about various skills, unlike online games that directly display the specific range of skills. For example, Arcane Missiles, which is essentially a single target skill, can also perform an area of effect skill as Mokoko's level increases. If her level continues to increase, reaching level 10 or even level 20, then Arcane Missiles will have an effect similar to a nuclear explosion, becoming a massively destructive skill. But nothing is absolute. For example, the skill Shadow of the Night has the word range marked in its skill description, which undoubtedly makes it a true area of effect attack skill and very powerful. Speaking of which, Chen Han, what's going on with you? Why did I learn a new skill after last night? Miao Kiki asked with a face full of curiosity. It must be a new skill you learned after leveling up, right? After all, you leveled up 5 ranks in one go, it would be unreasonable if you didn't learn a new skill. Chen Han made up a story off the top of his head. He didn't have the courage to tell Mu Kiki about his lordly talent. The fundamental reason is that many of the Lord's talents affect the hero himself. Some Lord talents can force all heroes or civilians to obey them, which is somewhat similar to brainwashing. What would the heroes and commoners under his command think if they knew about this talent? What they perceive as loyalty is actually the work of puppets controlled by the Lord's talents. The thought of it happening to me is terrifying. Moreover, if one day they were to become involved in a Lord's war, and one of their generals accidentally leaked the effects of the Lord's talent, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, concealing the Lord's talent is good for everyone, and it is also the only thing that the Lord and the hero can reach a tacit understanding without words. Really? Maybe that's true. Miao Kiki vaguely sensed something. But since Chen Han didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't press him. Just as Coco was about to go to the cafeteria to ask Emily for some salt-baked potatoes for breakfast, Chen Han received the familiar notification sound in his mind once again. The barrier has been attacked by void creatures. Lord, please deal with it as soon as possible. Chen Han frowned and said, "These guys are really punctual. I have to face them as soon as I get up." Miao Kiki looked on with anticipation and exclaimed excitedly, "Master, this is the perfect opportunity to try out my new skill." The monster that attacked this time looked like a tarantula, but it was dozens of times larger than a normal tarantula. When it stood up on its 8 legs, it was almost as tall as a human child, and it looked a bit chilling. There were roughly 50 or 60 of them in total, and their individual strength was probably only slightly inferior to that of the boar mage they had encountered before. They surrounded the barrier in dense clusters, constantly striking the protective barrier with their 1,000 feet. Type: Giant Spider Monster. Level: Tier 1, Stage 7. Description: a spider monster that mutated after accidentally ingesting a bio-origin stone. Its carapace is extremely hard, and it will self-destruct when it is near death. At this moment, the 4 defensive towers located within the barrier simultaneously launched an attack on the giant spider monster. The ice tower launches sharp ice arrows at lightning speed, leaving icy trails in the air. The ice arrow, carrying a biting chill, pierced the ground, instantly freezing the surrounding land into a thick layer of ice, greatly reducing the movement speed of the giant spider monsters around it. However, despite the ice tower's rapid attacks, its power seemed somewhat lacking. As time went on, the giant spider monster even became too lazy to dodge the flying ice arrows. They continued their attack on the spatial barrier on their own, seemingly ignoring the existence of the ice tower. The blazing tower can launch blazing fireballs that crash to the ground like burning meteors. Unlike the ice tower, the flame tower's fireballs are slower and have a relatively lower hit rate. However, each fireball that strikes the ground triggers a violent explosion, creating a crater a meter in diameter. One of the giant spider monsters was hit directly by a fireball from the flame tower because it didn't move in time, and its strength immediately diminished by 3 points. However, due to the slow speed of the fireball, even the giant spider monster's enormous size made it difficult to hit the target again. These fireballs could only leave deep craters in the ground, but could not pose a greater threat to the giant spider monster. At most, only a few flying pebbles would occasionally hit the giant spider monster's body, causing some minor damage. Chen Han was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene, his face full of black lines. Could it be that these two things are meant to be used together? In high school, it was only taught that different defensive towers need to be set up according to different types of monsters. But it was never said that the difference in strength between these two defensive towers was that significant. Chapter 12: Upgrading the Flame Tower. Damn, at least I can rearrange the defensive towers today. A thought flashed through Chen Han's mind, and he decided to divide the 4 defensive towers into 2 groups and move them all to the left side of the area. As expected, the Ice Tower and the Flame Tower worked together to significantly enhance their combat capabilities. The Ice Tower continuously fired icy arrows, successfully restricting the giant spider monster's movements. Meanwhile, the Flame Tower continuously fires scorching fireballs, causing massive damage. After 2.5 minutes of continuous bombardment, the giant spider monsters finally began to suffer casualties. These defensive towers are really powerful. In that case, I'll go hunt spider monsters in the east. Miao Kiki shouted excitedly. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. As soon as Chen Han finished speaking, Miao Kiki immediately spread her wings and rushed out of the barrier. At the same time, many spider monsters that were originally attacking the right side barrier noticed that someone was coming out of the barrier, so they changed their targets, abandoned their attack on the barrier, and instead spat out dense threads towards Makoko in the air. Faced with this scene, Miao Kiki's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a dark aura quickly spread from her body. A shadowy figure in the night. In the blink of an eye, everything around us was swallowed up by endless darkness, as if we had fallen into a moonless night. Then, in the pitch-black night, countless black blades suddenly emerged, like the scythe of death, carrying the aura of death, and mercilessly pounced on the giant spider monster. Sizzle. Clang clang clang. Roar. The sharp blade collided violently with the giant spider monster's body, producing a piercing sound. The giant spider monster swung its 8 long legs, trying to defend itself against the deadly attack, but to no avail. They let out desperate howls, as if telling their own fate. These sounds intertwined, forming a funeral melody that sent chills down one's spine. A few seconds later, the darkness gradually dissipated. What lay before me was a ground littered with wreckage, cut into pieces by sharp blades. Green blood splattered across the entire wilderness, emitting a foul stench. With just one move, Meow Kiki successfully killed 30 giant spider monsters. That's absolutely terrifying. On the other side, as Chen Han watched the 4 defensive towers continuously launching fireballs and ice arrows, he felt that something was amiss. This is quite different from the defensive tower he had imagined. Shouldn't normal defensive towers be like the French giant cannon, prism tower, and Tesla coil weapons that can one-shot enemies? Thinking of this, Chen Han frowned and muttered to himself. At this point, with the assistance of the ice tower, the fire tower's fireballs can guarantee a hit rate of over 80%. However, even so, it would take a dozen or 20 consecutive attacks to kill a single giant spider monster. In addition, the flame tower always attacks in different directions, spreading the damage far and wide, and it takes a long time to cause any casualties. He quickly glanced at the barrier's information panel. Architecture, Isolation Barrier. Level, Tier 1, Stage 5. Durability, 12769-18000. Upgrade cost, increases with Lord level. Function, prevents enemy units from entering. If breached, it takes 72 hours to fully recover. Upgrading the building increases its maximum durability. In less than 10 minutes, the barrier's durability had already been reduced by nearly a third. From this perspective, relying on these defensive towers to protect the territory is simply wishful thinking. He shifted his gaze again, this time to the information interface of the flame tower, which was the main source of damage. I received 500 building points early this morning, let's upgrade and see how it goes. Without hesitation, Chen Han spent 60 building points to upgrade the flame tower to Tier 1, Stage 5. Building, Flame Tower. Level, Tier 1, Stage 5. Durability, 2500-2500. Upgrade cost, 15 building points. Function, automatically attacks enemy units within range, dealing fire magic damage. Upgrading the building increases the attack range and damage. Additional effect 1, when attacking, summon an additional fire meteor to attack the enemy. Cooldown, 1 hour. The moment the upgrade was completed, a bright light suddenly appeared in the originally dark sky, like the dawn breaking. The light was not noticeable at first, but as time went on, it quickly grew larger and brighter. Just a few seconds later, the light became exceptionally bright and its size continued to increase. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth, and a terrifying red light erupted from the sphere of light. The intense light was as dazzling as lightning, instantly blinding Chen Han and nearly blinding him. As the bright light flashed, an intense heat wave spread outwards at an astonishing speed. Many of the giant spider monsters located at the epicenter of the fire meteorite impact were swallowed up by the boundless heat wave before they could even react, instantly turning into ashes. Even the giant spider monsters that were far from the center point could not escape the impact of this powerful shockwave and were all blasted away. After the heat wave from the fireballs dissipated, the flame tower continued to fire single-point fireballs as it had at the beginning. One scorching fireball after another crashed down on the giant spider monster's massive body like meteors, each strike leaving a deep fire mark that continuously burned every inch of its skin. Will the damage increase be this much after upgrading? Chen Han looked at another flame tower not far away. Well, I happen to have some building points on hand, so I should upgrade it properly. Boom! As the 60 building points were used again, another fire meteor fell from the sky, crashing straight into the center of the giant spider monster. Having 2 Tier 1, Level 5 defensive towers definitely increases the monster killing speed significantly. Not long after, one after another, the giant spider monsters fell, the smell of burning hair and roasted meat mingling together and filling the entire wilderness. The giant spider monster army on the left has been completely wiped out. Not bad. I thought I'd have to step in here too. Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind. Chen Han turned around and saw Meow Kiki standing there, holding a bowl of mashed potatoes that smelled tempting, eating with great relish. Clearly, she had long since finished her fight and even had time to ask Emily for some mashed potatoes. You've already solved it? So fast? Chen Han was so focused on attacking the defensive towers that he didn't notice how quickly the battle on Meow Kiki's side had ended. His gaze bypassed Meow Kiki and turned to the scene outside the barrier on the east side. The giant spider monster's corpse was mangled and scattered on the ground, a horrifying sight. That's insane. Is this the power of a supreme-level hero? That's absolutely terrifying. Upon hearing this, Meow Kiki smiled smugly. She put the last bite of mashed potatoes into her mouth, licked her lips contentedly, and then explained, hee hee. The new skill I learned last night is quite useful, but it consumes a lot of magic power and can only be used once a short time. However, the effect is still very good. After saying that, she blinked and gave a playful smile. Another boss appears in chapter 13. That's amazing. I really envy you. We humans can't use magic at all in the early stages. I wonder when I'll be able to dominate like you. Shen Han couldn't help but sigh, his heart filled with helplessness. Among all the races in the heavens, the human race is almost at the bottom. They are physically weak, have short lifespans, and are one of the few races that cannot cast magic before awakening as lords. The only thing worth mentioning is his brilliant mind, which makes him adept at developing all sorts of cutting-edge technologies. Only when a territory has matured and embarked on the path of technology can it possess a certain level of combat capability. However, compared to using advanced technology to fight, Shen Han longs to become incredibly powerful and all-powerful. A hint of regret appeared on Meow Kiki's face. There's nothing to envy. My race isn't exactly a good race either. Speaking of which, how are the rewards this time? With so many giant spider monsters, you must have gotten quite a few creation crystals, right? Upon hearing this, Shen Han was instantly stunned. Yes. What about the settlement reward? Weren't these void creatures wiped out completely? Why haven't the settlement rewards been issued yet? Roar. As if hearing Shen Han's inner doubts, a roar came from outside the barrier, as deafening as thunder. At the same time, the earth began to tremble violently, as if the whole world was being shaken by this force. Shen Han stared wide-eyed into the depths of the fog of war, where a huge figure gradually appeared. This figure is about 5 meters tall, resembling a small hill, which inspires awe. Its 8 scarlet eyes gleamed eerily in the mist, exuding a mysterious and terrifying aura. With each movement it made, it would cause a deafening roar that sent chills down one's spine. Finally, after a few breaths, the monster revealed its true form. It was a spider monster several times larger than the giant spider monster just standing there gave people a feeling of dread. Type: Demonized Spider Monster. Level: Tier 1, Stage 10. Description: an evolved form of the giant spider monster, skilled in dark magic, and possessing intelligence nearly identical to that of humans. Holy crap, another evolved void creature? Void Overlord, are you kidding me? Shen Han couldn't help but curse, feeling extremely frustrated. What happened to the promise that the boss-level void creatures would only appear on the last day of the trial period? But I didn't expect to encounter it again on the second day, and it even came again on the third day. Are you kidding me? When Meow Kiki saw this scene, her brows furrowed slightly, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. She naturally received education about lords from a young age and knew what the appearance of a boss-level void creature meant. The continuous appearance of boss-level enemies is truly bizarre. Meow Kiki glanced thoughtfully at Shen Han, then gasped, could it be that Master is? However, she quickly dismissed the idea. After all, this is simply impossible. Even though Shen Han's lord talent seems somewhat special, it is definitely not that legendary existence. Master, I'm going to go and meet it. Okay, be careful. Meow Kiki smiled slightly and replied confidently, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After saying that, she spread her wings without hesitation and flew towards the demonized spider monster. The demonized spider monster seemed to have keenly sensed who the most threatening entity in this territory was, and did not rush to attack the barrier. They simply stared intently at Meow Kiki high above with 8 eyes, their gazes gleaming with ferocity and greed. The next second, a black beam of light shot out from one of its eyes in an instant, like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Meow Kiki. Its speed was astonishing, as if it were about to pierce through Mokoko. However, Meow Koko's reaction was much faster. With a gentle flap of her wings, her figure blurred instantly, dodging the attack of the black beam of light like a phantom. Immediately afterwards, a colorless magic ball the size of a basketball gradually condensed at her fingertips, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. Arcane missiles. Boom! With a loud bang, the colorless magic ball shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for the mutated spider monster. The mutated spider monster reacted very quickly, immediately adopting an evasive stance the moment it spotted the magic ball. Unfortunately, its size was simply too large, and even with some response, it still couldn't completely avoid the arcane missile attack. With a muffled thud, the arcane missile struck the demonized spider monster's body directly, the immense impact causing it to stagger back 2.5 steps. Roar! The mutated spider monster, in pain, let out an angry roar. Its 8 scarlet eyes began to flash incessantly, clearly enraged by the arcane missile. Now Kiki frowned slightly, keenly sensing that the magical aura around her was beginning to tremble, as if some terrifying power was brewing. She could vaguely sense that an invisible force was constantly sweeping towards her. Could this be a form of mental magic? There are 10 magical elements in this world: water, fire, light, darkness, wind, earth, nothingness, time, space, fate. Among them, time, space, and fate are known as high-level elements, and people or void creatures who can master these elements are extremely rare. The elemental category to which mental attack magic belongs is the life element, one of the 3 high-level elements. This magic is almost silent, killing without a trace, and is extremely difficult to defend against. Once you get infected, you might not even know how you died. This is really troublesome. We've only been in the 3rd day of the trial and we've already encountered a monster like this. It's hard to imagine what kind of creatures we'll run into later. Now Kiki clicked her tongue in amazement, while quickly closing the distance with the demonized spider monster. While mental magic is powerful, it also has significant weaknesses. That is, the caster must continuously maintain the action of infusing magical energy into mental magic. Therefore, simply interrupting its spellcasting will resolve this crisis. In other words, when the demonized spider monster launched a mental magic attack on Mokoko, it was also at its most vulnerable moment. Therefore, the solution is obvious. In the blink of an eye, Meow Kiki had flown above the demonized spider monster and delivered a swift spinning kick that accurately struck its eye, instantly interrupting its mental magic. Roar, roar, roar. As if suffering a backlash from the mental magic, the demonized spider monster let out a series of painful howls after being kicked by Meow Kiki, and staggered back several steps. Meow Kiki naturally wouldn't miss this golden opportunity. Taking advantage of the demonized spider monster's wailing, she quickly fired a few more arcane missiles. They blew up all 8 of its legs, rendering it unable to move. Chapter 14: New Talents. Boom! With a deafening roar, the massive body of the mutated spider monster crashed to the ground, as if triggering an 8-magnitude earthquake. Smoke and dust billowed up, obscuring the sky and creating a scene resembling the end of the world. The whole scene looked exactly like a large-scale demolition site. However, Meow Kiki did not let her guard down. She kept a close eye on every tiny movement in the smoke and dust, not daring to relax for a moment. Sure enough, as expected, 3 black beams of light soon shot out from the smoke and dust, heading straight towards where Meow Kiki was. One beam of light was aimed directly at Meow Kiki's forehead, while the other 2 were designed to block her movement. If you are caught off guard, you will surely die from this combination of blows. Unfortunately, this was just a last-ditch effort. Meow Kiki nimbly dodged to the side, easily avoiding the seemingly fatal attack. A slight smirk played on her lips as she sneered, "Humph, it seems you've used up all your trump cards. Now, it's my turn to make my move." As she spoke, the arcane missiles in her hand rained down on the back of the demonized spider monster. A series of explosions rang out, like dazzling fireworks blooming in the sky. The ear-piercing roar echoed through the sky, but it could not stop Meow Kiki from continuing her bombardment. Chen Han was not idle at this time either. The mutated spider monster has lost its ability to move, and Mokoko has been suppressing it with firepower. Now is the perfect opportunity to go up and get a finishing blow, and at the same time practice my sword skills. Finally, after 5 minutes of fierce fighting, the roars of the demonized spider monster gradually subsided. Chen Han finally received the system's settlement information in his mind. Battle over. Congratulations, Lord, on your victory in the 3rd day of the trial, annihilating all the void creatures. Detected to include an evolved, high-level demonic spider monster. Reward doubled. Start calculating completion rewards. Reward 1, 2 archer towers. Reward 2, defensive structure 2 catapult towers. Reward 3, infrastructure 2 public bathhouses. Reward 4, infrastructure 2 residential buildings. Reward 5, 1,400 Genesis crystals. Reward 6, 1,600 Lord experience points, 6,000 Hero experience points. Congratulations, Lord! You have reached Tier 1, Stage 8. Your Lordship talent has unlocked a new effect. Territory expansion. Lord's talent, Nightly Revelry. Talent effect 3, all female units within your territory that are devoted to you gain plus 100% combat power. Ding! Hero unit Mokoko has fallen for you, combat power plus 100%. A series of notification sounds made Chen Han pause in surprise. Has a new talent effect been unlocked? Their combat power doubled instantly, wouldn't that be defying the heavens? At the same time, after successfully killing the demonized spider monster, Meow Kiki suddenly felt a powerful force surge into her body. It felt like finally having the chance to soak in a hot spring after working continuously for 24 hours, very comfortable and pleasant. My power has actually increased this much? It's almost doubled. Could it also be due to the effects of my master's talent? Meow Kiki looked puzzled, but quickly figured out the reason. She carefully recalled everything that had happened to her that day. She hadn't eaten any special food, nor had she received any buffs from support heroes. Under these circumstances, the only thing that could directly increase her strength was Chun Han's Lord talent. Thinking about this, Meow Kiki couldn't help but feel very surprised. Someone like Chen Han was able to increase her strength by nearly double. Just how strong is this Lord's talent? Meow Kiki found it increasingly unbelievable the more she thought about it. It's important to understand that, in the eyes of ordinary people, a super lord who possesses a talent that can increase the strength of his heroes by a quarter under certain conditions is already considered an extremely extraordinary being. After all, this is a valuable percentage bonus. A lord with such talent will find it incredibly easy to become a powerful figure in the future. For hundreds of millions of years, the strongest transcendent lord among the succubi has possessed a talent that can only increase the combat power of all male units within his territory who share the night with him by 40%. However, Chen Han's Lord talent is even more powerful, directly doubling her attributes. Moreover, it seems there are no prerequisites whatsoever. The upgrade can be achieved directly. Meow Kiki was increasingly shocked, and she even began to wonder if she was dreaming. She pinched her cheek, and the slight pain made her realize that this was not a dream. What the hell is this? Meow Kiki felt as if a huge boulder had been thrown into her heart, causing a huge uproar that left her shocked and confused. Her mind seemed to be caught in a whirlpool, spinning endlessly as she tried to understand it all, but she became more and more confused. She felt that the scientific worldview she had believed in for many years was gradually collapsing and on the verge of collapse. So she gave up thinking. Clearing your mind is good for everyone. Meow Kiki flew lightly to Chen Han, her pink tail held high, like a playful and cute little devil. She tilted her head, a sly glint in her eyes, and asked Chen Han, "How was it, master?" "Wasn't I amazing?" Chen Han smiled and reached out to gently pat Meow Kiki's head, his eyes full of admiration, and replied, "Amazing. If it weren't for you, I would definitely have died in one of those void creature invasions." Upon hearing this, Meow Kiki felt a surge of pride, and a bright smile spread across her face. However, she wasn't satisfied with that. With a mischievous grin, she pressed on, "So, the reward." Chun Han shrugged and sighed helplessly, "I know, I just can't do anything with you. Miss Coco is so amazing. I really want to fight too, but all I can do is cook." Inside the cafeteria, Emily said with a regretful expression. It's clear that she genuinely wants to contribute to this small territory. "Emily, your cooking is delicious too. If it weren't for your culinary skills, I probably wouldn't have made it this far with just that pickled vegetable sandwich every day." As Meow Kiki spoke, she chewed on the pork sandwich in her hand with great gusto, her face beaming with satisfaction and happiness. "Then I'll accept it as a compliment," Emily said with a smile, her gaze falling on Chen Han. "My lord, I just tried the meat of those spider monsters and found that they all seem to be poisonous, and the meat is very coarse and doesn't taste good. I don't recommend eating it." Upon hearing this, Chen Han sighed helplessly. It's definitely not edible. He had initially held a sliver of hope that the flesh of these spider monsters might be a source of food. But now it seems that this idea was too naive. Chun Han couldn't help but glance at Meow Kiki, muttering to himself. He seriously underestimated Meow Kiki's appetite. Despite her petite stature, she was actually a complete glutton. They originally thought the meat from the dozen or so black-bristled wild boars they hunted yesterday would be enough to feed them for several months, but Emily cooked it into a dish comparable to a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Meow Kiki can eat a whole pig in a single day. It was a complete miscalculation. Chapter 15: A Miracle with a Single Pull. Sudden. As if realizing something was amiss, Chen Han asked, "By the way, Emily, you just said you tried? You didn't actually eat those spider meat yourself, did you?" Emily nodded, "Yes. As a chef, whether something tastes good or not, whether it's edible or not, you definitely have to taste it yourself to judge. Besides, I have an antidote, so I only need to take a small bite, and I don't have to worry about being poisoned." Upon hearing this, Chen Han's face darkened. "Goodness, you're really pushing yourself too hard, girl." Chen Han had only casually asked Emily if the spider meat was edible, he hadn't actually asked her to try it. Chen Han frowned and pressed, "Are you sure there's no problem?" "Yes, absolutely no problem." Emily abruptly changed the subject, asking, "By the way, my lord, if possible, please allow me to deal with those spider remains. I want to level up a few more times, maybe that will improve my chef skill level." Upon hearing this, Chen Han nodded slightly. "Yes, no problem, use it as you like. I still have some creation crystals, I'll go to the farmland later and get you some other fresh ingredients." Emily gratefully lifted her skirt and gracefully curtsied, "Thank you, Your Highness." Emily's role is that of a guard, and her progression system differs from that of a lord or a hero. Guards and commoners need to accumulate daily life experience to level up. In layman's terms, if a chef wants to level up, he needs to cook more dishes. If a blacksmith wants to upgrade, he needs to forge more equipment. Farmers need to plant more crops if they want to upgrade their skills. To level up, soldiers need to engage in more combat, practice martial arts, train, and so on. This is a gradual growth process that requires patience and time to accumulate. It cannot be achieved overnight. After finishing the meal, Chen Han let out a satisfied burp, his gaze falling on the 2,200 glittering creation crystals on his information interface, and an irresistible urge welled up in his heart. In his previous life, he was a complete spendthrift. No matter what mobile game he plays, as long as there are resources available for drawing prizes, he will never hesitate to draw all the resources. As for those so-called limited-time banners and rate-up banners, they are nothing to him. Yesterday, because Miao Kiki forced him into bed to pay her, he didn't have time to participate in the lottery. And now, the opportunity has finally arrived. He was also puzzled as to why hamsters in his previous life were able to hoard lottery resources. Looking at all those empty lottery chances makes me feel incredibly uncomfortable. So, Chen Han decided to have a good 20 pull, and keep 200 gems for daily expenses. Alright, let's draw cards and start. As soon as he finished speaking, the 1,000 creation crystals vanished instantly, as if they had turned into nothingness. At the same time, 10 streaks of light suddenly appeared in the sky, slowly falling towards Chen Han like shooting stars. Chen Han stared wide-eyed at the streams of light, his heart filled with anticipation. However, the final result was white, 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 9 whites and 1 green. Congratulations on winning the prize, Iron Sword X1. Congratulations on winning the prize, Cloth Armor X1. Congratulations on winning the prize, Blue and White Made Outfit X1. Congratulations on winning a Desert Eagle pistol. Seeing this, Chen Han almost coughed up blood. Using Genesis crystals for the lottery, a maximum of 10 consecutive draws are supported. Furthermore, there is a pity system, guaranteeing that you will receive a rare or higher rarity item within 10 draws, which is an item that emits a green light effect. This is ridiculously dark. Where did all the good luck of drawing Miao Kiki go? Poisonous. It's absolutely toxic. However, Chen Han didn't believe in superstition. Without hesitation, I decided to do another 10 pull. Congratulations on winning the prize, Wooden Staff X1. Congratulations on winning a Lolita dress. Congratulations on winning the prize, 1 pair of pure white stockings. Congratulations on winning a cosmetic box gift set. Holy crap! How come it's 9 white and 1 green again? Give me back my creation crystal, I'm quitting. Chen Han wanted to cry but couldn't, he felt his heart bleeding. Is this some kind of rip-off? 20 pulls and not even a single purple glow? This is just too outrageous. Is my face really that dark? Or perhaps Coco has already used up all her luck? Master, you seem to be in a bad mood. Would you like me to give you a massage to calm you down? At this moment, Miao Kiki, who had just finished taking a shower, also came to Chen Han's side and teased him in a joking manner. Coco, please don't add fuel to the fire now, it hurts my heart so much. Miao Kiki shifted her gaze to the Lolita dress and pure white stocking she had just won in the lottery, her eyes narrowing slightly and a sly smile appearing on her lips. She picked up the 2 items and chuckled, actually, I think you're quite lucky. If I wore these 2 things, they would significantly increase my attack speed and critical hit rate. I'd love to add it for you. Chen Han complained, on the verge of tears. Miao Kiki pocketed the Lolita dress and pure white stockings, tiptoed, patted Chen Han's shoulder, and laughed, no problem. I've got your back. It's not a big deal if you don't get anything good. I can handle all the void creature invasions by myself. Chen Han sighed and muttered, ugh, this hurts so much. No, I have to do another draw. A single draw can bring a miracle. Now Kiki grinned mischievously. Oh? Are you sure you don't want to draw another billion? Chen Han said decisively, don't worry. This is the last draw. I'll chop off my hand if I draw again. To ensure I won't touch it again. Chen Han made a decisive move, spending 15 creation crystals on the farmland to buy all the remaining 3 types of crop seeds. In this way, there will be no reason for him to continue participating in the lottery. Master, I think you shouldn't chop off my hands anymore. Just pay an extra reward. Now Kiki, not wanting to miss out on trouble, added fuel to the fire. Upon hearing this, 3 black lines immediately appeared on Chen Han's face. However, despite her joking remarks, she remained convinced of her luck. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely selected the lottery option. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, and the earth began to tremble. This scene seemed familiar. It was exactly what happened when he drew Miao Kik's name. A rainbow-colored meteor, like a jewel burning with raging flames, was falling towards Chen Han's territory at an astonishing speed. Holy crap! A rainbow of light. Something good has arrived. You actually came. Master, you wouldn't happen to be some kind of chosen one, would you? Is this even possible? Serves you right for not believing in my luck. 1 shot, 1 kill. That's me for sure. Half a minute later, the colorful light gradually faded away. The items or heroes of supreme rarity finally came into view. It was a character card with an angel design printed on it. Chapter 16 Angels. Name, Mia. Race, Angel. Identity, Hero. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10 5000. Talent, S rank. Skills, Skywings LV2, Light Bullet LV3, Healing LV4, Light Shield LV2, Blessing LV3, Gravity LV2. Affiliation, Territory number 10086 not summoned. Skywing LV2, passive skill, grants the ability to fly, and increases movement speed by 20% while in flight. Light Bullet LV3, active skill, deals light attribute magic damage to enemies. Healing Spell LV4, active skill, can heal injuries to yourself or other units. Light Shield LV2, active skill, can grant a light shield effect to yourself or other units to block damage. Blessing LV3, active skill, can apply a blessing effect to yourself or other units, slightly increasing damage and defense. Gravity LV2, active skill, applies a gravity effect to enemies within range. Note, the number of heroes has reached the limit. Please upgrade your Lord level before summoning. He's actually a hero from the angel race? Such good luck. Miao Kiki murmured in astonishment, her voice filled with disbelief. The angel race, a name that resounds throughout the myriad races of the heavens, is one of the 7 strongest races. From birth, they stand at the pinnacle of many races, proficient in magic, melee combat, intelligence, sorcery, and more, and can even learn top-tier magic to resurrect all units. Its branches have numerous races, numbering in the hundreds. Among these sub-races, the vast majority have experts of level 20 or above in charge, and there are as many as 32 extraordinary lords of level 25 or above, ranking 4th among all the races in the heavens. It is said that the angels own about 8% of the territory in the endless void, which is terrifying. It's truly unbelievable that a member of such a powerful force would lose his territory and become a hero. Hearing Miao Kik's exclamation, Chen Han grinned smugly. Well, now you believe in my luck, right? Miao Kiki sighed helplessly. She knew Chen Han had always been very lucky, but she was still quite surprised to receive the angel hero character card this time. Miao Kiki sighed, this is really lucky. Once you break through to the 2nd tier, Master, and Summoner, I won't have to fight alone anymore. Chen Han affectionately patted Miao Kik's head and smiled, I really hope he's a hero as adorable as you. Miao Kik's lips curled into a stern smile, so, Master thinks I'm quite good looking? Isn't that right? Chen Han immediately turned his gaze to Miao Kik's system interface, let's not talk about that, let me help you level up first. Name, Miao Kiki. Race, Succubus. Identity, Hero. Rank, Tier 1, Stage 10 5000 hero rank cannot surpass Lord. Talent, S rank. Skills, Bewitching Charm LV2, Succubus Wings LV3, Arcane Missiles LV3, Shadow of the Night LV1. Dominated Territory, Territory number 10086. It's a pity I didn't advance to the 2nd tier, and it seems you can't break through to the 2nd tier either. Chen Han sighed, looking at Miao Kik's information interface, and said with some helplessness. Miao Kiki didn't seem to care. She smiled slightly and comforted her, it's a small problem. Whether you advance to the second tier or not doesn't really make much difference. But remember to pay me properly after you're done. Upon hearing this, Chen Han's face immediately darkened, and he said with a wry smile, okay. The giant spider monster's attack reduced the barrier's durability by 1/3, and it will take approximately 24 hours to fully recover. However, only 3 days have passed, and such a terrible attack has already occurred. There is still a long 4-day trial period ahead, and it's easy to imagine what we will encounter. Chen Han couldn't help but sigh. The path to becoming a lord is indeed difficult. Speaking of which, am I lucky or unlucky? In this endless void, the stronger the attacking void creatures are, the higher the settlement rewards will be after the battle, which means that the territory will grow faster. While it's true that high risk comes with high reward, isn't this risk a bit too high? The problem is, isn't this intensity change too fast? The difficulty level on the first day was 1 + 1 = 2, the second day was multiplication and division, and the third day was calculus. Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? I currently have 380 building points and the building bonus from the settlement, and my territory has expanded to 6,000 square meters. It's time to renovate my territory again. With this thought in mind, Chen Han went outside. Insert 2 catapult towers and an archer tower between the ice tower and the flame tower on the left, respectively. At the same time, spend 360 building points to upgrade all 6 defensive towers to Tier 1, Stage 5 to make up for the damage of the flame tower. Architecture, ice tower. Level, Tier 1, Stage 5. Durability, 2,500. Upgrade cost, 15 building points. Function, automatically attacks enemy units within range, dealing ice magic damage and slowing them down. Upgrading the building increases the attack range and damage. Additional effect 1, when attacking, cast an additional ice blast spell. Cooldown, 1 hour. Architecture, catapult. Level, Tier 1, Stage 5. Durability, 3,000. Upgrade cost, 15 building points. Function, automatically attacks enemy units within range, dealing earth-type physical damage. Upgrading the building level increases the attack range and damage. Additional effect 1, perform a charge throw, greatly doubling the range and damage 5-minute cooldown. Building, archer tower. Level, Tier 1, Stage 5. Durability, 3,000. Upgrade cost, 15 building points. Function, automatically attacks enemy units within range, dealing non-elemental physical damage. Upgrading the building level increases the attack range, damage, and frequency. Additional effect 1, when attacking, launch an additional arrow rain attack. Cooldown, 30 minutes. With the defense facilities upgraded, the next step is to consider the placement of infrastructure. The bathhouse is easy to manage, just take one and place it next to the Lord's Manor for daily use. Anyway, given the relationship between Chen Han and Miao Kiki, taking a bath in the same bathhouse isn't a big problem. As for residential houses, they may have to wait until tomorrow when the building points are distributed and the Genesis crystals are obtained before they can be used. After all, there are no civilian units yet. Chapter 17, Undead Army Invasion. Within the territory, there are 6 types of identity units. They are Lord, Hero, Guard, Commoner, Slave, and Tourist. The Lord, which is Chen Han's current identity, has the right to reshape the territory and expel its inhabitants. Once the Lord dies or fails to complete the 7-day trial, the territory will face destruction. Heroes are the unit of identity in Miao Kiki. Heroes vary in strength. They were all once potential lords, but due to the destruction of their own territories, they were forced to form a contract with the Void Overlord and become dependent on the territories of other lords. The Guard, also known as Emily's identity, can sometimes serve as a hero unit in battle if properly trained. There is a theory that these guards are actually heroes or lords who were once lost in the fog of war, but it is not yet clear whether this rumor is true. The commoners are the natives of the Endless Void. No one knows whether they are real people or just puppets created by the Void Ruler. These commoners can be recruited by spending creation crystals through basic buildings such as barracks, recruitment guilds, Nuwa stones, and festivals. Slaves were once commoners. After completing the 7-day trial, each new lord may be attacked by other lords. Once the territory is destroyed, all commoners will become slaves of the victors, and their life or death will be in the hands of the victors. Finally, there is the visitor status. When other lords, heroes, or intelligent beings from unawakened territories arrive in their territory, they will become visitors. Under the visitor status, their rights and powers will be greatly weakened, and they will be subject to the command of the lords within the territory. Each entity possesses its own unique rights and powers, none of which can be dispensed with. What kind of territory is it if there are no commoners in it? Let's talk about it tomorrow. First, I'll take the crops to Emily. I wonder if we can have a decent meal tonight. Time quickly passed to the evening of the second day. To Chen Han's surprise, they have not yet encountered any attacks from void creatures. This only made him more worried, as he felt that the void creatures seemed to be brewing an even more powerful offensive. Is this the calm before the storm? Moreover, the weather conditions in the territory are exceptionally bad today. The visibility has dropped drastically due to the dense fog, and you can hardly see anything beyond 10 meters. If you leave the barrier to fight and accidentally step into the fog of war, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chen Han's territory has now expanded to 6,000 square meters, which is equivalent to a circular territory with a radius of nearly 45 meters. Fighting in such a foggy environment may mean that many areas cannot be covered. Hoping for some normal void creatures, Chen Han muttered to himself. However, just as he finished speaking, a huge explosion suddenly came from outside the barrier. Immediately afterwards, the defensive towers within the barrier began to launch attacks, and warning sounds rang out one after another. Chen Han suddenly became alert and turned to look at Miao Kiki. Miao Kiki nodded solemnly. Master, the void creatures have arrived. There are a great many of them, at least 1,000. Chen Han was shocked. Thousands? No way? That many? Miao Kiki nodded, confirming what she had just said. However, it seems that its individual combat strength is not particularly strong, at least much weaker than the giant spider monster from yesterday. Chen Han narrowed his eyes, his face turning somewhat grim, and muttered, in that case, I'll upgrade and move the defensive towers as needed. Coco, you just stay near the barrier and fight. Don't accidentally wander into the fog of war. Don't worry, I want to witness you become a transcendent lord. I definitely won't die here. Miao Kiki smiled and then spread her wings and flew towards the east side of the territory. Today's tactics are the same as yesterday's. Chen Han is responsible for controlling the attack on the left defensive tower within the territory, while Miao Kiki is responsible for clearing out the enemies outside the right barrier. Not long after. Outside the barrier, one strange and grotesque black shadow after another slowly emerged from the water. Type, Zombie. Level, Tier 1, Stage 3. Description, the lowest level of void creatures, living only by instinct and without any sense of pain. Type, Skeleton Monster. Level, Tier 1, Stage 3. Description, the lowest level of void creature, vulnerable to blunt force trauma. Type, Mummy. Level, Tier 1, Stage 4. Description, the lowest level of void creature, it will assimilate its enemies into its own kind and fierce fire. Type, Ghost. Level, Tier 1, Stage 3. Description, the lowest level of void creature, formed from the accumulation of resentment. Being invaded by a large number of ghosts may lead to mental instability. The void creatures that attacked this time were completely different from those of the previous 3 days. They are no longer a single void creature, but an undead army composed of about a dozen species that are classified as undead in various games. These void creatures were of relatively low level, not even reaching half the level of Chen Han. However, their numbers are as surging and overwhelming as a tide, countless in number. I'm afraid that Miao Kiki's estimate of around 1,000 is an understatement. Faced with such a massive army of undead, Chen Han couldn't help but exclaim, this is truly incredible. Just the day before yesterday, we were talking about whether there would be a zombie siege or something, and now it's actually happening. If this scene were in a movie from the past, it would definitely be a stunning Hollywood blockbuster, likely to win numerous awards. These undead creatures could be found everywhere, emerging slowly from the mist and emitting a nauseating stench. At first glance, it was a dark, gloomy expanse, like the end of the world, which sent chills down one's spine. These undead creatures had ferocious faces, exhaled black breath, and constantly emitted low hisses and sharp roars. They frantically gnawed, knocked, and tore apart the defensive barriers of their territory, as if trying to destroy everything. The 8 defensive towers operated at full power, launching a fierce attack on the undead army. The first tier, 5th stage, Ice Tower, has greatly increased its destructive power, no longer simply slowing down the undead army, but truly causing casualties. The Blazing Tower erupts like a volcano, continuously firing scorching fireballs at the undead army. Even without precise aiming, these fireballs still manage to land accurately among the vast undead army. The explosion of each fireball causes massive damage, instantly killing 2 or 3 undead monsters. The catapult continuously hurls huge stones, causing massive area damage to undead monsters. However, its relatively slow attack speed is a major weakness. The attack speed of the archery tower is comparable to that of the ice tower, constantly firing sharp arrows that pierce the heads of undead monsters such as zombies, mummies, and zombies. Chapter 18: Offensive and Defensive Battle. However, despite the fact that each defensive tower is incredibly effective against these low-level undead, they still did not inflict significant casualties on the undead army. The main reason is that the undead army is simply too large. The barrier's durability is decreasing at an alarming rate, as if it's being mercilessly kneaded by an invisible hand. It is estimated that in another half hour, this army of undead will completely break through the barrier and begin to wreak havoc. Looks like we can't retain the construction sites after all. Oh well, it's a bit of a loss to do this. Chen Han sighed inwardly. It looks like I'll have to use the 800 building points I received today on this. Chen Han pondered for 2.5 seconds, then stopped hesitating. Without hesitation, he spent 480 building points to upgrade all 8 defensive towers to the maximum level of Tier 1, Stage 10. As the upgrade was completed, the flames at the top of the flame tower suddenly erupted, emitting a deafening roar. It is clear that the entire flame tower has become larger and more magnificent. The stone pillars that once supported the flames have now been transformed into modern crystal pillars, shimmering with a crystal clear light in the thick fog. The fireball that was originally launched was about the size of a basketball, but now it has grown to 2.5 times its size. Each fireball carried intense heat and powerful impact. When they struck the ground, they instantly triggered a violent explosion, creating a raging inferno. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the space within a 5-meter radius and burning everything to ashes. At least 5 undead monsters were engulfed by the sudden burst of flames. Their bodies gradually dissipated in the fire, turning into flying ashes. The same applies to the other defensive towers, whose attack power has been greatly increased. It was clear that the originally orderly lines of the undead army began to break down, and some monsters even began to retreat. Watching the intense battle unfold before him, Chen Han thought to himself, impressive. Their efficiency in eliminating enemies is top-notch. But it's a pity. Despite the 8 defensive towers performing exceptionally well, but the undead army was simply too large. These defensive towers can at most delay the breaching of the defensive barrier, but they cannot inflict a devastating blow on the undead army. Suddenly, he noticed the items in his spatial bag. He won a bunch of blank items in yesterday's raffle, but now he suddenly realizes that one of them might come in handy. Weapon: Desert Eagle Pistol. Type: Weapon. Rarity: Rare. Equipment requirements: Tier 1, Stage 1. Equipment Effect 1, can consume 1 Genesis Crystal to reload 100 bullets. Equipment Effect 2, accuracy plus 10%. This thing should work on the undead, right? There are still 7 bullets in the magazine, let's give it a try. Chen Han had never practiced shooting before, and this pistol did not come with any shooting skills. To make matters worse, it was foggy weather. The pistol's accuracy was probably very poor. However, facing such a massive wave of undead, even if you fire randomly, you should be able to hit the target, right? So he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the 7 bullets in the magazine were emptied. The 2 mummies and 2 zombies fell to the ground. Even if they don't die immediately, they will be trampled into mincemeat by the undead army that comes chasing after them. Aside from being unable to attack skeletons which are covered in holes or ghosts which are undead creatures without a physical form, this pistol is just as efficient as a defensive tower at killing other void creatures. Not bad, this stuff. I originally thought it was just a piece of junk, but I didn't expect it to have such a good effect. Chen Han breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that rare-grade weapons were not as useless as he had imagined. Well then, no further explanation is needed. There are 85 Genesis crystals left. Let's use them all to buy bullets and unleash a barrage of firepower. The next second. Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted continuously across the fog-filled wilderness. Apart from monsters like skeletons, ghosts, wild spirits, and wandering spirits that are difficult to hit by bullets, the rest of the undead army fell to the ground one after another. With the support of the defensive towers, a wide open area, almost like an invisible wall, quickly appeared on the left side of the territory. The remains of those undead formed a natural defensive barrier amidst wave after wave of attacks. As expected, the greatest fear comes from insufficient firepower. If only I could draw a supreme-level firearm in the future, I might be able to kill enemies faster than Coco. Looking at the scene before me, I couldn't help but sigh. What are you thinking? You think you can be faster than me with that speed? Suddenly, a cunning voice came from behind. Why do I say again? I have a feeling that a similar scene happened yesterday. Chen Han turned around and saw Miao Kiki looking at him with a mischievous smile, her eyes sparkling with playfulness. Coco? You've taken care of the undead army on the right? Miao Kiki stretched lazily and laughed. What else? Do you think I'm that free? Upon hearing this, Chen Han fell silent. Coco's strength is a bit too much, isn't it? Although these undead armies are individually weak, their sheer numbers are terrifying. However, it was resolved so easily. Will I only be able to rely on girls for protection and live the life of a gigolo in the future? Chen Han couldn't help but mutter to himself. But for some reason, it felt kind of good. Looking at the hazy scene outside the barrier, the master asked with a grin, Master, do you need my help? I feel that if this area isn't handled properly, the right side will definitely be occupied by the undead army again very soon. Although the distance between the left and right sides is only about 100 meters. These mindless undead monsters will move towards the right side without hesitation once they find it undefended. Chen Han nodded, deciding to be a kept man for once. Then I'll have to trouble you. He. Leave it to me. Miao Kiki spread her black wings, leaped lightly, and instantly flew into the sky above the territory. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a strong dark aura surged from her body. In the blink of an eye, the entire left side battlefield was shrouded in a substantial layer of darkness. Even the surrounding fog was swallowed up by this darkness. Suddenly, the sounds of flesh being torn apart echoed from the endless darkness, accompanied by the shrill screams of the dead. Is this the new move I taught Coco using the second brother? It's so powerful. Chen Han put down the desert eagle in his hand and muttered to himself. This was the first time he had ever seen the skill effects of the night demon in person, and it was truly incredibly powerful. After a moment, the darkness gradually dissipated. What appeared before my eyes was the remains of the dead lying everywhere, as if I were in hell. With just this one move, hundreds of undead void creatures were annihilated. Chapter 19. Finally, there are civilians. After releasing the shadow of the night, Miao Kiki's body seemed to lose its support, and she swayed before falling from the sky. Her face was as pale as paper, and her eyes were somewhat unfocused, making her look as if she had exhausted all her strength. Hey! You little pervert, don't scare me! Upon seeing this, Chen Han's heart tightened, and he suddenly rushed out. He rushed towards Miao Kiki at lightning speed and caught her tightly in a princess carry just as she was about to land. Fortunately, Chen Han had practiced martial arts before and was agile. Fortunately, the shadowy figure in the night dispelled the fog, and visibility was no longer obstructed. Fortunately, Miao Coco's weight is light enough. If it weren't for the fortunate factor, Miao Kiki's life would probably have been in danger if she had fallen from dozens of meters in the air. However, what Miao Kiki said next almost made Chen Han vomit blood. A sly smile appeared on Miao Kiki's face as she whispered, He. I knew Master would come to catch me. Ha? Are you kidding me? Chen Han stared wide-eyed at Miao Kiki in astonishment. Miao Kiki winked mischievously and laughed. Sorry, it was just a spur-of-the-moment thing, Lord. You gave me double the power, how could I possibly lose to these small fry? So, I'll accept your first princess carry, Lord. After saying that, she didn't forget to wink at Chen Han. Chen Han was speechless when he saw this. After putting Miao Kiki down, he vigorously rubbed her little head. You can't joke around with your life anymore. Sorry, ha. Miao Kiki changed the subject, looking at the small remaining force outside the barrier. A slight smile played on her lips as she said casually, that's all that's left. I shouldn't need to do anything more, right? Chen Han nodded knowingly, then slowly withdrew his hand from rubbing Miao Kiki's head, and then drew his signature desert eagle from his waist again. Don't worry. If I can't even handle these small fry, there's no point in me continuing as Lord. Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki smiled brightly and waved her hand gently, then it depends on your performance. I'll be cheering you on from the sidelines. Watching Chen Han bravely fight the enemy outside the barrier, Miao Kiki's cheeks couldn't help but flush slightly. In fact, she wasn't pretending. She has truly exhausted all her magic. Right to Chen Han's unbeknownst to him, Miao Kiki had been fighting the boss of this undead army, the Vampire King, for hundreds of rounds. No one could have imagined that Chen Han, a novice lord, would encounter a powerful boss that had broken through to the second tier during the short 7-day trial period. And the number was a whopping 3. If it weren't for Chen Han's lord talent doubling her combat power, she definitely wouldn't have one. The difficulty of these 7 days of trials is so high that even if the current sovereigns were to reincarnate and come here to try again, they would definitely not be able to pass. Just who is master? Why would the Void Sovereign target him like this, and train him? Forget it, I won't think about it too much. Let master relax tonight. I've only used 8 of the 108 martial arts techniques that my sister taught me so far. Miao Kiki murmured softly, her cheeks becoming even more flushed. On the other side, outside the barrier. With the Long Quan sword in his right hand and the Desert Eagle in his left, Chen Han constantly weaved through the undead army. The blade flashed like a phantom, the Desert Eagle fired relentlessly, killing one undead with every step. Finally, half an hour later, Chen Han finally received the settlement notification in his mind. Battle over. Congratulations, Lord, on your victory in the 4th day of the trial, annihilating all the void creatures. Detected to include an evolved, high-level Vampire King reward doubled. Start calculating completion rewards? Reward 1, Special Facility 2 Dawn Altars. Reward 2, Special Facility 2 Crystallization Veins. Reward 3, Supreme Level Item 2 Talent Enhancement Cards. Reward 4, 100 Civilians. Reward 5, 3000 Genesis Crystals. Reward 6, 7000 Lord Experience Points, 20,000 Hero Experience Points. Congratulations, Lord! Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 1. Your territory has expanded significantly. Before Chen Han could even take a closer look at what the reward he had received was. Boom! Suddenly, on the west side of the territory, an enormous door burst open with a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, a group of raggedly dressed people filed out of it. As they ran, they muttered things like "finally saved, I thought we were going to die, and I wonder which lord saved us," as if they had survived a catastrophe. A full 100 people appeared in Chen Han's territory in a grand procession. What's going on? The settlement rewards can be given to ordinary players? Chen Han looked on with suspicion, having never heard of such a thing before. At this moment, Miao Kiki slowly walked to Chen Han's side and analyzed. Judging from what they said, it seems that they were imprisoned by the undead army. They were only able to regain their freedom because we wiped out the undead army. Chen Han's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that so? Doesn't that mean these civilians were actually subjects of the previous lord, who were kidnapped because they were wiped out by this army of undead, and we just happened to rescue them? Miao Kiki nodded. That's very likely, but we still know too little about the Endless Void, so I'm not sure. Why don't we ask them? I feel like we can get a lot of useful clues. Soon. As Chen Han led Miao Kiki back into the territory, everyone's eyes fell on the two of them. Is that the lord of this territory? It must be him. Didn't you see he was covered in zombie blood? He must be the one who saved us. Then is the beautiful woman next to him a hero? Greetings, Lord. Thank you for saving my life, Lord. Greetings, Lord. Thank you for saving my life, Lord. Greetings, Lord. Thank you for saving my life, Lord. With Chen Han's identity confirmed, 100 civilians lay prostrate on the ground in perfect unison, their words of respect rising and falling. Chen Han glanced at the 100 people. The male-to-female ratio was about 6-4. There were old and young people, and their levels were basically around the 5th stage of the first rank. Of course, none of these are the most crucial points. Among these 100 people, there are all kinds of life skills, enough to build a small society. Moreover, they all seem to know each other, as if they came from a small village. It is probably just as previously speculated, these 100 commoners are all subjects of the previous lord. Chapter 20 Breakthrough to the second tier. However, speculation is just speculation. We still need to get their confirmation in person. Rise, all of you. Who among you holds the highest position? Chen Han said in an unquestionable tone. His voice echoed in the space, making it clear to everyone. Upon hearing this, an elderly man with white hair stood up from the crowd. His steps were steady, but his eyes revealed a sense of awe and tension. The old man approached Chen Han shakily, bowed, and said, I am Li Ergu, the leader of these people. What are your orders, Lord? Name, Li Ergu. Race, human. Identity, civilian. Level, Tier 1, rank 9,400,900. Talent, D level. Skills, Farming LV4, Animal Husbandry LV3, Teaching LV1, Human Resources Management LV1, Cooking LV2, Accounting LV1. Dominated Territory, Territory number 10086. Looking at Li Ergu's information interface, Chen Han nodded. Judging from appearances, this person must be the so-called village chief. He continued, Are you aware of the current situation? Liurga nodded and replied, "We are now your subjects, Lord. You can tell us anything you need. Please don't abandon us, Lord." His words were full of earnestness and expectation, as if he had placed all his hopes on the Lord. As soon as Liurgo said this, the 99 civilians behind him echoed his sentiments. "Please, my Lord, do not abandon us. Please, my Lord, do not abandon us. Please, my Lord, do not abandon us." They shouted in unison, expressing their loyalty and dependence. The scene looked like a pilgrimage, making one marvel at the power of authority. "I see." Chen Han glanced at the remains of the dead scattered inside and outside the barrier. "You stay here for now. I have something to ask you. The rest of you go and clean up these remains. Is that all right? Thank you for taking me in, my lord. I'll make the arrangements right away." Liurga showed great respect, bowed deeply, and then quickly gathered 6 young men and women who looked like village cadres, and they talked in hushed tones about something. Immediately afterwards, in less than half a minute, the remaining 99 people naturally split into 6 groups and followed the 6 young men and women to clean up the battlefield in an orderly manner. Their movements were skillful and coordinated, as if they had received professional training. Chen Han was completely stunned. Could it be that they've taken in a professional team? After arranging everything, Liurgo put on a fawning smile, quickly walked up to Chen Han, and said obsequiously, "Lord, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, and I will answer them to the best of my knowledge." 1 hour later. Phew, it's finally over. Chen Han wiped away his sweat and let out a long sigh of relief. Liurgo recounted the origins and past of these commoners to Chen Han in great detail. These people were originally commoners under a new lord, and this lord seemed to place great importance on talent development. Under his guidance, these civilians learned various skills, including combat, construction, production, and daily life, making them all-round talents. However, fate is unpredictable. The Lord encountered this undead army on the last day of the trial period. Despite his best efforts to resist, he was unable to withstand the enemy's attack. In less than 10 minutes, his territory was breached by the undead army, and all the hero units and soldiers perished on the battlefield. Faced with such a desperate situation, the Lord had no choice but to abandon his territory and leave the endless void. These civilians were taken prisoner by the undead army and brought here, where they were eventually rescued by Chen Han. That's the general situation. Another point worth noting is that, according to Liurgu, the 7-day trial that their former lord underwent was definitely not as difficult as it is now. On the first day of the trial, just like Chen Han's, only 5 goblins appeared. The next day, there were 10 goblin wolf riders. The third day consisted of 20 black-bristled boars, but no boar mages. The fourth day consisted of 30 werewolf monsters, and there were no boss units. On the 5th day, there were 40 goblin mages, and the lord finally won after a hard-fought battle. On the 6th day, 50 heavily armored goblin soldiers appeared, moving slowly. The lord and the hero fought for most of the day before barely managing to win. In other words, the difficulty of Chen Han's trial, especially the 2nd day, was almost as difficult as the 6th day for other lords. If it weren't for Mokoko, we would definitely be finished. Thank you for your hard work, master. Miao Kiki handed over a towel, her little face flushed as she spoke. Chen Han took the towel, a wry smile on his face. What sins have I committed to deserve this? Why is my lord trial so difficult? Miao Kiki smiled slightly and encouraged him. Isn't it good that it's more difficult? The rewards are much more plentiful. Master should have broken through to the 2nd rank by now, right? Breaking through to the 2nd rank in a 7-day trial, at least as far as I know, is something I've never heard of before. Chen Han sighed and opened his information panel. Name, Chen Han. Race, human. Territory number 10086 can be changed after completing the trial. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1 350-10,000. Popularity, 103. Hero, 1-2. Build points, 340. Genesis crystals, 3,024. Territory area, 50,000 square meters. Lord's talent, Nightly Revelry. Territory assessment, extremely poor. Items in hand, Pineapple Phone X1, Longquan Sword X1, Desert Eagle Pistol X1, Cloth Armor X1, Cloth Shoes X1, Mineral Water X1L, Pickled Vegetables X11. Current time, June 19, 200-114514 Void Calendar, 1817. Indeed, the gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2 is enormous, with vastly different levels of experience required for upgrades in vastly different territories. Judging from the difficulty of the 7-day trial experienced by Lee Ergu's predecessor, it would be a pipe dream to advance to the second tier in just 7 days. This is practically winning at the starting line. Could it be that suffering such difficult attacks in succession is some kind of special reward? Fine, now that I've successfully advanced to the second tier, let's go summon that angel. Chen Han muttered to himself. Just then, Miao Kiki suddenly covered her nose and said coquettishly, "Master brother, you smell so bad. Go take a bath. People will be disgusted if you go to see others looking so dirty." Hearing this, Chen Han twitched his lips helplessly. Being told you smelly by a girl, that feeling is really embarrassing. But you can't blame him for that, since those undead void creatures themselves have an unpleasant odor. Even if they didn't participate in the battle, they would probably still get tainted by this stench. Chapter 21 Strengthening the Lord's Talent. Night fell, and the moonlight was low. Inside the bathhouse next to the Lord's manor, Chen Han sat on the stone steps, checking the settlement rewards for this time. Item, Talent Enhancement Card. Rarity, Supreme. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1, Lord Status. Effect 1, randomly enhances one of the Lord's talent effects. Effects can be stacked. The effect of enhancing talents? Chen Han said softly, his brows furrowing slightly. This talent enhancement card doesn't seem to allow you to preview the effects after upgrading, unlike in the online games of my previous life. It still randomly enhances the effect of a certain talent. In other words, we have no idea which talent effect it applies to or how much of an improvement it provides. Talent effect 1, you have a 100% chance to summon a female hero unit. This talent effect, it seems like it can't be enhanced no matter how you look at it. If the talent enhancement card is randomly assigned to this talent, wouldn't it be a complete waste? This is a bit of a headache. Talent effect 2, your hard work will have a small chance of teaching you a new skill. Talent effect 3, all female units within your territory that are devoted to you gain plus 100% combat power. If the talent enhancement card were used to enhance the effects of these two talents, the result would be somewhat predictable. It estimates the probability of learning new skills and the percentage increase in enhancement value. A 2/3 chance? Oh well, I have 2 cards anyway, I'll just use one to test the waters. Please confirm whether you wish to use a talent enhancement card? Yes. Talent enhancement card successfully used. Talent effect 2, your hard work will have a small chance of teaching you new skills and improving your combat abilities. Chen Han was slightly taken aback when he saw this scene. Good grief, it turns out it's not about increasing the probability, but about adding a new effect? That's pretty awesome. Therefore, there's no need to keep that next talent enhancement card. Please confirm whether you wish to use a talent enhancement card? Yes. Talent enhancement card successfully used. Talent effect 3, all female units within your territory that are devoted to you gain plus 150% combat power. Just as the system voice finished speaking, suddenly, the calm aura emanating from Miao Kiki changed dramatically, like a surging sea. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a fairy who had descended from the heavens to the mortal world. However, due to a momentary oversight, he failed to completely conceal his immense and powerful strength. As a result, even a slight leakage of this power caused the originally calm surface of the bath to be rippled with wave after wave. At the same time, the power within her body was rising at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had already increased by a whole level. Faced with such a sudden change, Miao Kiki asked, her face full of confusion, "Master, what exactly did you do? Why do I have this strange feeling that I've become stronger?" Upon hearing this, Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He casually brushed it off, saying, "You did a good deed. How about it, do you feel your own power?" Not giving up after not receiving a definite answer, Miao Kiki became even more curious and pressed on, I do feel a lot stronger. But what exactly did you do? Tell me quickly. Well, that's a secret for now. Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki was immediately displeased. With a pout, she said coquettishly, "Humph. If you won't tell me, fine. Anyway, I have ways to make you obediently confess everything." After saying that, she deliberately gave Chen Han a very provocative look. Seeing this, Chen Han couldn't help but twitch his lips, secretly lamenting, "This beautiful lady, please have mercy." Then, Chen Han turned his attention to the 2 special buildings included in the settlement rewards, preparing to study them carefully. Architecture, Dawn Altar Special Unique. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10. Durability, 10,000. Upgrade cost, 300 building points. Function, the Lord can pray once a day, with a chance to obtain items and apply different buffs to all units within the territory. Upgrading the building level increases the probability of obtaining rare items and powerful buffs. Building, crystallized or vein special. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10. Durability, 30,000. Upgrade cost, 500 building points. Function, can produce Genesis crystals. Upgrading the level increases the production of Genesis crystals. So-called special facilities. These are buildings that lords cannot construct through conventional methods. Their additional effects far exceed those of any ordinary building, giving them an extraordinary function. There are roughly 4 ways to obtain it. First, the settlement rewards for the void creature invasion are one of them. However, the probability of obtaining this method is extremely low. It is rumored that even after thousands of reward settlements, one may not be able to obtain a special building. Secondly, the ranking rewards for the randomly triggered territory war after completing the 7-day trial are also a path to success. This method of acquisition is also extremely difficult. It is easy to imagine how difficult it is to compete for the top spots among thousands of lords. Third, the occasional secret realm rewards that appear in the endless void after completing the 7-day trial are also a reward. The secret realms mentioned here are actually like dungeons in online games. Lords can lead their hero units to explore them, and may have the opportunity to obtain special facility cards. However, success still depends on luck, the distance between the spawn point of the secret realm and the location of the territory, and the strength of the void creatures within the secret realm. The last one is the trade between the various lords after the 7-day trial ends. As the saying goes, money can move mountains and make the devil turn the millstone. This principle applies to the world as well. Unexpectedly, this invasion of void creatures alone resulted in the acquisition of 4 special facilities. Moreover, judging from their functions, they all seem to belong to the category of being quite powerful. Is this what they call getting rich overnight? Master's luck is truly amazing. Not only did he draw a succubus as beautiful and powerful as me, but he also received 4 special buildings in the final rewards. Even the commoners who received the rewards are a professional team. I'm starting to wonder if you're the protagonist of some novel. Miao Kiki, who was rubbing Chen Han's back, stuck her head out and stared at the special facility card in Chen Han's hand, muttering to herself. Chen Han shook his head with a wry smile. I also hope to become the protagonist. But unfortunately, even though I have now broken through to the 2nd level, in this world I am still like an insignificant ant, completely unable to enter the Hall of High Culture. Miao Kiki smiled slightly. What's wrong with that? Every ruler has accumulated their achievements little by little, right? In my opinion, Master, your starting point is much higher than all the known rulers. Your future achievements will definitely not be inferior to those veteran rulers. Chen Han raised his hand and patted Miao Kiki's little head. I hope so. Alright, let's go welcome our new friend. Miao Kiki nodded, okay. But don't forget my reward. Chapter 22 Arrangements for Commoners. Chen Han and Miao Kiki went outside. The professional team had already cleaned up all the remains left behind by the undead. However, the nauseating stench still lingered in the air, and it probably wouldn't dissipate for at least half a day. My lord, we have completed the cleanup of all the undead remains. We have found some valuable remains among them, which we present to you for your perusal. After Li Ergo finished speaking, he waved his hand to signal his men to carry an object tightly wrapped in a rough burlap sack to Chen Han and gently place it in front of him. Upon seeing this, Chen Han frowned slightly, thinking to himself, could it be that Li Ergo was implying that these foul-smelling chunks of undead flesh are actually edible? Just as Chen Han was filled with doubt. As if sensing his thoughts, Li Ergo quickly explained, Lord, you may not know this, but the corpses of some undead legions contain extremely rich magical power. If we make good use of it, we can use it as raw material to refine pills and create a magical pill that can quickly restore magical power. Upon hearing this, Chen Han almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Regardless of whether these people were proficient in alchemy. Even if such a pill were successfully refined and delivered to a certain mage, do you think he would eat it when he learned that it was made from the rotten flesh of the dead? However, judging from the expressions of Li Ergo and the other commoners, they seemed quite excited about using this rotten flesh to refine pills, showing no signs of rejection whatsoever. Does this mean that I am the one with the problem? After such a thought suddenly popped into his mind, Chen Han couldn't help but turn his gaze to Miao Kiki, who was not far away beside him. At this moment, an indescribable look of disgust appeared on Miao Kiki's already beautiful face. It's reached a point where it needs no further description. It's even good enough to be used as a classic meme. Seeing this, Shenhan secretly rejoiced. Thank goodness, it seems like I'm not the one with the problem. After letting out a slight sigh of relief, he continued, alright, in that case, but we'll have to wait a while before discussing this matter, since I don't have much free time right now to help you build any alchemy rooms. Upon hearing this, the surrounding civilians immediately began to applaud and cheer, their faces beaming with joy and gratitude. However, for some reason, the scene before him gave Chen Han a strange feeling, as if he were inside a pyramid scheme. After that, Chen Han used all the building points to drastically transform the territory. The most pressing issue that needs to be addressed is, of course, the housing problem for these 100 people. The 2 houses given as a reward for the previous settlement were absolutely insufficient to meet the daily accommodation needs of a full 100 people. Fortunately, the cost of building residential houses is not high. 20 building points are enough to build one house, which can meet the housing needs of about 10 people. Including the 2 ready-made houses that were given as extra rewards during the previous system settlement, if we want to properly arrange for everyone to move in, we only need to invest an additional 160 building points to successfully achieve our goal. The second issue to be addressed is food. Suddenly, 100 more mouths appeared, and the original food reserves were far from enough. After spending 50 building points to upgrade the farmland to Tier 2, Stage 1, many new ingredients were unlocked. Building, farmland. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1. Maturity time, 90%. Production bonus, 10%. Crops that can be grown: rice, wheat, carrots, potatoes, corn, carrots, onions, sweet potatoes, rapeseed. We have 3,000 Genesis crystals on hand. At least in the early stages of development, we will need to rely on these to ensure our food supply. Chen Han was also very generous, using creation crystals to purchase and accelerate the growth of all the food seeds. It took a full 900 grains to gather enough food for about a month. Next is the issue of water sources. After spending 50 building points to upgrade the original well to Tier 2, Stage 1, Chen Han spent another 70 building points to rebuild a Tier 2, Stage 1 well. In this way, by taking a 2-pronged approach, we can basically ensure an adequate supply of water for everyone's daily life. With 20 building points remaining, we'll build another bathhouse, combining it with the one we gave away earlier, and have separate facilities for the common men and women. Finally, there's the issue of job arrangements for these ordinary citizens. Crystallized veins don't just sit there and produce Genesis crystals endlessly, someone has to mine them. Therefore, in addition to carefully selecting several commoners with high culinary skills to assist Emily in taking charge of food, standing guard, and maintaining environmental hygiene, all other personnel were uniformly assigned to the crystal vein, shouldering the important task of mining the creation crystal. In this way, things within the territory were basically stabilized for the time being. As for future developments, we can only wait until the new batch of construction sites is distributed tomorrow before making further plans. Next up is the arrival of the second hero unit, the Angel Mia. Now, the Lord's manor was quiet, with only the faint candlelight flickering gently. Chen Han carefully placed the angel race character card in his hand gently on the table. Miao Kiki, standing to the side, widened her eyes, her face full of excitement, her gaze fixed on the card that was shimmering with multicolored light. Clearly, she also hopes to have a partner who can fight alongside her in all aspects. Chen Han took a deep breath, recalling the terrifying scene when the undead army attacked, with whales filling the sky and countless limbs and pieces of flesh scattered on the ground, like a scene from hell. This is only the 4th day of the trial. You can imagine how difficult the 5th, 6th, and 7th days will be. He turned and smiled at Miao Kiki, then nodded knowingly to each other. Then, without hesitation, Chen Han stretched out his finger and lightly tapped the conspicuous "Summon" button on the card. In an instant, a dazzling light suddenly shone, illuminating the entire room. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a deafening roar, an enormous gate to the sky suddenly opened in the center of the room. A dazzling array of light burst forth from between the cracks in the door, gushing out like a torrent. At the same time, a mysterious yet refreshing aura suddenly burst forth, instantly spreading to every corner. Immediately afterwards, a vibrant green scene came into view, as if one were in a garden in full bloom, which seemed out of place with the desolate landscape of the territory. Within this garden, a snow-white figure strolled leisurely. When she noticed the door was open, the beautiful figure slowly turned around. In that instant, the atmosphere froze. Angel Mia. Chapter 23. Angel Mia. This beautiful figure was like a fairy descending to earth. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with a graceful and curvaceous figure. Her face was as beautiful as a flower, and her expression was gentle and charming, like a spring breeze, captivating and enchanting. With just a slight glance, she possessed a beauty that could topple kingdoms, perfectly embodying the saying, "A single glance back and 100 charms bloom," eclipsing all the beauties of the 6 palaces. Even if all the most beautiful words in the world were used, it would be impossible to describe even a fraction of her beauty. She stood to the side, her long, silvery white hair cascading down like a waterfall, gently styled into an elegant bun. She wore a dazzling crown and a blue and white feather dress, which perfectly showcased her graceful figure. Behind her unfolded a pair of snow-white wings, as if proclaiming her purity and innocence to the world. Her cherry-like mouth was slightly parted, as if about to express her surprise. Her deep blue eyes blinked, revealing a hint of confusion. Her slender limbs were covered with a layer of crystal-clear, snow-white skin, making her look frail and delicate, as if a gentle breeze could blow her to the ground. However, for some reason, this frail body exuded an incomparably calm and composed aura, making people feel exceptionally at ease. In Chen Han's memories of his 2 lifetimes, the only woman whose beauty could rival his was the succubus Miaokiki. When that beautiful figure fully understood the situation, the corners of her lips involuntarily turned up, forming an exquisite smile. She walked lightly towards Chen Han, gently lifted her skirt, and performed a perfect curtsy with unparalleled elegance. "You must be the lord who summoned me here? My name is Mia, and I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Mia's voice was clear and melodious, like heavenly music, captivating all who heard it. Chen Han was stunned for 2.5 seconds upon seeing such a beautiful view. "It wasn't until I heard Mia's voice that I finally came to my senses. I am Chen Han, the lord of this territory. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Mia." "Chen Han." Mia smiled slightly, thought for a moment, and then parted her cherry-like lips slightly. "I really like this name. My lord, you can just call me Mia. After all, I am now a hero under your command, and there is no need to bind each other with those formalities." Chen Han nodded slightly. "Okay, I understand." Yes. "Thank you for your understanding, Lord." Mia's tone was full of gratitude, but also revealed a sense of determination and confidence. She was fully aware of her current situation. Just yesterday, from the moment Chen Han successfully extracted her using the Genesis crystal, she already understood that she had become part of this world, a part of territory number 10086, and that their fates would be intertwined. This territory was the entire meaning of her life. Chen Han became the master she would have to serve for the rest of her life. She had already made a silent vow in her heart for this and had made full mental preparations for it. However, when that day finally arrived, and she finally saw her long-awaited master with her own eyes, an indescribable sense of tension inevitably arose deep within her heart. Just then, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. "My name is Miaokiki, and I am a member of the succubus race. From now on, we will be good partners fighting side by side. I hope we can take care of each other in the future." Upon hearing this, Mia, who was lost in complex thoughts, paused slightly and instinctively replied, "So I'm not the first one. That's a bit of a shame." As she spoke, a faint hint of disappointment crept onto her face, but it vanished in an instant. After all, being a woman myself, it's in my nature to not want other women to get ahead of me. However, Mia was different. She has always had complete confidence in her appearance, figure, and powerful abilities, firmly believing that she is no less than any other woman. Although the woman in front of her was indeed stunningly beautiful, she exuded a chilling aura of power. But this did not affect Mia in the slightest, nor did it cause her any jealousy or sadness. Quite the opposite. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. How could Mia not understand such a simple and easy-to-understand principle? At this moment, Miaokiki was gazing at Chen Han, her eyes filled with deep respect and fervent love. "You should know that succubi are no ordinary race. They only ever pursue physical pleasure and never care about anything emotionally. Even if she has already fathered children with men of other races, her nature remains unchanged. To win the heart of a succubus, the status and position of a lord or hero are far from enough. In addition, Mu Kiki herself is extremely extraordinary, with a beautiful appearance, and is definitely one of the best among the succubi. To attract the attention of such a succubus, Chen Han must be an extremely outstanding individual. This place is not safe to stay any longer, and there are some inconveniences in speaking here. Mia, please come inside with me first." Chen Han watched as this garden world gradually collapsed and disintegrated, estimating that it wouldn't be long before it was completely gone. No one knows what the consequences will be if we stay in this world that is about to disappear. Mia responded. Immediately afterwards, she followed Chen Han out of the garden world and into the Lord's mansion. In an instant, a vast and powerful force, like a surging tide, surged towards Mia and quickly gathered on her body. As if she had been given hundreds of powerful buffs, her power began to rise at an astonishing rate. This is an enhancement of a lord's talent? How is this possible? Mia's face was filled with undisguised horror. She must know quite a bit about the lord's talent. However, the enhancement effect of this lord's talent was far beyond her imagination. Their combat power has at least doubled. Miao Kiki noticed Mia's utterly astonished expression, and with a slight smile, she explained softly, "How about it? Isn't Master's Lord talent incredibly powerful?" Even I was quite shocked back then. Wow, amazing. I've never heard of such a powerful Lord talent before. He. That's not all. Wait a minute, I'll have a good chat with you about Master's talent. Okay. Mia couldn't hide her excitement, and her voice trembled slightly with excitement as she spoke. With such extraordinary talent, how could he not dominate the world and reign supreme among all races in the future? As expected, my gamble paid off. I never imagined I'd actually encounter such a powerful lord. Chapter 24 passed. Ding! Hero unit Mia has fallen for you, combat power plus 150%. When this sudden system message appeared before his eyes, Chen Han was stunned, as if struck by lightning. What's going on? He and Mia have only just met, right? Why did this notification suddenly appear? Could it be that my charm is so great that women fall in love with me at first sight? But that shouldn't be the case. If that were the case, I shouldn't have been single for all 3 years of high school. Are human women's standards higher than angel girls? This is truly bizarre. Filled with doubt, Chen Han couldn't help but cast his gaze at Mia, who was chatting happily with Miao Kiki, his eyes revealing increasingly deep suspicion. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to suppress his curiosity for the time being and ask him when they were alone together in the future. Mia had already successfully passed the 7-day trial and officially become a qualified lord. Their race is the Archangels, a branch of the angelic race that is at a middle level. As for her identity, she comes from a prestigious family of the Angels of Power, with a distinguished background and noble temperament. The reason he chose to abandon his territory, sign a pact with the Void Overlord, and become a hero was. It all goes back 3 years. Mia's stunning beauty is extraordinary, and she is highly praised even among the angels, who are known for their beauty. While natural beauty is certainly delightful, the situation might be quite different in an angelic society permeated with feudalistic monarchical ideology. As the eldest daughter of a wealthy and powerful family, Mia, after successfully completing the 7-day trial, naturally had to hold a grand and luxurious banquet as is customary, inviting princes and nobles from all directions to attend this debut ceremony. At this grand event that everyone was eagerly anticipating, Mia's stunning beauty was on full display, instantly captivating the attention of all the angelic men present. Among them is the Seraphim 7th Prince, who ranks first among the angels. He was ugly, had terrible talent, and his territory was in a terrible state. Even more outrageous, this man shamelessly demanded that his women relinquish their original territory and instead settle in his barren land as tourists. Without a doubt, following such a person means there is absolutely no hope for the future. Furthermore, there are rumors circulating that this man is a playboy with only a 3-minute attention span. Once he has had his fill of women, he will abandon them without any mercy, completely irresponsible, making him a complete scumbag. Despite his unfortunate circumstances, he possessed a unique identity as Seraphim, and also a member of the royal family. This makes it impossible for even someone of Mia's illustrious background to easily disobey the decrees issued by the Seraphim royal family. Mia was proud and knew she could never give herself to a man with no future. But now, in order to maintain their current status, the family has secretly arranged for her to be betrothed to the 7th Prince of the Seraphim, and has explicitly forbidden her from any intention to resist. Now that things had come to this, Mia understood that she had no other choice. Rather than being forced to suffer the torment and ravages of that unscrupulous man, it is better to make a pact with the Void Lord, become a hero, and shine brightly in other people's territories. If I were to encounter another mediocre and incompetent lord like the 7th Prince, the worst that could happen is death. That would be far better than being wasted and living a life of mediocrity. And finally, after 3 years of waiting in the endless void, she was finally chosen. And he's a lord with such a powerful talent. Although it is still very weak now, it will definitely be a force to be reckoned with in history in the future. My lord, this is my past experience. I am truly grateful to you for summoning me here. I, Mia, hereby swear that I am willing to go through fire and water for you, even unto death. Mia stood respectfully by the table, her eyes filled with sincere gratitude, and said softly. Chen Han nodded. This was the first time he had heard a hero recount his past. However, Mia stood in stark contrast to Meow Kiki, who was sitting to the side. When Mia recounted her tragic past, Meow Kiki was already sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face like a burst dam. She had used up an entire basket of tissues, but she still couldn't stop the overwhelming sadness in her heart. Wah! Sister Mia, you're so pitiful. You've been through such terrible things. Seeing Meow Kiki crying, Mia smiled slightly and tried to comfort her. Don't be too sad. These are all things from 3 years ago. Similar things happen often among our angels. It's not uncommon. There's no need to be so sad. Despite her light-hearted tone, Mia couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in her heart. Meow Kiki forcefully wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, straightened her chest, and said indignantly, "No matter what, Sister Mia. Now that you're here, we're family from now on. Let those unpleasant memories drift away with the wind. As for that 7th prince, let him eat shit." After saying these words, Meow Kiki seemed to feel that it was not enough to vent her anger, and cursed a few more times. Looking at Meow Kiki's adorable yet determined appearance, Mia felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She smiled and nodded, indicating her agreement with Meow Kiki's point of view, and asked, "Okay, Kiki, I wonder if it's appropriate for me to address you like this?" "Of course, no problem. By the way, Sister Mia, I have a lot to tell you. Let's go outside and talk." As she spoke, Meow Kiki took Mia's hand and eagerly headed towards the door. Mia frowned slightly, her face full of suspicion. Why can't we say this in front of the Lord? Is there some unspeakable secret involved? Meow Kiki glanced at Chun Han, a sly glint in her eyes. She parted her lips slightly and chuckled, "This is a private matter for us girls. What's a grown man like him doing getting involved? Let's go." After saying that, he took Mia's hand and turned to leave. Mia glanced back at Chun Han with some reluctance, and only after he nodded slightly in agreement did she feel relieved enough to leave with Meow Kiki. Watching the two figures walk away into the distance, Chun Han breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, the scenes of concubines in the imperial harem vying for favor and engaging in treacherous schemes, often depicted in movies and TV dramas, have not been staged here. Not only that, Mia is also incredibly beautiful and charming. Her luck is truly amazing. But then again, Chun Han pondered to himself, his brows furrowing slightly, and muttered to himself, "What could Coco possibly be hiding from me? Could it be that she's criticizing my shortcomings behind my back? Or is she trying to slander me for being incompetent?" Thinking of this, Chun Han fell into deep thought, occasionally muttering to himself. In fact, he had initially considered secretly going to eavesdrop. But based on his experiences from his past and present lives, he knew that if he did such a thing, he would probably only be disliked by the two of them if he were discovered. The Lord's Code of Conduct mentions that a harmonious relationship between the Lord and the hero is very important. Eavesdropping. I think I'd better not do it. I'm so tired today. I'll take a nap before that little pervert asks me for payment. After stretching out, Chun Han fell asleep. Chapter 25: Mia's Decision. Night. Chun Han was still playing chess with Zhuang Zhou in his dream. Suddenly, a delicate, sweet fragrance quietly entered Chun Han's nostrils and instantly filled his mind. The aroma seemed familiar, yet also carried a hint of unfamiliarity. It possesses both the rich fragrance of luxurious and expensive perfumes from past lives and a touch of fresh and natural charm, bringing joy to the heart. It feels just like lying in a flower field right now, incredibly comfortable and pleasant. Just as Chun Han was immersed in this wonderful atmosphere, a slight and mysterious sound entered his ears, and he felt something crawl into his bed. The voice was like that of a timid and cowardly mouse, conveying a sense of desperately wanting to be discovered by others. Chun Han's sleepiness vanished instantly. He opened his eyes abruptly, becoming acutely aware of the changes happening around him. So, the payment still needs to be made. Chun Han sighed helplessly, muttering to himself, "Sigh, I just can't do anything with you." Chun Han is not a paragon of virtue. Faced with such a situation, it's impossible to pretend to be deaf and dumb. But just then, a soft, slightly coquettish voice suddenly rang out, "It tickles." This soft moan was like a sharp sword, piercing the silent atmosphere and waking Chun Han from his dream. Chun Han suddenly realized that this was not Meow Kiki, but Mia. "Mia? How could it be you?" "It's me, my lord. I'm sorry to disappoint you." After realizing she had been exposed, Mia stopped hiding it and said shyly. Upon hearing these words, Chun Han froze on the spot, his mind a complete mess. What the hell is this? Let me ask you, why am I disappointed? Seeing Chen Han's puzzled expression, Mia's face flushed even more, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. Coco said you're a lolicon, but I'm not a loli. These words struck Chen Han like a bolt from the blue. I almost coughed up blood. When did he become a lolicon? Chen Han quickly explained, Mia, I think you might have a slight misunderstanding about me. Don't listen to Coco's nonsense. Upon hearing this, Mia sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. Really? That's good. The words had barely left his mouth. Mia slowly raised her head, reached out her right hand and gently stroked her long, snow-white hair, every movement filled with endless provocation. Her slightly flushed cheeks, illuminated by the dim moonlight, made her appear even more delicate, charming, and alluring. At this moment, in this scene, one can't help but sigh at the truth of the ancients' words: to admire a beautiful woman under the moon is truly one of life's greatest pleasures. Chen Han involuntarily swallowed. Mia, well, I'd like to ask you something first, are you serious? However, Mia did not directly answer his question. Instead, she threw out another unexpected and difficult question. My lord, I want to ask you a question. Between me and Coco, who would you choose? Upon hearing this, Chen Han fell into deep thought. This question seems a bit like a death trap. No, not just a little bit, it's a fucking death trap. It's like your girlfriend suddenly asking you one day, if she and your mother fell into the river at the same time, who would you save first? No matter how you answer, one of you will always get angry. Especially with your girlfriend, even if you answer that you'd save her first, she might still keep asking why you would save her first. He's caught in the middle, hated by everyone. Having lived two lives, Chen Han feigned ignorance and replied, Optonic angle. Upon hearing this, Mia immediately pouted. Clearly, Mia was not satisfied with this answer. What she wanted was a precise answer. She pouted and said in a sweet voice, What is this? Hurry up and choose. Chen Han sighed and said helplessly, Sigh, isn't there a third option? You are all heroes of my territory, and I will not favor any of you. So if I had to choose, I would choose C. I want them all. Snort. Mia playfully punched Chen Han's chest with her little fist. You really are a scumbag. Don't you humans believe in monogamy? How come you're the opposite? Chen Han twitched his lips. How did I become a scumbag? According to your logic, aren't you a scumbag woman too? An angelic scumbag woman. Hearing this, Mia slowly leaned down and mustered her courage to whisper in Chen Han's ear, That's true. Angelic scumbag, that sounds pretty good. So, Lord, would you be willing to accept this angelic scumbag as your hero? Under the moonlight, gazing at Mia's delicate face, Chen Han took a deep breath and said calmly, Although I don't understand what you're thinking, I'm still a grown man. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Mia's lips curled into a slight smile. Is that so? The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows into the Lord's mansion, creating dappled halos of light. Sitting to the side, Miao Kiki rested her chin on her hands, a sly smile playing on her lips, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Chen Han and Mia with interest. Chen Han, looking exhausted and with dark circles under his eyes, stood in stark contrast to Mia, who was beaming and beaming. Clearly, she was fully aware of what had happened last night. My dear master, you don't look like you slept well. Miao Kiki couldn't help but chuckle softly, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. These words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Chen Han's heart, instantly turning his already gloomy face as black as ink. At this moment, Chen Han felt numb all over, as if all his strength had been drained. Coco, I feel like you went a little bit too far. This joke isn't funny. Humph. Master, you really don't know how lucky you are. I feel dizzy. After today's attack is over, I want to take another nap. Chen Han put one hand to his forehead and said with a hint of helplessness. However, in stark contrast to the exhausted Chen Han, Mia on the other side appeared unusually calm and composed. She enjoyed her breakfast gracefully, as if nothing had happened the night before. It's worth mentioning that today Mia is wearing a blue and white maid outfit that Chen Han won in a lottery the day before yesterday. The well-fitting design perfectly outlines her graceful figure. The wide bow ribbon around her waist, in particular, added a touch of playfulness and cuteness to her look. Beneath the snow-white skirt, her legs were slightly together, as if hiding her shyness. Is it fair to say that he truly deserves to be called a hero from a prominent family? No matter what happens, he always remains calm and composed. Chapter 26 Elite Goblin Army. Miao Kiki suddenly changed the subject. Turning her gaze to Mia beside her, she asked with a smile, Did you sleep well last night, Sister Mia? Mia parted her cherry-like lips slightly and, with an extremely elegant posture, slowly swallowed the food she was chewing. Elegance is timeless. Is she really worthy of being a pampered young lady? Then, she replied in a soft and pleasant voice, yes, very good. Hearing Mia say that, now Kiki smiled brightly again, hee, that's good. Upon hearing this, Chen Han, who had been silently observing the interaction between the two, couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He really couldn't understand what Miao Kiki had said to Mia last night. Even if the hero has a very high initial affinity with the Lord, it's unlikely they would act this way. Moreover, someone like Mia, who resolutely chose to become a hero precisely because she refused to submit to power. But seeing the scene before him now, Chen Han couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. What is Mia really thinking? At this moment, Mia secretly glanced at Chen Han, and her cheeks instantly flushed with a beautiful blush like the sunset, making her look like a newlywed girl, extremely beautiful and charming. Looking at such an angelic face, Chen Han was filled with emotion. Ugh, never mind, let's eat, I'm starving. Just as Chen Han decided to put everything down and was about to pick up the potato pancake on the table and put it in his mouth, the gates of the Lord's mansion, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened without warning. A villager named Zhang San rushed in, looking flustered and terrified. He hurriedly knelt before Chen Han and reported, Lord, something terrible has happened. Void creatures are attacking. Upon hearing this, the hint of mockery that had been faintly visible on Miao Ki's face vanished instantly, replaced by an extremely serious and solemn expression. I didn't expect it to happen so soon, just after the 12-hour protection period had ended. That's incredibly punctual. Moreover, judging from Zhang San's expression, the void creatures that attacked this time were definitely not simple. Let's go. Now's not the time for idle chatter. Chen Han looked at Miao Kiki and Mia and said calmly. Yes. Master, let's see how we perform today. Miao Kiki looked excited, feeling completely confident about the upcoming battle. My lord, this is my first battle, and I will not let you down. Mia looked confident, seemingly not believing she would lose to these void creatures. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Han led the two stunning beauties out of the Lord's mansion and into the outdoors. At this very moment, the creatures in the void still surged forth in overwhelming numbers, just as they always have. However, unlike before, this time only one type of monster appeared: goblins. Looking into the distance, all that could be seen was a dark green expanse, with an astonishing number of goblins, conservatively estimated to be at least 3,000. Surprisingly, despite the astonishing number of these goblins, however, their bodies were unusually neat, as if they had undergone rigorous special training. Each goblin held a variety of weapons tightly in its hand. Some held incredibly sharp long swords, their blades gleaming coldly. Some wielded iron hammers that weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, displaying a magnificent momentum. Others drew their bows and arrows, ready to fire. Even more extreme were those carrying enormous battle axes and spears, their faces gleaming with ferocity. If these goblin races were replaced with humans, they would be nothing short of a well-equipped and disciplined ancient army, exuding a chilling aura of power. Chen Han glanced at the system interface above the goblins' heads and frowned slightly. Type: Elite Goblin. Level: Tier 1, Stage 8. Introduction: The elite goblin army, possessing strong physiques and high intelligence, is extremely powerful and can exert tremendous combat strength in legion battles. An elite goblin army? Thank goodness they're not the evolved form. However, this massive elite goblin army was completely different from the previous undead army. It did not immediately launch an attack on the barrier. On the contrary, they moved in an orderly manner, each movement appearing well trained, as if they had practiced countless times. They gradually converged into a tight encirclement, completely surrounding the entire circular territory. Every elite goblin had a fierce look on their face, their eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty desire, and their whole bodies exuded a strong killing intent, like a group of ferocious beasts. However, they remained standing quietly in place, showing no intention of attacking. For the first 4 days, they charged forward recklessly, but this time they have no intention of attacking. What tricks are these void creatures up to? Such a bizarre situation had never been mentioned in high school textbooks, which left him very confused. Just then, Miao Kiki chuckled and said in a relaxed tone, "What's there to be afraid of? Let's just charge out." Mia chimed in, "That's right. We can't just keep waiting passively like this. In my opinion, it would be much better to take the initiative." After hearing this, Chen Han nodded slightly. However, as he looked at the group of elite goblins standing ready for battle, he felt increasingly uneasy. These guys don't seem to be simply surrounding us, rather, they seem to be silently waiting for a certain boss to arrive. If that's the case, then it's best to deal with these elite goblins first and weaken their overall combat power. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Oh, by the way, there's still some experience left in the hero experience pool. Let me help you level up first. Thank you, Master. Thank you, my lord. There are still 20,100 experience points in the hero experience pool. Mia upgraded from Tier 1, Stage 10 to Tier 2, Stage 1, consuming 5,000 experience points. Now Kiki upgraded from Tier 2 Stage 1 to Tier 2 Stage 2, consuming 10,000 experience points. After everything was ready, the two women looked at each other and nodded. He then rushed out of the barrier and embarked on an unparalleled journey. Chapter 27 Goblin Giant. When they sensed an enemy appearing inside the barrier, the elite goblin army immediately went on high alert and took swift action. They orderly divided into two groups, surging like a tidal wave towards the direction where Coco and Mia were flying. At the same time, these goblin elites took out the bows and arrows they carried on their backs, clearly intending to shoot the two girls down from mid-air using long-range fire. During the attack, they would intentionally or unintentionally avoid the attack range of the defensive towers. Their intelligence was simply incomparable to that of the void creatures that attacked before. However, despite the fact that this elite group of goblins displayed a certain level of intelligence, but in the face of overwhelming power, all efforts seemed pale and powerless. The eastern side of the territory. Niao Kiki gracefully ascended into the air, then suddenly spread her black wings. In an instant, an extremely dense aura of darkness erupted like a volcanic eruption. A shadowy figure in the night. As this terrifying aura spread, the entire space seemed to be swallowed up into endless darkness. The more elite goblins gathered, the more excited Mokoko became. This way, we can save a lot of magic power. In an instant, darkness completely enveloped the land below. This darkness, as if from an abyss, began to tear at the bodies of every elite goblin. Add #%. #%. Add #%. Painful howls resounded like thunder through the goblin army. In an instant, a crimson light, as if descending from the sky, poured down upon this desolate land, becoming a unique embellishment on this wilderness. Even though these elite goblins are at the first rank, 8th level, they are still deadly to a newly appointed lord. Each one could even be the final boss of the 7th day trial. However, when faced with Meowkeek's second tier, second stage level and the 150% combat power enhancement granted by Chen Han, they could only become vulnerable ants. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Mia stood in mid-air like a fairy descending to earth. She was graceful and beautiful, and faced the barrage of arrows from the elite goblins without flinching or making any attempt to dodge. Just as the arrows were about to touch Mia's body, they seemed to have hit an indestructible steel wall and could not move forward even a fraction of an inch. A powerful gravitational field had already quietly formed, like an indestructible shield, blocking all incoming arrows. Lord's power is truly formidable. I only used 10% of my power, yet I was able to easily defend against attacks from hundreds of Tier 1, Stage 8 void creatures. Mia looked at Chen Han inside the barrier, a faint smile appearing on her lips, and decided not to hold back any longer. Then, she gracefully raised her small, fair hands. The previously faint, invisible gravitational field suddenly expanded like an ignited powder keg, rapidly spreading across the vast wilderness. Those goblin elites who were caught in the gravitational field instantly felt an irresistible pressure, like a towering mountain falling from the sky and crashing heavily onto them. They struggled desperately, but their bodies were as if nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch, and could only let out extremely miserable howls. As Mia continued to increase her power output, the terrifying gravity field became increasingly ferocious and violent. Finally, the elite goblins could no longer withstand the terrible pressure. Their screams stopped abruptly, replaced by the chilling sounds of bones breaking and flesh tearing apart. In the blink of an eye, those elite goblin warriors were turned into pools of crimson flesh. Blood flowed freely like a burst dam, staining this desolate and lonely wilderness a shocking crimson. The elite goblin troops were like fragile stalks of wheat in a raging storm. Even the slightest breeze was enough to make them collapse helplessly. Chen Han couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion as he watched the two beautiful figures standing side by side. Are these elite goblins just bad, or are the two of them just too strong? Filled with doubt and admiration, Chen Han picked up the Longquan sword and the Desert Eagle and began to roam between the barrier and the territory. Normally, in the Endless Void, the hierarchy is defined very strictly, and the difference between each class is enormous. Even a small step like advancing from the 10th stage of the first rank to the first stage of the second rank brings an obvious and enormous increase in strength. So, naturally, for Chen Han, who had already broken through to the second stage, these first stage, 8th stage goblin elites were naturally no match for him. In just a few rounds, several elite goblins had already died under Chen Han's Longquan sword in Desert Eagle. Although Chen Han's killing efficiency was slightly inferior to that of Miao Kiki and Mia. But in any case, the enemy can still be eliminated. Chen Han was quite satisfied with the results. After all, as a lord, especially a human lord, he originally relied on all the resources and power of his territory, rather than personally fighting and shedding blood. Luckily, there are two girls who are incredibly skilled, otherwise I don't know how I would have been able to defend against such an enemy. About an hour later, all the elite goblins outside the barrier were killed. However, Chen Han never received any news about the settlement of rewards. Without a doubt, his initial speculation was entirely correct. The reason these elite goblin troops have remained inactive for so long is that they are waiting for the boss to arrive. Just then, Mia walked slowly over with light steps, a hint of worry showing on her pretty face. Is this boss really that powerful? All his underlings have been wiped out, yet he still hides and refuses to show his face. Miao Kiki chimed in, Master's territory is really strange. Not only is the trial stage so difficult and dangerous, but even the boss here is behaving abnormally. This is the first time I've ever heard of a void creature that can control its bloodlust. Chen Han shrugged helplessly, I'm also having a headache. But it seems like we can only wait for now. Time flies by like a white horse galloping past a crack in the wall, and before we knew it, night had quietly fallen. Time quickly passed to 6 p.m., but the boss showed no sign of showing up. During this time, Chen Han chatted happily with the two goddesses, seemingly forgetting all the pressure from the outside world. Just as Chen Han and his two companions were about to return to the cafeteria to find some food to fill their stomachs, something unexpected happened. In a place that was originally shrouded in a thick fog of war, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared without warning. These eyes contained 3 pupils of different sizes that were constantly moving, and just one glance was enough to send chills down your spine. It was a gigantic green monster, 10 meters tall. Its face was aged, yet it exuded a domineering aura, gripping a giant iron hammer tightly in its hand. The muscles all over its body surged and rippled like waves, brimming with explosive power. With each step this colossal creature took, the earth trembled violently. Type, Goblin Giant. Level, Tier 2, Stage 5. Introduction, the evolved form of the goblin, possessing unparalleled power and extremely strong combat ability. Goblin Giant. Chapter 28, the 5th day of trial ends. Here it comes. This is the legendary boss of the 5th day of the trial. Chen Han acted swiftly, moving all the defensive towers to the eastern area where the goblin giant might appear. At the same time, Mia and Miu also appeared the instant the goblin giant appeared. They had already rushed outside the barrier, staring intently at the goblin giant's every move. It's a second tier, 5th stage void creature. Sister Mia, you should be alright, right? Don't worry, little succubus. It's just a second tier, 5th stage cultivator, no problem at all. But, if you feel you need a little extra help, I can cast a blessing spell on you. Hee, if this will help me win faster, then please help me cast a spell, Mia. Of course, even without your help, I can still defeat this big guy on my own. You never want to suffer even the slightest loss, no matter what. Mia shook her head gently and smiled helplessly. However, there was no tension between the two. Instead, they were filled with tacit understanding and trust. Without needing many words, they already understood each other's feelings. Tactics are completely unnecessary. Overwhelming strength is all that matters. Roar. The goblin giant opened its gaping maw and let out a deafening roar. Then, it brandished its enormous iron hammer and charged menacingly towards Miao Kiki and Mia. Bang! It was accompanied by a deafening roar. The hammer, seemingly capable of destroying everything, slammed down on Mia. This giant hammer was so big that it was several times larger than the combined size of the two girls. However, something astonishing happened when the giant hammer struck Mia. She was stuck in the mud and could not move forward even a fraction of an inch. A pure white shield of light enveloped Mia, protecting her from any harm whatsoever. Witnessing this, the goblin giant's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Perhaps before this, it never imagined that its attack would be so easily blocked. Just then, the goblin giant suddenly noticed something unusual about the atmosphere of the surrounding space. The once calm and stable air was now as restless as a turbulent lake, becoming unusually chaotic and unpredictable. In an instant, a heavy force, like Mount Tai crushing an egg, came crashing down on it, tightly binding its body and making it difficult to move, as if it were carrying a 1,000-pound burden. What have you done? The goblin giant finally came to its senses and let out a deep, rough roar. Meow Kiki and Mia looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise. Huh? This guy can actually talk? That's incredible. It looks like this monster might have a void crystal inside its body. Coco, you have to be careful, don't accidentally break it. Yes, I know. The so-called void crystal is a product of the high concentration of magical power in the endless void. When void creatures consume them, they gain unimaginable intelligence, even developing thinking abilities comparable to normal humans, and to some extent, they can communicate with heroes or lords. Of course, it doesn't mean that you can't speak without swallowing the void crystal. The higher the class of a creature, the higher its level of intelligence. It can even transform into human form and infiltrate its territory, which is extremely terrifying. However, compared to a second-tier, fifth-stage void creature, the only way to gain the ability to communicate is by consuming void crystals. Void crystals, like Genesis crystals, are a type of currency, and are very popular among lords of rank 10 and above. One crystal is worth about 10,000 Genesis crystals, and possibly even more. The reason is simple: void crystals are naturally formed in the endless void. They can be exchanged for creation crystals through system functions, but creation crystals cannot be exchanged for void crystals. At this moment, the goblin giant realized that he could not find any weakness in Mia. And so, its sharp, hawk-like eyes instantly shifted their target, locking onto Meow Kiki on the other side. However, the goblin giant suddenly realized that he had completely lost control of his right hand. No, to be more precise, it was as if the entire body was completely imprisoned by an invisible force, utterly unable to obey its commands. The gravitational field released by Mia had now completely enveloped the goblin giant's body. Even the most basic breathing became extremely difficult, let alone swinging that incredibly heavy hammer. Impossible. How could a mere rookie lord possess such a powerful hero? Faced with what was happening before his eyes, the goblin giant's face was filled with disbelief, and he couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. He. Thank you for the compliment. Meow Kiki's lips curled up slightly, forming a smile full of wickedness and allure, and she lightly licked her lips. Then, she slowly raised her right arm, her movements so gentle as if she were afraid of waking something. But as she moved her arm, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation began to gradually gather and take shape. In the blink of an eye, a white sphere of light, even larger than herself, gradually condensed. Arcane missiles. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Seeing the deadly arcane missile hurtling towards him, the goblin giant screamed in terror, struggling desperately to break free from the heavy restraints Mia had placed on him. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. In this gravitational field, no matter how hard it tried, it was all in vain. And so, it could only watch helplessly as the arcane missile shot straight toward its forehead, and it was completely powerless to fight back. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ball of light, containing boundless power, slammed into the head of the unsuspecting goblin giant, instantly erupting in a dazzling burst of light. In an instant, the entire space seemed to tremble, and violent shockwaves swept outwards in all directions like raging waves. After the light faded, the goblin giant's massive body collapsed helplessly to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The second-tier, fifth-stage goblin giant was instantly killed. At that moment, Chen Han finally received a notification from the system in his mind. Battle over. Congratulations, Lord, on your victory in the fifth day of the trial, annihilating all the void creatures. Detected includes an evolved, high-level goblin giant. Reward doubled. Start calculating completion rewards. Reward 1, Special Facility 2 Crystallization Veins. Reward 2, 2 pieces of epic equipment Rainbow Feather Robe. Reward 3, 2 legendary items High Tier Troop Summoning Cards. Reward 4, 4,000 Genesis Crystals. Reward 5, 10,000 Lord Experience Points, 30,000 Hero Experience Points. Congratulations, Lord! Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 2. Your territory has expanded. Chapter 29 Rainbow Feather Robe. Another crystal or vein as a settlement reward? That's pretty awesome. Chen Han was secretly overjoyed. It's important to understand that crystal veins are not like the Dawn Altar, where only one can be built per territory. As long as you have it, you can make an unlimited number. Furthermore, the output of Genesis crystals can be continuously increased. The production of Tier 1, Stage 10 is about 50 per day per site, which is quite good. Once the level increases in the future, I'm afraid I'll be able to draw dozens of times a day. Thinking of this, Chen Han couldn't help but feel a little elated and extremely happy. However, just as he was immersed in excitement, he suddenly turned his attention to another reward. Equipment, Rainbow Feather Robe. Rarity, epic. Equipment requirements, Tier 2, Stage 1 female. Equipment effect 1, adds a fragrance effect. Equipment effect 2, adds automatic cleaning effect. Equipment effect 3, charisma plus 20%. Equipment effect 4, can freely change size according to the wearer's body shape. Judging from its appearance, this so-called rainbow feather robe is clearly an attack speed and critical strike item. And looking at its effects, it seems increasingly strange and awkward. Chen Han's face immediately darkened. Why would a purely attack speed and critical strike item be named something like rainbow feather robe? This is truly baffling. Just as Chen Han was holding the perplexing rainbow feather robe and feeling helpless, now Kiki and Mia have successfully dismantled the goblin giant's body and extracted the invaluable void crystal from it. Then, both of them, their faces beaming with joy, ran excitedly toward Chen Han. Master! Master! Look what we've found! Void crystals! This is going to be a fortune. Before the two women could finish speaking, they were frozen in place, their gazes fixed on the two rainbow-colored feather robes in Chen Han's hands, their eyes widening instantly like copper bells. The atmosphere instantly became deathly silent. Upon seeing this, Chen Han inwardly cried out in alarm and frantically tried to put the two rainbow-colored feather robes into his spatial bag. Then, he put on an unnatural smile, trying to hide his embarrassment. He casually made up a story, they're just two ordinary rags. Nothing to be surprised about. Let's not talk about that. What treasure did you find? Why are you so excited? Master! I saw it clearly. That was clearly. Miao Kiki pouted her little mouth, her voice a mix of coquettishness and complaint. As a member of the succubus race, she possesses an extraordinary keen insight into such things and would never be mistaken. Whether it's the exquisite patterns, the captivating colors, or the delicate texture, it's definitely a high-end product. No, that's not it. You must be seeing things. Chen Han vehemently denied it, but inwardly he was groaning with misery. At this moment, Mia, blushing and with shifty eyes, mumbled in a voice barely above a whisper, Lord. Lord, you certainly have a wide range of interests. After saying that, she lowered her head shyly, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands. Clearly, she also believed that Miao Kiki had not misjudged her. Or rather, she knew exactly what Chen Han had just held. Hearing this, Chen Han felt a black line appear on his forehead, and his mouth twitched a few times. He sighed helplessly, all right, can we discuss this later? You guys just said you discovered something? You seemed so excited. Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki immediately cut to the chase. She quickly reached into her pocket, pulled out a crystal that shimmered with brilliant light, and placed it in her palm. He waved it wildly in front of Chen Han, his face full of smugness. Look what this is. A void crystal. How about it, Master, isn't it a super surprise? Upon seeing this, Chen Han was instantly stunned, his eyes fixed on the void crystal. Is it a real void crystal? A void crystal worth more than 10,000 creation crystals? Mia, who was standing nearby, closed one eye and chimed in with a smug look on her face, of course. My lord, we've struck it rich this time. Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki was even more excited, and said playfully, Master, we've done a great job. Faced with Miao Kiki's teasing, Chen Han sighed and said, yes. With such a void crystal, we can say that we won't have to worry about supplies for the foreseeable future. Miao Kiki exclaimed excitedly, I want a reward. Chen Han said with a hint of helplessness, don't worry, you'll definitely get your share. Miao Kiki pouted and complained, a real man can't just say no so easily. Mia interjected, speaking of which, our angel race possesses unique health-preserving secrets that can strengthen our bodies. Miao Kiki quickly nodded in agreement and continued, it's not very useful for you to tell Master Brother these things. You should talk to Sister Emily to make it work. After saying that, the two looked at each other and smiled, as if they had already understood each other perfectly. I know. Mia gripped Chen Han's wrist tightly, her face a mixture of anticipation and shyness, stammering, my lord, what, I. However, Miao Kiki, who was standing to the side, had already guessed Mia's thoughts. Without hesitation, he interrupted her, shouting firmly, no. Absolutely not. Don't even think about doing anything reckless. Mia seemed a little guilty upon hearing this. What does it matter? Miao Kiki still said confidently, no means no. Listening to the conversation between the two women, Chen Han was both amused and exasperated. There's something subtly off about it. Chapter 30 Divine Beast Egg. After a simple dinner. Chen Han then continued the work of transforming the territory. Upgrade your Lord's Manor 5 times 100 building points. Architecture, Lord's Residence. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1. Durability, 10,000. Upgrade cost, 100 building points. Function, the Lord's Residence, providing rest. Upgrading it improves both its appearance and internal structure. Additional effect 1, mana regeneration speed inside the dwelling plus 10%. Although the overall appearance has not changed much, the interior layout has been significantly improved compared to before. The originally simple self-built wooden house in the countryside now appears more spacious and grand, giving people a brand new feeling. The apartment has been expanded from a 1-bedroom apartment to a 2-bedroom apartment, with each room significantly larger. Moreover, the bed has become much larger, exuding a warm and gentle atmosphere. As for why I'm specifically mentioning the changes to the bed, those who know. Upgrade the cafeteria 10 times 350 building points. Building, cafeteria. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1. Durability, 8,000. Upgrade cost, 150 building points. Function, it can consume ingredients to make food. Upgrading the building level will provide a better dining environment and better cooking equipment. Chen Han discovered yesterday that the dilapidated and cramped canteen was simply not able to meet the dining needs of 100 people. Even the kitchen space was extremely cramped, barely enough for Emily to work on by herself. Other civilians who wanted to help could only stand helplessly outside the shopkeeper's shop, at most offering to help with things like chopping vegetables. This situation clearly cannot continue indefinitely, so this upgrade is absolutely necessary. Therefore, Chen Han specially upgraded his gear today. It's finally become much more spacious and tidy. A Tier 2, Tier 1 farm or livestock farm requires only 70 building points. Faced with such a low cost, Chen Han did not hesitate to build 10 in one go and distribute them to civilians. After all, crystallization veins do not require a large amount of manpower, and leaving these people idle is undoubtedly a huge waste of valuable human resources. Let those commoners simply rely on their own efforts to support themselves by farming and animal husbandry. After all, one of the most fundamental reasons why a society becomes unstable is the existence of a large number of idle and aimless people. If we don't give ordinary people something to do, it will inevitably lead to all sorts of problems sooner or later. Next up is the special building, the Dawn Altar. Thinking back to last night, because teacher Mia had to review the assignments, Chen Han had to stay up all night to submit them, which meant he missed a chance to pray. What a huge loss. We absolutely cannot forget today. The Altar of Dawn was meticulously constructed from massive stones, and its surface is now covered with mottled marks from the passage of time. Directly in front of the altar stands a solemn and dignified statue of a goddess with her hands clasped together. The statue is several meters tall, solemn and dignified, with eyes that convey both compassion and majesty. Is this the Altar of Dawn? It's so different from what I imagined. Chen Han murmured softly, speaking of which, how should I pray? Do I need to recite any blessings? Filled with suspicion, Chen Han stepped into the mysterious altar. In an instant, a brand new lottery scene slowly unfolded before Chen Han's eyes like a scroll, as if he were participating in a daily free lottery event in a mobile game in his previous life. Wow! I thought I'd have to pray for something, but it turns out it's just an extra free lottery. Chen Han looked helpless and couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, despite the constant complaints, people still think, why not take advantage of this free daily lottery? As the saying goes, a fool wouldn't take advantage of a good deal. Let me see what good stuff I can get. Without further hesitation, Chen Han clicked on the lottery option. In an instant, the sky above the altar suddenly changed, with howling winds, creating a solemn and majestic atmosphere, as if immortals had descended to the mortal world. At the same time, a faint, ethereal, colorful light, like a brilliant star in the night sky, suddenly appeared before the solemn and sacred statue of the goddess. Colorful light? Could it be that we're about to obtain another supreme level item? Before long, Chen Han's guess was confirmed. The dazzling light, though not as brilliant and mesmerizing as when Mil Coco and Mia first appeared. But the dazzling light seemed to possess its own unique consciousness, slowly gathering together and gradually forming a giant white egg that was even larger than Chen Han himself. This colossal structure stood firmly and steadily at the heart of the altar, like an unshakable mountain. As the colorful light gradually faded, the giant egg's information interface finally came into view. Item, Mythical Beast Egg. Rarity, Supreme. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1, Lord status. Effect 1, can hatch a divine beast that fights alongside the Lord. Current incubation progress, 0% incubation has not yet begun. Note, once hatched, mythical beasts will be treated as hero units. Lords, please ensure you have enough heroes available before hatching. This time, Chen Han was truly shocked. There is a saying in the endless void. A lord who has a guardian beast by his side may not necessarily become an extraordinary lord in the future. However, every extraordinary lord will surely have a guardian beast protecting him by his side. The divine beast egg is an unparalleled treasure that cannot even be obtained through the Genesis crystal lottery. It is said that only by exploring mysterious realms of level 10 or higher can one possibly encounter this treasure with an extremely slim chance. Furthermore, the rare mythical beasts that can usually be obtained are only of epic rarity, and encountering a legendary mythical beast egg is extremely difficult. According to the general statistics in the Lord's Code of Conduct, the number of lords whose level has broken through to the 10th rank or above is extremely small. They probably only account for 1,000th of all lords, making them extremely rare. The number of lords who possess divine beasts is less than 1 in a million. Not to mention the case of possessing a supreme level rare divine beast, which was simply unheard of for Chen Han. Could it be that I really am the chosen one? It's unbelievable that such good fortune would actually befall me. Chen Han tried his best to suppress the surging excitement in his heart, and without daring to delay, he quickly put the divine beast egg into his spatial bag. If other lords found out about this, it would be no joke. Chapter 31: The Possibility of Betrayal. Master, you're finally back. It was accompanied by a clear, melodious, and somewhat affected shout. As soon as Chen Han stepped into the room, he was stunned by the scene before him. The two girls, Miao Kiki and Mia, were trying on the rainbow feather dress, the reward they received in the afternoon settlement. They were playfully teasing each other from time to time, and it was a beautiful sight to behold. Chen Han composed himself and coughed twice, feigning composure, saying, "Ahem. You've already tried them on so quickly?" Mia twirled gracefully and replied softly, "Of course. Our Lord has given us such a precious gift, so naturally we should appreciate its charm as soon as possible. Besides, I really love this dress." Now Kiki, standing nearby, quickly nodded in agreement, saying with a beaming smile, "Yes, I love it too." "Thank you, Master." Seeing this, Chen Han quickly found a chair and sat down, trying to calm his surging emotions. "I'm glad you like it. I have to say, girls from other races are so easy to talk to." The next second, Miao Kiki sat down next to Chen Han quite naturally. She tilted her head slightly, parted her lips, and asked softly, "By the way, Master, were you just building the dawn altar? Did you pray for anything good?" Upon hearing this, a hint of undisguised smugness immediately appeared on Chen Han's face. He was just about to brag about this to the two girls. "Coco, what good stuff do you think I'll get with my luck?" Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki blinked her big, bright eyes, pondered for a moment, and then playfully replied, "Could it be a health-enhancing elixir?" Chen Han couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this, and gently ruffled Miao Kiki's pink hair. "No, little Kiki. You guessed wrong." Unable to contain her curiosity, Mia asked, "So, what did you draw?" Chen Han said smugly, "Hee. A divine beast egg. And it's even of supreme rarity. A mythical beast egg." Upon hearing Chen Han's words, the two girls instantly lost their composure. Clearly, they were well aware of the rarity of divine beast eggs, especially supreme-level divine beast eggs. "Master, you're not kidding, are you?" "Yes, my lord. Don't scare us. No one in my family has ever possessed a divine beast." Seeing the two women's astonished expressions, Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. He didn't explain anything, but instead summoned the divine beast egg directly. The next second, a divine beast egg, radiating dazzling light, appeared out of thin air before everyone's eyes. When Miao Kiki and Mia saw the information interface of the divine beast egg, they were frozen in place as if under a spell. The dreamlike, unbelievable feeling surged through them like a tide, making them almost forget to breathe. The two girls subconsciously raised their delicate hands and pinched each other's cheeks, feeling the soft touch on each other's faces, and only then did they realize that this was not a dream. Immediately afterwards, an overwhelming joy surged through my heart like a flood bursting its banks. Chen Han's extraordinary lord-level talent is already astonishing enough, but no one expected that he would also possess a supreme-level divine beast egg. Keep in mind that at this moment, he is merely a second-tier, second-stage lord. If things continue like this, it would be an outrage against heaven if they couldn't ascend to the throne of the extraordinary lord in the future. "Master, your luck, could you really be the protagonist of some novel? This is just too outrageous." Miao Kik's face was full of excitement, and her voice trembled slightly with excitement. If Chen Han can truly achieve the position of a transcendent lord in the future, then as a transcendent hero under his command, she herself will surely become famous and awe-inspiring throughout the entire succubus race. After all, looking back at the long history of the succubus race spanning hundreds of millions of years, no succubus has ever been able to ascend to the throne of an extraordinary hero. Even among the succubus race, there are only 3 extraordinary lords. Then, I can stand tall and proudly show off to my sisters that I am a hero under the command of the extraordinary lord, and also the extraordinary lord's woman. Just thinking about that scene is thrilling. Chen Han smiled slightly. Hee, if I were the protagonist of a novel, wouldn't you be the female protagonist? The female lead. He. Yes. Our lovely Coco is the female lead. By the way, what kind of mythical beast egg is this? Mia interrupted their flirting and asked with a curious look. Chen Han shook his head. I don't know. To be honest, I don't even know what kinds of supreme-level divine beasts exist. These words immediately plunged Miao Kiki and Mia into deep thought. Thinking about it carefully, it does seem to be true. Even among the angels, powerful beings like Michael the Seraph and Raphael only possessed legendary-level divine beasts. As for supreme-level divine beasts, it seems that no one has ever truly possessed one throughout history. Perhaps, even if a lord were to be fortunate enough to obtain it during the long course of history, he probably wouldn't dare to make a fuss about it. The saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Everyone understands this principle. Before a mythical beast egg hatches, it is an unclaimed item, and only at this time can its rarity be checked. Once hatched, they will become special hero units, divine beasts, and be completely bound to the territory. If word gets out that a lord possesses an unhatched supreme-level divine beast egg, and other powerful lords find out, it will surely trigger a bloodbath, with unimaginable consequences. My lord, please put it away. Besides, I don't think anyone saw this, right? Mia asked with a serious expression. The others she referred to were, without a doubt, the civilians within the territory. It is important to understand that ordinary people and heroes are completely different. The latter are already closely connected to their territory and are bound together by life and death. Once the territory falls and is destroyed, all the hero units under its command will be annihilated. However, for ordinary people, the destruction of their territory is basically just becoming slaves to others. If they behave well in the future, they will always have the opportunity to regain their freedom and restore their status as ordinary people. To put it another way, if a commoner possesses crucial confidential information, and a more powerful and resourceful lord is willing to entice them with enormous wealth and promises of better treatment, then, under such circumstances, choosing to betray is not entirely impossible. After all, similar events have been commonplace throughout the long course of history. Preventing civilians from rebelling is also one of the essential lessons for lords. Chapter 32: Building Barracks. In these situations, Chen Han understood perfectly well what Mia was worried about. It's hard to say. Although I had deliberately sent those civilians away before the lottery, I couldn't be 100% sure that the colorful light that appeared when the mythical beast egg appeared wouldn't be noticed by others. Hearing this, Mia finally felt a little relieved. That's good. Generally speaking, the colorful light emitted when a supreme-level treasure appears in the world does not usually easily arouse strong covetous desires from other lords. After all, most of the time, the appearance of such colored light usually only means the birth of a hero unit with outstanding talent or some extremely special weapons and equipment. They all share a common characteristic: they are bound to their respective territories and cannot be separated from them. The cost of launching an invasion outside of Lord's War is extremely high. Putting aside everything else, the enormous cost of at least 100,000 creation crystals alone is enough to deter most lords. Moreover, this is just the starting price. If we take into account the level difference between the two lords, then the actual number of Genesis crystals required will probably be much higher. For this reason, almost no lord would be willing to launch an attack on a low-level lord just because of a supreme treasure whose details are completely unknown. After all, if you use all 100,000 Genesis crystals for the lottery, you might even get a supreme-level item if you're lucky. If that's the case, why bother risking your life? If it turns out to be a treasure bound to a territory, then it would be a complete and utter loss. Therefore, without knowing what kind of supreme treasure the other party possesses, virtually no lord would choose to forcibly plunder it. The night was deep, like a huge black velvet cloth covering the whole world. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, casting its cool light and illuminating this endless void. The cold night wind whistled through the air like a ghost. The dilapidated lord's mansion stood alone in this desolate land, enduring the ravages of the fierce winds, creaking and groaning, yet ultimately it withstood everything. However, even though the lord's mansion was already dilapidated, it still stubbornly guarded the last remaining warmth inside. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was the next morning. Sunlight streamed into the room through the dappled windows, casting a hazy glow. Chen Han struggled to get out of bed. After a quick wash, Chen Han staggered toward the dawn altar. Yesterday I managed to draw a supreme-level divine beast egg. Will I be able to draw a supreme-level weapon today? Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The lottery did not go as he hoped. He only won an epic-level weapon. Weapon, Barrett Heal the Wounded. Rarity, Epic. Equipment requirements, Tier 2, Stage 1. Equipment Effect 1, automatically learns the skill Gunnery LV1. Equipment Effect 2, weapon attack power is affected by the Lord's level. Equipment Effect 3, can consume 1 Genesis Crystal to reload 2 bullets. Equipment Effect 4, consumes 100 Genesis Crystals to load 1 magic breaking bullet, which can break through the opponent's magic shield and greatly increase its power. Barrett? It's alright. At least it's a usable gadget. As Chen Han muttered to himself, he reached out and gently picked up the Barrett rifle, stroking it carefully. I have to admit, this thing is indeed quite powerful. With such powerful destructive force, even when we first encountered those evolved void creatures, several of them would have been taken down instantly. Thinking of this, Chen Han couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Yesterday, he still had 50 construction points left unused. With the 1200 construction points he received for successfully advancing to the second tier, second stage, he could completely rebuild his territory. Construction Barracks 100 construction points. Upgrade the barracks 10 times 500 building points. Building, Barracks. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1. Durability, 6000. Upgrade cost, 150 building points. Function, can consume creation crystals to summon soldiers. The higher the building level, the more types of soldiers can be summoned, and the higher their initial level will be. Now, the combat strength of Miao Kiki and Mia is not to be underestimated. They can be said to be in no way inferior to a typical Tier 3 hero. Unfortunately, no matter how capable they are still just 2 people. As the Lord's level successfully climbed to the second tier, second stage, the area of the territory under his jurisdiction also expanded rapidly, and now it has reached an astonishing 60,000 square meters, which is roughly equivalent to the size of 8 or 9 standard football fields combined. Although compared to the vast territories possessed by truly top-tier extraordinary lords, this territory might not even be comparable to their small backyard. But for Chen Han at this stage, he's actually a bit overwhelmed. Recalling the scene of the 5th day of the trial. What would have happened if the elite goblin army hadn't been lured away by Mia and Mayakoko, and the goblin giant hadn't waited half a day before launching its own attack, but instead all the enemies had rushed forward together? Even with their formidable strength, Mia and Mayakoko would find it difficult to eliminate such a vast number of enemies in a short period of time. It would be almost impossible for Chen Han to defend his territory by relying solely on himself and the defensive towers. Therefore, the most pressing issue is to increase the number of combat personnel. While there is a limit to the number of hero units, there is no such limit for guard and civilian units. As long as you have enough food resources, raising as many as you want is not a problem. With this in mind, Chen Han began to check the existing troop information and look for suitable troop types to enhance the territory's defenses. Let me see what types of troops they have. Light Knight, 15 Genesis Crystals. Description: Cavalry unit, skilled in using lances in mounted combat, with high attack power, capable of easily disrupting enemy formations. Heavy Armor Knight, 15 Genesis Crystals. Description: Infantry unit, fully armored, possessing excellent strength and defense, but extremely slow movement and vulnerable to magical attacks. Archer, 10 Genesis Crystals. Description: Infantry unit, skilled in ranged archery, with low attack power and accuracy heavily influenced by weather conditions. Assassin, 20 Genesis Crystals. Description: Infantry unit, skilled in using short swords to attack enemies, agile, and possesses strong ability to restrain single enemies. Mage, 20 Creation Crystals. Description: An infantry unit that can use various basic attribute spells to deal magic damage to enemies. Chapter 33: The Three Pegasus Knights. Chen Han continued to browse through the detailed information on each branch of the military. But he never felt that there was any type of soldier he particularly liked. The most likely reason is that Miao Kiki and Mia are simply too strong. In comparison, these ordinary military units seem somewhat monotonous and lack any truly eye-catching features. Chen Han opened his spatial bag and took out one of yesterday's settlement rewards. Item: High-tier troop summoning card. Rarity: Legendary. Requirements for use: Tier 1, Level 1, Lord status, and barracks already built. Effect 1: randomly grants one high-tier unit to the barracks summoning list. High-tier units? I don't think high school taught anything like that. Never mind, let's use them first. Please confirm whether you wish to use a high-tier troop summoning card? Yes. Successfully summoned a high-tier unit. Obtain the high-tier unit Pegasus Knight. Pegasus Knight, 1000 creation crystals. Flying units. Holy crap, as expected of me, another miracle from a single pull. Flying units have always been a coveted class of soldiers. However, under normal circumstances, only after upgrading the barracks to level 7 or higher can you summon the low-level flying unit, the Eagle Knight. Moreover, it is said that this type of soldier has rather mediocre attributes and is unlikely to achieve much. Many high-ranking lords simply used the Flying Eagle Knights as transport units or aerial scouts. Unexpectedly, we obtained a high-level flying unit at this time. As expected, I'm handsome, even the Void Overlord takes special care of me. Chen Han smiled crookedly and then used the second high-level troop summoning card. Successfully summoned a high-tier unit. Obtained the high-tier unit Ninja. Ninja, 900 creation crystals. Description: infantry unit capable of using ninjutsu and various concealed weapons to attack enemies. They excel at stealth, are skilled in assassination, and are agile, making them ideal for decapitation strikes and intelligence gathering. Ninjas? Coco and Mia are enough for decapitation operations, so they don't seem to be very useful. But they can still be used for intelligence gathering in the future. Let's talk about it after the trial period is over. Chen Han looked at the creation crystals he still had in his hand, which numbered just over 6,000. While summoning a high-tier unit is indeed very expensive, there is currently no better alternative. You still have to spend the money you need to. Summon 3 high-tier Pegasus Knights? The system notification sounded, and Chen Han confirmed without hesitation. 30 Genesis crystals were used up just like that, and he felt a little reluctant and heartbroken. However, when he recalled that he had only gotten 9 white and 1 green in his previous 2 10 pulls, his sense of disappointment lessened considerably. Summoning confirmed. As the system finished speaking, 6 beams of brilliant golden light suddenly shone on the command platform in the barracks. In the light, the shadows of 3 humanoid figures and 3 Pegasus figures gradually appeared. 3 girls emerged from the light. Their beautiful faces and graceful figures complemented their white armor, exuding an aura of holiness. Meanwhile, the 3 Pegasus horses standing to the side were robust and imposing, quietly awaiting their master's command. At the same time, Chen Han received another notification from the system in his mind. Ding! Detected that Guardian Shana has fallen for you, combat power plus 150%. Ding! Detected that the guard unit Xia is infatuated with you, combat power plus 150%. Ding! Detected that the guard unit Xia has fallen for you, combat power plus 150%. Chen Han was stunned. The 3 people the system mentioned, could they be the 3 Pegasus Knights in front of us? Good heavens, the Lord's Talent's combat power bonus was triggered once again right after we met. Is it possible that this so-called infatuation can be triggered simply by having a little bit of affection for him? But why is it that we never seem to hear Emily's hints? That's really bizarre. Upon seeing Chen Han, the silver-haired woman standing in the center immediately knelt on one knee and said very respectfully, "Pegasus Knight Shana greets your lordship." Her voice was clear and firm, revealing a sense of respect and loyalty to Chen Han. Upon seeing this, the other 2 women, one with indigo hair and the other with red hair, quickly knelt down as well and echoed each other's sentiments. Pegasus Knight Shadi greets your lordship. Pegasus Knight Xia greets your lordship. Chen Han looked at the 3 Pegasus Knights in front of him, frowned slightly, and asked curiously, "Xiana, Xiati, Xiayan? Are you 3 sisters?" The silver-haired Shana nodded and replied, "Yes. I'm the eldest, Xiati is the second eldest, and Xiayan is the third eldest." Chen Han nodded slightly. "I understand, get up, everyone." "Thank you so much, my lord." The 3 sisters stood up one after another, their movements perfectly synchronized, showing how well trained they were. They quickly walked to their respective Pegasus horses, stood sideways, and quietly awaited Chen Han's instructions. The movements were fluid and natural, as if they had been practiced and refined countless times. Every detail showcases their exquisite skills, giving them a very capable and efficient impression. Chen Han checked the information panels of the three of them. Name, Shauna. Race, human. Identity, guard. Level, Tier 2, Stage 10,000. Talent, a level. Skills, Gale Wings LV2, Wind Blade LV2, Spear Technique LV3. Dominated Territory, Territory number 10086. Swift Wings LV2, passive skill, allows you to ride a Pegasus in battle, increasing your speed by 10% in the air. Wind Blade LV2, active skill, deals wind attribute magic damage to enemies. Spearmanship LV3, passive skill, allows you to skillfully use a spear to attack enemies. Weapon, Wind Cutter Spear. Rarity, Epic. Equipment requirements, Tier 1, Stage 10. Equipment Effect 1, attacks will inflict additional wind attribute magic damage. Equipment Effect 2, increases attack speed by 20%. Equipment Effect 3, increases piercing power by 20%. Equipment Effect 4, weapon weight 90%. The three sisters had identical information, and even their appearances were like they were made from the same mold. Apart from their hair color and names, their identities, talents, and skill levels are completely identical. The Pegasus three sisters left, Xia Ti, middle, Shauna, right, Xia Yan. Even more surprisingly, each of them comes with an epic weapon. Witnessing the scene before him, Chen Han became even more determined to pursue an elite career path. The quality of an army is more important than its quantity. As long as you have a sufficient number of high-tier units, there is no need to waste resources training a large number of low-tier units. The Genesis crystals required to summon Pegasus Knights are dozens or even hundreds of times more expensive than those required for lower-tier units. But Chen Han firmly believed that dozens or even hundreds of low-ranking soldiers might not be able to defeat a single Pegasus Knight. What's more, these are three sisters, so their teamwork should be perfect. Chapter 34: The Trial of the Sixth Day. You know the current situation, right? As usual, Chen Han first inquired about the information the three sisters currently possessed. I know. We are your soldiers, Lord, and we are willing to charge into battle for you and slay the enemy. The eldest sister, Shauna, straightened her back and spoke with a righteous and indignant expression. Since we were all summoned by you, Lord, it is only natural that our lives belong to you. If you encounter any difficulties, just give us three sisters a command. Second sister Xia Ti gave a military salute and said with a proud expression, Lord, you're so handsome. You're exactly my type. The third sister, Xia Yan, lowered her head and said with a flushed face. She swayed her body slightly, occasionally revealing her graceful figure and exuding a captivating charm. Chen Han couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. These three Pegasus Knights were truly unique. I understand. I will arrange separate rooms for you around the Lord's Manor, and I will contact you immediately if there are any issues. Upon hearing this decision, the three Pegasus Knights responded in unison, yes. Build residential houses 20 building points. Upgrade residential buildings 10 times 50 building points. Building, residential house. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1. Durability, 2000. Upgrade cost, 40 building points. Function, residences for commoners in the territory. Upgrading the building level can improve the appearance and internal structure, which helps to increase the loyalty of the residents. With powerful troops, upgrading defensive towers is naturally essential. Upgrade 2 flame towers, 2 ice towers, 2 arrow towers, and 2 catapult towers once each 120 building points. Build 2 hurricane towers 40 building points. Upgrade both hurricane towers 10 times each 300 building points. Building, hurricane tower. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1. Durability, 5,000. Upgrade cost, 100 building points. Function, automatically attacks enemy units within range, dealing wind attribute magic damage. Upgrading the building level increases the attack range and damage. Additional effect 1, when launching an attack, an additional Eye of the Storm is fired, binding all enemies within it. Cooldown, 30 minutes. After a building is upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 1, the number of building points required for each upgrade increases significantly. Chen Han also abandoned any further plans to upgrade. Whether it's a hero's level or a building's level, there are usually no real changes until you break through a tier. The difference between Tier 2 Stage 1 and Tier 2 Stage 2 is not significant, and more building points can be obtained through various means in the future, so there is no need to overinvest at this moment. After all that renovation, only 120 building points remained. That's just enough to upgrade the bathroom 10 times. After all, with Mio Coco and Mia around, there's always the possibility of some unspeakable things happening in the bathroom. Therefore, keeping the bathroom clean is still very important. After completing all the preparations, we awaited the arrival of the 6th day of the trial. 2:30 p.m. The afternoon sun shone through the windows into the rooms of the Lord's mansion, making them exceptionally bright. Chen Han and his group were discussing future development plans in the living room, looking quite relaxed. However, this tranquility was shattered by a sudden report. Report! My lord, the void creatures are attacking. Villager Zhang San rushed in anxiously, reporting the emergency to Lord Chen Han. Chen Han nodded calmly. I understand, you may leave now. He waved for Zhang San to leave, then turned and exchanged a glance with the two beauties beside him. No words were needed, their eye contact conveyed everything. They're here. The 6th day of the trial. I'm so close to becoming a true lord. Let's go, we'll have to rely on the two of you today. Immediately afterwards, Chen Han led everyone to leave the mansion and go outside. At the same time, the three Pegasus sisters also received the news and rushed over. The scene outside the barrier was astonishing. A dark mass of void creatures surged in like a tide, densely filling the entire field of vision. The scene was exactly the same as the trial on the 4th day, but upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the void creatures this time were more ferocious, brutal, and intelligent. The void creatures are a mixed bag, with all sorts of strange and terrifying monsters intertwined, bearing their fangs and claws, making them extremely frightening. A rough estimate suggests there are at least 100 different types of void creatures. Among these monsters, there were even about 10 evolved bosses, each exuding a powerful aura. What's even more terrifying is that the lowest level of these void creatures is at least Tier 2, Stage 1. Species, Night Wolf. Level, Tier 2, Stage 5. Description, the evolved form of the Black Wolf, possessing top-tier strength and speed, and its combat power increases several times over in the dark. Breed, Cerberus. Level, Tier 2, Stage 5. Description, the evolved form of the Rabid Dog, with 3 heads possessing independent intelligence, capable of casting 3 different spells simultaneously. Species, Heavenly Demon Rabbit. Level, Tier 2, Stage 5. Description, an evolved form of the Rabbit Hunter, skilled in dark magic, extremely cunning, and agile. Species, Swamp Frog. Level, Tier 2, Stage 5. Description, an evolved form of the Poisonous Frog, skilled in earth magic, and adept at setting traps to let the swamp swallow its enemies. The void creatures poured out of the fog of war like an endless tide, as if trying to completely engulf Chen Han's territory, emitting a nauseating stench. Chen Han turned to look at the beauties around him and said softly, let's stick to the previous assignments, is that alright? No problem, Master, you can rest assured. Miao Kiki responded cheerfully, her eyes sparkling with a desire for battle. Now that I have accepted your kindness, my lord, I will certainly live up to your expectations. Mia spread her pure white wings, supported herself, and said firmly, leave it to us 3 sisters. The 3 Pegasus sisters were not to be outdone, displaying a powerful aura. The territory has expanded considerably, and simply dividing it into left and right sides is simply not enough to manage it all. So Chen Han changed the layout, dividing the entire circular territory into 4 equal parts. He led 10 defensive towers to guard the south, the 3 Pegasus sisters guarded the north, Mio Coco guarded the east, and Mia guarded the west. This can largely prevent monsters from slipping through. This time, the void creatures made no deployments or tactics, they simply swarmed into the territory. Their sheer number is despair-inducing. Perhaps for these void creatures? In this situation, having no tactics is precisely the best tactic. Chapter 35 Battlefield on all sides. Boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sizzle. The next second, the 10 defensive towers, like sleeping behemoths, suddenly awoke and began operating at full speed. Flames, ice, arrows, boulders, storms, all sorts of attacks rained down on the incoming void creatures. The entire southern battlefield instantly transformed into a terrifying killing field, like a giant meat grinder, mercilessly reaping the lives of void creatures. The battlefield reeked of blood, and the void creatures emitted painful screams and wails that rose and fell incessantly. The limbs and fragments of void creatures flew everywhere in the air, forming a sky full of flying debris. These severed limbs and fragments flew through the air before finally scattering across the wilderness. The void creatures' offensive wave was severely hampered by this fierce barrage of defensive towers. The mountains of debris formed a solid natural barrier, effectively slowing down the advance of subsequent void creature reinforcements. Witnessing the intense battle scene before him, Chen Han couldn't help but exclaim, the second tier, first stage defensive tower is indeed incredibly powerful. He quickly took out a Barrett from his storage ring, aimed at the void creatures that had broken through the defenses, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! With a deafening roar, Barrett's bullets whistled through the air and struck one of the black wolves hard. The powerful impact tore its body to pieces on the spot, splattering blood everywhere. Not only that, the bullet also pierced through the black wolf's body with unstoppable force, continuing to fly backward and accurately hitting a steel-haired boar behind it, directly piercing its hard body. Bang bang bang! Chen Han gripped the Barrett tightly, his fingers rapidly pulling the trigger, firing repeatedly. Fortunately, Chen Han had practiced martial arts since childhood and had reached the second level, second stage. Otherwise, the recoil from the rapid fire would have been enough to give him a hard time. It must be said that Barrett's reputation for saving lives is truly well-deserved. But soon, Chen Han's brows furrowed slightly. He discovered that one of the bosses, Cerberus, was charging toward the south where he was stationed. So I guess I'll have to face the boss alone after all. Oh well, it's something I had to do sooner or later. Chen Han took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and then set up the Barrett, aimed at the middle head of the three-headed dog, and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a loud bang, the bullet flew out at an astonishing speed, but it seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier. This time, the invincible Barrett was actually bounced off the barrier without causing the slightest harm to Cerberus. There's a protective barrier? Holy crap, you three-headed dog, you have no sportsmanship. However, Chen Han's attack seemed to have angered the three-headed dog. Its three dog heads let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, as if venting its anger at Chen Han. Then, they began to gather their magical power. Flames, ice, and lightning simultaneously erupted from the three dog heads, forming a powerful energy stream that slammed directly into the barrier. Barrier durability 996. Barrier durability 998. Barrier durability 1024. This single attack caused the barrier's durability to decrease by more than 3,000 points instantly. If Chen Han hadn't upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 2, increasing the barrier's durability to 30,000 points and adding a special effect of 10% damage taken, it probably would have shattered on the spot. Wow, it's that powerful? Fine. Then don't blame me for spending money. A slogan from a certain Tencent game, as long as you spend money, there's no problem that can't be solved. Do you wish to spend 100 Genesis crystals to purchase demon-slaying bullets? Yes. The next second. A flash of silver light appeared, and a bullet gleaming with a cold light quickly appeared in the Barrett's gun barrel. Aim and fire. Bang. Without hesitation, Chen Han pulled the trigger, and a tongue of fire shot out from the muzzle, accompanied by a loud gunshot that resounded throughout the entire space. At the same time, a dazzling silver-white streak of light shot out with the sound of the gunshot, like a bolt of lightning ripping across the sky, flying straight toward the ferocious head in the middle of the three-headed dog. Snap! The invisible barrier that had always been impenetrable was finally shattered by the anti-magic bullet. However, the anti-magic bullet did not stop there. It continued to pass through the broken barrier at an astonishing speed, heading straight for the head in the middle. Awoo! The dog that was hit by the anti-magic bullet let out a shrill scream, and then fell silent. The once ferocious and terrifying dog head was now exposed, with its flesh torn open, revealing stark white bones. Bright red blood gushed from the wound, forming a horrifying pool of blood. A moment later, the dog's head seemed to lose its life support, drooping limply and lifelessly. The other two dog heads witnessed this horrific scene, their eyes wide with shock and bewilderment, seemingly still reeling from the sudden turn of events. Chen Han naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Without hesitation, he bought 2 more anti-magic bullets and quickly aimed at 2 more dog heads. Bang bang! With 2 crisp gunshots, 2 silver white beams shot out like lightning, accurately piercing through the remaining 2 heads of the three-headed dog. This time, without the barrier to block or buffer, the anti-magic bullet shattered the dog's head upon impact, sending fragments flying everywhere. Having lost its 3 heads, the three-headed dog was completely incapable of resisting and was quickly wiped out by the powerful attacks of the defensive towers. Barrett is definitely the best. It can unleash tremendous power no matter where it is. Despite his feelings of deep emotion, Chen Han did not stop what he was doing. Instead, he skillfully set up the Barrett, aimed at the other void creatures, and decisively pulled the trigger. Eastern Battlefield. Now Kiki continuously unleashed the Shadow of the Night skill, each activation reaping the lives of numerous void creatures. After being released multiple times, the vast majority of void creatures are now nearly wiped out. Even the three evolved bosses were not spared, dying tragically under the blades of the Night Demon. All that's left now are a disorganized rabble whose formation has completely collapsed. However, the magic power consumed by the shadow of the night is really too high. Next, Miao Kiki could only pick up the blank staff that Chun Han had once drawn and begin to carry out the finishing task. Western Battlefield. All the void creatures were suppressed by an extremely powerful gravity, unable to get up, and could only lie prostrate on the ground, unable to move at all. Moreover, as gravity continued to increase, many void creatures were crushed into mincemeat, and their blood stained the entire wilderness. Although the three evolved bosses were barely able to avoid being crushed into mincemeat like the minions under this gravity, it did not mean that they could move freely. Faced with such a target, Mia naturally used her light bullet magic to finish him off. They effortlessly blasted these bosses into dust. The Northern Battlefield. The three Pegasus sisters circled and weaved through the air at incredible speeds, like three streaks of lightning flashing across the sky. Ordinary people simply cannot keep up with their speed. They can only see void creatures being easily killed to prove that they are still on this battlefield. Sister, we think we've found a treasure. This lord's talent enhancement is too strong. I feel invincible. Xia Yan said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Shut up. Don't say things like that again. Regardless of whether the lord's talent is strong or weak, he is still a master we must serve. Shauna responded with a serious expression, her voice carrying a hint of authority. As the eldest of three sisters, she needs to remain calm and rational at all times and not easily reveal her inner thoughts. However, in reality, her heart was also in turmoil, astonished by the Lord's enhanced talent. Eldest sister, third sister, stop talking nonsense, killing the enemy is the priority. I'll go hold off those two heavenly demon rabbits, you two finish off the boss you're dealing with as soon as possible. Xia Ti quickly reminded her. New. Chapter 36 Emily's Determination. 2.5 hours passed quickly. All the void creatures were finally and completely wiped out. On the 6th day of the trial, at least tens of thousands of ferocious beasts attacked, continuously emerging from the fog of war, a truly terrifying sight. The barrier's durability is nearing its limit, it's almost completely collapsing. The corpses of tens of thousands of void creatures piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers, turning the area outside the territory into a terrifying scene. Chen Han sat exhausted on the ground, panting heavily, and it took him a long time to recover. Void Overlord, you have no martial ethics. How can you subject a rookie lord to such a trial? After briefly complaining about the Void Overlord, Chen Han began to check the settlement rewards for the 6th day of the trial. Battle over. Congratulations, Lord, on your victory in the 6th day of the trial, annihilating all the void creatures. The game detected evolved high-level creatures including Cerberus, Swamp Sparrow, Nightwolf, and Sky Rabbit. Rewards doubled. Start calculating completion rewards. Reward 1, 2 defensive structures laser towers. Reward 2, 2 legendary items guard upgrade cards. Reward 3, 8,000 Genesis crystals. Reward 4, 20,000 Lord experience points, 80,000 Hero experience points. Congratulations, Lord! You have reached Tier 2, Stage 3. Your Lordship talent has unlocked a new effect. Territory expansion. Lord's talent, Nightly Revelry. Talent effect 4, if someone is satisfied with your heroic demeanor, you will have the opportunity to upgrade a building. Back inside the Lord's manor. Whether it was Miao Kiki, Mia, or Chen Han and the three Tianma sisters, everyone was panting heavily from exhaustion. The trials that day were fiercer than ever before. The fact that 6 people could resist tens of thousands of void creatures of similar level to themselves is probably an unprecedented feat in history. Fortunately, the talent has an enhancement effect, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thank you for your hard work, my lord, and all my sisters. This is a drink I've prepared, please enjoy it. Emily opened the door quite naturally and walked in carrying a plate of orange juice. Ah! It's orange juice. Miao Kiki picked up a cup and poured it into her mouth with great enthusiasm. After finishing one cup, he quickly ordered a second one. Lady Coco, please drink slowly. There's more in the kitchen. Don't be in such a hurry. It's okay, that's how you enjoy juice. Emily, I'll have one too. Please, Lady Nia. If you need more, there's more in the cafeteria. Can we have a drink too? No problem. I've seen how brave you three sisters are. If it weren't for your help, we ordinary people with no fighting ability would definitely be dead by now. Emily spoke softly, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes. Clearly, she also longed to participate in the battle, but reality left her feeling helpless. She has no combat ability. The only skill that can be considered somewhat related to combat is her detoxification technique. Seeing the forlorn look on Emily's face, Chen Han couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Although Chen Han doesn't consider himself a narcissistic person. However, judging from Emily's attitude and behavior towards him, if Mia and the Pegasus sisters could trigger the enhancement effect of their talents upon their first meeting, then logically, Emily should also be able to trigger the enhancement effect. Was all of this an act? Or is it that only women with combat abilities can enjoy this effect? Chen Han pondered to himself. In contrast, he prefers the latter possibility. After all, of the 100 civilians under his command, about 40 were women, and more than half of them were young. To these commoners, the Lord was a figure of great power and influence. Logically speaking, since Chen Han rescued them and took them in, at least 1 or 2 female civilians should have been able to trigger this effect. With this thought in mind, Chen Han looked at the reward he had just received: the Guard Upgrade Card. Item: Guard Upgrade Card. Rarity: Legendary. Usage requirements: Tier 1, Stage 1, Guard Roll. Effect 1, grants the guard the combat ability of a certain troop type, with a certain probability of obtaining a higher tier troop type. Note, using the same guard repeatedly will refresh the troop's abilities. These abilities cannot be stacked repeatedly. This thing is probably like a job change card in a game, right? I wonder if Emily can use it. Chen Han sighed, stood up, and patted Emily on the shoulder. Come with me for a moment. Okay. Although Emily didn't understand why Chen Han wanted to call her alone, she obediently followed him. After all, as a guard, her duty was to obey the Lord's orders. She had no other choice. The two arrived at the back of the mansion. Chen Han cut to the chase and asked directly, Emily, do you want to fight? Don't you want to be a chef anymore? Upon hearing this, Emily was stunned and quickly waved her hands, explaining, No. No. That's not how it is. I'm very honored to be your chef, Lord, but... Just what? Emily took a deep breath and said truthfully, it's just that seeing everyone working so hard for the development of the territory while I can only stand by and watch, this feeling of powerlessness makes me feel terrible. After saying that, Emily hurriedly added a second later, I'm so sorry, Lord. I'm just a cook, yet I was thinking about such things. I'm truly sorry. Her voice was filled with guilt and unease. Upon hearing this, Chen Han nodded slightly, finally understanding Emily's true thoughts. Isn't he the same way? Watching the unparalleled battle between Miao Kiki and Mia, his heart was also filled with unease, and he could hardly contain his excitement. However, due to the racial relations among humans, he could only rely on external forces to fight until he fully matured. He fully understood Emily's deep-seated desire for battle. Emily, you now have a choice. Chen Han took out a guard upgrade card from his spatial bag and solemnly said, using this card should grant you combat abilities, but not necessarily the power you imagine. Even so, you must. Before Chen Han could finish speaking, Emily interrupted without hesitation, I'm willing. As long as I can fight. Of course, I won't neglect my duties as a chef either. Seeing Emily's resolute expression, Chen Han didn't waste any more words. They used the guard upgrade card directly on her. Is it confirmed that a guard upgrade card will be used on Emily to grant her the abilities of a certain troop type? Sure. Successfully used guard upgrade card. Congratulations to Emily for acquiring the abilities of a high-tier unit. Unit type, Magic Swordsman. Description, an infantry unit skilled in combat using swords and magic. They can enchant their swords with magic, adding various elemental magical damage to their attacks. They possess excellent attack power and speed. Ding. Detected that the guard unit Emily has fallen for you. Combat power plus 150%. Chapter 37, the 7th day of trial. Name, Emily. Race, Elf. Identity, Guard. Level, Tier 1, Stage 6,200,600. Talent, S rank. Skills, Cooking LV4, Detoxification LV3, Elemental Enchantment LV1, Swordsmanship LV1. Dominated Territory, Territory number 10086. Elemental Enchantment LV1, active skill, can apply water, fire, earth, wind, light, and dark enchantments to your weapon, dealing additional magic damage of different attributes. Swordsmanship LV1, passive skill, allows you to skillfully use a long sword to attack enemies. What good luck! I was able to advance to a high-tier unit with just one upgrade card. Chen Han looked at Emily's completely revamped attribute panel with a look of great joy on his face. He nodded slightly, quite satisfied. In fact, he had already made plans in his mind before this. If Emily fails to acquire the abilities of a high-tier unit, then we will prepare to use another upgrade card to change the unit's abilities. Now it seems that's enough. Saving an upgrade card is fantastic. Moreover, it indirectly proves a fact. His Lord's talent enhancement skill does indeed only work on female units with combat capabilities. On the other side, Emily closed her eyes tightly, completely immersed in the wonderful feeling of power flowing and surging through her body like a tide. This powerful force was exactly what she had longed for. As for exactly when the desire to become stronger began to sprout deep within her heart and took root there, even she herself couldn't say for sure. But none of that matters anymore. Because at this moment, she finally achieved her wish. Overwhelmed with excitement, she quickly knelt on one knee and said to Chen Han with utmost sincerity and respect, "Lord, thank you so much for the power you have bestowed upon me." Chen Han smiled and nodded slightly. "It's all right, get up. Feel out of your newfound power." Before he finished speaking, he reached into his spatial bag, took out the Long Quan sword, and handed it to Emily. Since Barrett, the lifesaver, stole the show during yesterday afternoon's trial, Chen Han has completely fallen for him. After all, compared to traditional skills like wielding swords and knives, the powerful firepower of gunfire is much more practical. Moreover, isn't this unique American-style IAI even more appealing? Thank you for the reward, my lord. Emily happily accepted the sword and immediately began to try out the power she had just acquired. She moved with the grace of a swallow, wielding her long sword with a powerful and swift motion. At the same time, the surrounding magic began to surge wildly, like a disturbed swarm of bees. Such a scene unfolds before our eyes like a magnificent and breathtaking painting. Witnessing this scene, Chen Han was filled with emotion. No wonder so many scholars and poets throughout history have been fond of admiring the graceful sword dance of beautiful women. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I truly appreciate its wonder. It's getting late, you should get some rest. Don't ruin your health. Chen Han waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I will remember it forever." Emily bowed and responded earnestly. Tomorrow will mark the end of the trial. But Chen Han still tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, like a high school student about to face the college entrance examination. No, there is no college entrance exam in this world, nor is there a wonderful university life. Here, high school is the final stop on the road to education. From this day forward, everyone will live together in harmony with their own territory. Whether one achieves lasting fame, remains unknown, or even fades into obscurity, all depends on the quality of the territory one controls. Will you choose to be cowards for life, or will you choose to become an eternal, immortal myth? Chen Han smiled faintly, finally understanding the meaning of this bold statement that was often on his lips. I've been accumulating hero experience points for 2 days now, and I've already accumulated 115,000 experience points. Chen Han opened the system interfaces for Miao Kiki and Mia. No need for further explanation, let's upgrade. I wonder what kind of surprise they'll be like when they wake up tomorrow morning and realize the change in their power. Miao Kiki upgrades from Tier 2, Stage 2 to Tier 2, Stage 4, consuming 50,000 Hero Pool experience points. Upgrading Mia from Tier 2, Stage 1 to Tier 2, Stage 4 consumes 60,000 Hero Pool experience points. Day 7. As the first rays of dawn broke through the sky, before the first rays of sunlight had fully touched the earth. Overwhelmed with excitement, I tossed and turned all night, unable to fall asleep. In short, Chen Han got out of bed early, before 8 o'clock in the morning, which was unprecedented for him. After a quick wash, he went to the cafeteria. As soon as I stepped into the cafeteria, a clear and pleasant voice reached my ears. "Good morning, my lord." Emily greeted him warmly with a bright, sunny smile. "What would you like to eat, lord?" Chen Han glanced at the dazzling array of menus before him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Upgrading the cafeteria was indeed effective. The number of dishes has doubled. Just give me a meat bun and a cup of soy milk. Upon hearing this, Emily looked surprised and asked suspiciously, "Today is the last day of the trial, my lord. Are you really only planning to eat this little bit?" However, when faced with Emily's question, Chen Han appeared calm and composed, as if he had expected it. He shook his head. "That's enough. Sometimes eating too much can actually affect your performance and prevent you from showing your true potential. In fact, whether it is this life or a past life, Chen Han has always had this unique habit, or rather, quirk. Whenever faced with a major event, especially one that makes him feel nervous or anxious, his appetite often becomes unusually poor, and the amount of food he consumes decreases accordingly. Recalling the morning he took the college entrance exam in his previous life, he rushed to the exam hall without even eating breakfast. And as expected, he was admitted to Yinqing University. Unfortunately, just before he was happily preparing to go to Yinqing University to register, tragedy struck. A sudden car accident ended his life, and the perpetrator was a rich second generation who was driving under the influence of alcohol. However, fate seemed to have other plans. Miraculously, he was given a second chance at life, arriving in this completely unfamiliar world. Whatever the reason, this is all I need to eat this morning. Chapter 38 Martial God Hall. A few minutes later, Emily walked gracefully towards them, carrying a tempting breakfast in her hands. Her pretty face radiated a sweet and charming smile, like spring flowers in bloom, as she softly said, "My lord, please enjoy your meal. If it's not enough, I can make more." "Okay, thanks." Before Chen Han could finish speaking, Emily gently interrupted him. "My lord, there's no need for thanks. I am your guard, and it is my duty to serve you, so please don't treat yourself like an ordinary person." Upon hearing this, Chen Han couldn't help but sigh inwardly, a sense of helplessness welling up in his heart. Indeed, the facts are as he stated. Looking back, it all seems like a dream, illusory and hazy. Just 7 days ago, he was just an ordinary high school graduate. However, in the blink of an eye, he is about to become a lord, sharing this endless void with countless races from all the heavens and myriad worlds. Such a dramatic and earth-shattering change in identity is truly awe-inspiring and deeply moving. "I see." Chen Han nodded slightly in response. At the same time, his gaze fell on Emily's information interface and he discovered that her level and sword skills had both increased by a full level. Chen Han knew perfectly well that this elf girl must have practiced her swordsmanship all night last night, otherwise how could she have made such amazing progress? However, one has to admit that S-class talent truly lives up to its reputation. Geniuses are not scary. What's scary is that geniuses work harder than everyone else. In just one night, you can raise yourself and all your skills by one level. That efficiency is terrifying. It seems Emily is indeed someone I should focus on developing. When I have time, I should ask her if she has any ideas about learning new skills or becoming stronger. After breakfast, Chen Han went to the Dawn altar to begin today's lottery draw. As expected, my luck was bad today, and I only won a low-level item, which was not worth my attention. Chen Han did not dwell on this too much. After all, being able to draw that supreme-level divine beast egg, which was a rare treasure, was simply incredibly lucky. It was an unprecedented stroke of good fortune. If you are still not satisfied now and do not properly balance your fortune, you may really shorten your lifespan. Then began today's territory transformation journey. In fact, this was already done yesterday after I received the settlement reward. Chen Han then received several notification sounds from the system. Muse was impressed by your heroic demeanor and has been granted a building upgrade opportunity, X1. Mia was awestruck by your impressive display and has been granted a building upgrade opportunity, X3. Clearly, this is a new talent effect triggered. Surprisingly, you can accumulate attempts before acquiring this talent effect. However, what is most heartbreaking is, despite arriving several days earlier than Mia, Mukoko only received one opportunity to upgrade her building. This is just too outrageous. It seems that gaining her approval is going to be quite difficult. Alright, let's put these troublesome matters aside for now and see what's so amazing about this so-called upgraded building. It's worth noting that the number of upgrades granted by the Lord's talent is not a conventional way of increasing levels by consuming building points. Instead, it is directly upgraded to a higher grade advanced building. At this moment, Chen Han's gaze slowly turned to the barracks beside him. Barracks Hall of Martial Gods. Function: can consume void crystals to summon high-tier units. The higher the building level, the more high-tier units can be summoned, and the higher their initial level will be. A barracks that summons soldiers using void crystals? That's impressive. Keep in mind that the value of a single void crystal is at least equivalent to 10,000 creation crystals. Therefore, recruiting a soldier in the Hall of Martial Gods would require at least 10,000 creation crystals as the starting point. Back then, the Pegasus sisters, summoned with just 3,000 creation crystals, already possessed formidable power. So now, if we were to use troops summoned at a cost 10 times greater than that of the Pegasus Knights, what terrifying power would they possess? Damn, could it be comparable to a supreme-level hero unit? After careful consideration, Chen Han decided to give it a try and upgrade. After all, today is the last day of the trial. If we can take this opportunity to increase our combat strength in case of emergency, that would be the best thing ever. Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the barracks into the Hall of Martial Gods? Note, this operation is irreversible, please choose carefully. Sure. Upgrade successful. Architecture, Temple of the God of War unique. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1. Durability, 15000-15000. Upgrade cost, 300 building points. Function, can consume void crystals to summon high-tier units. The higher the building level, the more high-tier units can be summoned, and the higher their initial level will be. Additional Effect 1, the original appearance of the building cannot be seen by anyone except the residents of its territory. Additional Effect 2, all troop types combat strength plus 20% Tier 2 effect. In that instant, countless golden rays of light rained down from the sky, sprinkling onto the barracks. And the barracks, which had originally appeared somewhat old and dilapidated, began to undergo a miraculous transformation at this moment. It gradually evolved into a magnificent building that resembled a sacred altar. At the very center of this altar stands a human-shaped crystal statue holding a long sword, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty, as if it were looking down upon all things in the world. The magnificent scene unfolds before your eyes like a splendid painting, with every detail exuding an air of nobility. However, Chen Han's gaze was not drawn to the magnificent building, he went straight to the list of recruitable troop types. Compared to the 37 low-tier troop types in the previous barracks, the troop list of the Martial God Hall is exceptionally concise. Aside from the 2 additional high-tier classes added by using advanced troop summoning cards, there are only 3. Magician, 4 void crystals. Description, an infantry unit, a supreme being who controls all magical elements and can use magic of all attributes to inflict devastating damage on enemies. Gunner, 4 void crystals. Description, infantry unit, carrying extra-dimensional space-containing weapons from various eras, skilled in using high-tech weaponry to inflict devastating blows on the enemy. Martial God, 5 void crystals. Description, infantry unit, a master who pursues the ultimate in martial arts, whose fists can shake mountains and rivers. They possess extremely powerful single-target combat capabilities and are suitable for single-target boss battles. Chapter 39, Chen Han's Happy Life. Wow, it's so expensive. Chen Han looked at the prices of the various military branches in front of him, and black lines appeared on his forehead. I thought I could spend the void crystal I had. Surprisingly, even the cheapest unit requires 2 void crystals to recruit. At that moment, Chen Han deeply understood what it meant for poverty to limit imagination. Although it is temporarily impossible to recruit these high-level units that consume void crystals, high-tier units such as Pegasus Knights and Ninjas can still be recruited using Genesis crystals. It doesn't matter if we can't recruit low-tier units. Chen Han had no such intention. Quality is better than quantity. Immediately afterwards, Chen Han scanned the buildings within the territory. Except for a few special facilities, all buildings are eligible for upgrades. At that moment, a thought suddenly came to mind. Isn't Coco always complaining about wanting a better resting environment? In that case, why not upgrade her manor first? That way, her experience will improve, and she should be able to get more building upgrade attempts, right? After much deliberation, Chen Han decided to upgrade the Lord's manor first. Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade your Lord's residence into a primordial temple? Sure. Upgrade successful. Architecture, primordial temple unique. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1. Durability, 50,000. Upgrade cost, 500 building points. Function, the Lord's residence, providing rest. Upgrading it improves both its appearance and internal structure. Additional Effect 1, mana regeneration speed within the dwelling plus 10%. Additional Effect 2, gain 200 building points per hour. Tier 2 effect. Additional Effect 3, the original appearance of the building cannot be seen by anyone except the residents of its territory. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Chen Han's eyes widened, and 3 beautiful sounds of traditional Chinese poetry involuntarily burst forth from his mouth. At this moment, the dilapidated little wooden house had long since disappeared. The scene before me was a magnificent and imposing giant pavilion, its entire body shimmering with dazzling golden light, as if it were made of countless precious gems, exquisitely beautiful. Of course, none of these are the most crucial points. This primordial temple can actually produce building points continuously. Is this some kind of insanely overpowered thing? It's important to understand that in this endless void, following strict rules, the ways to acquire building points are extremely limited. Only at dawn each day, based on the Lord's own level, will the system distribute a fixed number of building points. The purpose of this is obvious: to curb the rapid expansion of a particular territory and avoid having too great an impact on the overall structure of the endless void. But now that the Hongmeng Temple exists, the situation has changed dramatically. In just one day, he was able to gain a whopping 4,800 building points, which is almost 4 times the number of building points Chen Han usually earns. This is absolutely insane. Finally, I don't have to be so stingy with my building points anymore. Coco, I'm really looking forward to seeing your expression when you wake up and see the changes to the Lord's Manor. Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, forming a slightly mocking smile, before he turned his gaze to the cafeteria next door. After all, sleep, food, and battle are all indispensable for a territory. Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the cafeteria into the Spirit Cuisine Pavilion? Sure. Upgrade successful. Building, Lingshan Gu Unique. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1. Durability, 30,000. Upgrade cost, 500 building points. Function, can consume ingredients to create all kinds of delicacies in the world. Additional effect 1, the original appearance of the building cannot be seen by anyone except the residents of its territory. Additional effect 2, temporarily boosts attributes while dining at the Spirit Dining Pavilion. Lingshan Ge's architectural style is unique, cleverly blending Chinese and Western elements to form a distinctive aesthetic style. The door is inlaid with exquisite wood carvings depicting various delicacies, making one's mouth water at first glance. 2 enormous crystal chandeliers hung high on either side of the main entrance, shining with dazzling brilliance and exuding an unparalleled noble aura. When one's gaze passes over this magnificent gate, what comes into view is a bewildered and astonished Emily and the commoners. Lord! What is this? When Emily saw Chen Han outside, she rushed out of the kitchen without even taking off her apron and stammered out a question. Seeing this, Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, revealing a calm smile. How is it? Do you like it? The new cafeteria. Emily was even more confused. I love it. Of course I love it. But why has the cafeteria become like this? This, is such a high-class place really suitable for someone like me to work here? Chen Han patted Emily on the shoulder and laughed. A beautiful chef like you deserves a high-end kitchen. That old, run-down place really didn't suit your status. A beautiful female chef? My lord, are you talking about me? Of course. Emily is very beautiful. She's undoubtedly a great beauty. Upon hearing this, Emily's elfin ears seemed to be ignited, instantly turning bright red. She didn't even have the courage to look at Chen Han. Her eyes flickered, as if she were running away from something. The deeper meaning behind such a straightforward praise from the Lord is self-evident. No wonder Chen Han bestowed upon her immense power and even upgraded her kitchen. Thinking of this, Emily murmured softly, My lord, I will definitely fulfill my mission to the best of my ability. Chen Han nodded slightly. Yes, my happy life depends on you. A cafeteria like this must have very complete cooking equipment. Chen Han had never experienced food in the game that could boost attributes with just one meal. I'm really looking forward to seeing what these foods taste like. As Emily watched Chen Han's figure gradually disappear into the distance, her cheeks grew increasingly hot, as radiant and dazzling as the sunset. Her hands unconsciously fiddled with her chest, as if trying to hide her inner shyness. A happy life? But I've never experienced it. Emily glanced at the now magnificent Lord's mansion and muttered, Lady Coco seems to know a lot about this. It seems I'll have to ask her for advice sometime. Chapter 40 Preparations before the trial. Is there one last upgrade opportunity left? Chen Han gazed at the various buildings within his territory, gently resting his chin on one hand, and murmured to himself. Before these buildings are fully upgraded, their specific information is hidden and cannot be previewed. Therefore, apart from the universal effect that no one except the residents of the territory can see the original appearance of the building, there is no knowledge of any additional effects that may occur after upgrading a building. Today is the last day of the trial, and there's no time to ask Mia and Mukoko for more building upgrade attempts. After careful consideration, Chen Han decided to upgrade the goddess altar first. Although they have not suffered any harm in the past 6 days. But who dares to say that they will still be safe and sound during the 7th day of the trial? Moreover, wouldn't it be even better if the goddess altar could revive hero units after being upgraded? However, you should upgrade using building points first, and then upgrade using talent functions, as this will be more cost-effective. Goddess altar, divine level 10 200 building points. Architecture, Goddess Altar. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1. Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the Goddess Altar to the Miracle Altar? Sure. Upgrade successful. Architecture, Miracle Altar. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1. Durability, 50,000. Upgrade cost, 300 building points. Function, consumes Genesis crystals to heal Lord or hero units. Leveling up increases the healing effect. Additional effect 1, the original appearance of the building cannot be seen by anyone except the residents of its territory. Additional effect 2, healing can be performed without being on the altar, but the required Genesis crystals are doubled. Looking at the information about the Miracle Altar, Chen Han nodded, quite satisfied. Despite not gaining the ability to resurrect heroes, the Miracle Altar's remote healing effect is truly delightful. This is perhaps the difference between reality and games. Life is only once. In this world, there probably aren't any buildings or items that can easily revive others, making everything seem more realistic and cruel. Take your time, there's plenty of time. We still have building points, let's build a few more defensive towers. I think there were laser towers in yesterday's rewards. Chen Han muttered to himself, glancing at his spatial bag. 2 laser towers were built. Upgrade both laser towers 10 times each, 300 building points. Architecture, Laser Tower. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1. Durability, 5,000. Upgrade cost, 100 building points. Function, automatically attacks enemy units within range, dealing light attribute magic damage. Upgrading the building level increases the attack range and damage. Additional effect 1, when launching an attack, summon an additional laser rain to attack enemies. Cooldown, 1 hour. A total of 233 Genesis crystals were harvested from the 4 crystal veins. Build 2 flame towers with a building point of 80. Build 2 hurricane towers with a building point of 80. Construct 2 laser towers at 80 building points. Upgrade both flame towers 10 times each, 300 building points. Upgrade both hurricane towers 10 times each, 300 building points. Upgrade both laser towers 10 times each, 300 building points. Where am I? Miao Kiki stared wide-eyed at the dreamlike scenery around her face filled with astonishment, and for a moment she was in a daze. She couldn't help but reach out and pinch Mia's pink cheek hard. When she felt the smooth touch on her fingertips and saw the slight pain on Mia's face, Miao Kiki finally realized that she was not in a dream. However, if it wasn't a dream, then everything happening before my eyes was truly bizarre. I just took a nap, so why does the whole room feel so unfamiliar? Meanwhile, Mia gently rubbed the spot where Miao Kiki had pinched her, quickly calming down and starting to analyze the current situation. Clearly, this must be some kind of modification or upgrade that Chen Han made to the Lord's mansion. But, isn't this change a bit too astonishing? She comes from a prestigious family of angels. The scene before her was far more magnificent than any of the luxurious mansions Mia had ever lived in. Just as the two were still immersed in shock and confusion, a faint noise suddenly came from outside the room. Immediately afterwards, Chen Han pushed open the door with a smile, stepped into the room, and went straight to the chair next to the bed and sat down. He teased softly, "Oh, you two beauties, you've finally woken up." Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki and Mia exchanged a glance and asked in unison, "What exactly happened?" "Hee, there was a really nice item in yesterday's rewards, so I used it to upgrade our Lord's mansion." Chen Han scooped Miao Kiki up from the bed, gently stroking her pink hair, and said with a doting expression, "You should like the environment of this mansion, right?" Upon hearing this, a shy blush rose on Miao Kiki's face, as delicate and beautiful as a blooming peach blossom. She nodded slightly and replied softly, "Yes. I really like it, thank you, Master. I love both Master and this house." Her words were full of charm and seduction. "I'm glad you like it." Chen Han's gaze shifted to Mia, who was standing to the side, elegantly smoothing her long hair. "Mia, I've upgraded the cafeteria too. I asked Emily yesterday, and they can now cook Buddha jumps over the wall. Before the void creatures attack, you can go and try it." Upon hearing this, Mia, who had been as calm as still water, suddenly widened her beautiful eyes, her face filled with astonishment. She had only casually mentioned that her favorite food was Buddha jumps over the wall, a dish from human society, that night, and she had almost forgotten about it herself. Unexpectedly, Chen Han took it so seriously and remembered it firmly. "Thank you for your kindness, Lord. I am deeply grateful. I will fight with all my might today. Ahem, today is the last day of the trial, let's do our best together." By the way, Master, where's the bathroom? I want to touch up my makeup. There's a separate dressing room to the left after you go out, the restroom is at the end of the corridor, and the newly added bedroom is to the right. Downstairs are the living room and meeting room. It's a bit complicated to explain like this. Before the void creatures attack, let me give you a tour. Good. Chapter 41: The Bizarre Attacker. The last day seemed to stretch on endlessly, with every minute and second feeling incredibly long and unbearable. Time passed slowly, and finally it was 5:30 p.m. Disappointingly, no trace of any void creatures appeared within the field of vision. This unusual calm, however, stirred a sense of unease within Chen Han, making him feel increasingly uneasy. Something unusual must be going on, just like the attack by the undead army during the fourth day of the trial. Fortunately, the weather in the endless void is unusually clear today. Although it was nearing dusk, the brilliant sunlight was as dazzling and warm as at noon. At least in terms of weather, it is not at a disadvantage. Just as Chen Han and his group were about to enjoy their dinner, suddenly, something strange happened. An extremely powerful pressure surged forth like a raging torrent, instantly filling Chen Han's entire body and mind. That feeling was like the shadow of death looming over my heart, lingering and sending chills down my spine. Without a doubt, the final day of the trial has begun. My lord, what is this? Emily, standing to the side, clearly sensed the terrifying pressure as well. Goosebumps involuntarily rose all over her body, and her face was filled with astonishment. Faced with this situation, Chen Han replied solemnly with a serious expression, Emily, although you have obtained the power of a unit, your level is still low and your strength is limited. Therefore, you do not need to participate in today's battle. He had a premonition that the boss of the seventh-day trial would definitely not be as easy to deal with as he had previously imagined. Emily hasn't even reached Tier 2 yet. Leaving the barrier to participate in the battle would probably be a waste of her time. I understand. Despite Emily's heart being filled with desire and anticipation for battle. But since the Lord had already given the order, she naturally couldn't disobey it. She nodded helplessly, indicating that she accepted the arrangement. My lord, please do your best. Don't worry. I don't want to give up this territory that I've worked so hard to acquire. After saying this, Chen Han resolutely led Miao Kiki, Mia, and the three Tianma sisters out of the Lingshan pavilion and headed outside. However, the scene before them was utterly baffling to everyone. I initially expected to encounter a massive, surging horde of void creatures, a pack of ferocious beasts with grotesque faces and sharp fangs, or even a legion of undead exuding a nauseating stench. But reality was completely unexpected. The void creature that supposedly attacked on the last day of the trial turned out to be just a single figure. That's right, there really was only one person standing there. This person wore a bizarre ghost mask and a mysterious black cloak, looking like a messenger emerging from the abyss of darkness. Name? Race? Identity, hero. Grade? Talent? Skill? Affiliation, none. This attribute interface? It's for heroes? What's going on? Mia murmured in astonishment, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Normally, only heroes, guards, and commoners within the same territory are qualified to view each other's attributes. Among them, heroes have the permission to view the attribute interfaces of everyone except the Lord. The guards can view the attribute interfaces of everyone except the Lord and heroes. As for commoners, they could only view information about other commoners and slaves. If it were a tourist or a slave, then their status would be completely unknown. Once this situation occurs, the other party's attribute interface will be filled with a series of question marks, just like the black-clad man standing in front of you right now. After all, if other lords or heroes could freely spy on the attribute details of everyone in another's territory, then the Lord War probably couldn't continue, and everyone's combat power would be exposed without reservation. However, the reason why this man in black's information interface is so special is precisely because it does not belong to any specific territory. That's why it's impossible to find any information about him on the interface. However, this is precisely the core issue. According to common sense and logic, a new lord who is in the trial phase would absolutely not encounter any other units outside the barrier that do not belong to his own territory. What's more, it's a hero unit. Furthermore, why does this hero not have a territory of his own? It is important to know that once a hero is successfully summoned by a lord, he will naturally be bound to that lord's territory, forming an unbreakable bond. If his territory is unfortunately destroyed, then this hero will also vanish into nothingness. There is absolutely no possibility that a hero unit without any affiliation would suddenly appear in the world. But the living examples are right in front of us, and there's no way to fake it. Therefore, Mia's question is unlikely to receive a definitive answer from anyone. A hero unit without a territory is simply too absurd. After a moment of contemplation, Shenhan thoughtfully analyzed, could it be that there exists some kind of void being capable of simulating and transforming into the appearance of a hero? After all, the endless void is so vast, it wouldn't be so rare for one or two monsters with this characteristic to appear in it, would it? Upon hearing this, Mia and Miao Kiki shook their heads in unison, disagreeing, that's impossible. Logically speaking, the information interface is the most advanced existence in this endless void world, and can be considered the core of the underlying logic. From any perspective, there is absolutely no possibility of any problem arising. However, reality seems to only be explained in this way to make a barely plausible sense. Just as Chun Han and his group were deep in thought, the mysterious man in black finally made a move. He slowly approached the spatial barrier where Chen Han was, as if strolling in his own courtyard, leisurely and content. Seeing this, Chen Han knew that this was no time for idle thoughts and that he had to take immediate action. Without hesitation, he moved the defensive tower, quickly shifting it towards the barrier where the man in black was located. In an instant, flames, ice, arrows, boulders, storms, lasers, a barrage of powerful attacks rained down on the man in black. This overwhelming energy fluctuation, like a surging wave, shook the entire sky. However, surprisingly, even with such a fierce attack, it failed to cause the man in black even the slightest harm. He was surrounded by a black shadow barrier, blocking all potential harm. Chapter 42 Can't afford to play anymore? Upon seeing this, a resolute glint flashed in Chen Han's eyes. Without hesitation, he set up the Barret healing and quickly spent 100 creation crystals to purchase demon-slaying bullets. Bang! With a deafening roar, a streak of silvery white light flashed through the air like lightning, carrying unparalleled power, and hurtled straight toward the man in black. However, what is shocking is, the man in black simply turned slightly to the side, easily dodging the fatal blow. Immediately afterwards, the man in black slowly raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers. A mysterious light flickered at his fingertips, and magic power condensed instantly like surging waves, forming a huge and pitch-black blade of light. This blade of light, carrying an aura of world-destroying destruction, swept down towards the spatial barrier of the territory with overwhelming force. Boom! Then came another earth-shattering roar. The spatial barrier, which had remained intact for 6 days, crumbled instantly under this single attack, turning into countless tiny specks of dust that dissipated into the air. The power of this attack far exceeded what Chen Han and his group could have imagined. Holy crap! Void Overlord, are you kidding me? How am I, a newbie lord, supposed to fight this kind of boss? Chen Han's heart was churning like a stormy sea, and he cursed the Void Ruler several times in his heart. He originally thought that the Void Sovereign had made the 7-day trial so difficult in order to nurture him. After all, the reward he received was indeed very generous, and that cannot be faked. But who could have predicted that just as Chun Han was about to pass the trial, the Void Overlord would actually flip the table? This is just too much of a game. Chen Han's face was terribly gloomy. He clenched his teeth and began to think of various countermeasures. Miao Kiki, who usually wears a charming expression, looked somewhat flustered at this moment. She asked softly, "Master, what should we do now? Even if Mia, the Pegasus sisters, and I join forces, we probably won't be a match for this man in black." Chun Han took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. His gaze swept across the surroundings, carefully observing the situation before him. Suddenly, a detail flashed through his mind like lightning. The man in black remained unusually calm when faced with the tower's attacks, as if the attacks had no effect on him. However, what is puzzling is why he would deliberately dodge Chen Han's Barret shot just now. Could it be that the anti-magic bullets can harm him? After all, the description of the anti-magic bullet in this system is that it can break through all magical barriers. Chen Han did not respond to Miao Kiki's words. Instead, he quickly raised the Barret again, aimed at the man in black, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. As expected, he did not use the anti-magic bullet this time, and the man in black did not try to dodge. The ordinary bullet hurtled away like a meteor, heading straight for the barrier on the man in black. However, the bullet seemed to be swallowed up by an invisible force the moment it came into contact with the barrier, instantly turning into nothingness and leaving only a faint flash. So that's how it is? Top-tier defense, top-tier crisis avoidance awareness. But thankfully there's still a way to harm him. Truly worthy of being called the lifesaver Barret. A glimmer of hope welled up in Chen Han's heart. Now that we've found a way to inflict damage, there might still be a chance of winning this battle. He took a deep breath, looked at the girls around him, and asked, Coco, Mia, Shauna, Xiati, Xiayen, do you believe me? I believe you. What's wrong, master? I will obey all of the Lord's arrangements. We three sisters are all your soldiers, Lord, and are willing to obey all your orders. Chen Han nodded, then there's no problem. To make a long story short, you just need to do this. At this moment, the man in black stood silently in place, like a steady mountain. Beneath the mask, his deep eyes revealed extreme confidence in his own strength, as if the whole world was under his control. Even as the defensive towers relentlessly attacked him, he remained unmoved, showing no intention of damaging the buildings. He appeared to have a very gentlemanly demeanor. The next second, the three Pegasus sisters quickly mounted their Pegasus and flew into the sky. At the same time, the men in black were also drawn to them, and involuntarily followed their movements. Mia seized this fleeting opportunity, quickly casting a light shield and blessing spell on herself. Then, without hesitation, she charged straight at the man in black. The man in black frowned slightly upon seeing this, pondering the intentions of these people. However, to him, these were all trivial matters. Faced with absolute power, all schemes are futile. All he had to do was crush Chen Han's tiny territory with overwhelming force. The man in black slowly raised his right hand again. With his movement, a ball of light, condensed with dark magic, condensed in his hand, emanating a chilling aura of darkness. However, in that instant, Miao Kik's figure appeared silently behind the man in black like a ghost. She conjured an arcane missile in her hand, and with a powerful slap, the arcane missile shot out like lightning. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as the arcane missile detonated at extremely close range, releasing a powerful shockwave that swept outwards like a surging ocean wave. Even the black-clad man, protected by a barrier, swayed slightly in the face of this terrifying power, revealing a hint of astonishment. Trying to pull some petty tricks. The man in black clicked his tongue in a voice that sounded like a voice changer, and quickly turned around, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes. He immediately aimed the fully charged dark ball at Miao Kiki, preparing to launch a fatal attack. However, just as he made his move, he was surprised to find that Miao Kiki had already been taken away by the three Pegasus Knights in the sky at some unknown time. This speed? How could a second-tier guard possibly have such speed? Just as the man in black was still in shock, Mia had already rushed to his back like a whirlwind. She also held a dazzling light blast in her hand, which she detonated without hesitation, knocking the man in black back 2.5 meters. When the man in black turned around again, he found that Mia had also been taken away by the Pegasus Knight in less than half a second. His face turned extremely gloomy, and a strong anger surged in his heart. Oof! Let's see what other tricks you can pull. The man in black parted his lips slightly and said softly, his voice revealing a hint of disdain, thunderous might. As she finished speaking, in an instant, the once warm and sunny endless void was suddenly obscured by an invisible hand, and the light vanished abruptly. Chapter 43: The Dragon Clan. Dark clouds, as black as ink, rolled in and quickly filled the entire sky. The entire endless void was instantly shrouded in thick dark clouds, resembling a huge black castle, oppressive and heavy. Boom! The terrifying thunderclaps rose and fell, making people's eardrums ache. Countless chains of lightning, as thick as buckets, surged wildly in the sky like silver snakes, weaving together into a massive electric net. Each bolt of lightning carried a devastating power, as if it were about to tear the entire world apart. The flashes of lightning illuminated the dark void, as if it were the end of the world. However, even so, the Pegasus sisters, along with Mio Coco and Mia, still showed no signs of being struck by the thunder. They soar freely in the sky, just because you can't fly. Every now and then, they would unleash a few wind blades, striking the surrounding mud and sandstone layers like sharp arrows. Although the dust it stirred up wasn't very powerful, it precisely covered the black barrier surrounding the men in black. It doesn't cause much damage, but it's extremely insulting. Oomph, you really think you can survive by escaping to the sky, huh? The man in black snorted disdainfully, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes. His body suddenly trembled violently, and a pair of huge wings sprouted from his back. It was a pair of jet black wings, with exposed skeletons, thick and powerful, as if cast from steel. The wing membranes are a deep brownish black, like a ghost in the night, giving people a mysterious and terrifying feeling. The edges of its wings are as sharp as blades, capable of slicing through the air with a gentle flap. Each feather is as hard as iron, arranged densely to form a solid protective layer. These feathers shimmered with a metallic sheen, shining brightly with every flash of lightning. Upon seeing this, the three Pegasus sisters stared wide-eyed, as if they were looking at a copper bell, incredulous at the scene before them. They were all too familiar with those black wings. Those were the wings of the Demon Dragon clan, the most powerful, historically ancient, and geographically vast branch of the Dragon clan, which can be called the number one race throughout the ages. How is this possible? He's actually a hero of the Demon Dragon clan? Didn't the entire Dragon clan establish a pact with the Void Overlord and become its designated subjects? Why are there still heroes wandering outside alone? Could it be that the Void Overlord truly intends to kill Lord? What should we do? Should we continue with the Lord's plan? If it really is a hero of the Demon Dragon clan, and his level is higher than ours, we alone are no match for him. Enough with the nonsense, just do as the Lord says. Shauna shouted solemnly, her voice filled with determination and resolve. For her, the Lord was everything. Even though she wasn't a hero and could still survive after her territory was destroyed, her loyalty and faith made her choose to obey the Lord's orders without hesitation. Inspired by their eldest sister Xiana, the second sister Xiati and the third sister Xiayan felt as if a raging fire had been ignited in their hearts, and their fighting spirit surged like a tidal wave. As long as they can defeat the heroes of the Demon Dragon clan, their lives will become incredibly glorious, and they will have no regrets in this life. Shauna shouted at the top of her lungs, maintain formation and continue the attack. Yes. On the other side, Mia and Myokoko, who had been picked up by the Pegasus sisters, also spread their black and white wings and floated in the air. As they nimbly dodged the torrential thunder, their brows furrowed, they watched intently as everything unfolded before them. The heroes of the Demon Dragon clan have arrived, and the 7-day trial is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The unprecedentedly powerful Lord's talent is truly astonishing. All of this proves that Shen Han's identity is extraordinary. Mia said with a solemn expression, Coco, I now firmly believe your previous guess. Lord, perhaps it really is. It's too early to say. In any case, my master will always be my master, and that will never change. Now Kiki unleashed her shadow dance of the night, shattering deadly bolts of lightning, and instantly appeared beside Mia, encouraging her, let's defeat this demon dragon hero first. I know. Mia flapped her wings quickly, and before the man in black could fully take off, she swooped down towards him like a burning meteor. She imitated Meow Keek's movements, concentrated her mind, and condensed a shining light bullet in her palm. With an indomitable spirit, she charged straight at her opponent. Overestimating yourself. The man in black raised a slight, disdainful smile. He gently raised his right hand, and a black magic ball the size of a basketball suddenly formed in his palm. The sphere of light and the sphere of black collided violently in mid-air, instantly unleashing a powerful chaotic shockwave. The shockwave was like a ferocious beast, baring its fangs and claws as it raged outwards. Mia was blasted away by the powerful force, her body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Not only that, but the shockwave also blasted a vacuum region with a radius of hundreds of meters out of the dark clouds in the sky. Fortunately, Mia had cast several layers of protective shields on herself beforehand, and Shen Han had also used the power of the miracle altar to heal her remotely, which barely managed to withstand most of the power of the shockwave. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Are second-tier heroes really that strong and physically capable? Also, why did I just sense a healing power coming from within the territory? The man in black frowned slightly as he looked at the scene before him and muttered to himself. However, at that moment, 3 more sharp wind blades descended from the sky, like 3 razor-sharp swords, slashing fiercely at the man in black's neck. The man in black originally didn't want to pay attention to these wind blades. After all, with his strength, an attack of this level simply couldn't break through his shadow barrier. However, in that very instant, the crisis-sensing skill was activated instantly. Without hesitation, he dodged the wind blade in the middle while simultaneously enduring the other 2 wind blades. As he expected, things turned out exactly as he predicted. Behind the wind blade in the middle, Meow Kiki had already condensed an arcane missile several times larger than herself, and launched it in the direction he had been standing. If he had chosen to take the hit head-on, he might have been hit by that arcane missile. It should be noted that while the shadow barrier possesses formidable defensive capabilities, however, it cannot be maintained indefinitely. It requires a huge amount of magic power, and the stronger the attack, the greater the consumption. After that round of fighting, the man in black had consumed nearly 2/5 of his magic power. If this continues, he will surely be worn down to death by these people. Chapter 44 Repelling the Men in Black. He is a dignified 3rd-tier, 5th-stage demon dragon hero. An existence that completely overwhelms everyone, whether in terms of level or race. If we lose to those 5-second tier minions, wouldn't we be laughed at? With this thought in mind, the man in black made a silent decision to hold nothing back any longer. There's nothing I can do about it, so don't blame me. The man in black raised his right hand again, his fingers transforming into a sharp blade, and slashed across the air. In an instant, a jet black blade, even larger than the one that had shattered the barrier before, like an unshakable mountain, swept down towards Meow Kiki, who was still in the air and in his spellcasting days. Dragon Blade. Its immense power seemed capable of tearing through the void, and even the surrounding space was forcibly locked, leaving no way to escape. At this critical moment, Mia appeared in front of Mokoko like a ghost. Clang! A crisp impact sound rang out. Mia unleashed 13 layers of light shields in succession, forming an impregnable wall that forcefully blocked the terrifying dragon's blade. At the same time, Meow Kiki also used the shadow of the night to disperse the damage from the black blade. However, the energy contained in this attack was truly astonishing, and the powerful shockwave swept out wildly with overwhelming force. Ice Tower Durability 2666. Flame Tower Durability 2974. Lord's Mansion Durability 2077. Dawn Altar Durability 1944. Crystallized Vein Durability 1888. All the buildings within Chen Han's territory were on the verge of collapse under the impact of this energy. Many buildings are experiencing a sharp drop in durability. Several first-stage farmlands and livestock farms, and even second-stage houses, were instantly reduced to ruins because they were too close to the center of the shockwave. Fortunately, Chen Han had already arranged for the civilians to hide in the Spirit Food Pavilion, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. The resulting shockwave, like a surging ocean wave, instantly blasted away all the dark clouds in the endless void. Instead, a vast expanse of yellow sand filled the sky, obscuring the sun. Half a minute later, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The three Pegasus sisters circled and fought the man in black in the air in a triangular formation, just like a scene of three heroes fighting Lubu. Meanwhile, Mia and Coco continuously cast spells from afar, providing them with a constant stream of support. Even the formidable man in black found himself at a slight disadvantage under the relentless onslaught of these 5 women. This is so annoying. The man in black clicked his tongue in amazement, and at the same time began to gather power for a thunderstorm. However, in the very next second, he suddenly felt a suffocating shadow creep into his heart. Crisis alert activated again. 3 silver white streaks of light shot upwards like lightning, hurtling towards his back at an extremely tricky angle. The timing was absolutely precise, down to the last detail. Even though the man in black possessed the ability to sense danger, he reacted quickly. However, the attacks from the Pegasus sisters, along with Coco and Mia, prevented him from completely escaping. One of the silvery white streaks of light shot in like lightning, shattering the shadow barrier with overwhelming force and piercing through his shoulder. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, like specks of red plum blossoms blooming, staining the surrounding air red. The man in black's aura immediately weakened, and his previous relaxed and carefree demeanor vanished. How could this be? The man in black stared wide-eyed, disbelief written on his face beneath the mask. However, this is just the beginning. Now Kiki, Mia, and the Pegasus sisters seized the fleeting opportunity without hesitation, pressing their advantage and pouncing on their prey like hungry tigers, giving the men in black no chance to breathe. Chen Han, as if divinely inspired, always managed to seize the opportunity at crucial moments, unleashing deadly anti-magic bullets that severely wounded the men in black like a whirlwind. Even though the men in black had harmed the girls, Chen Han immediately used the Miracle Altars effects to heal them, which had no effect whatsoever. And so, time passed by, minute by minute. Finally, half an hour later, the man in black realized that his magic was almost depleted, and losing this battle was inevitable. He made a quick decision and took out his protective magic weapon. 1,000-mile travel talisman. Activate. The words had barely left his mouth. In an instant, a talisman condensed and transformed into a thick white mist, tightly enveloping the man in black. All the magical attacks in Barrett's anti-magic bullets rained down on the white mist, but it was as if they were hitting soft cotton, having no effect whatsoever, and not even leaving a trace on the white mist. The next second, the white mist vanished as if it had never existed. The man in black also vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Did we succeed? Did we repel him? Meow Kiki gasped for breath, her voice trembling slightly as she murmured to herself. The enemy before us is a hero of the Demon Dragon clan. One of the branches of the strongest race, the dragons. Moreover, judging from the strength he displayed, his rank should be around the 4th rank. It's nothing short of a miracle that they were able to achieve victory against such a formidable opponent. He must have escaped. I couldn't sense his presence. Mia analyzed calmly, a hint of surprise appearing in her beautiful eyes. To fight against a dragon hero of around the 4th tier with only a 2nd tier level strength and successfully repel him is undoubtedly a feat worthy of being recorded in history. Even among the angels, no one has ever been heard of achieving such a feat. Amazing! Is this our Lord? He was able to shatter that black barrier so easily and deliver a fatal blow to the dragon hero. Shauna's face was filled with reverence, her beautiful eyes sparkling with endless admiration and respect. I knew it. I trusted the Lord, he'd definitely be alright. Xiati let out a long sigh of relief, her tense nerves finally finding a moment of respite. A sense of relief, like someone who had escaped death, welled up within me. But why would a hero from the dragon race come to invade? As soon as Xia Yan said this, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. The girls looked at each other, all showing expressions of confusion and bewilderment. Indeed, let's set aside for now why these dragon heroes, who belong to no territory, suddenly appeared here. Even after the battle ended, they still couldn't understand why the mysterious man in black had launched a surprise attack on Chen Han's territory without warning. Moreover, it doesn't seem like something that void creatures would do, posing as heroes. It's important to understand that, generally speaking, the ultimate goal of void creatures is to kill their lord. However, the man in black in front of them had clearly broken through the barrier, but he seemed to ignore Chen Han and everything in his territory. That's so bizarre. Alright, let's not dwell on this anymore, let's go back. Chapter 45 Hongmeng Temple. Chen Han remained on edge. Only after witnessing the man in black completely disappear beyond his territory did he finally exhale a long breath of relief. Although no information has been received regarding the settlement reward. But thankfully, this sudden attack ended in victory. However, looking at the devastated and riddled territory before him, Chen Han couldn't help but frown, inwardly lamenting his predicament. To restore it to its original state, it would probably require a huge amount of creation crystals. I just used up nearly 3,000 Genesis crystals to remotely treat the girl's injuries. This wave is practically emptying our savings. Moreover, what if that man in black wasn't the target of the 7th day's trial? It's likely that before long, the void creatures of the 7th day will surge in and launch a fierce attack. Now that the barrier has been removed, it's hard to imagine how we can possibly withstand their frenzied attacks. Just as Chen Han was filled with worry, a soft and melodious voice suddenly rang out. Master, you're amazing. Looking in the direction of the sound. Miao Kiki flew gracefully to him like a light and agile butterfly, her pretty and charming face full of alluring beauty, and she did not hold back her praise for Chen Han. Chen Han smiled slightly, gently stroking Miao Kiki's little head, and said with a smile, without you creating an opening, how could I have hit him so easily? Mia, standing to the side, looked worried. She frowned slightly and asked softly, my lord, judging from the current situation, it seems we haven't successfully passed this trial yet. What should we do next? Upon hearing this, Chen Han sighed helplessly, indicating that he also felt extremely troubled. Perhaps the only solution is to summon more Pegasus Knights or ninjas to deal with the void creature's attack on the 7th day. However, at that moment, an unexpected situation occurred. Suddenly, a notification sound came to Chen Han's mind indicating the settlement of rewards. Battle over. Congratulations, Lord, on your victory in the 7th day of the trial, annihilating all the void creatures. Detected to include evolved high-level creatures, Death Knights and Celestial Knights. Reward doubled. Start calculating completion rewards. Reward 1, Special Facility 2 Twilight Towers. Reward 2, 2 Legendary Items Hero Summoning Cards. Reward 2, 2 Legendary Weapons Star Chaser and Moon Chaser. Reward 4, 2 Gravity Towers Defensive Structures. Reward 5, 14,000 Genesis Crystals. Reward 6, 50,000 Lord Experience Points, 150,000 Hero Experience Points. Congratulations, Lord! Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 4. Your territory has expanded. Upon hearing this series of system notifications, Chen Han was slightly taken aback. What's going on? Could it be that the man in black really is the boss of the 7th day's trial? Why is there a delayed settlement? Before Chen Han could figure out the reason, several more system notifications came. Time itself seemed to stand still at that moment. Congratulations, Lord, on completing the 7-day trial and officially becoming a Lord. Overall rating, SSS. Lord Battle feature coming soon. Trading Bank feature coming soon. The Secret Realm exploration feature will be unlocked soon. The Lord's trial has ended, unlocking the territory naming function. Now, please name your territory. Important note, territory names cannot be duplicated, and once a territory is named, it cannot be changed. Lords, please name your territories carefully. Chen Han frowned, lost in deep thought. Among all the myriad races in the heavens, the number of lords is enormous, at least in the trillions, and possibly even in the tens of trillions. In the endless void, language is unified, and there is absolutely no possibility of it being replaced by other languages. In China, with its massive population of 1.4 billion, it is not uncommon for people to share the same name. Moreover, what about among these hundreds of trillions of land names? Fortunately, the maximum length of a territory name is 15 characters, which should prevent people from being in a desperate situation when choosing a name. Nightly Revelry. Territory name is duplicated, please rename it. Fairy Garden. Territory name is duplicated, please rename it. My Harem Garden. Territory name is duplicated, please rename it. Dala Bangba Ban's Betty Butobiruon. Territory name is duplicated, please rename it. Anyone actually came up with this name? Seriously. Chen Han almost coughed up blood. No wonder my high school teacher repeatedly emphasized that I must think of at least 500 territory names in advance. If possible, it's best to include a combination of numbers and letters, as this makes it less likely to be repeated. Otherwise, when it comes to naming the territory after completing the trial, you'll probably be scratching your head in frustration. Chen Han closed his eyes and pondered quietly for a moment. He knew very well that any props, lyrics, skill names, etc. that existed in this world had already been registered by someone else. Even if you replace a few homophones, you'll probably still be unable to escape the fate of someone else getting there first. If you're just blindly typing on the keyboard and randomly choosing a name, you might as well just call it territory number 10086. At this moment, Chen Han's gaze slowly shifted to the magnificent lord's mansion, and a thought suddenly welled up in his mind. Would other lords know the name Hongmeng Temple? With a let's give it a try attitude, he carefully typed those 4 words into the name field. Primordial Temple. The territory name is not duplicated, the territory name is confirmed as Hongmeng Temple? Seeing this, Chen Han frowned slightly, a sense of doubt rising in his heart. Why is there no lord registered for the 4 characters Hongmeng Temple? That's unbelievable. It's important to know that in this world, lords take the naming of their territories very seriously. For character names should have been registered by other lords long ago. Could it be that this building has never been built by any lord in history? Do the other lords not even know the term Hongmeng Temple? Soon. Chen Han smiled with relief, thinking to himself, perhaps, this lordly talent of revelry every night is truly unique to me throughout history. A name is just a label. Whether it's good or bad, it ultimately depends on future achievements. Even if a territory is given the best name, it will inevitably be forgotten in the long river of history if it remains unknown in the future. Conversely, even if a territory's name is just a string of meaningless characters, as long as one can achieve the position of an extraordinary lord in the future, one will surely go down in history. As the name of his territory was recognized by the endless void, a majestic aura suddenly emanated from Chen Han. Time resumed its flow at that moment. My lord, have you completed the trial? The girl stared in astonishment as Chen Han's body gradually faded into the distance. Mia, in particular, who had been through it all, knew all too well what changes would come after completing the 7-day trial. Chen Han smiled slightly and affirmed, yes. I have now been officially recognized as a lord by the endless void. I should be teleported back to the Blue Star world afterward. During this time, I'll leave the defense of the territory to you. I'll be back after I've dealt with matters on the Blue Star world. See you later. After saying that, Chen Han's figure gradually disappeared into the wilderness. Only a group of girls, both excited and lonely, were left behind. For some unknown reason, the 7th day of the trial was completed inexplicably. But in any case, Chen Han eventually became a lord. The first step towards becoming a transcendent lord has finally been taken. Chapter 46: The Dragon Princess. Let's move a little further back in time. The men in black who attacked Chen Han's territory used the 1,000-mile travel talisman. In an instant, they traversed space and arrived at a magnificent and imposing hall. The palace was filled with smoke and fragrance, as if one were in a fairyland. Numerous attendants, dressed in magnificent attire, stood in neat rows on both sides of the palace, solemn and dignified, like sculptures. The moment the man in black teleported to this place, all his followers immediately knelt on one knee in unison, displaying their utmost respect. We warmly welcome Her Highness the Princess back to the palace. We warmly welcome Her Highness the Princess back to the palace. We warmly welcome Her Highness the Princess back to the palace. The sounds of welcoming greetings echoed throughout the palace. The man in black waved his hand lightly, and the welcoming voices stopped abruptly. She then quickly removed her black pocket and ghost mask, and with the help of her maid, she soon changed into a princess dress. With one step, the man in black arrived on the throne and sat down steadily. She was an extremely beautiful woman, her stunning face like a finely crafted work of art, every detail perfectly proportioned. A noble air emanates from her, making her irresistibly captivating. Her graceful figure swayed in the wind like a light willow branch, exuding endless charm. She exuded an aura of near perfection, making anyone who looked at her feel involuntarily ashamed and dare not utter the slightest disrespect. Her pale purple hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, each strand shimmering like a brilliant star in the night sky. Her eyes were clear and bright, her skin was as white as snow, as smooth and delicate as mutton fat jade, and her small mouth was as pink as cherry blossoms. The slightly upturned corners of her mouth revealed a faint smile, which was intoxicating. The jet-black dragon horns on her head and the pink floral decorations around her are undoubtedly a symbol of her majesty, exuding an aura of nobility. Wearing a white princess dress, her graceful figure was on full display. The words used to describe beautiful women such as beauty that could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky, beauty that could topple kingdoms, and peerless elegance seemed to pale in comparison to her. Dragon Princess. At this moment, the maid beside her asked with concern, "Your Highness, I see you are injured. Would you like me to help you?" Before he could finish speaking, the man in black interrupted, "A little injury is nothing. As for you, just kill all those void creatures I captured earlier." "Yes. I understand." As the maid slowly withdrew from his side, the man in black let out a long sigh of relief and leaned wearily against the throne that symbolized supreme power. Her eyes were somewhat unfocused, as if she was still immersed in the scene of the battle that had just taken place. She is Long Yen, the only princess of the Demon Dragon royal family. Her father is one of the 10 most famous generals under the Void Overlord, and one of the managers of the Endless Void. He is the Demon Dragon Overlord with the strength of a 33rd level lord. Her status was extremely noble, and her talent was unparalleled. From a young age, she was regarded as the future hope of the Demon Dragon clan. However, fate dealt her a heavy blow. The main reason why Long Yen appeared in Chen Han's territory was due to her inner confusion and bewilderment. The reason she became a hero unit is that she failed the 7-day trial to become a lord. However, due to her father's special status, she was able to act freely as a hero even in defeat, unbound by any rules. Her awakened lord talent, the Will of the Dragon, made her a terrifying presence on the battlefield. As long as she personally leads the expedition, she can directly increase the combat power of everyone in the territory by 50%, and even if she dies, she will turn into a living corpse and continue to fight for a period of time. Long Yen herself is the strongest prodigy of the Demon Dragon clan in nearly a million years, and is almost invincible among her peers. Even with such favorable conditions, she still suffered a crushing defeat on the 6th day of the trial, a complete and utter defeat. The difficulty of the 7-day trial varies from person to person. The higher the difficulty of the trial, the greater the expectations that the Void Lord has for that person. The 7-day trial she experienced was of the same difficulty as Chen Han's, belonging to the highest level of abyss difficulty, a difficulty that no lord had ever cleared in trillions of years. But Chen Han successfully passed the 6th day's trial, while she did not. If things continue like this, I'm afraid I won't be a match for Chen Han in the 7th day's trial. She was unwilling to accept it and couldn't understand why she was inferior to a human being, inferior to a weak human being. Driven by intense resentment, she secretly entered Chen Han's territory, determined to personally test the true strength of this lord named Chen Han. As it turned out, Chen Han's abilities far exceeded her expectations. He was astonished to learn that as a new lord, he had managed to defeat her, who had already reached the 5th stage of the 3rd tier, by joining forces with 6 2nd-tier hero guards. She began to realize that this human lord named Chen Han was probably not the weakling she had imagined. In the future, it may unleash a colossal wave in the endless void. Just as Long Yen was lost in thought, lamenting her failure and feeling envious of Chen Han's ability to pass the 7-day trial. Suddenly, the majestic and deep voice of his father, the Demon Dragon Overlord, echoed in his mind. "Long Yen, are you asking for a beating again?" Upon hearing this, Long Yen jolted as if electrocuted, instantly sitting upright, her eyes revealing a hint of fear. "Dad. Dad, I However, before she could finish speaking, the demon dragon sovereign interrupted her mercilessly, saying, "What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Don't you know what you've done? Interfering with a new Lord's 7-day trial is a capital offense. Do you think you can be spared just because I'm the administrator?" Long Yen couldn't help but twitch her lips, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. "Dad, I was wrong. Please don't be angry." The dragon sovereign's aura remained undiminished, his voice filled with majesty. "It seems I have truly spoiled you too much, to the point that you now dare to do such a rebellious thing." No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the palace. Immediately afterwards, 4 powerful demon dragons, all at level 20 or above, rushed in like a whirlwind. They stood neatly on either side of Long Yen, their expressions unusually solemn. Seeing this, Long Yen became even more uneasy. She quickly used all her charm and pleading skills to beg for forgiveness. "Dad, I really know I was wrong. I promise I'll never do it again. Really, this is definitely the last time." However, the Dragon Lord's attitude was unusually firm. "There won't be a next time. You get to the solitary confinement room right now. The Void Lord and I are discussing your fate. In the meantime, you'd better stay there obediently." Upon hearing this, the 4 powerful members of the Demon Dragon clan dared not be negligent in the slightest. While muttering "I'm sorry" under his breath, he quickly lifted Long Yen up and carried her out of the palace without any mercy. "Dad, there's nothing in the solitary confinement cell, it's so boring. Dad, I know I was wrong. I will learn the princess's etiquette well and find a dragon to marry in the future. Please don't lock me up." "No. I don't want to be locked up. Lina, Yu, Xiaoyan, help me." Long Yan's voice echoed in the hall. However, the Demon Dragon Lord never responded to her. As Long Yan's voice gradually faded from the hall, all the attendants present breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that Princess Long Yan had gone to the newcomer's territory number 10086. Despite their warnings and the heavy guards they had set up to prevent her from escaping, she remained at large. However, Princess Long Yan possessed far too many treasures, and since they were merely attendants, they dared not forcibly detain her. They could only watch helplessly as Princess Long Yan headed to territory number 10086. Fortunately, the Demon Dragon Lord was reasonable and knew that Princess Long Yan was a mischievous girl who couldn't be stopped, so he didn't blame them. "All we can do now is silently pray that Princess Long Yan will be treated leniently." Chapter 47 Lord War. The scene shifts back to Chen Han. After a period of dizziness, he saw the familiar square again, the familiar 8 huge stone pillars, and that all too familiar rough voice. "Hey kid, what are you daydreaming about? Come over here and register." The speaker was the same middle-aged man who had given a passionate speech in the square earlier. He was now shouting at Chen Han with a look of impatience on his face. Upon hearing this, Chen Han snapped out of his daze and quickly replied, Okay. In this world, whenever humans return from the endless void, they must go to the relevant department to complete the registration process. This not only allows for accurate counting of the number of lords within the country and among the human race, but also enables preparations to be made in advance for any potential lord wars. During the process of filling out the registration information, Chen Han also gained some understanding of the specific details of this awakening ceremony. It is now 11 a.m. on June 22, and 6 days and 23 hours have passed since the start of the awakening ceremony. In other words, Chen Han has become one of the last few lords to successfully complete the 7-day trial. According to a rough estimate, only 30% of the young people successfully passed the 7-day trial and became lords. Nearly 20% of the new lords failed to return as scheduled, tragically perishing in the endless void and disappearing without a trace. The remaining 50% of the new lords were those who gave up the trials and were stripped of their lordship qualifications, destined to live a life of dependence on others. This ratio is almost unchanged compared to previous years, so there's not much to note. After all, humanity was so weak in the early stages it was already quite an achievement if 30% of the young people became lords. Chen Han quickly filled in his basic information, without needing to list the specific details of his territory or its level. However, when the middle-aged man saw the information Chen Han handed over, his expression changed slightly, and he asked with curiosity, "Your territory is called the Primordial Temple?" Chen Han nodded and replied, "Yes, is there a problem?" The middle-aged man laughed heartily and said, "No problem. Of the hundreds of lords I've dealt with today, almost all of their territory names have more than 10 characters. I never expected you to be able to come up with such a unique 4-character name. You're really lucky. So, the Primordial Temple. The middle-aged man nodded with great satisfaction, then gently patted Chen Han's shoulder. Kid, you can't let such a good territory name go to waste. I really look forward to seeing your territory name engraved on the human race's stone tablet in the future. I will try my best, Chen Han said with a determined look. Needless to say, he would naturally choose to take this path. With such a group of beauties by his side, how could Chen Han possibly give it all up so easily? That's no joke. Just then, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly became very serious. He sighed and said earnestly, I don't know what's going on in recent years, but the Lord Wars have been happening far too frequently. It seems like just 6 months ago there was one. Anyone who isn't a fool can understand the implied meaning behind those words. Chen Han frowned and asked, what's wrong? Does this mean another Lord War is about to start? The so-called Lord War is one of the most important rules in the myriad realms, and a grand event that many powerful lords dream of. Through Lord battles, they can quickly acquire a large amount of resources in a short period of time, thereby achieving a rapid increase in their own strength. When the bells of the Lord War resounded through the endless void, all lords below the 15th rank in the myriad realms, regardless of which dimension, plane, or territory they were in, were included. All lords who are not currently participating in the Lord War will be forcibly dragged into the endless void to engage in a brutal Lord War. All lords' territories are allocated to various continents in the endless void according to certain rules, and these continents cannot communicate with each other. As for the criteria for dividing the continent, it is based on the specific time point after becoming a lord. In this way, fairness and justice can be guaranteed to the greatest extent. For example, Chen Han's current level is that he has just become a lord less than a day ago. Then, the other lords in this area are basically in similar condition, and their strength is basically at the same level. On each continent, the number of lords ranges from approximately 5,000 to 10,000, randomly distributed across various corners of the continent. During Lord Wars, lords face a variety of choices. You can choose to become a warlord, and launch fierce attacks against other lords without paying any price. By plundering resources and expanding territory, they sustain their war effort through continuous warfare, constantly growing stronger. Although this method is full of bloodshed and danger, it is also the fastest way to become stronger. Alternatively, one could become a commercial lord and develop their territory through trading posts. By forming alliances with other lords, they jointly build defenses and strive to create a vast commercial empire. Of course, some weak lords also chose to remain inconspicuous and quietly stay on the sidelines. They do not participate in any disputes or alliances, nor do they engage in any commercial activities. They simply hand over their resources when others discover that they are attacking them, hoping only to survive until the very end. Once the number of lords on the continent is reduced to below 50%, the Lord War on this continent will come to an end. The remaining surviving lords will be teleported back to their original world. However, according to legend, some lords have not yet returned from the Lord Wars and have disappeared over the course of time for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Of course, some young people who haven't yet embarked on the path to becoming lords might ask this question. Why didn't these lords choose to coexist peacefully, develop steadily on the continent, and avoid all the calamities of war? Isn't this better? In fact, this is extremely difficult. Ultimately, it's because resources on every continent are limited. Once the resources on the continent are depleted, lords in Lord Wars will be unable to level up. They can only be local tyrants within their own territory, living a self-sufficient farming life. In the previous world, this was undoubtedly the best choice. After all, immortality is an unrealistic fantasy, and being able to spend one's old age in peace would be the best outcome. But in this world, the situation is quite different. Every lord yearns for immortality, for eternal life, for the power to conquer all. Once the pace of upgrading stops, no matter how long a race's lifespan is, it will eventually perish in the long river of history and be forgotten by history. Desire is like an endless ocean, without end. You can live peacefully with other lords for a day or a year, but can you guarantee that desires will not arise or wars will not break out for 100 or even 1,000 years? Even if your will is truly unwavering, can you guarantee that the desires of other lords won't swell? Can you guarantee that the heroes and generals under your command do not harbor any desire for immortality? That's absolutely impossible. This is why the Lord Wars can continue indefinitely. Chapter 48 Procurement of Materials. Survival of the Fittest. This ancient proverb has been perfectly illustrated in this world. Chen Han's parents in this life died in the Lord War when he was 12 and 16 years old, respectively, and were separated from him by death. Such tragedies are all too common in this world. This is the cruelty of this world. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and nodded, yes. Our human race's extraordinary Lord Emperor Pangu has hinted that this Lord War is very likely to begin in 3 days. You've only just completed the 7-day trial, without even a proper period of development, and now you have to participate in the Lord War. What a pity. Upon hearing this, Chen Han smiled calmly, not taking it to heart at all. Chen Han was actually more than happy to be able to start immediately. If he were to go and fight against those lords who have reached the 3rd rank or even higher, and start a Lord War, perhaps he still harbors some apprehension. However, under the rules of the Lord War, all the lords who were teleported to the same continent as him were new lords who had only been lords for a few days. As the saying goes, after hardship comes happiness. Chen Han endured countless hardships during the 7-day trial period, which gave him a starting point far exceeding that of all other lords. Now, I can finally reap the rewards of my hard work. I understand, thank you for letting me know. After leaving the square, Chen Han immediately listed his former residence on a real estate agency's website. At the same time, pick out some items that might be useful in the future and put them into the space bag. He also sold everything else that could be sold for money to middlemen without hesitation. In this era where everyone is a lord, housing prices on Earth are unusually low. Just like his 300 square meter detached villa located in the city center of a first-tier city, less than 500 meters from the subway station, such a prime location is only worth about 1 million Chinese yuan. Ultimately, the main reason is that many people, after reaching adulthood, either die during the 7-day trial or fail the trial and end up living under the territories of others. Even those who complete the trials and become lords generally stay in their own territories and rarely return to the Blue Star world. This has resulted in the vast majority of houses being vacant, making the sluggish housing prices quite understandable. Of course, some people also asked, if the 7-day trial is not completed, isn't there still the Blue Star world to live in? Why must we live in someone else's territory? Ultimately, it all boils down to 4 words: the yearning for immortality. While life is possible on Earth, one will not enjoy the power boosts from the endless void. By becoming a lord or hero, your lifespan and power will increase as your level increases in the endless void. Take humans as an example. A person without bad habits can only live to be 100 years old at most. If you can become a hero and break through to the 10th rank, or at the very least become a tourist and reach the 6th or 7th rank, you can still have a lifespan of 1,000 years. How could anyone not be tempted by that? In stark contrast to the sluggish housing prices, the prices of daily necessities such as food, fruit, and meat, as well as some high-tech equipment, are extremely high. After becoming a lord, all items in the Blue Star world can be brought back to one's territory for use through a spatial bag. The reverse is not possible. This is the only advantage that rich kids on Earth have. Especially those small, high-tech weapons, such as laser guns, laser beam guns, and laser swords, can unleash destructive power at the 3rd or even 4th tier under the rules of the endless void. Although these weapons have energy limitations, they can generally only be used a few dozen times before they can no longer be used. However, for those novice lords, these technological weapons are practically like having a cheat code. It is more than capable of handling all kinds of emergencies. Therefore, these weapons are generally priced in the millions of Chinese yuan. Most rich kids will have a few to ensure their safety and development in their territory in the early stages. As for why we didn't mention more terrifying large-scale weapons like nuclear bombs, electromagnetic railguns, and satellite cannons, the main reason is that a series of facilities need to be set up in order to use them. In the early stages of the territory, resources were scarce, and there was simply no way to build these facilities, nor was there enough spare territory to house them. By the time those conditions are met, the heroes under your command will have grown up, and most of them will possess destructive power comparable to a nuclear bomb, making these large weapons seem less necessary. It's understandable that grains, fruits, and meats are expensive. Creation crystals cannot be brought from the endless void to the Blue Star world. No matter how much Dragon Kingdom currency you have, you can't buy them. One of the main uses of Genesis crystals in the early stages of a territory is to purchase crop seeds and accelerate growth. Since Dragon Kingdom coins cannot be used to purchase Genesis crystals, and considering the convenience of the spatial bag, we can simply buy food in the Blue Star world and bring it into our territory for use. Therefore, the price increase of various grains and meats is only natural. Chen Han listed the house at a very low price. The market price is a little over 1 million, but he listed it for 900,000. Sure enough, within an hour, a middleman contacted me. The transaction process was very fast. The transfer was completed in less than an hour. Including the small items sold previously, the total value is approximately 1.2 million Chinese yuan. Looking at the numbers in his card, Chen Han involuntarily clenched his fist. Father, Mother, I have fulfilled your wishes. I am now a qualified lord. But I will not stop here. My ultimate goal is to dominate all the heavens and myriad realms. Afterwards, Chen Han went directly to various supermarkets and shopping malls to shop. High-tech weapons and the like are completely unnecessary. Whether he can afford it or not is another matter. His heroes can easily unleash such destructive power with a single spell. What's the point of having it? Suddenly, Chen Han's gaze fell on a canned medicine on the supermarket shelf. Let's buy a few boxes, they should come in handy for dealing with cocoa. 2,000 kilograms of pork cost 300,000 Chinese yuan. 1,000 kilograms of beef cost 200,000 Chinese yuan. 500 kilograms of mutton cost 100,000 Chinese yuan. 10,000 kilograms of flour cost 50,000 Chinese yuan. 1,000 L of soybean oil cost 50,000 Chinese yuan. 1,000 L of peanut oil cost 40,000 Chinese yuan. In addition to these main ingredients, there are also many condiments, mid-range ingredients, power banks, and cosmetics, perfumes, pajamas, etc. that Emily needs. After all that fuss, the 1.2 million Dragon Kingdom coins were quickly spent. Looking at his space bag, which was crammed full of various supplies, and at the blue star world that had given him a second life, Chen Han was filled with emotion. After taking a deep breath, he no longer hesitated. He decisively opened the system interface and chose to teleport directly to his own territory. Now, all preparations are complete. There are only 3 days left before the start of the Lord War. We need to resolve all the worries within our territory first. Chapter 49: The Hidden Territory. In the endless void. The thick fog of war that had enveloped the surroundings had now quietly dissipated. However, the scene before my eyes remained unchanged. It was still that desolate and lonely wilderness. Although the Lord War has not yet begun, the 7-day trial has already come to an end. But this absolutely does not mean that we can let our guard down at this moment. The spatial barrier was completely shattered by the man in black, and it will take nearly 2.5 days to recover. During this time, if a large army of wandering wild void creatures or other lords of this area happen to pass by, it won't be a laughing matter. Therefore, the most urgent task is to quickly build an unbreakable defensive line. Fortunately, among the rewards after the 7th day of the trial, there happened to be such buildings that could meet the requirements. Building, Twilight Tower Special. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10. Durability, 10,000. Upgrade cost, 500 building points. Function, consumes Genesis crystals to create a Twilight barrier. All units and buildings within the Twilight barrier will become completely invisible. Upgrading the building level will increase the protection range. Current coverage radius, 150 meters. Building defensive lines is nowhere near as useful as simply becoming invisible. The void creatures don't even know there's a territory here, so why would they launch an attack? At this moment, Chen Han looked at his information interface. Name, Chen Han. Race, human. Territory, Primordial Temple. Level, Tier 2, Stage 4, 20,340,000. Popularity, 107. Hero, 2-2. Build points, 6,480. Genesis crystals, 14,960. Territory area, 100,000 square meters. Lord's talent, nightly revelry. Territory assessment, self-sufficient. Items in hand, Pineapple Phone X1, Divine Beast Egg X1, Guard Upgrade Card X1, Hero Summoning Card X2, Barret Healer X1, Desert Eagle Pistol X1, Star Chaser X2, Pickled Vegetables X11. Current time, June 23, 200-114514. Void calendar, 12:58 p.m. A territory of 100,000 square meters? If that's the case, the radius of the territory should be close to 180 meters. It seems I'll have to upgrade the Twilight Tower again. Chen Han muttered to himself as he pondered the matter. Although if both existing Twilight Towers were put into use, theoretically all buildings in the entire territory could be included. However, the problems with doing so are also obvious. With 2 Twilight Towers operating simultaneously, their consumption of Genesis crystals will increase exponentially. Keep in mind that just one Twilight Tower requires 600 creation crystals every day, which is definitely not a small amount over time. The building points are continuously supplied by the Hongmeng Temple, so there is no need to save these resources. Therefore, Chen Han did not hesitate to begin upgrading the Twilight Tower. Upgrading Twilight Tower once costs 500 building points. Current coverage radius, 160 meters. Upgrading the Twilight Tower once costs 1500 building points. Current coverage radius, 170 meters. Upgrading the Twilight Tower once costs 1500 building points. Current coverage radius, 180 meters. It wasn't until the Twilight Tower was upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 3 that it was finally able to cover the entire territory. Why does it feel like there aren't any particularly noticeable changes? Do we have to stand outside the territory to observe to see the effect? Chun Han frowned and muttered to himself. Just then, a plaintive voice suddenly came from behind him. Master, do you need my help? The source of the sound was none other than Miao Kiki. Upon hearing this voice, Chun Han froze, a look of embarrassment appearing on his face. I originally planned to do this without anyone noticing, but I never expected that I would be discovered in the end. But that's normal. It was just a small territory after all, and it was midday, so it would have been rather strange if no one else had noticed. Coco, good afternoon. Chen Han greeted him somewhat awkwardly. What's so good about lunchtime? Master, you stood me up. Miao Kiki pouted her cheeks in a huff. She looked as if she had suffered a great injustice, yet she also exuded an indescribable playfulness and cuteness. Seeing this, Chen Han quickly explained, I'm sorry, Coco. Traveling between two worlds inevitably causes time discrepancies, and there's nothing I can do about it. Miao Kiki, however, did not give up and continued to whine. I don't care about these excuses. Master Brother has to give me some compensation. Shen Han sighed helplessly, then agreed, all right, I'll spend the whole afternoon with you. Is that enough for you? Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki's previously tense face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, as bright and beautiful as the warm spring sun. She pouted her cherry-like lips slightly and said in a sweet, coquettish voice, Master, you must keep your word. Chen Han smiled and gently stroked Miao Kiki's head, replying softly, don't worry. Kiki is so cute, I wish you could be with me every day. Thank you, Master. Miao Kiki smiled faintly. By the way, were you just looking for someone to help you? Leave it to me. After saying that, Miao Kiki gently spread her black wings and flew out of the territory. Needless to say, you can tell just by looking at Miao Kiki's astonished expression how good the Twilight Tower's invisibility effect is. Master, this thing is amazing. Miao Kiki excitedly reported the situation. From the outside, all I can see is a wasteland, not a single person or building. I can't even sense the slightest presence. I even used my magic to sense it, but I still couldn't detect anything unusual. I almost thought the territory had disappeared. Miao Kiki excitedly recounted what she had seen and heard, just like a little girl. Although she does indeed look like a little girl based on her size. That's good. From now on, we'll rely on this to defend our territory. Seeing Miao Kiki's excited expression, Chen Han breathed a sigh of relief. Mayoko was a succubus with an extraordinary sensitivity to the scent of living beings, especially the scent of men. She could even tell in an instant how many men were within a kilometer and what their ages were. However, even with such keen perception, she was unable to detect any presence within the territory. The Twilight Tower's stealth effect is truly amazing. Master, is there anything else I can help you with? Miao Kiki blinked her bright, expressive eyes and looked at Chen Han expectantly. Let's leave it at that for now. Let's go eat. I brought back some human delicacies from our planet Earth, you can try them later. Thank you, Master. You're so cute. Chapter 50 Gift. My lord, is this truly a gift for me? Inside the primordial temple. Mia stared wide-eyed at the golden staff on the table, her face filled with astonishment. Weapon, Star Chaser and Moonreacher. Rarity, Legendary. Equipment requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1 must be a hero or lord unit must possess magic attack skills. Equipment Effect 1, automatically learns the skill Comet Technique LV1. Equipment Effect 2, increases mana regeneration speed by 25%. Equipment Effect 3, increases magic attack power by 50%. Equipment Effect 4, reduces spell casting time by 25%. Equipment Effect 5, equipment weight 50%. Of course. After all, in our territory, besides you, only Coco can use this weapon. I've already given one to her, so you should accept it. Chen Han's tone was very calm, as if this was just an ordinary thing. But this is a legendary weapon. Are you really going to give it to me? Mia's voice trembled slightly, a mixture of excitement and hesitation. Her gaze was fixed on chasing stars and embracing the moon, and she swallowed hard. The rarity and value of legendary weapons need no further explanation. Although epic and legendary items differ by only one rarity, their value difference is at least 10 times or even 100 times. Some legendary weapons with better equipment effects can cost more than 1,000 times more than epic weapons. Legendary weapons like the Star Chaser and Moon Chaser, specifically crafted for magic-based heroes, also possess the area of effect, non-elemental magic skill Comet Spell, making their value immeasurable. If you put it on the trading platform, it would be worth at least tens of thousands of Genesis crystals. The importance of these creation crystals for the early stages of territory development goes without saying. But Chen Han didn't intend to sell them instead, he wanted to give them to the two of them? Mia was deeply moved. Chen Han responded calmly, "Didn't I already say? This is a gift from me to you. After all, without your help on the seventh day, my territory would definitely have been destroyed." Chen Han was naturally aware of the specific value of chasing stars and reaching for the moon, but he felt it was completely unnecessary. The Dawn Altar is the only building in the territory, yet the settlement reward includes two of them. So after activating the trading post, he casually put up 20 void crystals and quickly received a lot of counter-offering requests from lords. Of course, buying and selling items on the trading platform is completely anonymous, so there's no need to worry about data leaks. After all, a building that allows for a daily lottery is undoubtedly very attractive to veteran lords. And which lord who can afford 20 void crystals isn't a monster who has lived for thousands of years? Accumulating day after day, year after year, as long as your luck isn't too bad, the total value of the treasures you draw will definitely exceed 50 void crystals. If you're incredibly lucky, you might break even in just 1 year or even a single day. However, Chen Han ignored all these requests for price reductions. Not only that, he also raised the price to 50 void crystals and closed the bargaining channel. After all, as the saying goes, things are valued for their rarity. Sure enough, less than an hour after it was listed, he had already received hundreds of messages from lords offering to lower the price. Obviously, this kind of thing is priceless in the eyes of many lords, and there is no need to worry about sales at all. Unfortunately, there is a 3-day public notice period in the transaction, and 20% of the transaction amount is deducted as a handling fee. In other words, any item, once listed on the trading house. For the next 3 days, all lords could only look, not buy. If you want to buy it, you can only do so within 1 hour after the public notice period ends. Therefore, those 40 void crystals will probably only be in my pocket after the Lord War officially begins. Mia blushed and stammered, that was my duty. Chen Han smiled slightly, "It is my duty as a lord to equip heroes with good weapons, so please accept them." Faced with Chen Han's 2.5-minute persuasion, Mia finally succumbed to his enthusiasm and sincerity and slowly accepted the Star Chaser and Moon Embrace. At this moment, her heart was surging with excitement, as if countless little deer were running wild inside her. Because this was the first time in her life that she had ever acquired such a valuable legendary weapon. You should know that Mia is the young lady of a powerful and wealthy family in the Angels of Power. Even after she successfully ascended to the rank of Lord and held a grand debut ceremony, her two parents, who were both 15th tier lords, only rewarded her with a top-tier epic-level piece of equipment each. Even her own parents were reluctant to give away legendary items so easily. How could Chen Han's actions not move her? Doesn't this signify Chen Han's unwavering loyalty to her? If giving such an expensive gift doesn't represent sincerity, then what does? Thinking of this, Mia couldn't help but beam with joy and quickly thanked Chen Han, saying, "Master. Thank you so much." Hearing this, Chen Han paused for a moment, a look of confusion on his face. "Huh? Why are you suddenly calling me master too?" Mia smiled mischievously, her beautiful eyes blinking a few times before she replied shyly, "Can I?" "My master." Seeing this, Chen Han quickly smiled and nodded in agreement. Okay, sure. No problem at all." Mia became even happier after receiving a positive reply. She continued with a smile, "That's wonderful. Master, please don't hesitate to ask if there's anything I can help you with." After saying that, she didn't forget to throw a charming look at Chen Han. Cough cough. Chen Han cleared his throat and muttered, "I have to spend time with Coco this afternoon, I'll talk to you when I have time." Upon hearing this, Mia nodded slightly without saying a word. A blush of shyness had spread across her cheeks, adding a touch of purity to her already stunning beauty. Of course, Chen Han wouldn't forget to explain the details of the upcoming Lord War to the girls. However, when they heard the news, the girls did not show any fear, panic, or worry. On the contrary, their eyes gleamed with fierce fighting spirit, as if they could already envision the battles to come. Joke. Such a rare opportunity to rapidly enhance one's strength is about to begin in just 3 days. It's so exciting that it's hard to sleep. Are you still scared? What are you thinking about? Chapter 51, Emily's Practice. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, it's already the eve of the start of the territory war. Chen Han has been investing heavily in training Miao Kiki and Mia these past 2 days. However, as the saying goes, heaven helps those who help themselves, and his efforts were not in vain. Both of them have significantly improved their skills and have each learned a new skill. Not only that, but they also received 5 opportunities to upgrade the building. As for where these upgrade opportunities should be used, Chen Han already had a plan in mind for this. Leave it for now, and upgrade it when the territorial war officially begins, depending on the actual situation. As for the current information interface regarding Mio Coco and Mia. Name, Mia. Race, Angel. Identity, Hero. Level, Tier 2, Stage 50,000. Talent, S rank. Skills, Skywings LV3, Light Bullet LV4, Healing LV5, Light Shield LV3, Blessing LV3, Gravity LV3, Comet LV1, Holy Light LV1. Affiliation, Primordial Temple. Comet Spell LV1, Active Skill, deals non-elemental magic damage to enemies within a very large area. Holy Light Spell LV1, Active Skill, deals massive light attribute magic damage to enemies. Name, Miao Kiki. Race, Succubus. Identity, Hero. Level, Tier 2, Rank 60,000. Talent, S rank. Skills, Bewitching Charm LV3, Succubus Wings LV4, Arcane Missiles LV4, Shadow of the Night LV2, Comet Spell LV1, Mana Drain LV1. Affiliation, Primordial Temple. Comet Spell LV1, Active Skill, deals non-elemental magic damage to enemies within a very large area. Mana Absorption LV1, Active Skill, absorbs the opponent's magic and converts it for your own use. That night, all was quiet. Chen Han lay on the bed playing games, completely absorbed in them. Although there is no internet in the endless void, you can still play single-player games. Game developers seem to have taken this situation into consideration, and the development speed of single-player games has reached an unprecedented level. This is also one of Chen Han's ways to entertain himself in his spare time. Knock knock. Just as Chen Han was about to step into the final boss maze, a crisp and pleasant knocking sound suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a voice as sweet and adorable as heavenly music rang out, "Master, it's me." Upon hearing that familiar and sweet voice, Chen Han couldn't help but put down his phone, a helpless yet doting smile spreading across his lips. "Is this Coco? Come in." With a soft, slow sound, the door was gradually opened. The first thing that came into view was the figure of 2 beautiful women, one tall and one short, with graceful figures. "Emily? Coco? This is quite a rare combination. Is there something you need?" Chen Han said with a puzzled look on his face. However, Miao Kiki did not give a direct answer to his question. Instead, she pouted and muttered angrily, "Master, I know you have a soft spot for beautiful women, but you should at least tell us about your relationship with Emily." These words struck Chen Han like a hammer blow, leaving him stunned. He does indeed like beautiful women, and Emily is a rare beauty indeed, there's no denying that. However, when did he ever have any dealings with Emily? Although I do have this intention in my heart, I haven't yet turned it into actual action. Just then, Emily, who was standing to the side, also blushed and shyly tugged at Coco's hand, whispering, "Miss Coco, didn't you promise me you'd teach me tonight? Why did you suddenly bring me here?" Miao Kiki rolled her eyes, speechless, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and dissatisfaction. She stared at Emily, her tone slightly reproachful, "Isn't this where I'm here to teach you?" Emily looked astonished. "Teaching, here?" Miao Kiki looked speechless. "Yeah. What else can we do?" Upon hearing this, Emily's face instantly turned crimson, like a ripe apple, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. She stammered, You mean, you want to?" Miao Kiki continued her merciless criticism, "Stop nagging. Just do as I say." Chen Han listened to Coco and Emily's conversation with a blank expression, completely baffled. Practice? What the hell is this? And why is it that Mukoko is the one teaching? Emily is a magic swordswoman, and Muko is a mage. Can they teach each other their skills? Could it be that Emily wants to learn magic from Muko? Coco, what are you doing? Chen Han asked with a puzzled look. Master, aren't you just asking a question you already know the answer to? Miao Kiki pouted and muttered to herself. Huh? What exactly happened? Chen Han was increasingly confused, completely unable to understand the meaning of this encrypted call. It was 10 a.m. on the third day. With dark circles under his eyes, Chen Han walked unsteadily to the dressing table and let out a heavy sigh. Only now did he understand what the encrypted call between the two beautiful women really meant. However, even though I didn't get enough sleep last night. But looking at the 5 extra building upgrade opportunities, Chen Han couldn't help but smile. Emily YYDS. You can get 5 building upgrade opportunities in one night. Who else can do that? Even if you give that little girl Meow Kiki a month, she might not be able to get 5 building upgrade opportunities, right? Moreover, S-rank talent can actually affect learning speed in all aspects. That was quite unexpected. After washing up, I had just entered the living room when I heard Emily's heavenly voice. She smiled gently and said softly, "Good morning, my lord. Would you like something to eat?" Emily got up early, around 7 a.m., and began to carefully prepare all sorts of breakfasts. Emily always kept her work and personal matters separate. 1 bowl of hot dry noodles will do. Oh, and a bowl of soy milk too. Chen Han pulled out a chair and sat down, speaking very calmly. Okay. I'll go prepare right away. Emily curtsied and then turned to leave the Hongmeng Temple, heading towards the Lingshan Pavilion. However, in that instant, Chen Han keenly sensed a slight change. In the past, Emily always seemed a little hesitant when they spoke alone. It has never been this smooth. It's a good result, at least communication won't be so difficult. Chen Han pondered to himself, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Next, it's time to prepare for the start of the Lord's War. Chapter 52 Lord War begins. Time slips away quietly. Before we knew it, it was noon. Clang. A bell tolling that resounded throughout the endless void suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. Just as Emperor Pango said, the Lord War began on time. The next second, several system notifications sounded in Chen Han's mind. The 666,666th Lord War has officially begun. Welcome to the Cloud Continent. After the Lord battle ends, lords with outstanding performance will receive additional ranking rewards. May all lords strive to survive to the end. Almost at the same moment the system voice finished speaking. Chen Han, the group of girls, and all the buildings in the territory vanished in an instant, disappearing into the wilderness. I don't know exactly how much time has passed. Chen Han slowly opened his eyes. When he fully regained consciousness, he was astonished to find that not only himself, but everything in his territory had appeared unchanged on a vast plain that was as beautiful as a fairyland. Lush green grass, birdsong and fragrant flowers, fresh air. Looking around, the whole world is full of boundless vitality, making people unable to help but be intoxicated by it. This beautiful scenery is a world apart from the desolate wilderness we had seen before. Is this the Cloud Marsh continent? The scenery is truly beautiful. Chen Han couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, just as he was immersed in this wonderful environment, suddenly, a system notification sound echoed deep within his mind. Congratulations! You have successfully sold the special item the Dawn Altar on the trading post. The transaction price is 50 void crystals, and a 10 void crystal fee will be deducted. 40 void crystals have been transferred to your inventory. Please check. Upon hearing this news, Chen Han immediately perked up and quickly opened his spatial inventory to check. As expected, there were a total of 40 void crystals emitting a mysterious light inside. This is really convenient. How exactly is this trading platform designed? Chen Han sighed inwardly. However, this is not the time to think about these issues. The newly added map function in the system clearly shows that Chen Han's current location is quite ideal, situated in the southeastern corner of the Yunzi continent. The area was surrounded by the fog of war on both sides, successfully avoiding the extreme predicament of being besieged on all sides and attacked from both sides. However, obtaining more detailed and accurate map information requires spending a high amount of Genesis crystals. As for Chen Han, who is a small tycoon to some extent, he would not hesitate or be stingy with this expense at such a critical moment. Especially since maps are one of the most crucial sources of strategic information. Today's exchange rate between void crystals and Genesis crystals is 1:12315. How many crystals do you need to exchange, Lord? The exchange rate is actually this high? Not bad, not bad. Exchange for 10 Genesis crystals. Exchange successful. 123,150 Genesis crystals have been transferred to your inventory. Please check. Upgrading to the highest level map requires 50,000 creation crystals, but this is only applicable to the current Lord battle in the Cloud Marsh continent. Lord, would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Upgrade successful. The map, which was originally just a rough draft, was instantly enveloped by a mysterious force the moment the system's voice fell, and was filled with a dense array of various marks in the blink of an eye. This map can be zoomed in or out at will, and it also accurately marks the scale and contour lines. The distribution of each resource point is clearly visible. Whether it is precious mineral resources, fertile orchards, or mysterious ruins hidden deep in the mountains and forests, they are all vividly displayed on this map. In addition, information about the locations of various secret realms is also presented in front of you. However, information about other lords' territories will only appear on the map after one's own side has successfully completed a reconnaissance mission. The Yunza continent is comparable in size to the European continent in the previous life, but its shape is more similar to that of the Australian continent. According to the system interface, a total of 10,000 lords have descended here. If calculated based on the average territory area from the first to the second tier, then the distance between each lord is quite far, not as Chen Han thought, with many lords crowded together. However, nothing in this world is absolute. Therefore, it would be more prudent to first explore how many lords exist in the surrounding area. Shana, Shadi, and Cheyenne, the three of you go and explore the nearby territories first, but don't venture too far into them. Just find out roughly how many territories there are and how far they are from here. Yes. The three Pegasus sisters left this place. Chen Han opened the newly added mainland chat group function on the system interface, which was already in an uproar. Director of Mental Hospital number 250, holy crap, I just finished the 7-day trial a second ago, and the next second I was teleported here. What the hell are you playing at? I will always love Hatsune Miku, the lord upstairs is really pitiful. I was teleported here after completing the 7-day trial for 10 days, and I have already broken through to the second stage. Kai Kunken, a trainee for 2.5 years, second rank? No way? I'm only first rank, 5th Dan. Goddess Qin Shanglan, please look at me one more time, is that tier 2 big shot going to form an alliance? I'm currently at tier 1, level 10, and I'm about to break through to tier 2. I will always love Hatsune Miku, no problem. Let's be friends. Basketball Prince CK111, I am Kai Kuan from the human race. Are there any human players who want to team up? I am tier 1, rank 7. Lord of the Blood Altar 9527, humans? Ha ha ha. A human noob has actually come to the Cloud Marsh continent. You Basketball Prince, you're my first target. Ha ha ha. Basketball Prince CK111, bro, I didn't do anything to you, did I? Prayer Moon Village, I suggest we set some rules. Tier 2 should fight Tier 2, and Tier 1 should fight Tier 1. Bullying others by relying on your power is too trashy. B54250SB, the person upstairs came up with such a great territory name, but it turns out they're an idiot. This is a Lord War, who cares about rules? Are you brain dead? Dragon's Hometown 1234567, I'm going to stay anonymous now. You bunch of noobs, just wait and see how I wipe you all out. Moonlight shines on them, hey upstairs, don't let me find out where you are. Top paid Qinhu player in China, are there any fellow foxes here? Chapter 53 Enemy Attack. In the chat room, every lord uses the name of their own territory as a nickname when sending messages, which feels rather strange, reminiscent of the chat scenes of silly netizens at the beginning of the century. However, Chen Han also extracted a lot of key information. The lords on the Yunza continent seem to span a rather long period of time. A newbie who has just become a lord is actually matched with a veteran who has been a lord for 10 days. If we also consider the lords who have not yet spoken out, then this time span is probably even more astonishing. Moreover, judging from the current situation, most lords are at the first tier level, and second tier lords can already be considered overlords in the Yunza continent. Just as Chen Han was observing with great interest the lively chatter of the various lords on the Yunza continent. Suddenly, a system announcement rang in the ears of all the lords. Congratulations to the territory of Huihui's little follower 117 for being the first to conquer the territory of Dala Bengbaban's Bedebudo Bairuang. This is a special reward, a legendary item, a high-tier troop summoning card. The reward will be issued immediately, please check, Lord. In an instant, the interface that had clearly displayed the locations of 10,000 lords was reduced to 9,999. Without a doubt, the lord of the territory named Darabambaban's Bedibudabirawan has probably been killed. At that moment, the entire chat group went wild. Director of Mental Hospital number 250, holy crap? A lord has been defeated so quickly? Prayer Moon Village, Huehue's little follower? Could she be a lord under Princess Gong Shelwi of the White Wolf clan? It is said that many people in the White Wolf clan named their territories as a combination of Huehue's little follower in numbers. Is it possible that this also happens in our Yunza continent? Rexter 1990, the extra rewards for conquering this territory are available to the top 100 players. Instead of chatting, you might as well go and look for some weak lords around here. B54250SB, what's there to be afraid of? They're just a bunch of sycophants, what's there to be afraid of? Even if Gong Shelwi herself came, I wouldn't back down. White Wolf hui, oh? Really? Don't let me find out where you are. B54250SB, humph. Come on. You think I'm afraid of you? You think I'm afraid of you just because you have a bunch of sycophants? The land of prayer for the moon, is this Gong Shelwi herself? No way. I will always love Hatsune Miku in the past, Gong Shelwi. The one who encountered 5-second tier boss level void creatures on the 7th day of the trial and still managed to successfully clear it? Your name is legendary in our Heavenly Fox clan. I never expected you to come to the Cloud Marsh continent. Basketball Prince CK111, hey pro, please carry me. I'll warm your bed. Director of Mental Hospital number 250, unbelievable, are there really this many experts in Yunza continent? Chen Hanxing closed the chat room interface in front of him. He squinted slightly and leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. After careful observation and analysis, I have a deep enough understanding of the general situation of the other lords, and it seems that there is no longer much point in wasting time in the chat room. Each lord battle grants an extra reward for conquering territory, but only the top 100 players can receive it. Of course, the quality of the extra rewards is random. Only the first lord to successfully conquer another's territory is guaranteed to receive a legendary item. The top 10 lords will receive at least one guaranteed epic level treasure, and the announcement will be made throughout the entire continent. Right now, it's best to first determine the next strategic direction. What do you three ladies think? Chen Han looked at Miao Kiki, Mia, and Emily in front of him and asked. Gathering wisdom from all sides is what a lord should do. Master, I suggest we eliminate the surrounding lords first, to prevent them from competing with us for resources. Miao Kiki's face was full of excitement as she raised her hand high and shouted loudly. Now she has gained new power, and is accompanied by the legendary weapon, Star Chaser. In this situation, wouldn't it be a waste not to pick a few easy targets? My lord, I also think Miss Coco is absolutely right. If we don't eliminate the enemies around us, they could very well become a threat in the future. We must nip them in the bud. Emily, who was standing nearby, quickly chimed in to agree. Back then, she was just an ordinary cook. In order not to become a burden to Chen Han, but to be able to lend him a helping hand at crucial moments. In recent days, she has been frantically catching up on a lot of knowledge about modern warfare. Especially in this territorial war, all other lords are enemies. Eliminating the nearest enemy lords first is undoubtedly the most important thing. I agree. But rushing in recklessly is far too dangerous. In my opinion, we should at least investigate the combat strength and races of the surrounding lords beforehand, so as not to capsize in a ditch. Nia calmly analyzed the current situation. Undoubtedly, Chen Han held the same view. His 7-day trial was extremely difficult, giving him a higher starting point than other lords. However, who can say for sure whether the opponent has some kind of trump card hidden in their hand? Only by being cautious in everything can you carve out your own path. As for tasks like intelligence gathering, it's best to leave them to professionals. And isn't the ninja class of soldiers born for this very moment? Okay, let's decide on this for now. I'll go to the martial god altar to summon. Before Chen Han could finish speaking, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open hastily. Xiayan, the youngest of the 3 Pegasus sisters who was in charge of scouting the situation in the north, rushed in with a panicked expression and breathless, and reported the latest situation to everyone. My lord, something terrible has happened. An army of about 300 men is marching towards our territory, and they clearly have ill intentions. Upon hearing this, Chen Han paused for a moment, his heart filled with doubt. What the hell? Wasn't I using Twilight Tower? How could my territory be seen? Could it be? Countless thoughts flashed through Chun Han's mind in an instant, and an ominous premonition arose spontaneously. He quickly opened the information interface. As expected, the creation crystals did not continue to decrease as he had anticipated. He then realized that the Twilight Tower would be shut down by default after he was teleported to the Cloud Marsh continent and would need to be turned on again. This is terrible. How could I make such a small mistake? However, her troubles were different from Chen Han's. Now Kiki, Mia, and Emily, however, all had fierce fighting spirits on their faces. What's there to be afraid of? With the Master's power supporting me, I'll go and wipe them out right now. I finally obtained the power of a magic swordsman, and now I have a chance to show off my skills. Master, what do you think? Should we teach them a lesson? Now Kiki came over and sat on Chen Han's lap, her face beaming with a confident smile, showing no fear whatsoever. Seeing this, Chen Han breathed a sigh of relief. But that's fine too. Since we have experience with things that come our way, we might as well take advantage of it. Since these people dared to launch attacks on other territories less than half an hour into the game, they must be very confident in their own strength. Since I'm new here, this is a good opportunity to test the strength of a lord who is so confident in his abilities. Then I'll leave it to you. Xia Yan, you continue to scout northwards to find out the number of lords. Yes. Chapter 54 3 against 300. At this time, within the army marching towards Chun Han's territory, the Leopard Clan Lord, Kafet, stared intently at the dilapidated-looking territory in the distance, his eyes gleaming with a fierce and greedy light. At this moment, he has already reached the first tier, 10th stage, but he is only 500 experience points away from the second tier. In Lord battles, there are only 4 ways to gain experience. The first method is the reward obtained after hunting wild void creatures. The second method is the settlement reward obtained after clearing the secret realm. The third method is to send civilians to collect the small amount of experience points obtained from natural resource points. As for the fourth method, after defeating other lords, you can obtain a huge amount of experience points based on the opponent's current level. Kafet has already occupied the resource points around the territory, but even if he gathers them with all his might, it will take about half a day to gain 500 experience points, which is too slow. The experience required to advance from Tier 1, Stage 1 to Tier 2, Stage 1 is 5,000 points. Therefore, killing a Tier 1, Stage 10 Lord will grant you a total of 5,000 experience points, and so on. Any Lord who can pass the 7-day trial will generally have their strength rise to at least Tier 1, Stage 5. Therefore, as long as he can successfully defeat any Lord on the continent, Kafet will be able to break through to the second tier in one fell swoop and naturally join the second tier alliance in the chat group. Kafet is full of confidence about this. Report. My lord, I've investigated. The territory in front of us is called the Primordial Temple. There are only about 100 inhabitants and 10 defensive towers, but I haven't seen any troops. The enemy's buildings are very concentrated and there are no protective barriers. They are probably not powerful individuals. A soldier dressed in a black robe, who looked like a scout, reported. Upon hearing this, a smug smile immediately appeared on Kafet's face. His mouth gaped wide, and he let out an extremely arrogant laugh. Ha ha. Good. Good. I never expected that my neighbor would be just an inexperienced rookie. Ha, how ridiculous. And I even went to all this trouble to bring so many soldiers. It should be understood that a territory that has not even recruited soldiers and whose protective barrier has been easily breached is undoubtedly the kind of trash lord at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Such a vulnerable place is no match for their army of 300 men. Even if only a small force is sent, it would probably not take more than 5 minutes to easily defeat and occupy it. Seeing this, the Ming clan hero Galil, who was standing to the side, quickly smiled obsequiously and said, Lord, you are so lucky. Not only are there many orchards next to your territory that you can enjoy at will, but you have also managed to take over a new territory and successfully break through to the second tier in less than an hour after the start of the Lord's War. Upon hearing this, Kafet felt even more proud and confident. He waved his hand arrogantly and said, I am the 18th prince of the Leopard clan, so it is only natural that I receive special favor from the Void Ruler. However, this time I have brought out almost 80% of the troops in my territory. We must resolve this battle as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen complications and have our base raided by other lords. Upon hearing this, Galil's eyes flashed with a cunning light, then he revealed a wicked smile. Hee, my lord, you can rest assured. As long as I'm here, there will absolutely be no unexpected situations. After saying that, he patted his chest to show his extreme confidence in his abilities. Great. Let's get started. Kafit nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand, giving the order to attack. Pass down the order. The mate squads will attack the defensive towers from a distance, and the light cavalry will charge immediately after the towers are breached. Leave no survivors. Yes. However, just as the magician team was on high alert, ready to launch a fierce attack on the defensive tower, suddenly, 3 graceful figures slowly walked out from the territory of the Hongmeng Temple. They were all incredibly beautiful, with stunning looks and graceful figures, as if they were fairies who had stepped out of a fairyland painting. They exuded an otherworldly charm that captivated everyone. Even a fleeting glance was enough to get the hot-blooded men in the Kafit unit fired up. Holy crap! Holy crap! Is there really such a beautiful girl in the world? I've never seen such a hot girl in my entire life. Is the lord of this Hongmeng temple some kind of idiot? He's recruiting beautiful women just to serve him. He's even neglecting defense. You know what, there are quite a few lords like that. My lord, could you spare those 3 beauties? We'd like to have a taste too. However, in stark contrast to the excitement and exhilaration of these male soldiers, Kafit and Galil, however, looked utterly astonished. As lords and hero units, they can naturally view the enemy's relevant information interface. Although most of the content is obscured by question marks, the key information about the other party's identity and territory is still clearly visible. Among these 3 stunningly beautiful women, 2 of them are clearly identified as heroes. The significance of having 2 hero-level beings at the same time is self-evident. Without a doubt, this primordial temple belongs to the territory of a certain second-tier lord. Retreat! Evacuate this area immediately. When Lord Kafit's anxious command came, the more than 200 soldiers present were all slightly taken aback. Why are they suddenly deciding to withdraw their troops? Want to leave? Do you think you can just come and go as you please at the Hongmeng Divine Palace? Our master hasn't even laid a hand on you, so where do you get the courage to attack our Hongmeng Divine Palace? In the very instant he spoke, suddenly, Miao Kiki and Mia spread their black and white wings and flew like 2 bolts of lightning, instantly reaching the rear of Kafit's army and cutting off their retreat. These enemies in front of us represent a lot of experience points and generous resource rewards. How could we let such a rare opportunity slip by? At the same time, Emily drew her Longquan sword and used elemental magic to enchant the blade with flames, standing steadily before the Hongmeng Temple. Despite her appearance, she looked like a delicate, fragile elf girl who could be blown away by the wind. But the powerful aura emanating from him at this moment was just like that of Zhang Fei, who single-handedly defended Changban Slope back then, awe-inspiring to all sides. Chapter 55 First Kill in the Lord War. Faced with this situation, Kafit panicked and hurriedly explained, "Wait. This is a misunderstanding, ladies. We are not here to attack your territory. We are here to request to become allies with the lord of this place. As you ladies know, a close neighbor is worse than a distant relative. Our territories are so close, and having more allies means having more strength." However, no Coco and Mia did not immediately agree or disagree with Kafit's earnest words. They simply and calmly raised the precious gift Shenhan had given them, the Star Chaser and Moon Chaser, as a silent response, demonstrating their firm stance. Comet technique. As the words fell, it was as if the whole world had been put on pause, and the atmosphere became deathly silent. But just a moment later, the situation changed drastically. The world seemed to be violently churning up like a raging storm. 2 bright spots, one large and one small, suddenly appeared in the originally calm sky, and they were expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is that possible? As a noble prince of the Leopard clan, Kafit was naturally familiar with the peerless divine weapon, the Star Chaser and Moon Grasp. You should know that his father, who possessed 11th tier strength, spent a full 100,000 creation crystals to successfully purchase this legendary weapon. However, what shocked him beyond measure was, within the Hongmeng Temple, there are actually 2 heroes wielding such incredibly powerful weapons at the same time. What the hell is this? Just how rich must a lord be to equip a hero with such gear? Scatter! Don't stand together! Seeing that the situation was not good, Galil hurriedly shouted for the completely stunned and at a loss Kafit. Unfortunately, it was all too late. 2 deafening explosions rang out in quick succession. Boom! Boom! Without warning, the 2 comets crashed straight into the center of Kafit's army. Immediately afterwards, a terrifyingly powerful shockwave, like a flower of death, suddenly exploded and bloomed at the point of impact. With just this one attack, 300 soldiers were wiped out. Galil, a veteran of countless battles, displayed phenomenal reaction speed. Just as the comet was about to hit the ground, he grabbed Kafit beside him without hesitation and sped away from the center like lightning. However, despite their swift action, they were still unable to completely avoid the earth-shattering impact. The powerful shockwave severely injured Galil, who coughed up a mouthful of scarlet blood. "Don't even think about running." A delicate shout rang out, and Emily stepped out like a ghost. In just a few breaths, they caught up with Galil and Kafit, who were desperately fleeing. She gripped the Longquan sword, which gleamed with raging flames, tightly in her hand. Even before the sword was fully drawn from its sheath, the intense heat swept over them like a surging wave, instantly terrifying the two who were trying to escape. "Beautiful lady." "Row." Terrified, Kafit stammered and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Emily's Longquan sword mercilessly slashed down. In an instant, the sword flashed and blood splattered everywhere. Just moments ago, the two people were talking enthusiastically about a bright future, but in the blink of an eye, they became two charred, headless corpses with hideous faces. As Kafit breathed his last, a deathly silence fell over the surroundings. At the same time, the familiar system notification sounded in the ears of all the lords once again. "Congratulations on the territory conquered by the Hongmeng Temple, the 10th territory to be conquered, rebuilding the glorious capital of the Leopard Clan 114514. This is a special reward, a supreme level item talent enhancement card. The reward will be issued immediately. Please check, Lord." Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Another supreme level item? Damn, is the Yi Primordial Temple really that lucky? The probability of obtaining a supreme level item has been increased this time, right? Guyui Lulan City, which just became the 5th city to defeat another player's lord, also obtained the supreme level item, the Dark Gem. It's so frustrating. I was just a minute too slow in destroying this territory. Otherwise, this talent enhancement card would be mine. Speaking of which, did you see the name of the territory that the Hongmeng Temple defeated? If I remember correctly, only members of the Leopard Clan royal family would name their territory like that, right? The Hongmeng Temple actually destroyed the Leopard Clan's royal territory? Aren't they afraid of the Leopard Clan seeking revenge? Who cares if he's a member of the royal family or the Green Chamber? He was wiped out in less than an hour. He's probably just a piece of trash abandoned by the Leopard Clan royal family. And you want to avenge him? Brothers, I just took down a minor lord and got a rare Mauser sniper rifle. Anyone want it? Hey bro upstairs, I want the Mauser sniper rifle. How about the trade? Where are you? If you're far away, let's go through the trading post. Inside the chat room, a turbulent atmosphere arose, with discussions rife. The discussion about Chen Han obtaining a supreme level item was quickly overshadowed by other news. Those who can defeat other lords so quickly are not people like us novices to judge. Of course, Chen Han was unaware of these things. His gaze and thoughts remained fixed on the three options that appeared before him. Congratulations on defeating Lord Kafit, the Lord of Territory 114514, the city that rebuilt the glory of the Leopard Clan. Overall rating, SSS. Start calculating Lord Battle Rewards. Reward 1, 5,000 Lord Experience Points, 30,000 Hero Experience Points. Reward 2, 1,514 Genesis Crystals. As the victor of this Lord War, you have the right to make the following choices regarding the 114514 territory, which will be used to rebuild the glorious capital of the Panther Clan. Option 1, Destroy. You can destroy all buildings and resources within the territory and gain a certain amount of Genesis Crystals, Lord Experience Points, and Hero Experience Pool rewards. The civilians, guards, and slaves within the opponent's territory will become your slaves. Option 2, Conquest. You will gain all buildings and resources within the opponent's territory. The civilians, guards, and slaves within the opponent's territory will become your slaves, and you will receive no further rewards. Option 3, Merge. Your territory will expand by the size of the opponent's territory, but all resources, people, and buildings within that territory will be destroyed, and you will receive no further rewards. Option 4, Plunder. You can obtain all resources within the territory, but the territory and its people will become ownerless and can be occupied by any lord at any time, without any further rewards. Chapter 56, Occupying Territory. Each of these four options has its own unique advantages. Teachers have emphasized this many times in high school classrooms. Among them, Occupy is arguably the most profitable option, as it allows you to directly take over the enemy's buildings, civilians, and all resources in your inventory. Especially in the early stages when resources were scarce, this choice was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Even if one's main territory is unfortunately conquered by other lords in the future, one will still have a way out, just like having a backup territory. However, its drawbacks are equally obvious. The territories acquired through conquest are limited to this lordship, or these new territories still need to be managed separately. If left unattended, everything on this territory will belong to the victor and will be completely lost to Chun Han should another lord successfully conquer it in the future. Furthermore, if a lord war breaks out in the future, the fall of subordinate territories will inevitably affect the final score calculation. As for the destroy and merge options, although they bring relatively little benefit, they are the only way to rapidly expand territory. Destroying directly grants lord experience, while merging expands the territory more directly. If you want to achieve rapid expansion, you can only rely on these two options. The last option is plunder. The meaning is self-evident from the literal meaning to commit robbery. Not only can they plunder all resources, but they can also arbitrarily decide the fate of civilians and soldiers within their territory, and even choose to massacre them. After completing these operations, there is no longer any responsibility for this land, and it can be completely abandoned. One thing to be particularly careful about is that if you choose the plunder option and send guards, civilians, slaves, or even heroes to kill the people in your territory, you will receive a certain amount of experience points as a reward. As for which choice to make, that depends entirely on the individual's needs and considerations. Just as Chun Han was deep in thought, a sweet, childlike voice suddenly came from behind him. "Master, what are you thinking about?" He suddenly came to his senses and realized that Mio Coco, Mia, and Emily had returned victorious. Chen Han smiled slightly and said, "Coco, Mia, Emily, thank you for your hard work. As you can see, I'm currently thinking about how to deal with the mess left by that lord." As he spoke, he showed the three girls the screen displaying the operation options without reservation. Both Miao Kiki and Mia had served as lords before, so they were well aware of the meaning behind these four options. Emily was astonished, as this was the first time she had seen the consequences of losing a lord's war. Failure means annihilation. This is no child's play. What a terrifying option! Emily muttered to herself. Chen Han shook his head helplessly. "There's nothing I can do, the endless void is just such a world. So, ladies, what do you think we should choose? Destroy? Looting? I think we should just occupy it." Obviously, asking is pointless. Three girls, three different opinions, it's really a headache. Just then, the three Pegasus sisters, who had gone out to scout out the enemy situation, returned. "My lord, I have scouted the north. Within a 15-kilometer radius, there is only this lord who just attacked. There are no other territories within that area. There are quite a few territories in the northwest, about 7 in total. They've established their strongholds using a giant mountain 1,000 meters high as a barrier. My Pegasus can't fly over there, I'm sorry. There are only 3 territories to the west and southwest. I originally intended to continue deeper, but I never expected that there would be Pegasus Knights in a territory called Prayer Moonland. In order not to alert them, I had no choice but to retreat. I am extremely sorry." When news about the surrounding situation came in the blink of an eye, the system's map interface was updated with the locations of the territories mentioned in the report. Considering the distribution of resource points, Chen Han frowned instantly. The areas surrounding the Praying Moon Village, City of Morning Breeze and Blooming Flowers, and the recently destroyed rebuilding the Leopard Clan's glorious city 114514 are dotted with numerous naturally formed resource points. In particular, the geographical location of the Prayer Moon Village is so superior that it is astonishing. The entire territory actually overlaps with a massive mineral mountain. Moreover, it is surrounded by countless natural orchards and fertile rice paddies. In contrast, despite the excellent geographical location of Chun Han's territory, no trace of any resource points could be found. Looking around, all you see are lush, verdant wild grasses, nothing else. Although relying on farmland can achieve self-sufficiency, these crops are obviously unlikely to mature in the short term. For a considerable period to come, we will still have to rely on Genesis crystals to purchase crops and accelerate growth, which will definitely be a significant expense. And most importantly, when a lord sends people to collect resources from natural resource points, the lord's experience will increase based on the quality of the resource points and the quantity collected. Although it's not a huge amount, over time it can still be equivalent to several settlement experience rewards. Looks like we still have to take it over. At the very least, we have to loot the entire orchard. With this thought in mind, Chen Han no longer hesitated. I directly pressed the occupy option. In an instant, a series of messages flooded Chen Han's mind. Territory conquest rebuilding the Leopard clan's glorious capital, successful. 114,514. A total of 507 slaves were acquired, including 194 commoners, 25 light knights, 17 mages, 21 archers, 11 spearmen, 9 shield guards, etc. Received 1194 apples, 1369 peaches, 166 cantaloupes, 1197 oranges. Received 642 potatoes, 295 tomatoes, 1970 rapeseed plants, 9,640 kilograms of rice. Obtained 1,100 kilograms of black rhinoceros meat, 12,990 kilograms of leopard meat, 999 kilograms of black feathered bird meat, 10,207 kilograms of pork, etc. Obtained 1 Tier 1, Level 10 Lord's Residence, 3 Tier 1, Level 10 Wells, 5 Tier 1, Level 10 Farmland. It can be said that everything that once belonged to Kafit now belongs entirely to Chen Han. Seeing this scene before him, Chen Han couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. No wonder so many lords are so eager for the Lord Wars to continue forever, and they have an endless desire and longing to become warlords. With such an astonishing rate of progress, who wouldn't feel fond of it? That said, this Kafit really is a prince. Looking at the massive amount of food, weighing over 100 tons, it must have all been brought back to his territory from the real world. What's puzzling is, as a prince of the Leopard clan, how did you manage to store such a large quantity of leopard meat? This is truly chilling to think about. Chapter 57 Comprehensive Advancement. Please confirm whether you wish to use a talent enhancement card? Yes. Talent enhancement card successfully used. Talent Effect 1, you have a 100% chance to summon female hero units and troops. When Chen Han heard the system notification that the enhancement was successful, he was somewhat taken aback. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed inwardly, "Can this even be enhanced?" At this moment, images flashed through Chen Han's mind. If every unit I summon is female, wouldn't I really have to build a harem kingdom? But then again, it turns out that summoning the Pegasus sisters was all girls before was just pure luck. However, despite the emotions I felt, the real problem still loomed before me. We still need to get the preparatory work done as soon as possible. The previously occupied territory rebuilding the Leopard clan's glorious capital 114514 has now been renamed the Primordial Temple Subordinate Territory No. 1. To ensure the safety and development of this land, Chen Han has taken the lead in sending the 3 Tianma sisters to guard it and put them in charge of planning the slaves' orchard harvesting work. But it was clear that the 3 of them alone were far from enough, and more troops needed to be recruited as soon as possible to provide support. Fortunately, over the past 3 days, Chen Han has successfully accumulated nearly 20,000 building points through the Hongmeng Temple, which he can now spend quite a bit of. Upgrade the Hall of Martial Gods 9 times 2,700 building points. Upgrade the Hongmeng Temple 9 times 4,500 building points. Upgrade the Spirit Food Pavilion 9 times 4,500 building points. Upgrade the Altar of Wonders 9 times 2,700 building points. The importance of high-level buildings is self-evident, and upgrading them as early as possible is undoubtedly a wise move, so that you can enjoy the various benefits brought by high-level buildings sooner. Therefore, Chen Han generously upgraded them all to the 2nd tier, 10th stage. Although no additional effects were added, these buildings have become more magnificent and spectacular in appearance, giving people a high-end and classy feeling. The 5 upgrade opportunities Amy contributed yesterday, and the 3 upgrade opportunities obtained from Mia over the past 3 days, are now coming in handy. Are you sure you want to spend 1 upgrade opportunity to upgrade the isolation barrier into a primordial protection array? Sure. Upgrade successful. Architecture, Primordial Guardian Array. Level, Tier 2, Stage 4. Durability, 5,000. Upgrade cost, increases with Lord level. Function, prevents enemy units from entering. If breached, it takes 24 hours to fully recover. Upgrading the building increases its maximum durability. Additional Effect 1, the original appearance of the building cannot be seen by anyone except the residents of its territory. Additional Effect 2, immune to attacks from all units below the building level. Additional Effect 3, regardless of the level of attack received, durability will decrease by a maximum of 1 point every 3 seconds. Initially, when Chen Han noticed that the durability of the upgraded spatial barrier had suddenly dropped to 5,000 points, he couldn't help but feel puzzled, thinking that some terrible bug had occurred. Until I saw the additional effects of the Hongmeng Guardian Array. This is absolutely invincible. Even with only 5000 durability, it can withstand being surrounded from all sides for 4 hours, which is truly amazing. Next up is the building that girls love the most. Upgrade the bathhouse 10 times 500 building points. Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the bathhouse into the primordial dragon pool? Sure. Upgrade successful. Architecture, Hongmeng Dragon Pool. Level, Tier 2, Stage 10. Durability, 100,000 10,000. Upgrade cost, 300 building points. Function, provides bathing services. Upgrading the building can improve the interior decoration and water quality of the bathhouse. Additional effect 1, the original appearance of the building cannot be seen by anyone except the residents of its territory. Additional effect 2, units other than the Lord can gain a certain amount of experience points when bathing in this area, with a daily cap of 500 points. Tier 2 effect. This is an AFK experience pool? That's pretty impressive. Looks like I'll be able to get another big boost in overall strength. Chen Han smiled slightly, surprised to find another high-level building with powerful additional effects. Although there is only a daily experience cap of 500 points, it is easy for first-tier civilians and guards to reach the second tier. And this isn't the only building. They can build as many as they want. Chen Han and the girls share one, while the hundreds of civilians share two. That makes perfect sense, right? Upgrade 2 bathhouses 10 times 1000 building points. Upgrade 2 bathhouses to the primordial dragon pool. 2 upgrade opportunities. Since Chen Han wouldn't be able to see any of the extra effects after the upgrade, he might as well just choose any building to upgrade. Upgrade the well 10 times 500 building points. Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the well to the primordial spirit spring? Sure. Upgrade successful. Architecture, primordial spirit spring. Level, Tier 2, Stage 10. Durability, 100,000 10,000. Upgrade cost, 200 building points. Function, produces pure water. The amount produced varies depending on the weather. Upgrading the level increases the output. Additional effect 1, the original appearance of the building cannot be seen by anyone except the residents of its territory. Additional effect 2, drinking from the spring water restores a certain amount of stamina and has a very small chance of gaining a small amount of experience points. Tier 2 effect, only applicable to units other than lords. Another building that grants experience points. This talent is truly amazing. And it even restores stamina. Coco shouldn't have any complaints now, right? Chen Han's lips curled up slightly as he secretly began to ponder how to completely win over Miao Kiki. Now that she has the powerful energy replenishing effect of the primordial spirit spring, does she still think she's not strong enough? Thinking of this, Chen Han immediately upgraded the other 2 wells to the second tier, level 10, without hesitation, and then successfully advanced them into primordial spirit springs. With all building points about to run out, there are only 3 upgrade attempts left. Chen Han turned and strode toward the Hall of Martial Gods, preparing to begin recruiting new troops. After all, if you upgrade the building to a higher level first, and then upgrade it to the second level 10, you will lose a lot of building points for nothing. Therefore, in order to save expenses as much as possible, it's more prudent to first upgrade all buildings to Tier 2, Stage 10 before considering further upgrades. Chapter 58 Archmage Lucco. Afterwards, the 3 heroes of today were arranged to soak in the Hongmeng Dragon Pool. The next step is to recruit those 3 high-tier troop types. With 30 void crystals left in my pocket, plus over 80,000 creation crystals, I'm going to have a good time. Friendly reminder, the level of troops that can be recruited in the Hall of Martial Gods is limited by the level of the Lord. Only after the Lord's level increases will the level of the troops gradually increase. The current level cap is set at Tier 2, Stage 4. I thought I could directly summon a Tier 2, Stage 10 unit, but in the end, there's no shortcut. Chen Han shook his head helplessly. But it doesn't matter, since these are all high-level units summoned through void crystals. Even if it's just the second tier, 4th stage, that should be more than enough strength. Summon high-ranking mage? Summoning confirmed. As the system finished speaking, a dazzling emerald-colored gate suddenly appeared on the vast and magnificent training ground of the Martial God Hall. A dazzling beam of light, representing 8 mysterious and unpredictable magical elements, began to slowly emerge from the door and gradually converged on a faint humanoid phantom. A few seconds later, time seemed to freeze. The humanoid figure of light and shadow, like a fairy from a dreamlike realm, slowly stepped out from the portal. In an instant, the magic permeating the air began to tremble violently, like a surging wave. Upon closer inspection, one could see a graceful young woman with a long, emerald green ponytail that cascaded smoothly over her shoulders. She wore a similarly vibrant emerald-colored robe and held a crystal-clear emerald-colored star-shaped staff in her hand. This girl has a beautiful face, a perfect figure, and a gentle and graceful temperament, all of which showcase the unique charm and beauty of women. Overall, she looks a bit like a high school girl cosplaying as a magician. But judging from the surging magical energy around her, her strength is definitely extraordinary. Name, Lucko. Race, Celestial Demon. Identity, Guard. Level, Tier 2, Stage 40,000. Talent, A level. Skills, Elemental Flow LV4, Silence Immunity LV10, Mental Wave LV1, Sky Rift LV2, Time Cage LV1, Fireball LV3, Frost Arrow LV4, Storm LV3, Earth Shatter LV1, Holy Light LV2, Shadow LV2, Magic Ball LV1. Affiliation, Primordial Temple. Elemental Flow LV4, Passive Skill, if the magic cast is compatible with the environmental elements, attack power plus 40%. Silence Immunity LV10, Passive Skill, 100% immunity to silence effects. Mental Wave LV1, Active Skill, deals magic damage to enemies with a hit attribute, and has a chance to inflict confusion on enemies. Sky Rift LV2, Active Skill, deals air magic damage to enemies. Time Cage LV1, Active Skill, imprisons enemies in a time cage, rendering them unable to move and continuously dealing time attribute magic damage to them. Lucko. Before Chen Han could finish carefully reviewing Lu Kor's information interface, she quickly moved closer to Chen Han and greeted him warmly. "Hi, are you my lord?" Seeing this, Chen Han quickly stopped scrutinizing her and nodded slightly in response, "Yes. Lu Kor, please take care of me from now on." Hearing this, Lucko nodded playfully, a sly glint in her eyes, and continued, "Yes. If Lord Lucko has any needs, just let me know. But, let's leave certain inappropriate things out of the question, like, anything like that, meow." Faced with such direct words, Chen Han replied without hesitation, "Don't worry, I absolutely have no such thoughts. Just kidding, we can barely take care of Meow Kiki and Mia, how could we possibly have the energy to add another girl?" "That's good. I believe that Lord is a virtuous and upright person." Lucre smiled wickedly and said calmly. However, the next second, like a little girl with only a 3-minute attention span, her attention quickly shifted to the place where she had just appeared, the Hall of Martial Gods. In that instant, she froze, staring blankly at the scene before her. My brain was racing, but I still couldn't understand why an ordinary military camp would look like this. After a while, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Lord, may I ask what level you are at now?" Chen Han smiled slightly. "As you can see, I am currently at the 2nd tier, 4th stage." Upon hearing this answer, Lukor's eyes widened in disbelief, and she exclaimed, "How could a Tier 2, Stage 4 possibly possess such a building?" Upon hearing this, Chen Han gave a crooked smile. As expected, this Hall of Martial Gods is quite imposing and majestic, although the other lords cannot witness its splendor in person. Basic stuff, don't be silly. If you're interested, you can go back and take a look at the other buildings. Upon hearing this, Luca turned her head away with great interest. You won't be surprised if you don't look, because once you do, you'll be shocked. The Primordial Temple, the Spiritual Cuisine Pavilion, the Miracle Altar, the Primordial Dragon Pool, the Primordial Spiritual Spring, the Primordial Heaven Ceiling Array. These buildings are all masterpieces. Even a 10th tier lord would probably find it difficult to create something so magnificent. Is this really necessary? Who exactly is this lord named Chen Han? Just then, a crisp system notification sounded in Chen Han's mind. Ding! Detected that the guard unit local has fallen for you, combat power plus 150%. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Han slapped his forehead and muttered to himself, "Huh? I almost forgot about that." It seems that the favorability that comes with recruiting troops doesn't directly trigger the bonus of this talent effect. Oh well, as long as it's triggered. No wonder people in my past life always said that you can't date girls if you don't have money or a house. It turns out that only by giving girls a little emotional shock can you gain their favor. He muttered to himself as he secretly plotted his next recruitment plan. At the same time, Lucko also clearly felt a significant increase in the power within her body, and her eyes were filled with immense shock and surprise. Is this the effect of a lord's talent? Double the strength bonus? Is that outrageous? Looks like this lord is worth befriending. Ignoring Lu Kor's shock, Chen Han continued recruiting soldiers. Because it's unknown which of the 3 recruitable troop types in the Hall of Martial Gods is the strongest and best suited to the current lineup. Chen Han also decided to summon all 3 types of troops first, and then see which type of troops to recruit next after using them for a while. After all, these are troops recruited using void crystals, which are very expensive. Of course, it needs to be carefully considered. Chapter 59 Gunner and Martial God. As the system's voice faded, a portal of light opened once more in the training ground. However, this time was different. The color emitted by the light gate was as blue and dazzling as the deep and vast sky. What was even more unexpected was that 2 figures slowly walked out of the light gate. Strange, I should have only summoned 1 person, right? How come there are 2? Chen Han muttered to himself, full of doubt. At this moment, the 2 figures stepped out of the light gate at a leisurely pace. The first thing that catches the eye is a woman with a head of deep blue hair that cascades down like a waterfall. Her face is beautiful and refined, her figure is graceful and charming, and she is as innocent and pure as the girl next door. She was wearing a snow-white long shirt and a simple black skirt, and held a modern-looking machine gun in each hand. The overall look gives the impression of a lively and playful high school girl cosplaying as a gunslinger. Unlike the previous Luca, this woman was not surrounded by that awe-inspiring and powerful magical aura. Even from Chen Han's perspective, she was weaker than him. Name, Wei Xiaoling. Race, human. Identity, guard. Level, Tier 2, Stage 40,000. Talent, a level. Skills, Dimensional Space LV5, Precision LV4, Gunmanship LV5. Affiliation, Primordial Temple. Dimensional Space LV5, passive skill, possesses an alternate dimensional space that can store weapons from various eras. Accuracy LV4, passive skill, increases accuracy by 40% when equipped with firearms. Gunnership skill LV5, passive skill, allows you to use various firearms to attack enemies with unparalleled skill. Wei Xiaoling. As for the woman following Wei Xiaoling, there was no information interface visible around her. It's not one of those information interfaces filled with question marks, but one where you can't see anything at all. Although this woman was of superior appearance, she always gave people a strange sense of disharmony. His face was expressionless, he just stared solemnly ahead. With short, dark blue hair, wearing a seemingly exquisite long dress, and gripping an enormous gun tightly in both hands, he looked quite like a futuristic technological warrior. Future warrior. Ding. Detected that guard unit Wei Xiaoling has fallen for you combat power plus 150%. Ha! It was triggered so easily this time? Chen Han was secretly surprised. Good afternoon, my lord. After confirming that the lord had understood his own attributes, Wei Xiaoling, along with the woman behind her who looked like a future warrior, moved to Chen Han's side and bowed deeply with utmost respect. Yes, good afternoon. Chen Han turned his gaze to the future warrior beside him and asked, "Who is this?" Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoling's face was filled with pride. She straightened her chest, and her large breasts trembled slightly. A smug smile played on her lips as she explained, "This one is my personal bodyguard Xiaoling number 1. Don't let her being a robot fool you, she's incredibly powerful." Just as Wei Xiaoling finished speaking, Xiaoling number 1, standing beside her, gracefully and swiftly bowed deeply to Chen Han. Immediately afterwards, a clear and melodious female voice, almost like that of an AI synthesizer, rang out, "Greetings, Your Excellency. I am Xiaoling number 1, and I bear the heavy responsibility of protecting your safety." Upon seeing this, Chen Han nodded slightly in response. No wonder I couldn't see the relevant information interface before, it really is a future warrior. Then Chen Han looked at Wei Xiaoling and calmly instructed, "Why don't you wander around and familiarize yourself with the environment of this territory? I'll assign you specific tasks after I finish what I'm doing." "Yes, my lord." Wei Xiaoling responded and then turned to leave. Watching her figure gradually disappear into the distance, and seeing her chatting and laughing with Lu Kur, Chen Han's tense heartstrings finally relaxed a little. It has to be admitted that Yi Yi's talent is truly amazing. The summoned heroes and units are all stunningly beautiful women with top-tier looks, even the robots are beauties. Damn it, am I really going to keep messing with my kidneys forever? Chen Han couldn't help but complain. But he quickly shook his head vigorously, banishing these distracting thoughts from his mind, and then focused all his energy on the last unit type, the God of War. The martial god, judging from the name, must be a melee class. So, she can't possibly be a delicate and cute girl, right? For magic-based and firearms-based units, it would be understandable if the character was a slender, graceful, and delicate girl, since they wouldn't need to engage in close combat. But a martial goddess should be a fierce and powerful woman with bulging muscles and a height of 2 meters. Otherwise, how can you engage in close combat with the enemy? Thinking of this, Chun Han couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling somewhat uneasy. But in the end, he still shakily opened the interface for summoning the God of War and pressed the confirm button. With Lu Kor and Wei Shaoling protecting us, there shouldn't be any major problems. At least, it won't be forced. Summon high-tier war god unit? Summoning confirmed. The familiar light shone again, and the same scene unfolded before our eyes once more. However, it was completely different from what Chen Han had originally imagined. The figure that slowly emerged from that light was not the muscular, towering woman who stood over 8 feet tall. Instead, there was a petite white-haired girl who was less than 1.6 meters tall. She simply stood there quietly after stepping out of the portal, without making a sound. She was wearing the same martial arts uniform that Chen Han wore when he was a child practicing martial arts. She had a delicate red hair clip on her head, and a white headscarf was tied gently behind her head, fluttering slightly in the wind. Although she looked unusually thin, as if a gust of wind could blow her over, the unique aura she exuded from within was hard to ignore. Her bright, piercing eyes remained fixed on Chen Han, as if she wanted to see right through him. Her beautiful face was like a finely crafted work of art, yet at this moment it showed no emotion whatsoever. Name, Wu Yao. Race, Demon. Identity, Guard. Level, Tier 2, Stage 40,000. Talent, A level. Skills, Martial Arts LV7, Inch Punch LV5, Shrinking the Earth to an Inch LV1, Weakness Perception LV1. Affiliation, Primordial Temple. Fighting Skill LV7, Passive Skill, possesses superb close combat skills. Inch Strike Heaven Opening LV5, Passive Skill, when fighting unarmed, attack power plus 25%, ignores all defenses below the same tier. Shrinking the Earth to an Inch LV1, Active Skill, allows you to instantly close the distance with enemies. Weakness Detection LV1, Passive Skill, allows you to detect the opponent's weaknesses. Wu Yao. Chapter 60. A small shock. The two stared at each other silently, as if time had stood still. After a long while, Wu Yao finally came to her senses as if waking from a dream. She slowly walked towards Chen Han. She tilted her head slightly and said in a clear, melodious voice that also carried a hint of coldness, "My lord, although I am grateful to you for summoning me to this world, don't you think your strength is somewhat weak?" Upon hearing these words, Chen Han, who was standing to the side, was so shocked that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was actually looked down upon for being weak by a little girl who was a whole head shorter than him. Why does this scene feel so familiar? However, upon further reflection, considering that Wu Yao's clan was the demon race, all of this became quite reasonable. After all, this race has always adhered to the principle of prioritizing strength. Regardless of your age, gender, social standing, wealth, or talent. All of these factors are irrelevant. The only thing that matters is the actual strength we possess at the moment. Because only strong capabilities can truly demonstrate a person's value, there is absolutely no room for luck or shortcuts. However, as a qualified lord, no matter what kind of hero or troop you encounter, you must always maintain a calm and composed mindset and never let others lead you by the nose. Chen Han took a deep breath, not at all intimidated by Wu Yao's imposing aura, and calmly replied, "I think that the strength of a lord cannot be simply described by his power." Really? Then tell me, what makes you special? Then let me ask you first, why is it that someone as weak as me can summon someone as strong as you? Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Wu Yao's eyes, and she immediately fell into deep thought. That's true. A lord with low strength shouldn't have the ability to summon her at all. Could it be that some extraordinary encounter occurred? At this moment, Chen Han smiled crookedly, without offering any further explanation. He grabbed Wu Yao's hand and strode towards the outside of the martial arts arena of the Martial God Hall. The next second, Wu Yao stood there, frozen in place, as if petrified. What appeared before her eyes were rows of incredibly magnificent buildings. The Martial God Hall, which summoned her, displayed an unimaginable grandeur, as if it were the most dazzling existence in this world. Lord, you're only a second-tier lord right now, right? Where did all these buildings come from? Wu Yao's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but blurt out the question. At this moment, the shock she felt was indescribable. Seeing this, Chen Han pulled Wu Yao directly to a house at the first level of the 10th stage. Coincidentally, just 2 minutes ago, the building points reward from the Hongmeng Temple was successfully credited to my account, which is just the right time to upgrade the existing buildings. It's time to let this little girl broaden her horizons and experience what true cheat-like power is like. Upgrade residential buildings 10 times 200 building points. Wu Yao was completely bewildered as Chun Han performed the upgrade, unable to understand what he was trying to do. Isn't this just an ordinary residential house? What's the big deal? Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the house to Hongmeng Pavilion? Sure. Upgrade successful. Architecture, Hongmeng Pavilion. Level, Tier 2, Stage 10. Durability, 50,000. Upgrade cost, 200 building points. Function, provides habitation. The higher the building level, the better the internal and external environment. Additional effect 1, the original appearance of the building cannot be seen by anyone except the residents of its territory. Additional effect 2, when units other than lords reside in this area, they can gain a certain amount of experience points, with a daily cap of 500 points. Tier 2 effect. In an instant, dazzling golden light surged forth like a torrent. The old, rustic wooden cottage has undergone a dramatic transformation, now completely enveloped in a layer of dazzling, golden tiles, exuding an extremely magnificent aura. Just one glance is enough to make you want to move in. Wu Ya was completely stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the incredible scene before her, her mouth agape, yet she couldn't utter a sound. Instantly upgrading an ordinary building to a high-level building, isn't that a bit too incredible? I didn't see any action involving the use of any props at all. Could this be his lordly talent? However, Chen Han was oblivious to the turmoil raging within Wu Yao's heart at this moment. His expression was calm and composed as he said in a measured tone, "Wu Yao, this room will be your residence from now on. Of course, I'll introduce you to your roommates later." Ding! Detected that the guard unit Wu Yao is infatuated with you. Combat power plus 150%. No, my lord, how did you manage to do that? At this moment, Wu Yao had completely forgotten her initial arrogant attitude. She kept shaking Chen Han's body, her face full of uncontrollable excitement. The moment Chen Han heard the system notification sound, a slightly sly smile instantly appeared on his face. Sure enough, we still need to give these little brats a little scare. Otherwise, they might never figure out who's in charge here. So, Chen Han deliberately put on an unfathomable look and replied, "How about it? Do you still think I'm weak?" Wu Yao gently shook her head, "I was too ignorant before." Chen Han gently patted Wu Yao's shoulder, then smiled reassuringly and said, "From now on, we're on the same team. My ambitions go far beyond this, don't worry, I'll definitely make you feel that being summoned here was worthwhile." After saying that, Wu Yao slowly closed her eyes, fully immersing herself in the powerful energy that had just been poured into her body, and nodded slightly, "Yes, I understand." Seeing this, Chen Han said no more and turned back to the martial arts arena of the Martial God Hall. Summon 30 high-tier ninja units? Summoning confirmed. As the system finished speaking, 30 jet black beams of light descended from the sky onto the martial arts arena of the Martial God Hall. Soon, 30 hot-bodied, pretty, black-clad female ninjas with resolute eyes slowly emerged from the pillar of light. Ding! Detected that guard unit Gu Lingmeng has fallen for you. Combat power plus 150%. Ding! Guard unit detected. The moment these 30 female ninjas appeared, they instantly triggered the enhanced effect of the Lord's talent, almost driving Chen Han crazy. Chapter 61 Ninja. The very next second, the 30 female ninjas moved like ghosts, their figures suddenly blurring as if they had merged into the darkness, and appeared in front of Chen Han in the blink of an eye. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. Without hesitation, they knelt on one knee, their expressions utterly respectful, and shouted in unison, "Greetings, your lordship." Faced with the sudden scene before him, Chen Han was somewhat taken aback. Good heavens, is this the legendary ninjutsu? He's kind of handsome. Chen Han glanced briefly at the female ninjas present, his brows furrowing slightly. So, not all unit types have a fixed level talent? Previously, the 3 Pegasus Knight sisters that Chen Han summoned, as well as the 3 high-level units he has summoned now, all possessed level talents. I thought the units that were always summoned were all ranked talents. However, these 30 ninjas were not as bad as one might imagine. Their overall level remains quite outstanding, with all talents at or above sea level, possessing all the required skills, and belonging to all strong races. They can definitely be considered among the best in their class. Chen Han glanced around and his gaze settled on a female ninja. Name, Gu Lingmeng. Race, Shadow Clan. Identity, Guard. Level, Tier 2, Stage 40,000. Talent, A level. Skills, Assassination Technique LV2, Ninjutsu LV4, Insight LV4, Shadow Escape LV2, Presence Weakening LV3. Affiliation, Primordial Temple. Assassination skill LV2, passive skill, allows for highly skilled use of various concealed weapons to attack enemies. Ninjutsu LV4, passive skill, allows for highly proficient use of various ninjutsu techniques to attack enemies. See-through LV4, active skill, allows you to see through the information of guards, commoners, and slaves whose level is no higher than your own. Shadow Cloak LV2, active skill, allows you to transform into a shadow and quickly approach the opponent. Existence Weakness LV3, passive skill, slightly reduces the user's presence. Gu Ling Meng. Gu Ling Meng, from now on you will be the captain of this ninja team. You will be directly in contact with me from now on. Yes, sir. I will certainly live up to your mission. Chen Han turned around and picked out a few more female ninjas with a level talent and high skill levels. Imo Wenwen, Lin Xiaolu, Ai Ku, and Su Yu, from now on you four will be squad leaders and will be under Gu Lingming's command. Others shouldn't be discouraged. This is just a work arrangement. I won't be biased against anyone. I will distribute resources equally. If someone performs well in the future, I will promote them. Yes. Chen Han efficiently and decisively assigned duties to the female ninjas. If he were to communicate with so many ninjas all by himself, it would undoubtedly cause a lot of inconvenience and trouble. Gu Lingmeng, you will be in charge of the overall arrangements from now on. I have already detected the locations of about 13 territories in the surrounding area. You must do your best to investigate the details of these territories. If there is any energy left, go and survey the resource points marked on the map. Your subordinate obeys. Please rest assured, my lord, this matter will be handled properly. In less than a minute, they transformed into streaks of black shadows like ghosts, quickly leaving the barrier and rushing off in all directions. It was almost completely silent. Just then, Miao Kiki, Mia, and Emily, who had just finished bathing, slowly emerged from the Hongmeng dragon pool. The three beauties walked side by side, chatting and laughing, like a beautiful sight in Chen Han's territory. More notably, they exude a unique charm, and their overall demeanor is significantly enhanced compared to the past. There's no doubt that Hongmeng Longqi has a really good moisturizing effect. Master! I love this bathhouse. Miao Kiki hugged Chen Han's arm tightly with joy and called out in a sweet voice. Chen Han gently stroked Miao Kiki's hair with tenderness and replied with a smile, "It would be even better if you could satisfy me more in that aspect as well." Hearing this, Miao Kiki immediately pouted and scolded, "I did this to train your skills. After all, Master will have more and more women in the future, so you mustn't let me down." Upon hearing this, Mia and Emily, who were standing nearby, blushed instantly and turned their heads away shyly. Perhaps only a succubus would dare to talk about this in public. Chen Han vigorously rubbed Miao Kiki's freshly washed pink hair. "What are you thinking about, you little pervert? By the way, I just summoned 3 high-level troops. You 3 should go to the houses over there and get to know each other." Good. Chen Han returned to the Hongmeng Temple and opened the lottery interface. After deducting the 27,000 Genesis crystals spent on recruiting 30 ninjas, there are still more than 55,000 Genesis crystals left. Having previously killed Prince Kafid of the Leopard clan, they also took over a large amount of food left behind by him, in addition to the ample supplies they had brought from the Dragon Kingdom. It can be said that these foods are sufficient to meet the daily consumption needs for at least the next 2 to 3 months. Moreover, Genesis crystals can be produced steadily every day through 4 crystal mines, and there are also 17 void crystals as a backup. Even if you fire a few hundred shots, there shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? With that in mind, Chen Han no longer hesitated and directly clicked the option button for a 10 pull. Congratulations on winning 20 roast ducks in the lucky draw. Congratulations on winning a leather whip. Congratulations on winning the lottery, Farmland Basic Building X1. Congratulations on winning a Mauser sniper rifle. Holy crap, it's 9 whites and 1 green again. Please stop messing with me. Chen Han, refusing to believe it, continued to click the option for a 10 pull. Once, twice, 3 times, 24 times. Using Genesis crystals for gacha pulls only guarantees a green rarity item during a 10 pull. There is no guarantee for epic, legendary, or even supreme rarity items. In this way, Chen Han used up a total of 250 chances to win the lottery. I drew a total of 212 white common items, 36 green rare items, and 2 purple epic items. One of the epic items was a recipe that Emily had already learned, which was really a bit of a ripoff. This is probably the true picture of a lottery. Thinking back to the glorious moments when I drew 2 Supreme Tier Heroes and a Divine Beast Egg, it feels like my luck has been completely used up. Chen Han sighed helplessly. Fortunately, at least it wasn't a complete loss. Item, Equipment Upgrade Card Epic. Rarity, Epic. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1, Lord status. Effect 1, when used on rare or common equipment, it can upgrade the rarity to that of an epic level equipment of the same type. Effect 2, when used on an epic level equipment, it can be randomly converted into another type of epic level equipment. Chapter 62 Operation begins. The Barrett is a truly outstanding weapon with extremely powerful attack capabilities. However, the only drawback is, when placed in a situation requiring close quarters combat, it is difficult to demonstrate its proper function, and its heavy weight even greatly reduces its flexibility. As the saying goes, a gun is fast from 7 paces away. Within 7 paces, the gun is both fast and accurate. Men really do need to know how to use a gun. Should I use an equipment upgrade card epic on the Desert Eagle pistol? Confirmed for use. Successfully used. Item, Photon Gun. Type, Weapon. Rarity, Epic. Equipment requirements, Tier 2, Stage 1. Equipment Effect 1, consumes 1 Genesis Crystal to reload 5 bullets. Equipment Effect 2, accuracy plus 45%. Equipment Effect 3, automatically learns the skill Gunnery LV1. Equipment Effect 4, bullets deal a small amount of additional magic damage when they hit enemies. It can actually be upgraded directly to a high-tech weapon? I'm really curious about its power. Chen Han stared at the pulse photon gun he was holding tightly in his hand, a barely perceptible smile quietly appearing on his lips. He used to think that fighting with the help of external objects was a bit low class. But at this moment, he couldn't help but feel, it smells amazing. In the early stages before leveling up, it's best to stick to American-style Iato. I wonder if there are any enemies I can test my marksmanship on. Before Chen Han finished speaking, the Ninja Legion that had been dispatched 2.5 hours earlier began to return to their territory one after another. Greetings, Lord. Your subordinate has fulfilled your mission and successfully gathered information on the surrounding 13 territories. As a dark shadow flashed by like a ghost, Gu Lingmeng appeared in front of Chen Han in an instant, then knelt on one knee and respectfully reported on the mission. So fast? By the way, why are there only a few of you? Where are the others? A look of surprise appeared on Chen Han's face as he asked. Reporting to the Lord, I have dispatched 20 men to explore more distant areas. They should be able to explore all the territory within a radius of 100 kilometers within about 3 days. Upon hearing Gu Lingming's words, Chen Han was slightly taken aback. Good heavens, that's really good heavens. Is this detection efficiency really that high? This isn't just about checking the number of territories. Not bad. Tell me what the current situation is. Yes, sir. The first thing to mention are the 7 territories located in the northwest, built around the mountains. According to my observations, none of the lords in these territories have broken through to the 2nd tier, and their military strength is also very small. Furthermore, no trace of any human compatriots was found, nor was there any particularly powerful racial force. Only in a territory called Black Bracata do the heroes under its command possess considerable strength, but they are still far inferior to the Lord. As for the other 6 territories, they are all just a rabble. The overall strength of the 5 western territories is much stronger than that of the northwest, with the weakest being around the 1st tier, 10th stage. Especially that territory called Land of Prayer for the Moon, if it hadn't merged with other territories, it would probably be at least tier 2, stage 5, or higher. Its army numbers a whopping 1,500, and many of them are high-tier units. Upon hearing this, Chen Han's eyes narrowed slightly, a thoughtful glint in them. It's this Land of Prayer for the Moon again? This territory is indeed extraordinary. Just as he was deep in thought, squad leader Mo11 had returned to the territory and reported the latest situation to him. Mo11 knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Greetings, Lord. I have made a significant discovery in the eastern region of subordinate territory number 1. A wild troop resource point has appeared there. After preliminary investigation, the resource point is roughly at the 2nd tier, 1st stage, and contains approximately 200 troops." Upon hearing this, Chen Han perked up and quickly asked, "What type is it?" "My lord, what has been discovered this time is a lizardman tribe." "Lizard people, huh?" Chen Han murmured softly, a fleeting, almost imperceptible look of disappointment flashing in his eyes. However, this emotion was fleeting, and he quickly regained his usual composure. The units inside the unit resource points are actually void creatures from the endless void, and are in a neutral state. Its internal environment is not much different from that of ordinary human lords, but they will not easily attack other lords. You can also get a reward after killing them. If you can kill the void creature leader located inside the resource point, you can either capture or destroy the resource point, and the surviving units will be recruited into your own faction. Wild unit resource points also have rarity levels. Units like the lizardmen belong to the lowest level, the white common unit category. Despite being weak in strength, it possesses a slight edge in defensive capabilities. Fortunately, the lizardmen possess excellent water endurance, are hardworking, and can explore swampy areas. They are perfect farmers who can serve as resource collection points. After getting a general idea of the current situation, Chen Hanxian convened a small meeting with the girls. The Archmage Luker, the gunner Wei Shaoling, and their robot guards shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the territory of the Hongmeng Temple. The god of war, Wu Yao, was extremely confident in herself and claimed that she was fully capable of conquering the territory of a first-tier lord on her own. Even so, Chen Han was still not entirely at ease. She sent Mia, who possessed healing magic, with her to the northwestern mountains to begin an attack on the surrounding lords. Chen Han himself took Miao Kiki and Emily to subordinate territory number 1, inspected it briefly, and then took over the Lizardman tribe. 40 minutes later, Chen Han arrived at the territory that once belonged to Prince Kafat of the Leopard clan. It has to be said that I'd become accustomed to seeing all those magnificent buildings in my own territory. Seeing this cluster of dilapidated wooden huts now, I suddenly had a strange feeling. Is this what the saying means? It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality? My lord, you've arrived. Shana knelt on one knee and bowed to Chen Han with utmost respect. Chen Han nodded slightly, his gaze quickly sweeping over the surroundings, and asked, "What's the situation here? Aren't Xia Ti and Xia Yan here?" Shana quickly replied, "Reporting to the lord, I have dispatched all the slaves to the nearby orchards and farms to collect crops, while my second and third sisters are responsible for supervising the slaves' work progress." I see, then. Before Chen Han could finish speaking, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. "Congratulations on defeating the lord of the territory Gosan, who attacked me, a son of a bitch. Overall rating, SSS. Start calculating lord battle rewards. Reward 1, 800 Lord Experience Points, 20,000 Hero Experience Points. Reward 2, 120 Genesis Crystals. As the victor of this Lord battle, you have the right to make the following choices regarding attacking my I'm a Dog's territory. Chapter 63 Lizardman Tribe. So fast? Chen Han was completely shocked this time. The settlement reward was only 800 Lord Experience Points, indicating that Wu Yao and Mia defeated a first-tier, 8th-level Lord. But even so, is it really necessary to be this fast? Just getting from the territory of the Hongmeng Temple to the destination would probably take at least half an hour, right? Just as Chen Han was deep in thought, Miao Kiki tilted her head in confusion, blinked her big, bright eyes, and asked curiously, "Master brother, what happened?" Chen Han snapped out of his daze and gently stroked Miao Kiki's soft hair. "It's nothing serious. Let's go, baby, let's keep going. We absolutely can't let Mia outdo us." Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki was shocked. Could it be that Sister Mia has already successfully conquered a territory? Chen Han silently clicked on the Occupy option, then took a deep breath and said firmly, "Yes. Let's go. It's getting late. It would be terrible if something unexpected happened." Good. On the other side, Mia stared at the lord whose neck had been mercilessly severed by a swift handchop, a hint of helplessness creeping into her eyes. She slowly raised a hand to gently touch her forehead, shook her head, and sighed, "Alas. Wu Yao, didn't our master already instruct us to first see if they were willing to surrender? It wouldn't be too late to kill them if they refused. In Lord Wars, when a lord is at a disadvantage, he has the option to surrender. Once a lord decides to surrender, he and his heroes will be enslaved and placed under the command of the victor, and from then on, the power of life and death will be entirely in the hands of the victorious lord. Furthermore, the victorious lord can also reap the corresponding settlement rewards and take action against the losing side's territory. Of course, they differed from ordinary slaves. Even if a lord is reduced to a slave, some of his talents that only affect himself will still remain effective. For example, one's own combat power increases by 20%, one's own presence becomes extremely weak, or one has 9 lives. However, talents that directly strengthen subordinates, like Chen Han's, will completely lose their effect. As mentioned in a previous meeting, the focus in the early stages of development should be on occupying territory. However, with so many territories, it was clearly difficult for Chen Han to manage them properly on his own. In comparison, it would be better to let those lords with management experience continue to govern their respective territories, thereby relieving some of the pressure on Chen Han. Wu Yao lightly flicked the bloodstains off her hands and replied expressionlessly, "Of course I know that." Mia, standing to the side, looked utterly helpless. "If you knew all along, why did you just kill him?" Wu Yao sighed and explained, "This person is too mediocre. If such a person is allowed to assist the Lord in governing the territory, it would be better to discard him. Haven't you heard the idiom, better to have nothing than something bad? Oh well, never mind." Mia shook her head slightly. "Let's go, let's continue to the next territory." About 40 minutes later, on the other side of the mountain, a dazzling comet plummeted from the sky. A first-tier, 8th-stage territory barrier was shattered into pieces in an instant. The terrifying shockwave, like a ferocious beast, surged hundreds of meters away in an instant, even shaking the solid mountain and causing dense cracks to appear like a spider web. Before the soldiers in the territory could even react, Wu Yao's figure flickered like a ghost as she continuously used the shrinking earth to an inch technique. The speed was so fast that even the defensive towers didn't have time to react. In the blink of an eye, she had successfully slipped into the Lord's mansion. Who are you?" Pigman Hero Pig Onion stared wide-eyed, his face filled with astonishment, and stood in front of the Lord, his voice trembling as he demanded an explanation. However, when faced with his questioning, Wu Yao merely glanced at him and a disdainful sneer appeared on her lips. "A hero of the pig men? A lord of the snake men? Nothing but second-rate trash," Wu Yao said in a slightly disdainful tone. After only a brief examination, she didn't hesitate to label the two as deadly. Before she finished speaking, she took a step and once again used the shrinking earth technique, her figure disappearing instantly. The next moment, when she reappeared, she held two heads in her hands, the heads of the Pigman Hero and the Snakeman Lord. His snow-white cultivation robe was completely unstained by blood. At the same time, Chen Han led Miao Kiki and Emily to the vicinity of the troop resource point mentioned in the report. Miao Kiki spread her black wings and gracefully flew into the sky. Looking down from above, you can see about 50 or 60 grotesque-looking lizardmen in the field of vision. These lizardmen, armed with long wooden spears, patrolled incessantly around the resource point. The rest of the lizardmen hid in the shade of the trees, looking rather uninterested. Species: Lizardman. Level: Tier 1, Stage 10. Description: low-level void creature, highly aquatic, accustomed to living in swamps. Among this group of lizardmen, there was one particularly eye-catching figure. Covered in a layer of armor that shimmered with golden light, it lay leisurely in a muddy swamp, thoroughly enjoying this unique swamp bath. He looked quite content and relaxed. Type: Lizardman Warrior. Level: Tier 2, Stage 1. Description: a high-level form of the lizardman, with thick skin, immense strength, and formidable swordsmanship. Without a doubt, this lizardman in golden armor is definitely the leader of the resource point. More than 200 first-tier, 10th-stage void creatures, plus a second-tier, first-stage boss for ordinary lords, such a lineup is simply a nightmare, with a difficulty level several times higher than the 7th day's trial. For this reason, despite being very close to the place, Kathit did not rashly launch an attack. After all, if he really dared to attempt an attack, he would likely end up with his entire army wiped out. Perhaps to others, this is an insurmountable barrier. But in Chen Han's view, it was at most equivalent to the level he faced in the 3rd day of the trial. "It's not worth mentioning at all." Chen Han gently patted Emily's shoulder beside him. "How are you feeling? I think this should be your first time facing these void creatures head-on. Are you all right?" In response to Chen Han's question, Emily replied decisively, "Don't worry, Lord. 200 lizardmen are no problem at all." Miao Kiki chimed in, "Emily, all you need to do is defeat the most crucial leader and you'll be all set. As for eliminating those ordinary lizardmen, wouldn't that be a waste of our future manpower?" Emily smiled slightly. "I know. Miss Coco, leave the decapitation operation to me." Chen Han nodded, satisfied. "If there are no problems, let's get started. Let's finish this quickly." Chapter 64: Free Labor. "Yes, Master." "My lord, leave it to me." Miao Kiki's black wings suddenly unfurled, and she took to the air once more. She slightly raised her index finger, which was as white as mutton fat jade, and gently pointed it towards the void. In an instant, a dazzling light suddenly gathered and transformed into a brilliant ball of light the size of a basketball in the blink of an eye. Arcane missiles. The ball of light streaked across the night sky like a meteor, hurtling down towards the ground with unparalleled force. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ball of light slammed into the lizardman tribe. The powerful shockwave swept out with overwhelming force, and more than a dozen lizardmen who were nearby had no time to react before being violently thrown away by the terrifying shockwave. However, this is just the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. Several equally powerful arcane missiles were fired one after another from Meowkeek's hands, falling like a meteor shower. The once peaceful and harmonious lizardman tribe is now completely plunged into chaos and panic. Everywhere there were cries of pain and screams of terror. The entire tribe was shrouded in this tragic scene. The only saving grace was that not many lizardmen died from these arcane missiles. At the same time, Emily keenly seized this excellent opportunity. She swiftly cast a spell, tightly binding dazzling bolts of lightning to the dragon spring sword in her hand, and charged towards the lizardman tribe. Roar! The lizardman warrior roared in fury upon seeing his kingdom so ruthlessly ravaged. He immediately picked up the large sword beside him and charged towards Emily. However, it was only a fleeting encounter. Chen Han received a system notification in his mind. Battle over. Congratulations, Lord, on slaying the lizardman warrior. Start calculating completion rewards. Reward 1, 200 Genesis crystals. Reward 2, 20,000 Lord experience points, 40,000 Hero experience points. Reward 3, 1 Epic Item City Relocation Order. Congratulations, Lord! Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 5. Your territory has expanded. As the victor in this campaign, you have the right to make the following selections regarding this unit resource point. Option 1, Capture. Capture the current resource point. All surviving units will unconditionally obey your command. Option 2, Destroy. Destroy the current resource point and gain a certain amount of Lord experience. All surviving units will unconditionally obey you. The place was filled with the smell of mud and decay. It was remote and had no resources to gather. Occupying the territory offered little benefit other than providing shelter for these lizardmen. If these two lizards are to be driven to work, they would spend up to half an hour each day just on the road, and no one can guarantee that the stronghold will not be suddenly attacked by other lords one day. Rather than struggling to maintain such an unstable existence, it would be better to simply destroy it completely. After all, wouldn't it be far better for the lizardmen to live in orchards or farmlands than to be confined here? With this thought in mind, Chen Han chose the option to destroy. In that instant, an extremely dazzling golden light, as thick as a giant python, descended from the sky like lightning, hurtling straight towards the lizardman tribe below at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be swallowed up by this light, and everything became blurred. Just a few seconds later, as the dazzling light gradually faded, the lizardman tribe had vanished without a trace. The original swamp area, along with the craters created by Meowkeek, has now been covered by an endless expanse of green grass. If it weren't for the corpse of that lizardman warrior on the ground, no one would imagine that this place was once a lizardman tribe inhabited by hundreds of lizardmen. Successfully destroyed the lizardman resource point, gaining 1,200 Lord experience points. Watching helplessly as their habitat was destroyed and their leader was murdered, the remaining lizardmen rushed to Chen Han one after another and knelt down in unison. Although Chen Han couldn't understand what they were saying at all. But under the rules of the Endless Void, even though they couldn't understand each other's languages, they could still carry out Chen Han's commands without fail. Come with me. I won't treat you badly. Upon hearing this, the many lizardmen repeatedly kowtowed in gratitude, their expressions resembling those of devout worship. Master, was my control of my strength precise enough? Meowkeek's face was beaming with pride as she boasted. Chen Han smiled and gently picked up Meowkeek, praising, "Wow, that's impressive. You'll get 2 hours as a reward tonight." 13 arcane missiles struck the lizardman's concentration point with pinpoint accuracy. Surprisingly, not a single lizardman died as a result. At most, they only suffered minor injuries. It should be understood that the difference in strength between the two sides is like an insurmountable chasm. If they are not careful, these lizardmen will be reduced to ashes in an instant by the overwhelming power. This is indeed a remarkable control of force. Hearing Chen Han's praise, Meowkeek pouted unsatisfiedly, "No way. Master, I'm so amazing, it should take at least 3 hours." Chen Han sighed and tapped Meowkeek's head, then said with a smile, "All right, let's compromise then, 2.5 hours. At this moment, Emily also slowly walked to Chen Han's side. "My lord, I." Her cheeks flushed, and her hands unconsciously fluttered in front of her chest, clearly trying to hide her shyness. As for what she wanted to express, there's no need to say more. Chen Han looked at Emily, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes, and smiled. Don't worry, you killed the lizardman leader, so of course you're part of it. Upon hearing this, Emily's blush instantly turned to the tips of her ears, and she whispered, Thank you for your kindness, Lord. Chen Han deployed 207 lizardmen to orchards and farmlands near subordinate territory number 1 for collection operations, under the command of the 3 Tianma sisters. The orchard was roughly the same size as Chen Han's own territory, and it grew 3 kinds of crops: apples, peaches, and pears. Wild resource sites have extremely unique advantages. One of the most significant aspects is that all crops, regardless of type, will ripen precisely at 6 o'clock every morning, allowing for a massive supply of food and Lord experience points in a very short time. However, it has a significant limitation: the resource refresh cycle is fixed and finite. Once harvested, it will never grow again, turning into a wasteland. Unlike farmland within a territory, where you can expect a harvest after planting seeds, there's no guarantee of a harvest in time. However, with the help of the lizardmen, the entire harvesting process has become exceptionally efficient and fast. The orchard harvesting task, which was originally expected to take 3 full days to complete, can now be finished in just 1 day. In this way, the crops will be refreshed just in time for 6 a.m. Chapter 65: The situation on the northwest battlefield. After Chen Han and his group returned to the territory of the Hongmeng Temple, night had already quietly fallen. Mia and Wu Yao successfully conquered 3 territories, and their actions alerted the other 4 lords who lived in the mountains to the danger. These lords, fully aware of the dire situation, made a decision without hesitation to abandon their original territories and instead submit to the most powerful, Black Brakata. In fact, this was already true when they were teleported to the Yunza continent. Because their territories were too close to each other, these 7 lords sent out scouts to secretly investigate each other's every move in order to grasp the opponent's movements as soon as possible. However, since everyone's strength is roughly the same, even if one can defeat one of the lords, one will inevitably suffer a great loss of strength, and may even give the other 5 lords an opportunity to take advantage. The strongest, Black Brakata, has already dispatched a large number of troops and civilians to gather resources in the surrounding areas, and has no intention of attacking others. Once one's own level breaks through to the 2nd tier and possesses absolute strength sufficient to crush other 1st-tier lords, then one can plan the next move. Therefore, this situation of mutual checks and balances was temporarily maintained. However, news that Wu Yao and Mia could easily break through other people's territory defenses and ruthlessly kill the lord with just the 2 of them quickly spread to the ears of the other lords. The saying goes, you can run away from the monk but not the temple. Without a relocation order, there's no way to escape this place of trouble. After being teleported to the Yunza continent, the trading post will reopen, but only for transactions within this continent. Even if you are very rich, you still have to wait at least 3 days for the announcement period before you can buy the items that other lords have listed on the auction house. Rather than waiting to die, it would be better to lead all of your troops to surrender to other lords, where there might still be a sliver of hope for survival. As for Fia, the lord of the territory of Black Brakata, who was born into the Eagle people, she was naturally well aware of the enormous threat posed by Mia and Wu Yao. When 3 other relatively weak lords came to join her, Fia naturally did not refuse them. She gladly accepted them and brought them all into her camp, thus building a powerful alliance. Even if this rabble were to gather together, it would make virtually no difference to Mia and Wu Yao. After all, the durability of a level 10 protective barrier is quite limited, and it still cannot withstand Mia's comet technique. As a martial goddess, if Wu Yao wanted to take someone's life, those low-level soldiers would have no chance to stop her. However, trouble arises precisely here. The territory called Black Brakata seems rather strange. The amount of magic power consumed by the comet spell is truly astonishing. After each use, Mia needs about half an hour to rest and recover before she can use it again. But something unexpected happened just as the 2 of them were about to attack Black Brakata. Mia had rested for almost an hour, but after casting a comet spell, she immediately fell into a coma due to severe magic exhaustion. Seeing this, Wu Yao had no intention of continuing the attack and directly led Mia back the way they came, returning to the Hongmeng Temple. That concludes our report on the battle between Mia and me this afternoon. Inside the Hongmeng Temple's conference room, Wu Yao respectfully reported the situation to Chen Han. I see. Chen Han nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and guessed, I guess it should be the Lord's talent effect of Black Brakata. Wu Yao sighed, I don't really understand either. Anyway, I didn't have any special feeling. When I saw Mia was unconscious, I carried her back. Indeed, it was just as Chen Han had guessed. FIA, the Lord of Black Bracata, possesses a Lord talent effect that causes any entity that attacks her territory, whether it be a void creature or a hero's guard, to have its stamina and mana consumed at an alarming rate, doubling in speed. It can be said to be a Lord talent that is very suitable for defense. At the same time, Mia, who was lying on the bed, finally slowly opened her eyes. She gradually regained consciousness. But when her gaze fell upon Chen Han, who was waiting by her bedside, a strong sense of shame instantly welled up in her heart. "I'm sorry, Master, I failed to complete the task you assigned me." Mia's voice was weak and trembling, filled with self-blame and regret. Chen Han waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's good that you're all right. It's already quite remarkable that the two of you were able to successfully conquer 3 territories." Mia slightly raised her hand, pulling the blanket up to cover half of her face. "I'm sorry." Upon hearing the Imperial Censor's words, Chen Han smiled faintly and gently stroked Mia's silvery white hair. "Silly girl, this is probably still my fault. I didn't train you properly. You should rest well tonight. Once you've recovered a bit, I'll take good care of you." As soon as she finished speaking, Mia's cheeks flushed a beautiful blush, as vibrant as the sunset. Just like a ripe red apple, tender and juicy, it is irresistible. Her beautiful, captivating eyes blinked, as if filled with endless longing and anticipation for the care Chen Han was about to give her. Thank you, Master. All right, you should rest now. Overdrawing your magic power is very harmful to your body." The next day, at 10 a.m. The weather today seems much warmer than yesterday. Chen Han slowly opened his eyes, feeling a bit heavy in his arms. Turning his head, he saw Miao Kiki fast asleep with her head on his arm, a trace of drool still hanging from the corner of her mouth. Chen Han smiled helplessly, gently moved her head away, and stretched out a big yawn. Emily seemed to have gotten up long ago and gone to the spirit kitchen to prepare breakfast. Recalling the scene from last night, Chen Han couldn't help but shake his head. When Miao Kiki slept next to him, she not only acted completely undignified, drooling all the while, but also contributed absolutely nothing to the number of times the building could be upgraded. In comparison, Emily is simply a pervert. You can contribute 3 building upgrade opportunities in one night. It's worth mentioning that Emily's work as a chef has now been largely taken over by ordinary people. She herself successfully became Chen Han's personal maid, taking care of Chen Han's daily life, including 3 meals a day and various other needs. Chapter 66 Gong Shui dominates the Northwest. Just as Chen Han stepped out of the bedroom door, he immediately saw Emily walking towards him. She carefully held a delicate casserole in both hands, a slight smile on her lips. "Good morning, my lord. You must be exhausted after taking care of both me and Miss Coco last night. This is ginseng and purple rice porridge that I specially made, please enjoy." Before the words were even finished, a rich and enticing aroma wafted over. Just a tiny whiff of it is enough to make your mouth water and instantly whet your appetite. It smells so good. Chen Han was about to open the casserole when he suddenly realized something was wrong. "Ginseng? Emily, where did we get ginseng?" Emily explained, "When Lucco went out for a stroll this morning, she accidentally discovered a ginseng resource point, so she rallied all the civilians in the territory to collect it together." Upon hearing this, Chen Han was stunned for 2.5 seconds. It should be understood that the ginseng in this endless void is far superior to the artificial ginseng in human society that can be harvested after only a few years of cultivation and is only used as a health supplement. It is a genuine 1,000-year-old ginseng. Once ingested, it provides tremendous benefits to all aspects of the body. Moreover, these extremely precious ginseng resources are not marked on maps and have no fixed growing locations. They appear completely randomly, and there is also a time limit for their existence. Its coverage area is extremely narrow, and once it is completely harvested, it will disappear without a trace in an instant. If someone were to unexpectedly discover such a unique resource point near their territory, it would be almost like winning a top-tier item in a lottery. So it was Lucia who found it? That's amazing. Chen Han couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That's right. We've collected about 300 kilograms of ginseng this time, enough for you, Lord, to eat for a long time. I heard Miss Mia say before that if you stew ginseng from the endless void with purple rice, the effect of enhancing physical strength will be greatly improved. As Emily spoke, she blinked occasionally, revealing a shy and elegant smile. I see. Make one for Mia too, and take it with you later. Yes. I know. Chen Han opened the chat room interface. While eating, he enjoyed Emily's shoulder massage and browsed the chat room like he was watching short videos. It has to be said that the competition in the Lord Wars is truly fierce. Just yesterday, a full 10,000 lords descended upon the Yunza continent. But after just one day, only 9,226 lords have survived. In just one day, nearly 800 lords perished, and the remaining number continues to dwindle. If this trend continues, this Lord War will probably be over in less than a week. However, Chen Han appeared quite calm and composed, showing no signs of excessive worry. Once the number of lords gradually decreases to nearly 5,000, many powerful warlords will inevitably resort to various means to coerce and entice the relatively weaker lords. Although they do not directly conquer each other's territory. But in reality, this deterrent force has forced these weak lords to give up all resistance and willingly hand over their labor and resources. This way, a large amount of resources can be acquired without reducing the number of lords, thus slowing down the end of the Lord War. In every Lord War, many lords make this kind of arrangement, and teachers in high school have also emphasized this method. Speaking of which, have you heard? Gong Xiaowei of the White Wolf clan has unified the northwest corner of the Yunza continent. She has occupied as many as 15 territories, and that doesn't even include the territories she has destroyed. Brother, your information is outdated. As of now, Gong Xiaowei has conquered 21 territories and broken through to the second tier, 9th stage. There are at least 100 lords and heroes who have become her slaves. Thank goodness I wasn't in the northwest corner, that was terrifying. So fast? How did she do that? I'm still fighting a protracted war with the neighboring territory. Of course, this is not her power alone. As far as I know, at least 10 members of the White Wolf clan were teleported to the Cloud Marsh continent. They divided the work and attacked different territories from different directions. Then they captured the lords and brought them to Gong Xiaowei, where she would either kill them or recruit them. In this way, it is not a problem to conquer more than a dozen territories in a day. Holy crap! Is this some kind of rip-off? Isn't this cheating? This is a perfectly normal method. If you had the power and connections, you could do the same. Gong Xiaowei is the strongest prodigy of the White Wolf clan in tens of thousands of years, so the White Wolf clan is naturally willing to give everything for her. Gong Xiaowei will undoubtedly be the first place winner of this Yunza continent lord battle. Luckily, I'm in the southwest, so it shouldn't fall to the enemy, right? Looking at the content in the chat room, Chen Han frowned slightly. He opened his information interface and realized he was still 3,000 experience points away from upgrading to the second tier, 5th stage. Second tier, 9th dan? This Gong Xiaowei's leveling speed is incredibly fast. Looks like I'll have to step up my game. After quickly finishing the ginseng in purple rice porridge, Chen Han stepped out of the Hongming Temple and began today's territory transformation. Upgrade the Dawn Altar 10 times 3,000 building points. Architecture, Dawn Altar Special Unique. Level, Tier 2, Stage 10. Durability, 100,000. Upgrade cost, 800 building points. Function, the Lord can pray once a day, with a chance to obtain items and apply different buffs to all units within the territory. Upgrading the building level increases the probability of obtaining rare items and powerful buffs. Obtained an epic level item, a city relocation order. Item, city relocation order. Rarity, epic. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1, Lord status. Effect 1, allows you to relocate your territory to any location, up to 300 kilometers from the original location. Can be used once every 24 hours. The relocation order isn't particularly expensive, it can be bought for a few thousand creation crystals. Chen Han also had the idea of buying a few spare tickets after the 3-day public notice period ended. Above these are the Legendary City Relocation Order and the Supreme City Relocation Order. Among them, the Legendary City Relocation Order can achieve a city relocation of up to 1,500 kilometers. The Supreme City Relocation Order, on the other hand, has no distance or time restrictions, making this item truly valuable. However, given that it currently possesses a territory of only 100,000 square meters, the most basic relocation order is sufficient to meet its needs. Unfortunately, as a special building, the Dawn Altar cannot be upgraded using Lord Talents. Otherwise, who knows, they might release an extra effect that guarantees an epic level item. Chapter 67 Hero Power Ranking. After obtaining the relocation order, Chen Han continued to renovate his territory. Upgrade farmland 10 times 200 building points. Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade your farmland into a primordial spirit field? Sure. Upgrade successful. Architecture, primordial spiritual field. Level, Tier 2, Stage 10. Durability, 100,000. Upgrade cost, 200 building points. Maturity time, 10%. Production bonus, 500%. Function, you can spend Genesis crystals to plant crops. The yield will vary depending on the weather. Upgrading the level will accelerate crop maturity and increase the size of the farmland. Additional effect 1, the original appearance of the building cannot be seen by anyone except the residents of its territory. Additional effect 2, can grow all crops. Upon seeing the additional effects of the primordial spirit field, Chen Han frowned slightly. That astonishing tenfold growth acceleration and a whopping fivefold production boost make me feel like I wasted a fortune by not upgrading before. But on second thought, this way we won't have to worry about food in the future. Chen Han then opened the planting interface. As expected, rare crops like ginseng and lingji still cannot be cultivated. But even if they could be cultivated, they probably wouldn't be of the same quality as those collected from special resource points. As Chen Han muttered to himself, he casually upgraded the remaining 10 farmlands into primordial spirit fields and planted various crops that he had never grown before. As for the subsequent farming work, it was entirely entrusted to the common people. Build an alchemy room 100 building points. Upgrade the alchemy room 20 times 1,300 building points. Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the alchemy room to the primordial elixir sound pavilion? Sure. Upgrade successful. Architecture, Hongmeng Danine Pavilion. Level, Tier 2, Stage 10. Durability, 100,000. Upgrade cost, 800 building points. Function, can consume various materials to refine pills. The higher the level, the higher the quality of the pills refined. Additional effect 1, the original appearance of the building cannot be seen by anyone except the residents of its territory. Additional effect 2, unlocks the function to purchase pills. The types and quantities of pills refresh daily. You can actually buy pills? That's a bit outrageous. With a let's give it a try attitude, Chen Han opened the shop page of Hongmeng Danine Pavilion for purchasing pills. Surprisingly, there was only one type of pill available for purchase, which was quite different from the scene he had originally imagined, where a wide variety of pills were available for selection. Primordial Chi Elixir, 10,000 creation crystals. Rarity, Legendary. Effect, Lords or heroes below Tier 3 will gain 1 level after consuming this. Lords or heroes below Tier 5 will gain half the experience required to level up. Lords or heroes of Tier 6 and above will gain 10,000 experience points after consuming this. Quantity, 3. Holy crap! Upon seeing the effects of the elixir, Chen Han immediately uttered a beautiful line from a traditional Chinese poem. 1 pill and you instantly level up? The methods for gaining Lord experience points are extremely limited to begin with. Now, things are much better. You can level up instantly by taking just 1 pill. This is absolutely outrageous. Just as Chen Han was about to buy all 3 pills, a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations to all surviving lords. The number of lords in the Yunzi continent has now fallen below 9,000. The random event Hero's Elegy is now open. Important notes, the event will last for 3 days. During this period, the hero power calculation function will be available, which will calculate the power of each hero unit based on various factors such as level, talent, skills, and combat ability. The battle power rankings will be updated every day at noon. On the 3rd day at noon, the rankings will be calculated based on the battle power of all surviving hero units of all lords. The top-ranked player on the hero power ranking will be rewarded with a supreme great item or weapon. The 2nd to 10th ranked heroes on the hero power ranking will be rewarded with a legendary item or weapon. Ranked 11th to 100th on the hero power ranking, you will be rewarded with an epic item or weapon. Ranked 101st to 1000th on the hero power ranking, you will be rewarded with a rare item or weapon. This is to inform you that all lords are urged to diligently train their heroes and claim the generous rewards. The chat room erupted in chaos the moment the system notification was received. Holy crap! It's here! The random event is finally here. I initially thought it would be an upgrade ranking, but I didn't expect it to be a hero power ranking. My only hero has a combat power of 605 points. Does anyone know what level that is? Is the person upstairs an idiot? Revealing their hand? Are they courting death? By the way, does anyone know about the hero power rankings? If 2 of my heroes are on the leaderboard, do I get rewards for both of them, or can I only get 1 reward? They were calculated separately. My older brother participated in a Lord War where there was a random event with a hero power ranking. 2 of his 8 heroes made it onto the list, earning him 2 ranking rewards. 8 heroes? Your older brother is an 8th tier lord? Holy crap, boss, please carry me. Isn't your focus a little off? Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. This list is definitely dominated by 2nd tier powerhouses. I'll be grateful if I can just survive. Let's see how much hero power the top players have at midnight today. In the chat room, the lords were discussing the matter animatedly. Chen Han was also quite surprised, never expecting that a random event would be launched on the 2nd day of the Lord's War. Random events, as the name suggests, are limited time events that start randomly. They can be triggered for a variety of reasons. Perhaps it's when the number of lords on the continent sharply decreases to a certain integer, or perhaps a lord successfully clears a high difficulty secret realm, or perhaps a lord obtains a special supreme level treasure. In short, any possibility has a certain probability of triggering random events within the mainland. The types of random events are diverse, such as various leaderboards, natural disasters, invasions of void creature armies, and the appearance of continental bosses, from which lords can obtain very generous rewards. However, not all lords benefited greatly from it. Those lords with deep foundations naturally thrived and could reap all sorts of rewards. For relatively weak lords, they could only watch others feast while they themselves couldn't even get a scrap. Worse still, they could become stepping stones on the path to the rise of other lords, becoming victims. As a result, opinions among the lords regarding random events are mixed. Chapter 68 Attack on Black Bracata. Chen Han glanced sideways. Their gaze fell upon Mia, who was sitting demurely beside the Hongmeng dragon pool, meticulously tending to her wings and silver hair. He noticed that a new combat strength section had been added below Mia's name. Name, Mia. Combat power, 10,099. Level, Tier 2, Stage 50,000. 10,099 combat power points? We didn't even learn about combat power in high school classes. What level does this number represent? After a moment's thought, Chen Han bought all 3 Hongmeng Chi pills and turned back to his bedroom. The reason I didn't eat it immediately is mainly because I'm about to break through to the 5th stage of the 2nd tier. Moreover, the primordial Chi pill only increases 1 level for those below the 3rd rank, and does not grant a fixed amount of experience points. If possible, it's more worthwhile to wait until you reach Tier 2, Stage 8, when the experience required for upgrading is higher before consuming it. At this moment, Miao Kiki was still immersed in a sweet dream, muttering to herself from time to time some ramblings that would make her die on the spot if they were played out in public. Name, Miao Kiki. Combat power, 9,521. Level, Tier 2, rank 60,000. 9,521 combat power points? I remember Coco and Mia sparred once before, and Mia only managed to defeat Coco by a narrow margin because she had healing magic. Is that all there is to the 500 combat power difference? Thinking of this, Chen Han couldn't help but sigh helplessly. It seems that we still need to obtain more samples to know the true strength represented by these combat power values. Just then, a pitch-black shadow appeared silently beside him like a ghost. Gu Lingmeng, with a solemn expression, knelt on one knee and respectfully reported, "Your subordinate greets your majesty. Regarding the situation of Black Bracata, after repeated testing, we have successfully calculated the effects of this lord's talent." Chen Han's expression remained calm as he slowly asked, "What is it?" Gu Lingmeng took a deep breath and continued, "According to our repeated experiments, whenever someone launches an attack on the territory, Black Bracata, their stamina and magic power consumption rate will double." Upon hearing this, Chen Han nodded thoughtfully, some ideas already forming in his mind. The stamina and mana consumption rate of all enemies is doubled. This talent effect cannot be compared with talents that can directly enhance the abilities of your own heroes or troops. However, if a lord with such talent is defending a city, he can almost certainly gain an absolute advantage. Unfortunately, this only works if both sides are evenly matched. Chen Han's strength is far inferior to that of the Eagleman lord named Fia. Lingmeng, go to house number 2 immediately and inform Wu Yao and Wei Xiaoling that we will be launching an attack on Black Bracata shortly. Chen Han gave the order decisively. Yes. Gu Lingmeng accepted the order and left, her figure quickly disappearing from Chen Han's sight. Looking at Miao Kiki on the bed, still murmuring the review won't pass, Chen Han sighed helplessly. What kind of dream is this little pervert having? Could it be that I appeared in her dream in that kind of way? Half an hour later. Chen Han led Mia, Wu Yao, Wei Xiaoling, and her robot bodyguard Xiaoling No. 1 across the grasslands to the mountainous territory where Black Bracata was located. The barrier around this place was almost broken before Mia fell into a coma yesterday, but it has been completely restored today. It looks like they spent real money to use Genesis crystals to speed up the barrier's durability recovery. However, none of this matters. Xiaoling, just do as we said before. I'm entrusting the barrier to you. Chen Han gave the order. Yes, my lord. Leave it to me. Wei Xiaoling gave a proper military salute, then turned to look at Xiaoling No. 1 behind her. It's up to you. Yes. Xiaoling No. 1 nodded and skillfully placed the miniature electromagnetic cannon she had been holding on the ground. Her right hand rested steadily on the energy input interface, adjusting the angle, aiming at the barrier in front of her, and began to gather power. As energy continued to accumulate, the muzzle gradually emitted a dazzling light. Your talent is to accelerate the consumption of magic power and stamina. What does that have to do with my electromagnetic cannon? Emission. Boom. With a deafening roar, a beam of brilliant golden light ripped through the void like lightning, hurtling toward the spatial barrier of Black Bracata at an astonishing speed. The barrier rippled like water being gently touched by a dragonfly. However, this is just the beginning. In just a few breaths, the electromagnetic cannon fired the second, third, and fourth shots. Each beam of light carried boundless power, crashing against the barrier like a raging torrent. After being bombarded by 4 consecutive shots, the once incredibly sturdy azure protective barrier shattered like fragile glass in an instant, disappearing without a trace. It's a success. Wei Xiaoling jumped up excitedly, her face beaming with the joy of victory. Chen Han acted decisively, issuing the order, go. Defeat them quickly and decisively, don't give them a chance to breathe. The women nodded in unison and, like arrows released from a bow, swiftly launched their attack on Black Bracata. Within the territory, swords flashed and magic intertwined. Everyone, switch formation. The Hongmeng Temple has only sent 5 people, and the Lord himself is going into battle. We can win as long as we kill him. Yes. FIA watched as her barrier was easily broken. Although she was shocked, she was not surprised. She reacted quickly, moving all the defensive towers in her territory in the direction Chen Han and his group were charging. He also arranged for a large number of soldiers to form a defensive line to prevent Wu Yao from using the shrinking earth technique to instantly arrive at his side and carry out a decapitation strike. Because she knew that once she died, all her plans would be in vain. Shrinking the earth to an inch is not a true spatial displacement skill. If it encounters an obstacle, it still cannot pass through it. Therefore, FIA's tactic did indeed have some effect. Just as Wu Yao was about to use her shrinking earth technique, a team of 7 elites blocked her path. 6 of the members of this group are lords and heroes who surrendered to Black Bracata yesterday, while the remaining member is a hero of Black Bracata. Don't even think about harming my lord. A burly man wielding a giant sword and bearing hideous scars roared. This aura, it's actually from a fellow member of the demon race? No wonder the Lord specifically instructed me to keep you here. Wu Yao stopped and murmured softly. Chapter 69 Defeating FIA. Chen Han had mentioned it on the way here. The heroes of Black Bracata are formidable and certainly not ordinary. However, since the demon race and some other races are not significantly different from humans in appearance, unlike the orcs who have unique physical characteristics, it is normal that it is difficult to distinguish their identities. However, for people of the same demon race, it is not difficult for them to sense each other's kinship. The burly man had sharp eyes, showing no sign of disdain. He brandished his greatsword, aiming straight for Wu Yao's neck. However, Wu Yao simply extended a palm and instantly shattered the giant sword. Varied. Before he could react, a heavy punch struck him squarely in the chest, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Lord Mox was defeated in an instant like that? Damn it! I knew they were guards below the second-tier lord level. How are we supposed to fight them? No, I don't want to die. The remaining 6 rookies watched all this in terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Once they realized what was happening, they scattered and fled. However, for Wu Yao, there was absolutely no need to spare the lives of mediocre people. The outer area. There are a relatively large number of defensive towers, about 20 or more. However, the vast majority of them are Tier 1, Stage 5 arrow towers. Although the arrow tower has a fast attack speed, its output is unfortunately too low. Mia swiftly deployed a triple light shield, each layer capable of withstanding attacks from hundreds of arrows, making her move almost as if she were in an empty field. In contrast, Chen Han and his group were able to destroy a defensive tower with almost a single move. The attacks of ordinary soldiers were utterly insignificant in their presence, and they didn't even have a chance to get close. Even though FIA possesses the Lord's talent, which can double the rate at which the opponent's stamina and mana are consumed. But this advantage was of no use in the face of such a near one-sided massacre. So, it was less than 2.5 minutes. Chen Han then led Mia into the Lord's mansion and arrived in front of Fia. Wei Xiaoling and Xiaoling No. 1 stood guard at the entrance to prevent soldiers from rushing in. After all, once the territory is occupied, these soldiers will become a source of labor, so it's best not to kill them if possible. But for some hotheads, we still need to make an example of them. You must be the lord of this place? I didn't expect you to be such a beauty. Chen Han looked at the woman in front of him, who resembled a harpy, and a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. Then, a slight smile appeared on his lips as he casually teased her. Fia. Fia's eyes turned cold as she questioned, "You are the lord of the Hongmeng Temple? We've never interfered with each other, so why are you attacking me?" Chen Han nodded slightly. "This is a lord war, isn't it normal for them to attack each other?" Upon hearing this, Fia's face darkened. She gritted her teeth, her heart filled with anger and helplessness. Lord wars are designed to encourage wars between lords, otherwise, there wouldn't be such high settlement rewards. Wars between lords were commonplace. Everyone yearned to expand their territory, pursue higher status and power, and even dreamed of becoming gods and gaining eternal life. All of this comes at the cost of others. FIA originally thought that since she had just finished the 7-day trial and already possessed the level of Tier 1, Stage 10, she would definitely be able to do well in this Lord War. I never expected to be so unlucky, with such a terrifying lord around me. Despite the dire situation, FIA did not intend to sit idly by and wait for her fate. I surrender. I'll do anything as long as you don't kill me. FIA said softly, quickly pulling out a talisman from her hand and letting it float between her fingers. Props, Acceleration Talisman. Rarity, Rare. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1, Lord or Hero. Effect 1, greatly increases own speed for 3 seconds. To capture the enemy, first capture their leader. This is especially true in wars like Lord Wars, where the death of the Lord means victory. A decapitation strike is the optimal solution. The Lord of the Hongmeng Temple is right in front of him. The only way to win is to eliminate him. FIA comes from the Eagle people, a race belonging to a branch of the Orcs. Although Orcs are not good at magical talent, even those who break through to the 10th rank or above are rarely able to cast spells. However, they possess extremely strong physical abilities and keen perception. At this point, the distance between the two was less than 5 meters. Fia also activated the acceleration spell, which made her very confident that she could easily kill Chen Han in just 0.1 seconds. As she predicted, the raid was a great success, something neither Mia nor Chen Han had anticipated. However, just as FIA rushed towards Chen Han, the 7-layered light shield that Mia had placed on Chen Han instantly appeared, blocking this fatal blow. Not even a single layer of light shield was shattered. Varied. FIA stared wide-eyed at what was happening before her eyes in disbelief. Did you really think I came to see you without any precautions? Taking advantage of Fia's shock, Chen Han quickly pulled out a photon gun from his waist and fired it at her knee. Bang! A dazzling white beam of light pierced through FIA's knee in an instant. Despite their strong physiques, the Orcs lost their balance immediately after suffering a severe knee injury. Chen Han didn't let this opportunity pass. He pinned Fia down and pressed a photon gun against her head. So, surrender or die? Chen Han asked coldly. Don't kill me. I surrender. Fia cried out in terror, her voice trembling. She could clearly feel the cold touch of the photon gun pressed against her head, as if it could take her life at any moment. She was pinned down by Chen Han, and dared not resist at all, her body trembling slightly. His former arrogance had vanished, replaced by a fawning and pleading expression. All she wants now is to save her life, even at the cost of it. Fia comes from an ordinary family of Eagle people. She is the second of 3 children. She has a special fondness for online games invented by humankind, especially strategy games. She doesn't have any grand ambitions, she just wants to live a leisurely life and enjoy the fun that games bring. After she awakened her talent, she was lucky enough to get a demon hero with a B-ranked talent in her first lottery draw. This allowed her to easily win the 7-day trial, which sparked an urge to try a real-life strategy game. Upon arriving in Yunza continent, she immediately analyzed the current situation and decided on a development strategy focused on stability, planning to begin annexing other surrounding territories after breaking through to the second tier. But unexpectedly, on the very second day, they encountered a powerful figure and were suppressed without any power to resist. Chapter 70 Recruiting the Lord. Fia felt as if she were experiencing a revolving lantern-like illusion. Now, whatever happens, whether it's sacrificing my body or being sent to do hard labor, as long as I can survive, that's enough. Just as Fia finished speaking, a system interface suddenly popped up in front of Chen Han. The Lord of Black Brakata, Fia, has chosen to surrender. Do you accept her surrender? Note, if you accept the opponent's surrender, the opponent and their heroes will become your slaves. This will not affect the normal settlement of the territory war. Fia could naturally see the system interface as well. Tears streamed down her face like a burst dam, and she cried, sobbing uncontrollably, pleading, "Please don't kill me. I'll do anything, just don't kill me." Chen Han had actually been considering keeping her around for a long time. After all, of the 7 lords who lived around the mountain, 6 had already been killed by Wu Yao. Although these territories still exist, the surrounding resources remain abundant, and they inevitably need to be managed. How can I be sure you're serious? The fact that this interface has appeared means I'm serious, doesn't it? Lord, no, Master, I'm willing to give anything, as long as you spare my life. Chen Han sighed, alright, since you're willing to surrender, I'll accept you. As soon as he finished speaking, several system notification sounds rang out again. Congratulations on recruiting Fia, the Lord of Black Brakata, to your territory. Overall rating, SSS. Start calculating Lord Battle Rewards. Reward 1, 5,000 Lord Experience Points, 46,000 Hero Experience Points from the Hero Pool. Reward 2, 1960 Genesis Crystals. Congratulations, Lord! Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 5. Your territory has expanded. As the victor of this Lord battle, you have the right to make the following choices regarding the Black Brakata territory. Without a second thought, Chen Han immediately selected the Occupy option. Territory Conquest Black Brakata successfully completed. A total of 602 slaves were acquired, including 465 commoners, 25 light knights, 17 mages, 11 spies, 30 archers, 20 giant axemen, and so on. Chen Han walked to the bedside and slowly sat down, beginning to examine the resources he had just acquired. Soon, he let out a long sigh. As expected, these lords are all penniless. This represents the combined resources of 4 territories, but it pales in comparison to the resources of Prince Kafit of the Leopard clan. Apart from a slightly larger number of slaves, everything else was simply appalling. In particular, their food resources are less than 1/10 of those in the Kafit territory, not to mention luxury items like meat. Perhaps this is a true reflection of the life of an ordinary lord. Chen Han couldn't help but glance at Fia beside him, and all her information was instantly displayed clearly before his eyes. Name, Fia. Race, Eagleman. Status, slave formerly a lord, can be upgraded to a commoner. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10 4,500 5,000. Talent, C level. Skills, Combat LV1, Cooking LV1, Flight LV3. Affiliation, Primordial Temple. Lord's Talent, Waiting in the Heat. Talent Effect 1, all enemy units attacking your territory have their mana, stamina, and speed consumption increased by 100% now disabled. Talent Effect 2, when resting, the recovery speed of stamina and mana increases by 100%. If only I could have that second talent effect. What a pity. Chen Han shook his head helplessly and waved to Fia, "Fia, you're injured, come and rest for a bit." Upon hearing Chen Han's words, Fia was slightly taken aback, a look of surprise and shyness appearing on her face. Yes. I understand. She limped to the bedside and slowly sat down. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks, and her heart raced. Just 5 minutes ago, she was a majestic lord, but now, 5 minutes later, she is about to become someone else's mount. This change happened way too fast. However, she was now a slave, so how could she dare to disobey Chen Han's orders? However, to her surprise, the erotic scene she had imagined did not unfold. Chen Han slowly extended his right hand and placed it on her knee. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, and the knee that had just been pierced by the photon gun was instantly restored. Compared to the surrounding skin, it appears even whiter, smoother, and more delicate, like a newborn. This is... Fia was completely astonished. This scene didn't look like ordinary healing magic at all. It was more like receiving divine grace at the altar of the goddess. But how could she be receiving healing from the goddess altar when she is clearly in the Lord's mansion? The miracle altar can provide remote healing. However, if the distance is too far, the Lord himself must come to the patient for treatment. Building levels need to be upgraded to expand the range of remote healing. It wasn't that Chen Han wanted to take advantage of Faya, although she essentially already belonged to Chen Han. Chen Han had no intention of explaining, and said casually, "Faya, I have changed your status to commoner. From now on, you are still the lord of this territory, and you will be in charge of the 7 territories nearby. Is that all right?" Fia looked bewildered. "Huh? Can I still continue to manage this place?" Chen Han joked, "Yeah, what's wrong? Do you want to warm my bed?" "No. No. That." Fia quickly shook her head. I will definitely not let Master down." Chen Han shrugged helplessly. "That's good. Gather resources in the surrounding area as soon as possible. If other lords attack, abandon the territory, make sure you are safe, and return to the Hongmeng Temple." Upon hearing this, a shy blush immediately spread across Fia's cheeks. Just yesterday, when she heard that the Hongmeng Temple had sent people to kill 3 lords, she mistakenly thought that one of them was a fierce and tyrannical lord. I never imagined they would care so much about her life and safety. There must be another reason why those 3 lords were killed. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Master. Alright, it's settled then. After speaking, Chen Han walked outside. He muttered to himself, "It seems that Fia, this eagle woman, hasn't triggered the enhanced effect of the Lord's talent. Is it because her favorability isn't high enough? Or is it that commoner units simply can't trigger it?" Soon, Chen Han shook his head, clearing his mind. He stared at the information about the demon race hero who had just been suppressed by Wu Yao, his eyes narrowing slightly. Name, Mox. Combat power, 1220. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10 5000 5000. Only 1220 combat power? That's so weak? Chen Han was stunned, somewhat incredulous. Gu Lingmeng had previously mentioned that in the territory of Black Bracata, which is now the 5th subordinate territory of the Hongmeng Temple, the heroes under Fia's command were quite powerful. Chen Han also specifically instructed Wu Yao to keep him around to see how strong he was. The result is only 1220 combat power? It's almost 8 times worse than Miao Kiki and Nia. Chapter 71 Goblin Catastrophe. Chen Han pondered to himself. Even if we deduct the 150% combat power enhancement from his talent, Miao Kiki and Feiya would still have 4000 combat power points. The difference in combat power between a first tier 10th stage and a second tier 5th stage shouldn't be 3.5 times, right? Could it be that my second child gave them a boost in combat power? That's truly a bit heaven-defying. Chen Han fell into deep thought and murmured. Previously, due to a lack of information about combat power, he was unaware of the extent to which his talent's enhancement effect would be. However, using the combat power of a Tier 1, Stage 10 hero as a reference standard is enough to prove that the 2 of them are exceptionally powerful. Perhaps this time, I can try to challenge for the number 1 spot on the hero power ranking. After half a day, Chen Han finally completed his inspection of the 7 territories built around the mountains. During this period, he also specially arranged for 2 female ninjas to be responsible for intelligence transmission here. With everything in place, Chen Han led the girls back to his territory and began planning an attack on the western territories. According to the report provided by Gu Lingmeng, while Chen Han was attacking Black Bracata, the Land of Prayer for the Moon was also actively attacking the surrounding territories. Surprisingly, they did not choose to approach the side closest to the Hongmeng Temple, but instead concentrated their forces to launch attacks on various territories to the west. More notably, they swiftly defeated their opponents with overwhelming superiority each time and decisively chose the destroy option, allowing their territory level to be successfully upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 7. Clearly, the Lord of the Land of Prayer for the Moon has realized Chen Han's formidable strength and has therefore decided to treat the 3 territories closest to Chen Han as a buffer zone in order to guard against a possible surprise attack by Chen Han. After all, the area surrounding the Praying Moon Village is rich in resources, which would tempt anyone. Hongmeng Temple was able to kill Prince Kafid of the Leopard clan within the first hour of the game. The strength and ambition it displayed are definitely not something that ordinary people can compare to. When Chen Han entered the bedroom, he immediately saw Miao Kiki pouting and sitting on the bed with a haughty expression. Her tone carried a hint of complaint. "Master. Brother. You went out to war without taking me with you." Chen Han smiled and walked over, picked up Meow Kiki and gently placed her on his lap. I just didn't want to wake you up because you were sleeping so soundly. Meow Kiki pouted and said in a coquettish tone, "Humph. Does Master have another woman now? Has he forgotten about your first love? What a scumbag." Chenhan gently stroked Meow Kiki's head and comforted her. All right, don't be angry. I'll take you with me when we go to attack the Praying Moon Village tomorrow. Hearing this, Meow Kiki looked puzzled. Isn't it only 4 o'clock in the afternoon? Why don't we leave now? There should be enough time, right? Chen Han did not answer immediately, but instead opened the system interface. A striking title appeared on his information interface. Natural Calamity Descends Goblin Swarm. Countdown 118:30. Actually, Chen Han had originally planned to take the women to visit the Western Territories in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, the moment he stepped into the bedroom, he received a system message. Congratulations to all surviving lords. Congratulations! White Wolf Huihui has conquered 50 territories, unlocking the random event Goblin Plague. Important note, after the countdown ends, goblins will randomly spawn in various corners of the Cloud Marsh continent and launch attacks on various lords. Lords can choose to strengthen their defenses, using their territories as a base to defend against the goblin army's attack, or they can choose to take the initiative and wipe out the goblins roaming throughout the continent. A leaderboard will be calculated based on the number of goblins killed by each lord before midnight. The top kill leaderboard player will be rewarded with a special building a wishing tree. Ranked 2nd through 10th on the kill leaderboard, the reward is 1 advanced defensive building the Flame Catapult Tower. Ranked 11th to 100th on the kill leaderboard, rewarded with 2,000 Genesis crystals. This is a formal announcement. All lords are urged to prepare for the impending natural disaster and seize the abundant rewards. A maximum of 3 random events can occur within the same time period. However, who could have predicted that 2 random events would occur on the very second day of the Lord's War? This is simply unbelievable. Meow Kiki's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, will a natural disaster strike in 2 hours? Chen Han nodded slightly in affirmation. Yes, I really didn't expect it to come so quickly. Meow Kiki licked her lips and revealed a faint smile. Great. Yesterday, when we attacked the Lizardman tribe, I couldn't unleash my full strength at all. I was so frustrated. Chen Han patted Meow Kiki on the shoulder and said with a smile, get ready. I'll go tell the others, and then it's up to you to perform. Meow Kiki wagged her tail excitedly and readily agreed, okay. I'll go put on some makeup first. Although the Pegasus Knight's combat power is far inferior to that of high-level professions such as mages, gunners, and martial gods. However, its advantage lies in its relatively low recruitment cost, while also possessing flight capabilities, high maneuverability, and the ability to provide a wider field of vision. Dealing with grunts like goblins is a piece of cake. Today's exchange rate between Void Crystals and Genesis Crystals is 1:12010. How many crystals do you need to exchange, Lord? Exchange for 5 Void Crystals. Exchange successful. 60,050 Genesis Crystals have been transferred to your inventory. Please check. Summon 60 high-tier Pegasus Knights? Summoning confirmed. As the system's voice faded, 60 beams of pure white light descended from the sky. The scene was exactly the same as when the ninjas were summoned before 60 beautiful women with graceful figures appeared in front of them in an instant. They were dressed in silver armor and held silver spears, looking very imposing. The vast majority of these Pegasus Knights had a talent level of C or higher, and surprisingly, they were all human. Perhaps, creatures like Pegasus only want to coexist with humans. The moment they appeared, 60 system notifications rang in their ears, all of which triggered the enhanced effects of the Lord's talent. Ding! Detected that the guard unit Lina has fallen for you combat power plus 150%. Ding! Detected that the guard unit Luo Mang is infatuated with you combat power plus 150%. Ding! Detected that the guard unit Fu Yingying has fallen for you combat power plus 150%. Bite! Greetings, your lordship. All the Pegasus Knights knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Chapter 72 The Twin Sisters of the Land of Prayer for the Moon. Get up, everyone. There's no need to be so formal. Chen Han waved and called out. Yes. Chen Han remained the same as always, carefully scrutinizing the people in front of him. Ultimately, Lina, the girl with the highest talent and skill level, was chosen as the captain, and 4 other squad leaders were selected to manage the Pegasus Knights squad of 36 people. He then issued an order for them to lead the team to fly quickly to the area surrounding territory number 5 of the Hongmeng territory. Join forces with FIA to confront the impending natural disaster and wipe out the rampaging goblins in the vicinity. At the same time, Chen Han also made adjustments to the Ninja Legion. They temporarily suspended their reconnaissance mission and instead formed groups to kill goblins nearby. Just then, a clear voice rang out, "Lord, it seems there are no experts stationed at Subland number 1, right? Should I go over there? I've been guarding the city all day, it's so boring." It was Lucario who spoke, her eyes gleaming with excitement, clearly eager to participate in a more intense battle. After hearing this, Chen Han frowned slightly and began to think. Currently, only the Pegasus sisters are responsible for guarding the number 1 subordinate territory. Most of the other members are lizardmen and ordinary slaves, and the level of the defense towers is only Tier 1, Stage 5, so the overall combat power is indeed slightly insufficient. Let's not even talk about how many goblins we can kill. It feels like the goblin army might have already taken over. Chen Han nodded slightly. "Yes, I was just thinking of arranging things for the subordinate territory number 1. Are you alright on your own?" Lu Kor smiled playfully. "No problem. Don't worry. Although I can't guarantee that I can beat Wu Yao in a one-on-one fight, I can guarantee that I'm better than everyone else at clearing out the mobs." Chen Han said with satisfaction, "Since you say there's no problem, I'll trust you. Be careful, and if you can't hold the position, just abandon it." Lucco nodded. "I understand. Open the chat room." Sure enough, things had already erupted inside. What the hell? 2 random events overlapped. How can this be so ridiculous? Isn't this great? Killing those void creatures can quickly level up your hero, and you might even be on the leaderboard in 3 days. Does anyone know what level this goblin is? I just broke through to the 2nd tier, and I feel like I'm going to be knocked down. The random activity of the void creature invasion is usually based on the average level of the surviving lords. Now that most of the low-level lords have been wiped out, I estimate it will be around level 2, Stage 1. Tier 2, Stage 1? No way. I've broken through to Tier 2, but I haven't drawn any heroes. I only have 1 hero and 200 low-tier troops. My territory is so big now, I feel like I'm going to fail. Goblins aren't very intelligent. Just build a few more defensive towers around your territory. That is, if you still have building points left. Actually, there's no need to worry so much. This kind of goblin calamity is basically a free bonus for those Tier 2 powerhouses. They'll probably think there aren't enough goblins attacking their territories, so they'll choose to take the initiative and clear out the goblins in other areas of the continent. We only need to defend against the first wave of attacks. We don't need to worry about the rest. That seems to make sense. Seeing the many lords discussing amongst themselves, Chen Han couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Prayer for the Moon is a level 2, Stage 7 territory. It should not face too much pressure in the face of the impending natural disaster. As one of the lords said, these high-level Tier 2 lords are clearly not satisfied with merely defending against the attacking goblins, but rather prefer to take the initiative and climb the leaderboard. This will inevitably leave their territory's defenses weak, greatly reducing the difficulty of attacking the city. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to take advantage of a weakness and plunder a burning building? However, Chen Han also understood that the fact that Praying Moon Village could advance to the 2nd tier, 7th stage so quickly likely meant that this lord had completed the 7-day trial for more than 10 or even 20 days, and the difficulty of the 7-day trial must not be low. You just created your account today, while others have been playing for 10 or 20 days. Even if you use cheats, you might not be able to guarantee a 100% win rate. Chen Han had never engaged in a lord battle with a 2nd-tier lord before. While the Knightly Revelry talent is indeed powerful, the opponent's lord talent might have unexpectedly disastrous effects. If possible, it's better to play it safe and win. There's no need to go head-to-head. With this in mind, Chen Han rearranged his plans for tonight. Once we take over the Land of Prayer for the Moon, there will be no more threats in this area. At the same time, on the other side, within the territory of the Land of Prayer for the Moon, a woman dressed in white stood barefoot on the ground by the window, gazing up at the sky. Her stunning beauty was like a blooming white lotus, her noble temperament was like that of a fairy from the heavens, and her perfect figure was captivating and unforgettable. Her silver hair, as white as the moon, swayed gently in the wind, and the moon mark between her brows radiated a mysterious light, all of which clearly indicated her identity as a member of the Moon Clan. Once night falls and the bright moon hangs high in the sky, that is when the Moon Clan is at its strongest. And this natural disaster just happened to occur tonight, when the moon is high in the sky. Judging from the sky, it should be a full moon tonight. The woman in white took a sip of red wine and murmured softly. Beside her stood a silver-haired woman whose clothes, figure, and appearance were almost identical to hers. She exclaimed excitedly, her eyes gleaming with joy, "Sister, we're so lucky. Tonight we can finally get rid of that scourge in the east." The woman in white nodded slightly. Indeed. A full moon night is so rare, and it just so happens to coincide with a natural disaster. It's hard to believe that the Lord and hero of the land of prayer for the moon are actually twin sisters. The reason they ended up like this was because the older sister obtained a legendary item, a hero summoning card, during the 7-day trial. With the other party's consent, using this card allows you to directly designate a tourist as a hero under your command and develop together. Just like a targeted summon in a game. The elder sister, Yu Yunshan, and the younger sister, Yu Yunling, are both renowned beauties of the Yu clan. Their beauty was breathtaking, and their talent was unparalleled among the younger generation of the Moon clan. Before being teleported to the Yunza continent, they had been developing peacefully in the endless void for a full 20 days. During this period, they also received a lot of resources from the Moon clan's higher-ups, which means they almost won at the starting line from the very beginning. Yu Yunshan left, Yu Yunling right. Chapter 73, Natural Calamity descends. Yu Yunshan gently swirled the red wine in her glass, the red liquid shimmering and reflecting her exquisite face. A faint smile appeared on her lips. They seemed to be filled with anticipation for the approaching night. With the natural disaster striking tonight, she'll definitely be aiming for the goblin kill leaderboard at midnight. To get on the list, simply killing goblins that attack your territory is far from enough. We also need to take the initiative to kill the goblins that roam the continent. Only in this way can you accumulate enough kills to climb to the top of the leaderboard. However, she was also clearly aware of this. Once your main army leaves your territory, the territory's defenses will become very weak. If discovered by spies of other lords at this time, they might take the opportunity to launch an attack. This is a strategy that any lord with a sound mind could come up with. But for Yu Yunshan, this was an excellent opportunity. One of the effects of her lord talent is that when she leaves her main territory, all the defensive towers and spatial barriers inside it will automatically and temporarily increase by 1 level. Her current level is Tier 2, Stage 7, and her defensive towers have all been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 10. In other words, once she leaves the territory, those spatial barriers that were originally only at the 2nd tier level 7 and defensive towers at the 2nd tier level 10 will instantly upgrade to the 3rd tier level 7 and 3rd tier level 10, greatly increasing their attack and defense capabilities. Even if a 3rd tier early stage lord came to attack, it would be difficult to break through her defenses easily. This is why she is so keen on conquering other players' territories and then quickly destroying their buildings after conquering them in order to obtain more resources to accelerate her own upgrades. After all, her lord talent can only be applied to her own main territory, and as her level increases, the gap between each level will become larger and larger. Once she successfully breaks through to the 3rd tier, Stage 1, then with the blessing of the lord's talent, all her defensive facilities will be directly upgraded to the 4th tier level. By then, probably no one in the entire Yunza continent will be able to shake her territory in the slightest. According to intelligence gathered by our spies, the Hongmeng Temple has been making waves these past 2 days. Not only did she successively occupy many surrounding territories, but even her praying moon village was included in her target list. But that's fine too. Since the other party has such ambitions, she'll just go with the flow. They deliberately sent troops out to hunt down goblins right under the nose of the Hongmeng Temple, in order to expose the fact that the praying moon village territory was poorly defended. Her prayer for the moon is backed by a level 3, level 7 defensive barrier and a level 3, level 10 defensive tower. Even with the immense power of the Hongmeng Divine Temple, breaching this defensive line would be no easy feat. At the same time, the Hongmeng Temple is only a territory that has just broken through to the 5th stage of the 2nd tier, and its troops and defensive towers are very scarce. Once they send their main force to attack the land of prayer for the moon, then she could personally lead an elite force, using the cover of the 3 neighboring territories, to launch a swift attack, strike at the heart of the enemy, and wage a blitzkrieg. A 2nd tier, 5th stage defensive barrier should be broken through very soon. Once the enemy's territory is occupied, the enemy can then form a 3-pronged attack with the army that went out to hunt goblins and the remaining troops in their own territory, crushing the main force of the Hongmeng Temple in one fell swoop and capturing the lord alive. Even though the Hongmeng Temple chose to proceed cautiously and prioritize stability, refraining from taking the initiative during this special period. Instead of retreating into her territory to strengthen her defenses, she can still reduce one competitor for goblin killing around her territory, thus quickly climbing the goblin kill leaderboard tonight. Regardless of the outcome, she will benefit from it. This plan is incredibly meticulous. Lingyun, go and prepare now. Later, you and I will launch a surprise attack on the Hongmeng Temple. Yu Yunshan looked up at the gradually darkening sky and said in a relaxed tone. Yes, big sister. Will little Li be the commander for the goblin hunt? Yu Yunling looked at her sister and asked. Xiao Li's full name is Ling Lily. She is also a beautiful woman and is AB-ranked talent hero that Yu Yunshang obtained after upgrading to the second tier. He single-handedly conquered a Tier 1, Stage 7 territory this morning, demonstrating considerable strength. Yu Yunshang smiled and said, well, I'll go tell Xiaoli later. She seems to be taking a shower right now. Okay, sister. I'll arrange it right away. Yu Yunling nodded obediently, then turned and left the room. After Yu Yunling left, Yu Yunshang swirled her wineglass again and drank it all in one gulp. She gazed intently out the window, a gentle smile playing on her lips. After enduring so much, it's finally time to finally hold my head high. Tonight, we must take down the primordial temple. Time slipped by unnoticed, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Just as the countdown on the system interface reached 0, countless spatial gates suddenly burst open across the Yunza continent. One after another, grotesque and twisted void creatures surged out from it, their sheer number astonishing. Thousands poured out from just one spatial portal. The next second, the system notification sounded simultaneously in the minds of all the lords. The goblin scourge has descended. Lords, please prepare your defenses. Goblin strongholds will randomly spawn on the Cloud Marsh continent every hour thereafter. We urge all lords to strive to survive to the end. These goblins, armed with all sorts of weapons such as stone hammers, stone spears, and wooden shields, rode on grey wolves, rushing across the grassland like a grey-green torrent. Their eyes were filled with a bloodshot killing intent, as if they harbored a deep hatred for this land. Despite having no map to guide them, they could precisely rush towards territories in all directions, as if they had an irreconcilable hatred for every lord. Type, Goblin Wolf Rider. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1. Introduction. Once upon a time, there was a goblin who, after riding a grey wolf, became a goblin wolf rider, moving with incredible speed. Is that a goblin wolf rider? Their charge speed is pretty fast. Chen Han stared at the more than 100 goblin wolf riders rushing toward his territory and muttered to himself. I initially thought it was just an ordinary goblin. But it doesn't matter, for Chen Han it's just experience points for walking. Master, watch me. I'll wipe them all out right now. Master, I'm going to defend the north flank. My lord, I'm going to defend the west flank. Okay, please, try to conserve your energy, we still need to attack the Land of Prayer for the Moon later. Good. Chapter 74 Deployment in the Land of Prayer for the Moon. Chen Han naturally had great faith in the girl's abilities. Although the Goblin Wolf Rider's level unexpectedly reached Tier 2, Stage 1, he was not surprised. This level of attack was less than 1/10 the difficulty of the 6th day's trial. It was a piece of cake for them. In less than 10 minutes. The more than 100 Goblin Wolf Riders that attacked the Hongmeng Temple were all killed, not a single one escaped. Emily killed more than 40 Goblin Wolf Riders in this battle and successfully upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 1. Meanwhile, good news also came from the vassal territories. They also successfully repelled the enemy's attack, and now only the cleanup work remains. 15 minutes later, the Goblin Plague leaderboard was refreshed. First place, White Wolf Huihui, 697 kills. Second place, Sky Sanctuary, 422 kills. Third place, Dolawa Continent Dolawa City, 398 kills. 15th place, Hongmeng Temple, 299 kills. I can't believe I'm fighting on 4 fronts simultaneously and still can't make it into the top 10? This White Wolf Huihui is terrifying. I remember she's conquered more than 10 territories. Is this some kind of all-out warfare? Chen Han murmured in surprise as he continued scrolling down and saw the ranking of Praying Moon Village. 39th place, Prayer Moon Village, 202 kills. Looking at the kill count in Praying Moon Village, Chen Han fell into deep thought. As Gu Lingmeng previously stated, the Praying Moon Village chooses to destroy all conquered territories directly, without having any subordinate territories. In other words, the number of kills in the first round of the Praying Moon Village was at most equivalent to the number of Goblin Wolf Riders who attacked his territory. This is where the problem arises. The first wave of the Goblin Scourge attack will summon a different number of Goblin Wolf Riders to attack the territory, depending on its size. The level of Praying Moon Village is Tier 2, Stage 7, which is 2 stages higher than Chen Han's. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a difference of nearly 100 goblin wolf riders. So, the answer is obvious. The Land of Prayer for the Moon must have sent out a small team to hunt goblins, otherwise it would have been impossible to achieve a kill count of 202 without any affiliated territory. However, this is just speculation. We'll have to wait for Gu Lingming to provide more detailed information to find out the specifics. 15 minutes later, the leaderboard was refreshed again. First place, White Wolf Huihui, 1024 kills. Second place, Sky Sanctuary, 866 kills. Third place, Doluwa Continent Doluwa City, 788 kills. 13th place, Hongmeng Temple, 512 kills. With the first wave of attacks over, the main force of the goblins should have suffered heavy losses and been largely wiped out. Therefore, the rate of increase in the number of kills slowed down significantly. Next, they mainly relied on hunting roaming goblins scattered throughout the continent and randomly appearing goblin wolf rider strongholds to increase their kill count. 21st place, Prayer Moon Village, 406 kills. Has the kill count doubled? It seems they must have sent troops out to hunt. Shen Han was able to achieve such a high kill count because the Pegasus Knight Squad dispersed some of its forces to participate in the battles in the 7 territories in the northwest region, which resulted in the first wave of goblin wolf riders not being completely wiped out. Most other lords who maintain their ranking in the top 100 do so for similar reasons. In contrast, the Land of Prayer for the Moon has no affiliated territories, so once the first wave of attacks ends, there will be no more goblin wolf riders coming to attack. It's called a natural disaster, but it feels more like a goblin disaster. For a powerful lord, this is nothing short of a blessing. About half an hour later, Gu Lingming rushed back from outside the territory. Greetings, your lordship. Gu Lingming bowed to Chen Han and reported the latest situation. 20 minutes ago, we discovered their army about 500 people, led by a hero, about 20 kilometers away from the Praying Moon village. However, we did not see the Pegasus Knights mentioned in the previous report. Upon hearing this, Chen Han nodded, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. 500 soldiers, plus one hero. This Land of Prayer for the Moon is truly confident in its own strength. It seems we need to get rid of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they wipe out all the goblin wolf riders around them, what's the point of fighting? Thinking this through, Chen Han ordered, the time has come. This time, let's all attack together, conquer the Land of Prayer for the Moon, and then wipe out the goblin wolf riders. Good. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, like a silver plate. At this moment, in the Land of Prayer for the Moon. While absorbing the power of the moon, Yu Yunling and Yu Yunchang finally received an urgent message from the secret agents. Report. My lord. My hero. There's movement from the primordial temple. The lord himself, along with 5 others, has left the territory and is rushing towards us. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunchang and Yu Yunling exchanged a glance, a hint of solemnity flashing in their eyes, and nodded in unison. They had secretly investigated the troop configuration of the Hongmeng Temple late last night, but found nothing. Apart from ordinary civilians, there were no soldiers in sight. However, how could so much territory be occupied in just 2 days without soldiers? One of them was even Prince Kafet of the Leopard clan. Therefore, they concluded that the Hongmeng Temple must have used the legendary item the Fog of Deception. This item can completely conceal all your soldiers for 48 hours, only revealing them when they participate in battle. Their father, by using the Fog of Deception, successfully deceived many lords who attacked him in the first 2 days after the start of the Lord War, thus achieving a great victory. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't be easily fooled. If the Hongmeng Temple were attacking a first-tier lord, it might be somewhat understandable. However, the level of the Praying Moon village is clearly higher than that of the Hongmeng Temple. No matter how much they look down on other lords, it is impossible for them to send only 6 people to attack other territories, and even the lord himself has to take action. There must be a large army hidden around these 6 people, perhaps 100, or even 1,000. Did they still want to deceive them? That's utterly delusional. Yunling, let's go. Tonight we must completely eliminate this threat. Yes, dear sister. The twin sisters exchanged a glance and smiled slightly, as if they could already see the scene of future victory. Chapter 75. Stealing each other's homes. Chen Han and his group drove straight in. Their figures blended almost seamlessly into their surroundings under the cover of night. At this moment, Suyu, the ninja squad leader, transformed into a black shadow and quietly appeared in front of Chen Han, kneeling on one knee to report the latest intelligence. Greetings, Lord. We have discovered that the Land of Prayer for the Moon has secretly dispatched a small team of 300 men, which is advancing towards our territory along the mountain road through the fog of war in the south. Upon hearing this, Chen Han frowned slightly. Travel along the southern valley? Doesn't that road have no resource points at all? What are they trying to do? Are they trying to run away? Or perhaps, they're planning to raid my base? There is a setting in Lord's War. Once the Lord's mansion in the main territory is captured by the enemy, all heroes, guards, commoners and slaves under the jurisdiction of that territory will receive a weakening buff, reducing their combat power by 50%. This status will not be lifted until the Lord's manor is rebuilt. This is why all the lords who participate in the Lord Wars, even if they occupy other territories with better development potential and geographical locations, still do not develop them. Because only one's own territory truly matters. But the problem is, are you sure you can actually steal their house? The Primordial Guardian Array can guarantee that even a powerful figure of level 30 or above cannot break through it for at least 5 hours. These 5 hours were more than enough to completely annihilate the Land of Prayer for the Moon, which had virtually no means of defense. When you have a weakening buff, taking you down will be a piece of cake, won't it? Mia, standing to the side, seemed somewhat worried. She asked softly, Master, should we go back to defend? Or should we go directly to intercept them? Now, the enemy has sent out 300 soldiers and a hero to hunt goblins as bait, while the Lord and another hero are also leading 300 soldiers to attempt to raid their homeland. This means that there may not be many troops left in the enemy's territory. Furthermore, once the Lord of the Land of Prayer is successfully defeated or recruited, all of his troops and civilians can be brought under his control. After all, the area surrounding the Praying Moon Village has numerous resource points. It would be a waste to eliminate all of this free labor. Thinking of this, a resolute glint flashed in Chen Han's eyes. He shook his head and chuckled, No need, we can just attack the main territory of the Praying Moon Village. Mia nodded, Yes, Master. There are 2 sides to the story. The team led by Yu Yunxiang and Yu Yunling had been traveling non-stop and had finally arrived near the Hongmeng Temple. This was the first time the 2 of them had witnessed the interior of the Hongmeng Temple, and they couldn't help but frown slightly. The sight before them was astonishing. 10 farmlands are neatly arranged, 3 bathrooms are scattered in a staggered manner, and more than a dozen houses are scattered in a staggered manner, all of which have been upgraded to the 2nd level or above. Yu Yunxiang couldn't help but mutter, building points are so scarce in the early stages, and crops take a long time to mature. Why not use them to build defensive towers instead of these things? Is this person joking? Sister! Look over there! What's that building? Yu Yunling's exclamation caught Yu Yunxiang's attention. Following her sister's gaze, through the azure semi-transparent barrier, 4 buildings standing side by side could be vaguely seen, resembling mining resource points, firmly standing behind the Lord's mansion. Unlike typical iron ore mines, these buildings are iridescent and colorful, clearly visible even under the cover of night. Could this be a special building that produces creation crystals? Yu Yunxiang was filled with astonishment as childhood memories flooded her mind. They had seen in the notes of some senior lords that certain special buildings could indeed produce creation crystals. And the buildings before us are exactly as described in the notes. It seems, it really is. I remember it was called something like a crystallized ore vein. Yu Yunling's eyes widened, as if she had suddenly remembered something. The extreme shock left the twin sisters frozen in place. Those extraordinary lords would be considered incredibly powerful if they possessed even 1 building that produced creation crystals, but this primordial temple actually has 4. This is simply defying the heavens. Although buildings that have already been constructed cannot be moved to one's own territory, this Lord War is expected to last for a long time. If we can successfully occupy this territory and protect it well, who knows how much wealth it will bring after the Lord War ends. That's absolutely outrageous. Just then, a system notification interrupted the sisters' thoughts. The barrier has been attacked by other lords. Please deal with it as soon as possible. Yunling, we can talk about these things later. It seems our territory has been attacked. We need to finish this quickly. Yu Yunxiang lightly raised her jade hand, and the amplification halo was instantly released. In an instant, everyone present was enveloped in a faint glow, and their power surged. Okay. Leave it to me. Yu Yunling raised her staff and shook it gently. Instantly, several massive crescent-shaped ice spikes shot outwards from the barrier. The remaining soldiers also drew their weapons and began to attack the protective barrier of the Hongmeng Temple. However, to the surprise of all of them, even with all the means of attack, not a single ripple could be left on this azure barrier. What's going on? Why are my attacks completely ineffective? Yu Yunling was a little confused, blinking as she looked at the weapon in her hand. She had tried her best, but she couldn't break through that seemingly fragile barrier. The other soldiers also showed astonished expressions. They tried to break through the barrier in various ways, but the result was the same. All their power disappeared as if it had sunk into the sea, as if they had hit a soft cotton ball. What exactly is this? Yu Yunchang frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. In the 20 days leading up to the Lord War, she and her sister Yu Yunling practiced the damage output of various skills, aiming at the protective barrier of their own territory. The ice spike technique that Yu Yunling just used should have reduced the barrier's durability by at least 10,000. Moreover, tonight is a full moon, and with the amplification aura and the combined attack of 300 soldiers, why couldn't they leave a trace on this barrier? Could it be that my thoughts have already been seen through by the other party? Is his Lord talent an enhanced version of mine? Will the barrier become invincible when he leaves it? In an instant, a terrifying guess surfaced in Yu Yunchang's mind. Immediately afterwards, a system notification confirmed her guess. Your Lord's manor has been destroyed. All units under your command will be weakened, with their combat strength reduced by 50%. This status will be lifted once you rebuild your Lord's manor in your territory. Chapter 76, Capturing the Moon Clan Sisters. How is that possible? Yu Yunchang's face was filled with astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide open, revealing a shock she had never experienced before. Breaking through to the 3rd tier, 7th stage of the protective barrier not only grants a durability of up to 1 million points, but also adds an additional effect of reducing damage taken by 20%, while granting immunity to all damage from 200 meters away. In addition, the 50 Tier 3, Stage 10 defensive towers within the barrier possess powerful attack capabilities that are sufficient to easily annihilate Tier 2, Stage 5 soldiers, and their attack range is exactly 200 meters. In other words, if the Hongmeng Temple side wants to damage the protective barrier of Praying Moon Village, they must step into the attack range of the defensive tower. How could they have broken through the barrier so easily? They even destroyed the Lord's manor? How exactly did they manage to do that? Sister, what do we do now? Yu Yunling, standing to the side, looked worried and asked softly. She could clearly feel the changes in her own power, and even without system notifications, she knew exactly what had happened. At this moment, she was in a weakened state, her combat power reduced to half, which clearly indicated that the Lord's mansion had been destroyed. Now, let alone the army of the Hongmeng Temple. Even those 1st tier, 10th level lords next door, as well as those 2nd tier, 1st level goblin wolf riders roaming the continent, could probably pose a huge threat to them. We lost. Yu Yunchang sighed heavily, her face full of helplessness and frustration. She never expected that the other party's lordly talent would be so domineering. The opponent could easily break through his barrier's defenses, while he couldn't even budge his barrier in the slightest, even under the favorable conditions of a full moon. This disparity in strength felt like an insurmountable chasm, filling her with deep despair. Sister, are we just going to give up like this? The elders have such high hopes for us. Yu Yunling's eyes were filled with resentment as she relentlessly unleashed magic, frantically bombarding the protective barrier of the Hongmeng Temple. However, no matter how hard she tried, the barrier did not show the slightest ripple. Yu Yunchang shook her head helplessly, her heart filled with self-reproach. I'm sorry, Yunling, it's my fault. I didn't investigate his talent properly. Just then, dozens of pure white figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Under the bright moonlight, these figures appeared exceptionally dazzling. There were a full 60 Pegasus Knights. They moved with lightning speed, exuding an aura of power and heroism. With lightning speed, they quickly surrounded Yu Yunchang and her group of over 300 people. We have come to protect the territory on the orders of our Lord. Why don't you surrender immediately? With a furious shout from Lina, the captain of the Pegasus Knights, an extremely powerful wind pressure swept in like a gale, instantly suppressing everyone on the spot. The 307 soldiers present, all of whom were at least Tier 2, and the 5 Pegasus Knights hovering high in the sky, were instantly knocked to the ground by the wind pressure, their bodies completely unable to move. Even Yu Yunchang and Yu Yunling were so overwhelmed that they could barely breathe, and their faces turned as pale as paper. Shock. Utterly shocking. This time, the twin sisters were completely dumbfounded. They never expected that their opponent would possess such immense power. Although their fighting strength has been reduced by half because their lord's manor was destroyed, they were absolutely certain that even at their peak, they would find it difficult to withstand this powerful wind pressure. Keep in mind, there are a full 60 Pegasus Knights. Not just 6 people. If they were to engage in a fierce battle at their peak, they might not be a match for these 60 Pegasus Knights. You must be the lord of the land of prayer for the moon? Now you have two choices, surrender or die. Lin Na walked up to Yu Yunshang and said with a serious expression. The silver-white spear in her hand was already firmly placed against Yu Yunshang's neck. Yu Yunshang swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. We've lost this time. I'm willing to surrender. Please don't hurt us sisters. Yu Yunling also gave up struggling, slowly lowered her weapon, and said softly, we surrender, but your lord isn't here, so surrendering to you won't help, will it? Lina nodded slightly upon hearing this. Without saying much, she reached out and grabbed Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling, throwing them mercilessly onto the backs of the two squad leaders' horses. He ordered, take both of them to the lord. Yes. The two squad leaders responded in unison, and then rode their celestial horses away at breakneck speed. 40 minutes later. Inside a private house in the village of Qiyue. The two Pegasus Knight squad leaders threw Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling directly in front of Chen Han. They both fell heavily to the ground, letting out a painful cry. My lord, these two are the lord and hero of the land of prayer for the moon. I understand, you can go now. Chen Han nodded, his gaze sweeping over the twin sisters from head to toe. It must be said that these two women are indeed stunningly beautiful. They were tall and slender, graceful and elegant, exuding a unique aura of icy beauty. Their feather-trimmed dresses added to their poetic and elegant charm, making them seem like talented women who had stepped out of a painting or poem from Jiangnan. At this moment, the two of them knelt on the ground, their long, silvery white hair cascading down their shoulders like a waterfall, contrasting with the large expanse of snow-white skin beneath their skirts. Coupled with their stunningly beautiful faces, they would probably make most ordinary men's blood boil. This scene looks just like a battle damage chart in a game, even though they were indeed defeated. Chen Han lifted the two sisters' chins and asked in a flippant tone, are you really planning to surrender? As if giving up resistance, Yu Yunshang closed her eyes tightly, then slowly opened them after a while, her eyes filled with determination. That's right, we are willing to surrender, but if you dare to have any ill intentions towards us, we would rather die than submit. Yu Yunling immediately echoed, her tone icy, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. If you want us to do those despicable things, we'd rather kill ourselves. Clearly, they are both very confident in their figures and looks. Losing to another female lord might be more acceptable. At least in terms of chastity, it should still be guaranteed. However, when facing a male lord, they could not guarantee that he would not do anything improper. Upon hearing this, Chen Han couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why do I always feel like these women have a bit of paranoia? He withdrew his hand from the two sisters' chins and chuckled, my women are much prettier than you two. Stop thinking about those ridiculous scenarios all day. Chapter 77 Occupying the Land of Prayer for the Moon. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling immediately frowned. Are you sure? A look of doubt flashed in Yu Yunshang's beautiful eyes as she pressed for an answer. The women of the Moon Clan are renowned for their beauty among all races, and these two sisters are among the most beautiful of all Moon Clan women. However, the man in front of them remained so calm and composed, seemingly unconcerned about their beauty. Is he faking it, or is he genuinely indifferent to beautiful women? With his hands behind his back and an air of composure, Chen Han replied, so, are you going to surrender? You'll still be in charge of this territory from now on. If necessary, just come to my main territory for a small meeting. Upon hearing this, the two sisters exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with doubt. After a long while, they finally nodded to each other. We are willing to surrender. As Yu Yunshang finished speaking, a system notification sounded in Chen Han's mind. Congratulations on recruiting Yu Yunshang, the Lord of the Prayer Moon Village, to your territory. Overall rating, SS. Start calculating Lord Battle Rewards. Reward 1, 70,000 Lord Experience Points, 350,000 Hero Experience Points. Reward 2, 5,988 Genesis Crystals. Congratulations, Lord! Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 7. Your territory has expanded. As the victor of this Lord's War, you have the right to make the following choices regarding the Prayer Moon Land territory. Before the system notification had even finished, Chen Han directly selected the Occupy option. With so many resources surrounding this area, it would be foolish not to occupy it. Territory Conquest Prayer Moon Village successfully completed. A total of 1,419 slaves were acquired, including 688 commoners, 5 Pegasus Knights, 38 mages, 17 mounted archers, 39 spearmen, 12 shield guards, 27 archers, 33 spies, and so on. Received 998 tangerines, 684 yellow peaches, 752 watermelons, 1997 sugarcane stalks. Received 6,420 kilograms of rice, 12,905 kilograms of wheat, 197 scallions, 2,222 heads of lettuce. Obtained 8,800 kilograms of wild boar meat, 1,900 kilograms of chicken, 2,840 kilograms of duck, 1,111 kilograms of beef, etc. Obtained 1 Tier 2, Stage 1 Lord's Residence, 5 Tier 2, Stage 10 Flame Towers, 5 Tier 2, Stage 10 Ice Towers, 5 Tier 2, Stage 10 Lightning Towers. Awesome! A huge windfall. As Chun Han listened to the system continuously announcing the rewards, he was extremely excited and could hardly contain himself. As expected of a territory built on a resource point, this place is simply a treasure trove, overflowing with riches. However, Chen Han also noticed that his spatial baggage was about to be filled. It's time to build a warehouse to store these ingredients. Using a space bag specifically for storing food is really a waste of its potential. He couldn't help but wonder what additional effects the warehouse would bring after being upgraded with the help of the talent. At the same time, Yu Yunxiang and Yu Yunling shook their heads helplessly as the weakening buff on their bodies was removed. All the food resources gifted by the Moon Clan's high-ranking members ended up benefiting someone else. The Mingyue tribe already suffered from a severe food shortage. But in this world where strength reigns supreme, their schemes were exposed, and they were even countered and captured alive. They could only blame themselves for being less skilled. Chen Han quickly took stock, then looked up and his gaze fell on the twin sisters. A smile played on his lips. "My two beauties, now that you have submitted to me, I have an important task for you." Yu Yunxiang nodded slightly and replied, "I know, it's about annihilating the goblin wolf riders, right?" Chen Han shook his head and said, "No, you don't need to worry about that. Tonight, I'll trouble you to go to those 3 territories next door. If you can take them down before midnight, I'll give you the reward you want." Upon hearing this, Yu Yunxiang and Yu Yunling frowned, filled with doubt. Now that the Goblin Scourge campaign is more than halfway through, why not seize the time to wipe out the Goblin Wolf Riders instead of attacking those harmless Tier 1 lords? What is the purpose of this? Have you given up on climbing the charts? However, when they saw the leaderboard through Chen Han's system interface, he froze on the spot. Her stunningly beautiful face paired with her wide-open O-shaped mouth, big enough to fit an egg, creates a rather comical sight. First place, Hongmeng Temple, 3,066 kills. Second place, White Wolf Hui, 2,344 kills. Third place, Sky Sanctuary, 1888 kills. Fourth place, Doluwa Continent Doluwa City, 1799 kills. Number 1? More than 3,000? What the heck? Yu Yunxiang's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. She stared intently at the seemingly relaxed man before her, a powerful sense of shock washing over her. During this period, he has been attacking his own territory. But now it has suddenly jumped to first place. Where did it find the time and manpower to fight? Even if he is very strong, where would he get so many goblin wolf riders to kill? It even surpassed the renowned White Wolf Hui of Yunza Continent by a full 700 kills. How outrageous is this? Could it be that Chen Han didn't take him seriously at all? They had already been strategizing and planning, winning battles from afar. How can you simultaneously focus your efforts on killing goblin wolf riders while attacking the land of prayer for the moon? True strength often reveals unparalleled charm unintentionally. At this moment, Chen Han seemed to be exuding an irresistible aura. Yu Yunxiang subconsciously tried to open the system interface, only to find that she had lost that permission. Since surrendering, she has ceased to be a lord and is no longer recognized by the endless void. My lord, how did you manage to do that? Yes. Please tell us. The Moon Clan sisters seemed to have completely let go of their hostility towards Chen Han, and they approached him with curiosity, eagerly asking questions. Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. For this, I really have to thank the two of you. Thank us? The twin sisters looked puzzled and asked in unison, what did we do? Chen Han slowly closed the system interface, then put his hands behind his back and stepped outside. The twin sisters looked at each other, then nodded to one another and followed. Chen Han looked up at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky with a pretentious air and explained softly, sometimes, luck just comes unexpectedly. Chapter 78 Third Order Barrier. Let's move the time forward by a little over an hour. After deciding to carry out a base raiding tactic with Yu Yunshang, Chen Han immediately issued orders to the Pegasus Knights Legion, requiring them to quickly return to the vicinity of the Hongmeng Temple and await further instructions. Once Chen Han successfully conquers the territory of Praying Moon Village and destroys the Lord's mansion, they then needed to seize the opportunity to encircle the army of the Praying Moon Village side and capture the Lord and hero alive. After issuing the order, Chen Han and his group continued their relentless journey towards the land of prayer for the moon. However, just as they approached the land of prayer for the moon, several defensive towers reacted instantly and launched an attack on Chen Han and his group without hesitation. Fortunately, due to the distance, everyone had enough reaction time to quickly withdraw from the attack range. The attack range of this defensive tower is actually that far? Chen Han muttered to himself, an expression of disbelief on his face. Mia's eyesight is extraordinary even under the heavy cover of night. She can clearly see the defensive tower within the defensive barrier from a distance of several hundred meters. Could this be a Tier 3 defensive tower? Mia murmured to herself, a deep surprise showing in her beautiful eyes. That can't be the case. A third-tier lord's territory couldn't possibly be that small. Chen Han analyzed calmly. Generally, to judge the strength of a lord, one can make a rough judgment by observing the extent of the territory covered by the spatial barrier. Because after defeating other lords, one can expand by merging territories. Therefore, a lord with a vast territory is not necessarily powerful, but a lord with a small territory is certainly not very strong. After all, the territory will continue to expand as the lord levels up, and there will never be a situation like in cultivation novels where a serious injury causes the level to drop. The area covered by the barrier of the Land of Prayer for the Moon is roughly equivalent to the area possessed by a second-tier, 7th-level lord. Its level can only be lower than the second-tier 7th stage, and it can never be higher than the second-tier 7th stage. Gu Lingming's female ninja legion also basically relies on estimating the area of the defensive barrier to roughly determine the level of a territory. What's there to be afraid of? With our master strengthening us, we can take down even a third-tier lord. Miao Kiki licked her lips, her eyes flashing with determination, and her whole body radiating a strong fighting spirit. She lightly raised her jade finger, and a dazzling arcane missile whistled out from between her fingers, striking the barrier straight like a meteor. However, this attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, without causing the slightest ripple. The barrier remained as solid as a rock, as if mocking Miao Kiki's overestimation of her abilities. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely awkward. Mia rested her hand on her forehead, her brows furrowed, and calmly analyzed, if Prayer's homeland is not a Tier 3 territory, then it must have used some kind of item to temporarily upgrade the building's level, or it was upgraded to Tier 3 by relying on the power of the Lord's talent. Since the defensive towers have been upgraded to Tier 3, the barrier should probably be upgraded to Tier 3 as well. And a Tier 3 protective barrier will have an additional effect: it can only damage targets within 200 meters. Chen Han nodded, agreeing with Mia's point of view. That's really the only explanation. If the Land of Prayer for the Moon were a Tier 3 territory, a massive army would likely be pressing in at any moment. There's no need for them to resort to petty tricks like stealing bases. Miao Kiki stretched lazily and said nonchalantly, so you can't do any damage beyond 200 meters? These defensive towers seem to have an attack range of 200 meters too. That's true, but... Mia took a few steps forward. Instantly, a dazzling chain of lightning shot straight toward her like a dragon. However, Mia remained calm and composed. With a gentle lift of her hand, 3 dazzling light shields instantly appeared in front of her. Boom! The lightning bolt struck the light shield with a deafening roar before vanishing into nothingness. It only left a wisp of black smoke on the light shield. Immediately afterwards, a second, a third, a fourth, a total of 7 chains of lightning came one after another like a torrential rain, continuing to bombard Mia's light shield. Finally, a crack appeared in one of the light shields. She then retreated out of the attack range, smiling broadly as she said, "Master, a level 3 defensive tower doesn't seem too difficult. My light shield can withstand 7 hits. That's way too risky of you." Chen Han was speechless, but he had a general understanding of the attack power of the 3rd-tier defense tower. However, time was of the essence, and he knew he couldn't delay any longer, so he decisively said, "Well then, it's getting late, so let's rely on your light shield to cover everyone's attack." Upon hearing this, Mia did not hesitate at all and quickly cast a spell to create a 5-layered light shield for everyone. Attack! The group exchanged glances and launched a fierce attack on the Land of Prayer for the Moon. Wu Yao moved with lightning speed, and she had mastered the art of shrinking distances to an inch. She moved freely across the grassland, and in just a few breaths, she arrived at the barrier of the Land of Prayer for the Moon. The defensive towers in the Land of Prayer for the Moon are evenly distributed around the barrier. The closer you are to the barrier, the more intense the attacks you will receive. However, Wu Yao seemed to be able to see all the dangers. Her movements were agile, and she easily dodged attacks from all directions. Not a single blow could hit her. She even managed to attack the barrier in her spare time, each punch and kick as fast as lightning, carrying unparalleled power. The light shield seemed completely unnecessary to her. With her superb combat skills and sharp reflexes, she moved through the barrier as if it were empty. Barrier Durability 2000. Barrier Durability 1888. Barrier Durability 2222. At the same time, Xiaoling 1 found several perfect locations through precise distance measurement. These locations are not only immune to tower attacks, but can also inflict effective damage on the barrier. Wei Xiaoling and Xiaoling number 1 set up the electromagnetic cannon again and began to attack the barrier. Boom! Barrier Durability 15,000. Boom! Barrier Durability 14,000. The electromagnetic cannon fires every 10 seconds, inflicting massive damage on the barrier and relentlessly destroying its defenses. Mia, Miao Kiki, and Emily protected Chun Han and rushed forward together. Arcane missiles, light bullets, flaming swords, all sorts of attacks bombarded the barrier. The defensive towers seemed to exist entirely in their eyes. Their attacks were like a whirlwind, giving the barrier no chance to breathe. Sizzle! Finally, a minute later, the barrier shattered with everyone's combined efforts. Everything about the Land of Prayer for the Moon was thus exposed to everyone without reservation. Chapter 79 Stronghold Secret Realm. The barrier is broken? That can't be. How is this possible? Who are those people? Damn it! Get together! The Lord's Manor can't be destroyed. Some of the soldiers left behind in the territory were stunned, their eyes wide as if they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. The protective barrier was shattered so easily, which was completely beyond their expectations. However, these soldiers all appeared to have undergone extremely rigorous military training. Despite their unfavorable situation, they quickly coalesced into a resistance force and launched an attack on the girls without hesitation. Unfortunately, their efforts were ultimately in vain. With just a few spells, the girls easily destroyed the Lord's Manor, like autumn leaves being swept away by the wind. Congratulations, Lord! You have successfully defeated the Lord's Mansion within the opponent's main territory. All units under their command will be weakened, with their combat power reduced by 50%. Success! What should we do with these dozens of soldiers? They seem a bit resentful. Arrest them all first. If they resist strongly, just kill them. Chen Han decisively issued the order. In his eyes, these low-ranking soldiers were nothing more than laborers. The fight was meaningless to him. After all, they aren't girls, so even if they're strong, they can't enjoy the bonuses from the Lord's talent. Moreover, they are low-tier units with pitifully weak strength. Training them as soldiers would be a waste of experience points. Just then, Wei Xiaoling ran over excitedly to report the situation to Chen Han. My lord, a goblin wolf rider stronghold has spawned right where I was sniping. It's a dungeon-type stronghold. A secret realm-type stronghold? Chen Han's eyes lit up instantly, and he asked with a hint of eagerness, are you sure? Wei Xiaoling nodded vigorously, her excitement evident, yes. I've already stationed Xiaoling number 1 at the entrance to the secret realm to prevent others from getting there first. The so-called secret realm is like a dungeon in an online game. It forms a unique space of its own, and what is exposed to the outside is merely a portal. Once a lord steps inside, the gates to the secret realm will be firmly closed. Unless the challenge fails, the portal to the secret realm will never reopen. Successfully challenging the secret realm will yield incredibly generous rewards. Normally, the types of void creatures inside a dungeon should be randomly generated. However, we are currently in the midst of the Goblin Scourge, and the void creatures within the secret realm will naturally become strongholds for the Goblin Wolf Riders under the rules of the Endless Void. Thankfully, we attacked the Land of Prayer for the Moon tonight, otherwise all these unprecedented benefits would have been taken by the Land of Prayer for the Moon. Coco, Mia, you two come here for a second. What's wrong, Master? Master, did you look for me? Yes, Xiaoling has discovered a goblin stronghold dungeon. Let's go clear it out. Chen Han said calmly. The secret realm of the Endless Void is only open to lords and heroes. All other units are barred from entering. It is by no means that simply assembling a large army would be enough to easily wipe them out. A secret realm within a stronghold? My luck is incredible. Miao Kiki blinked her big, bright eyes, feeling incredibly amazed by Chen Han's luck. Although Mia didn't say anything, her astonished expression showed that she was equally shocked. Chen Han pulled Miao Kiki and Mia into a tight embrace, a smile playing on his lips. Perhaps the Void Sovereign saw how hard I work every night and decided to bestow some small opportunities upon me. As soon as she finished speaking, Mia's cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple. That? Master, what you said last night, about taking care of me. Miao Kiki was stunned for a moment, then said coquettishly, Master brother, you've been cheating on me again. Chen Han gently patted Miao Kiki's head and explained, how can this be called stealing someone? This is doing things openly and honestly. Alright, stop arguing and let's go quickly. It would be troublesome if the other lords found out. Good. The two women responded excitedly. The Pegasus Knights Legion was already lying in ambush near the Hongming Temple. Now that the Lord's mansion in the Land of Prayer for the Moon has been destroyed, even a second-tier, 7th-level force would probably find it difficult to contend with them. Chen Han decisively instructed, Emily, you are in full charge of things here. If the Lord of the Yi Prayer Moon Village is captured, tell them to wait a while. The 300 soldiers outside should not be able to return in a short time. If they do return, their lives must be the priority. Emily nodded solemnly, okay. I understand. Secret Realm Goblin Stronghold. Difficulty, Level B. Level Restriction, Tier 2. Hero Limit, 3 players. Time Limit, 2 hours. Would you like to start the Secret Realm Challenge? Start. As a spatial ripple quietly appeared, a spatial portal suddenly opened. Chen Han, Miao Kiki, and Mia walked in hand in hand. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed. The three of them hadn't had a chance to take a good look at their surroundings. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars erupted. Dozens of goblin wolf riders surged towards the three like a raging tide. Type, Goblin Wolf Rider. Level, Tier 2, Rank 8. Introduction. Once upon a time, there was a goblin who, after riding a grey wolf, became a wolf rider, moving with incredible speed. It's a Tier 2, Stage 8 Goblin Wolf Rider? Wasn't it supposed to be only B rank in difficulty? Well, that's fine, a higher level means more rewards. Chen Han pondered to himself, then pulled out his photon gun without hesitation. Bang bang bang. Several crisp gunshots rang out, exploding in the air like thunder. The goblin wolf riders closest to the three of them were instantly blown off their heads, their crimson blood splattering on the ground. Not to be outdone, Nia and Mukoko quickly unleashed their magic. Light bolt and arcane missiles streaked across the sky like meteors, accurately striking the remaining dozen or so goblin wolf riders. These originally ferocious monsters were powerless against their powerful attacks and fell to the ground dead one after another. Even if they improved by 7 ranks, to them, they were no different from the second-tier, first-level goblin wolf riders outside. They actually resorted to sneak attacks in this secret realm. They have no sportsmanship whatsoever. Mia complained indignantly. Chen Han looked around, his brows furrowing slightly. The site resembled a giant underground air raid shelter, circular in shape, and filled with an eerie atmosphere. 10 spatial portals stand around the circular boundary. Goblin wolf riders kept emerging from various spatial portals, surging in like a never-ending tide. I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck, but this stronghold seems to be a stronghold in endless mode. Chen Han looked around and murmured. Chapter 80. Did you blow up the space portal? The secret realm of the Endless Void has 3 challenge modes: Endless Mode, Adventure Mode, and Boss Challenge Mode. Endless Mode, as the name suggests, means that void creatures will continuously emerge, and the lords who take on the challenge can choose to exit at any time and receive their rewards. However, the probability of this pattern occurring is extremely low. Its difficulty is so high that it leaves almost no time for rest or preparation. However, the rewards will increase as the number of void creatures killed increases. If you are strong enough, you can continuously kill monsters and even obtain richer rewards than your current level. The problem is that Endless Mode offers almost no respite. If the number of void creatures is not properly controlled, the fate of being mercilessly annihilated by the void creature tide may be faced. At that time, we may lose even the chance to escape the secret realm. As for the challenge mode, it is the most common dungeon clearing mode. Follow the path into the secret realm and defeat the monsters and the boss in turn to complete the level. However, the rewards in this model are usually fixed, and obtaining high-quality rewards is extremely difficult. The boss challenge mode is relatively easy to understand. There is only one powerful boss in the secret realm. Defeating it will clear the level. However, this boss is much stronger than the bosses encountered in the campaign mode. Endless mode? Doesn't that mean you can accumulate a huge number of kills at once? Niaoqi's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had discovered a priceless treasure. Mia gently raised her hand, conjuring an extremely small beam of light that precisely pierced through one of the goblin wolf riders. She earnestly advised, the rewards of endless mode are certainly tempting, but remember to conserve your stamina and mana. Coco, you're wasting too much mana by using skills like that. I understand. Niaoqi obediently replied. At the same time, he imitated Mia's movements, shrinking the size of the arcane missile from the size of a basketball to the size of a ping-pong ball as much as possible, and then quickly launching it. Boom! A loud bang followed. Even though the small arcane missile didn't hit a vital spot, the goblin was still blown to pieces, with blood splattering everywhere. I think you guys should take a break first? The difficulty of endless mode seems to be gradually increasing. We're only in the early stages now, and I feel like I can handle it on my own. Chen Han kept pulling the trigger, and every beam of the photon gun accurately hit the goblin wolf rider's head, blasting it apart. The photon gun only consumes Genesis crystals, which is indeed a very low cost compared to magic power. Niaoqi and Mia readily accepted Chen Han's suggestion, sitting back to back on the ground, admiring Chen Han's heroic figure. Time passed by, second by second. 15 minutes later. Niaoqi finally couldn't hold back any longer, and let out a cute little roar, so boring. The succubus seemed to be on the verge of going crazy. It's called an endless mode, but on average, a goblin wolf rider only appears every 5 seconds, and they are shot down the moment the portal opens. Even now, 15 minutes later, the frequency has only increased to 1 every 2.5 seconds, and they still cannot escape the fate of dying in the spatial portal. The enemy is right in front of you, but you can only watch helplessly and cannot take action. This is like placing a strong man with 8-pack abs in a V-line in front of a succubus, but being unable to do anything about it. How could the succubus possibly resist? Mia smiled and comforted her, Master is doing this for our own good. After all, when the frequency of enemy appearances increases later, we'll need to use our strength. However, Mia's explanation did not hold water. Instead, she turned her gaze to the spatial portal where goblin wolf riders were constantly emerging. Suddenly, a bold idea sprouted in her mind. Speaking of which, Mia, have you ever tried throwing a skill into that spatial portal? Upon hearing this, Mia was momentarily stunned. She never expected that Niaoqi would ask such an absurd question. No. No, right? Give it a try? Try it my ass. Nobody's ever done this before. Hee. I think this has potential. Niaoqi licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and then flew like a light butterfly to the entrance of a spatial portal where a goblin wolf rider had just been killed. Chen Han was completely focused on killing the goblin wolf riders that kept pouring out from various spatial portals, and was unaware of Niaoqi's actions. Immediately afterwards, Niaoqi began to mobilize all the magic power in her body. Her body emitted a faint light, gradually condensing into an arcane missile twice the size of her entire body, almost larger than the spatial portal. Boom! With a deafening roar, a dazzling white light flashed suddenly from the portal. That spatial portal was instantly blasted away without a trace. That's right, the entire portal was wiped away as if by an invisible giant hand, disappearing directly into the void. A deathly silence fell over the scene, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Chen Han was drawn to the sudden loud noise, his face turned pale instantly, and he almost coughed up blood. This is ridiculous. How can a portal that summons void creatures be destroyed by an explosion? There were only 10 space portals in total, constantly refreshing the goblin wolf riders. That's terrible, it's reduced by a 10th. Coco. I'm going to spank your little bottom tonight. Chen Han complained, looking speechless. It really wasn't a good thing after all. Mia put one hand to her forehead, shook her head helplessly, and sighed inwardly. On the other hand, Niaoqi looked excited. He even made a mischievous hee-hee expression, as if he was quite proud of his masterpiece. Master, may I ask, when you say fight, do you mean? Chen Han rolled his eyes. As expected of a succubus, almost everything she says will be rejected by the authorities. During a lull in the battle, Chen Han opened the Goblin Scourge kill leaderboard. He thought to himself, I've been fighting for a full quarter of an hour, I should be able to get into the top 10, right? However, when he saw the rankings on the list, They froze on the spot. First place, Hongmeng Temple, 2,222 kills. Second place, White Wolf Huihui, 2,214 kills. Third place, Sky Sanctuary, 1802 kills. Fourth place, Doluwa Continent Doluwa City, 1724 kills. Chapter 81 Endless Mode Bug. Number 1. Did we kill that many goblin wolf riders? Mia looked astonished and said in disbelief. She carefully considered it in her mind. Based on an average of one goblin wolf rider spawning every 3 seconds, plus the initial 20, at most only about 300 were killed in these 15 minutes. When I first entered the secret realm, the leaderboard only showed 1,200 kills. Even if other territories display great power, it's impossible for them to increase by 1,000 in a short period of time during a single refresh, right? What exactly happened? Chen Han was also full of doubts, completely baffled. It suddenly jumped to first place, which is really too strange. His gaze involuntarily fell on the remaining 9 spatial portals. A bold conjecture suddenly flashed into his mind like lightning. Could it be that this is fodder camping? Although endless mode is called endless, it is actually finite due to the time limit of the secret realm. As time goes on, each subsequent spatial portal will summon void creatures at an increasingly faster rate. If we calculate based on an average refresh rate of 1 void creature every 2 seconds, and the Rift Challenge has a 3-hour time limit, then a total of up to 5,400 void creatures will be summoned. If the number of void creatures summoned in each portal is constant, each of the 10 portals will summon approximately 540. While this number may not be perfectly accurate, it shouldn't be too far off. If we include these 540, plus the nearly 300 killed previously, as well as the kills by the Ninja Legion and other affiliated territories, it feels like the kill count will match up. Could it be that the spatial portal was blown apart, causing all the void creatures inside to be instantly killed? Upon realizing this, Chen Han was stunned on the spot, his mouth agape for a long time. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, and at the same time, his gaze toward Miao Kiki became exceptionally intense. Holy crap, this is truly a little lucky charm. Feeling Chen Han's gaze, Miao Kiki asked, "What's wrong? Could it be that Master Brother wants to play around here?" Well, anyway, the respawn rate of void creatures is a bit slow right now. Sister Mia should be able to handle it by herself, so we'll. Before she could finish speaking, Chen Han interrupted her directly. "Coco, do you still have any energy left?" Miao Kiki nodded. "Yes? I have plenty of magic." "What's wrong?" Chen Han shouted excitedly. "Coco, try throwing a large arcane missile into the next door." Ah? Miao Kiki was even more confused. "Master, are you sure?" "Absolutely, definitely, and without a doubt." "Alright then. I'll go try throwing it again." Although I don't understand what Chen Han wants to do. But as Chen Han's hero, she absolutely obeys his orders. Boom! Another flash of white light appeared. A spatial portal shattered with a deafening roar, vanishing into nothingness. "Master, is this all right?" Miao Kiki asked. "Okay, you should rest for a bit. I'll call you later," Chen Han said. 15 minutes passed quickly. The Goblin Kill leaderboard has been refreshed again. First place, Hongmeng Temple, 3,066 kills. Second place, White Wolf Huihui, 2,344 kills. Third place, Sky Sanctuary, 1888 kills. Fourth place, Doluwa Continent Doluwa City, 1799 kills. Shock. Utterly shocking. At this moment, Chen Han felt as if he had found the door to a new world. He immediately picked up Miao Kiki and gave her a small drink. "What's wrong, master? Why are you suddenly doing this?" Miao Kiki showed no intention of resisting and even fought back several times. Chen Han smiled and said, "It's all right. Coco, you're such a lucky star." Miao Kiki still looked puzzled. "Really? I don't know what happened, but does Master mean to reward me?" Chen Han nodded. "Yeah. Tonight. I'll keep you company tomorrow night." Miao Kiki licked her lips and smiled gently. "Really? Thank you, Master. Kiki is so cute." Chen Han pulled out his photon gun and killed 2 more goblin wolf riders. "Coco, if you still have the strength, could you please bombard those space portals?" Miao Kiki exclaimed excitedly. "Yeah. 5 more wouldn't be a problem." Mia's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the brand new list. She finally understood Chen Han's incomprehensible thoughts. Destroying a spatial portal is tantamount to annihilating all the void creatures within it. Such an astonishing event has never been heard of in hundreds of millions of years. After all, no one would ever think of attacking a spatial portal, let alone attacking it with all their might. However, wait a minute. Mia thought for a moment. There must have been someone who tried to do this before, but they probably all failed. At this moment, Meowkeek's arcane missiles had reached LV7, her succubus wings LV6 provided a 30% damage bonus while in flight, and her weapon, Star Chaser Mooncutter, directly increased her magic attack power by 50%. Add to that Chun Han's Lord talent granting a 150% combat power bonus, and the damage bonus from the blessing buff. Based on this calculation, the power of the arcane missile that Meowkeeki just unleashed with all her might is probably close to the power of magic cast by heroes of the 4th rank or above. Each secret realm has strict level restrictions. Only second-tier lords are qualified to enter the second-tier secret realm, so the power that the Endless Void can withstand for the spatial portal should be set within the range of power that can be released at the second-tier limit. Over these hundreds of millions of years, many lords must have launched attacks on the spatial portal when they were bored. However, due to insufficient power, they were unable to shatter the spatial portal. Heroes and lords capable of unleashing power exceeding that of a 4th-tier lord at the second-tier level may exist, but they are extremely rare, perhaps not even one in tens of thousands of years, and they must be extremely rational beings. They could never be like Meowkeeki, who would casually use all her power to bombard the space portal when she had nothing better to do. Does magic cost nothing? This is endless mode. The remaining amount of magic and stamina is equivalent to the final reward in one's own life. A lord capable of nurturing such a powerful hero would never issue such an irrational order. Surprisingly, this almost bug-like gameplay tactic was discovered by Meowkeeki by accident. Master, I'll help too. With this thought in mind, Mia shook her head to clear her mind. With hands forming hand seals, holy light gathered in the palms. Boom. Sizzle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In less than a minute. The remaining 8 spatial portals were also blasted to smithereens by Mokoko and Mia. Chapter 82 Totem Architecture. Secret Realm Challenge ended. Congratulations, Lord, on your victory. Overall rating, SSS. Start calculating completion rewards. Reward 1, 12,780 Genesis Crystals. Reward 2, 80,000 Lord Experience Points, 300,000 Hero Experience Points. Reward 3, Supreme Level Item 1 Talent Enhancement Card. Reward 4, Legendary Item 3 Hero Experience Cards. Reward 5, 1 Special Defensive Building Shankuan Tower. Reward 6, Special Facility A Sea of Starflowers. Reward 7, 2 Epic Items Double Reward Cards at Settlement. Congratulations, Lord! Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 6. Your territory has expanded. Looking at the dazzling array of rewards, Chen Han's lips almost curled into a wide smile. This is absolutely outrageous. In just half an hour, I perfectly cleared the Endless Mode challenge of the Secret Realm challenge. So, who else is there? Moreover, this is barely a B-level difficulty dungeon. If you manage to clear the Endless Mode dungeon on SSS difficulty, the rewards are simply unimaginable. Moreover, the most crucial thing is these 2 special buildings. Architecture, Shankuan Pagoda. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10. Durability, 20,000. Upgrade cost, 500 building points. Function, can suppress all surrounding enemy units. The suppression range and effect increase with the building level. Current effective range, 1,000 meters. Architecture, Starry Flower Sea Unique. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10. Durability, 200,000. Upgrade cost, 5,000 building points. Effect, Totem Building. Increases the experience gain, stamina recovery, mana recovery, and injury healing speed of all female units within the territory by 10%. Tier 1, Stage 10 effect. Additional effect 1, the Lord automatically receives 1 Starflower daily. Tier 1 effect. Item, Starflower. Rarity, Legendary. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Level 1, and status other than Slave. Effect 1, after consumption, it will increase one's talent level, up to a maximum of a level. Totem Architecture possesses incredible power. Once built in any territory and not destroyed by the enemy, it will provide a huge buff to all eligible units. This effect can be enjoyed no matter where you are. In addition, you can receive a Starflower every day to enhance your talents, which can max out all troop types. This is only the effect of Level 1, Stage 10. Upgrading a Tier 1 building requires 5,000 building points. You can only imagine how absolutely amazing this building is. Let's go, it should be about time. The Pegasus Knights should have successfully captured the lord and hero of the Land of Prayer for the Moon. We should head back. Chen Han suppressed his excitement and smiled. Half an hour ago, the chat room had completely exploded. Holy crap! Holy crap! What the hell is this primordial temple? How did it suddenly become number 1? I remember it was only in the teens before, right? Something's not right. Something's extremely wrong. How could the kill count increase by more than 1,000 in just 15 minutes? Even if the Goblin Wolf Riders stood still and let him kill them, they might not be able to do that, right? Could this be cheating? Does anyone know who the Lord of the Hongming Temple is? What race does he come from? The Lord of White Wolf Huihui is Gong Xiaowei, the number 1 genius of the White Wolf clan throughout the ages. The Lord of the Sky Sacred Domain is Jin Yao, a member of the royal family of the Golden Eagle clan. The Lord of the Dolua continent is even higher than Gong Xiaowei, reaching the level of the 2nd tier, 10th stage. Why can these 3 be surpassed? Are you guys trying to be this overpowered? I've only killed a little over 100 Goblin Wolf Riders. I remember this primordial temple. Wasn't it the 10th territory that was conquered by other lords yesterday? I'm sure it was a territory that had been developing for 10 or 20 days before being teleported to the Cloud Marsh continent. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, all utterly astonished. Even Gong Xiaowei managed to kill less than 700 Goblin Wolf Riders in the first round when they took the initiative to attack her territory. Damn, every 15 minutes, there were over 1,000 more kills. Even if you're going against the heavens, don't go this far. However, that's not all. 15 minutes later, the leaderboard was refreshed again. When they saw that the number of kills in the Hongmeng Temple had increased by nearly 800, all the lords of the entire Yunza continent were completely shocked. I'm petrified. He's suffocating. 800? The primordial chaos temple actually killed another 800? Where exactly did this happen? Even Gong Xiaowei wouldn't have done something this outrageous. Could it be that they've discovered a Goblin Wolf Rider stronghold? Otherwise, how do you explain so many kills? I'm afraid that after today, the name of the Hongmeng Divine Temple will resound throughout the entire Yunza continent. I wonder which direction it is in. At this moment, even Gong Xiaowei couldn't sit still. She gathered the strength of 10 compatriots and countless rare resources to lay a trap in the northwest corner of Yunza continent, which is how she achieved her current kill count. You should know that for a peerless prodigy like her, the clan would usually arrange dozens or even hundreds of peers to act as her personal treasury, concentrating resources to nurture her. They gave all the rare rewards and resources they received to Gong Xiaowei to help her develop rapidly. Even if some resources are not needed, they will be directly put on the trading house in exchange for Genesis crystals for development within the territory. This practice is common among all races, and can be considered a true example of the privileged 2nd generation. After all, if a top lord could be cultivated within, it would be the hope for the revival of a race. Even so, she was still pushed out of the Hongmeng Temple. This is absolutely outrageous. Could it be that this primordial temple is backed by some powerful force? Your Highness, should I investigate the origins of this primordial temple? Beside Gong Xiaowei, a female hero from the White Wolf clan asked a question. Gong Xiaowei nodded. Yes, go investigate. This Lord War on Yunza continent is crucial to whether our White Wolf clan can return to White Wolf Star. We absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. The White Wolf clan hero nodded slightly. I understand. She flashed and transformed into a black shadow, quickly disappearing into the Lord's mansion. Gong Xiaowei gently put down her teacup, stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the territory. The primordial temple. Very well, I'll remember your name. Gong Xiaowei murmured softly, her eyes revealing an unprecedented depth. Chapter 83 The Moon Clan Sisters Surrender. That's roughly the situation. You could say it's all thanks to the two of you. Chen Han smiled and explained to Yu Yunshan and Yu Yunling. Of course, he didn't mention a word about the bugs in the Endless Realm mode. They cleverly used the excuse that there were a large number of Goblin Wolf Riders inside the secret realm to cover up the secret. Whether to believe or not is entirely up to the other party's judgment, and Chen Han didn't want to explain too much. After hearing Chen Han's explanation, Yu Yunshan and Yu Yunling exchanged a glance, their faces showing disbelief, and they couldn't help but gasp. With a wave of his hand, he could kill thousands of Goblin Wolf Riders, easily break through third-tier defense towers and barriers, and even the recently famous Gong Xiaowei was firmly suppressed by Chen Han. As the pride of the Moon Clan, they received considerable support from the clan's resources, making their strength formidable. Their individual combat strength is almost enough to single-handedly conquer a territory of a Tier 1, Stage 10. However, they knew very well that with their current strength, if the Huangming Temple didn't interfere, entering the top 10 of the kill list shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, compared to those prodigies who have numerous followers as their financial backers, they still have a considerable gap to close in terms of entering the top 3 or even the top 5, let alone competing for the number 1 spot. What shocked them even more was that Chen Han had actually only brought 6 people, to be precise, 5 people plus a robot, and successfully breached what they considered to be an indestructible territory barrier. The army's whereabouts were not concealed by the so-called deceptive fog. Furthermore, it possesses 4 crystal mines that would drive even extraordinary lords mad. What kind of background does Chen Han have? Why are the heroes and troops he recruits so powerful? This is absolutely terrifying. This is absolutely outrageous. Given their experience and knowledge, they could only think of 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that Chen Han, like Gong Xiaowei, is a second-generation leader, and most likely comes from a family of extraordinary leaders at the 20th or even 25th rank or higher. Their family's wealth is so great that they can casually gift 4 crystal mine special buildings that even extraordinary lords would be crazy about. The second possibility is that Chen Han may be the reincarnation of a transcendent lord. Having undergone cultivation in his previous life, he established a contractual relationship with the troops under his command. When the 7-day trial begins, he can summon the heroes or troops with whom he made a contract in his previous life. As for those 4 crystal veins, he must have brought them with him during his reincarnation using some mysterious tool or secret technique. Of course, some people may wonder why a transcendent lord would choose to reincarnate and start anew, giving up everything he has. To the lower-ranking beings of various races, becoming a transcendent lord, that is, breaking through to the 25th rank or above, means being able to shine as brightly as the sun and moon, live as long as heaven and earth, and be immortal. However, this is not the case. It could even be said that it is completely wrong. Even if you become a transcendent lord, there will still be a day when your lifespan ends. However, this period of time may be extremely long, so long that it will be almost forgotten, leading people to mistakenly believe that it is an immortal and indestructible existence. The reason why the extraordinary lord chose to reincarnate and start over was simply because his lifespan was about to run out and he could not break through to the next stage in a short period of time. He had no choice but to make this decision. As a reincarnated being, although the memories of the previous life may only gradually recover after the level breaks through to the 10th rank or above, the lord's talent is eternal. Imagine how extraordinary a lord's talent must be if he has the ability to break through to the 25th rank. As long as he doesn't perish halfway through, he will surely become an extraordinary lord once again in the future. Regardless of which possibility is mentioned above, it represents an unprecedented and tremendous opportunity for both of them. That's enough to shatter all their pride and arrogance. It was precisely because of their increased knowledge and experience that they came to a clearer understanding of Chen Han's extraordinary abilities. Previously, the 2 sisters had been feeling uneasy, constantly on guard against the possibility that Chen Han might do something inappropriate to them. However, if Chen Han's identity is indeed one of the 2 possibilities mentioned above, being able to win his favor and become Chen Han's woman would probably make them happy for decades to come. Perhaps, by following Chen Han, the achievements I will attain in the future will be even more glorious than if I were to become a lord on my own. Just as the Moon Clan sisters had figured it out, 2 crisp system notification sounds exploded in Chen Han's mind like thunderclaps. Ding! Detected that the civilian unit Yu Yunshang has fallen for you combat power plus 150%. Ding! Detected that the civilian unit Yu Yunling has fallen for you combat power plus 150%. As soon as the system finished speaking, a mysterious aura immediately filled the area around the 2 women. Like a fairy descending to earth, ethereal and otherworldly. In the instant that power surged into their bodies like a tidal wave. Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling were initially shocked, but they quickly became even more convinced of their previous idea, and their gazes toward Chen Han became even more respectful. Just as I expected. With this talent that can more than double the combat power of his generals, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to become an extraordinary lord again in the future? I, Yu Yunshang, am willing to go through fire and water for you, my lord, from this day forward. Your humble servant, Yu Yunling, is now your woman, lord. Whatever your orders, we will carry them out. Even, that kind of thing. The 2 Moon Clan sisters knelt on one knee with deep respect, their eyes seemingly revealing a hint of shyness. It was a stark contrast to his previous unyielding demeanor. This sudden change left Chen Han somewhat stunned. He not only destroyed the territory they had painstakingly built, but also treated them like dirt. How could they possibly have feelings for me? Is this really that outrageous? However, upon closer reflection, the fact that surrendered lords and heroes can trigger the enhanced effects of lord talents means that these people could become a formidable fighting force in the future. Then we'll have to recruit more female lords in the future. They can help with government affairs and manage affiliated territories, provide strong combat power, and are also pleasing to the eye. That's the best of both worlds. Recalling the eagle woman named FIA from last time, it seems she didn't trigger the enhancement effect. It seems it's time to find a suitable opportunity to bring her back to the primordial temple and give her a little shock. P.S. I'm in the blacklist again for writing erotic content. Is my writing really that explicit? Chapter 84, number 1 on the kill list. Chen Han glanced at the information about the twin sisters. Name, Yu Yunxiang. Race, Moon Clan. Identity, civilian. Level, Tier 2, rank 7 20,000 70,000. Talent, a level. Skills, Moonlight Spell LV3, Moonlight/LV2, Swordsmanship LV3, Amplification Aura LV2, Healing Spell LV1. Affiliation, Primordial Temple. Lord's Talent, Moonlight Guardian. Talent Effect 1, when the user leaves the main territory, the protective barrier is temporarily increased by 10 levels, now invalid. Talent Effect 2, when the user leaves the main territory, all defensive towers within the barrier are temporarily upgraded by 10 levels, now invalid. Moonlight Spell LV3, active skill, deals mixed light and dark magic damage to enemies. Moonlight/LV2, active skill, deals mixed physical damage of light and dark attributes to enemies. Swordsmanship LV3, passive skill, allows you to skillfully use a longsword to attack enemies. Amplification Aura LV2, active skill, after activation, friendly units within a 100-meter radius gain plus 10% combat power. Healing Spell LV1, active skill, can heal injuries to yourself or other units. Name, Yu Yunling. Combat power, 7,488. Race, Moon Clan. Identity, civilian. Level, Tier 2, Stage 10 100,000 100,000. Talent, a level. Skills, Moonlight Spell LV3, Moonlight/LV3, Ice Cone LV4, Wisdom Root LV2, Meditation LV3, Silence Immunity LV1. Affiliation, Primordial Temple. Ice Cone LV4, active skill, deals ice magic damage to enemies. Wisdom Root LV2, passive skill, reduces mana consumption slightly when using magic. Meditation LV3, passive skill, mana regeneration speed plus 15%. After carefully reviewing the sisters' system information, Chen Han nodded slightly in approval. Even a hero unit at Tier 2, Stage 10, with an A-level talent, has a combat power of only around 3,000 points after deducting talent bonuses. Based on this, the rewards for the top 2 on the hero power ranking are basically guaranteed. However, the only drawback is, after surrendering, Yu Yunling has become a commoner. Although her combat power panel is still retained, she will probably not be able to enjoy the ranking rewards of the Hero's Elegy event. Like I said before, as long as you do your best, you'll naturally reap the rewards. Chen Han said something mysterious. Yes. Yu Yunling responded respectfully. By the way, my lord, what should we do with those 3 lords of the first-tier territories next door? Should we execute them outright, or try to recruit them? Yu Yunxiang asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Chen Han fell into deep thought. Having too many surrendered lords is actually not a good thing. An oversized management team could easily lead to chaos in the future. Moreover, these original lords were all ambitious people and would never be content to do menial work such as farming. They might even harbor resentment because their territory was destroyed, which could lead to unforeseen events such as betrayal. After all, one person may be easy to control, but 10,000 people are hard to fathom. The system interface does not display the loyalty of each unit, making it impossible to determine who is genuinely loyal and who is feigning loyalty. But for Chen Han, the situation was different. The recent experience has proven that as long as the lord who was recruited is female and the enhanced effect of the lord's talent is triggered, it means that she must have a certain degree of affection for Chen Han. No matter how much goodwill she has, as long as it exists, it can basically ensure that she will not betray the territory or Chen Han. She will even dedicate herself to the development of the territory. But, we can't just tell them directly, kill all the men, but leave the women alive, can we? Thinking of this, Chen Han calmly said, after we destroy their territory, we will capture their lord and hero, and I will personally judge them. By the way, you seem to have another army and hero outside, right? Bring her to see me later. Yes, my lord. Yu Yunling responded with the same respectful expression. We sisters promised to take those 3 territories tonight. Yu Yunchang patted the peach on her chest, looking confident. After Yu Yunchang and Yu Yunling left, Chen Han guessed that the kill leaderboard should have been updated, and then opened it. First place, Hongmeng Temple, 7,465 kills. Second place, White Wolf Huihui, 2,898 kills. Third place, Sky Sanctuary, 2,127 kills. Fourth place, Doluwa Continent Doluwa City, 2099 kills. Looking at the ranking list, Chen Han's eyes flashed with excitement. It looks like there are 6,000 Goblin Wolf Riders in those 10 space portals. This should secure our first place. He pondered this to himself, and then decisively issued the order. All everyone needs to do now is kill the Goblin Wolf Riders who are attacking their own territory. There's no need to pay attention to the Goblin Wolf Riders wandering in the wild. Killing 7,465 Goblin Wolf Riders in one night, and you still managed to surpass that? You guys are awesome. Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, and then he turned and left with the girls, returning to his territory. Wei Shaoling and Shaoling No. 1 remained on this land, formerly known as the Land of Prayer for the Moon, to continue their duties. At the same time, unbeknownst to Chen Han, the chat room on Yunza continent had already descended into chaos. The entire chat room was filled with various discussions. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Did the big shots from the Hongmeng Temple disturb a goblin's lair? Where are they going to find so many Goblin Wolf Riders to kill? 7,465 of them? Holy crap, this is defying the heavens. Before the last kill leaderboard refresh, he had around 3,000 kills, right? How come he killed over 4,400 Goblin Wolf Riders in 15 minutes? Are you kidding me? Big boss of the Primordial Temple. If you see this, please take me with you. I'm a girl from the Cat Spirit clan, cute looking, and perfect for warming your bed. Plus, I'm still a virgin. We're all lords, so why is there such a big difference between us? More than 7,000 Goblin Wolf Riders, even if they just stand there. If I send all the soldiers and defensive towers in my territory to attack, it would probably take several days to kill them. My mom asked me why I was kneeling. I freaking didn't want to kneel before the big boss either. All the lords on the Yunza continent. At this moment, I was completely stunned. If the previous increase of 1,000 kills per refresh could be explained by the discovery of Goblin strongholds. After all, destroying a Tier 2 Goblin Wolf Rider stronghold within 15 minutes is something a top-ranked lord can do. But this sudden surge of 4,400 kills is simply inexplicable. From this moment on, the name Hongmeng Temple has become thoroughly known to all the lords on the Yunza continent. Become the number 1 lord of Yunza continent, even more powerful than Gong Xiaowei. Chapter 85 Wishing Tree. The northwest corner of Yunza continent. Within the territory of White Wolf Huihui. When Gong Xiaowei saw the rankings, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief, even wondering if she was still half asleep. However, she soon shook her head with a wry smile, forced to accept this cruel reality. No matter what methods the other party uses, how can they possibly deceive the rules of the Endless Void? She said to her henchmen, there's no need to continue exterminating those roaming goblins. We've already lost. A follower of the White Wolf clan asked anxiously, but what if we are surpassed by others? Gong Xiaowei sighed helplessly. The rewards for 2nd and 10th place are the same, and by now most of the Goblin Wolf Riders should have been wiped out, so we probably won't drop too much in the rankings. We might as well shift our focus to conquering other territories. It seems that the 4th-ranked player from Doluwa continent has already broken through to the 2nd tier, 10th stage? Now that the top spot on the kill leaderboard has been taken, we absolutely cannot give up on the hero power leaderboard so easily. Yes, Your Highness. We understand. The 10 White Wolf clan followers responded in unison. There are still 2 days until the hero power ranking is finalized. If you can break through to tier 3 during this period, you will likely receive a significant boost to your combat power. Time flies like an arrow. 2 hours later. The twin sisters of the Moon Clan also successfully conquered the 3 neighboring territories of Tier 1, Stage 10. These 3 lords all seem to have stubborn tempers. They would rather draw their swords and commit suicide than surrender. Chen Han did not hesitate to destroy these 3 territories, just so he could advance to the 2nd tier, 8th stage as soon as possible. After all, having the Land of Prayer for the Moon as a subordinate territory in the western region is enough to manage all the surrounding resource points. There is more than enough food left over, so there is absolutely no need to leave any. Chen Han opened his attribute interface. Name, Chen Han. Race, human. Territory, Primordial Temple. Level, Tier 2, rank 764,370,000. Popularity, 2,697. Hero, 2-2. Construction points, 3,600. Genesis crystals, 10,090. Territory area, 150,000 SQM plus 240,000 SQM occupied. Lord's talent, Nightly Revelry. Territory rating, Warlord. Items in hand, Pineapple Phone X1, Divine Beast Egg X1, Guard Upgrade Card X1, Hero Summoning Card X2, Barret Healer X1, Photon Gun X1, Xianyuan Sword X1, Void Crystal X12. Current time, June 28, 200-114514 Void Calendar, 2334. Are we still short 5,700 experience points? After gathering resources around the various territories tomorrow, that should be enough. Chen Han carefully analyzed the current situation. He has successfully raised Miao Kiki and Mia to the second tier, 10th stage, with full experience, and there are still 140,000 experience points remaining in the hero experience pool. However, as the level increases to the third tier, the experience points required for each tier increase by 100,000. At the second tier, the Lord and hero experience gained from defeating a second tier Lord is sufficient to meet the leveling requirements of a second tier Lord. However, for a third tier Lord, this experience seems far from sufficient. Now, Chen Han has cleared out all the lords within a 20-kilometer radius and occupied all the resource points. Perhaps it's time to explore the depths of the Cloud Marsh continent more thoroughly. Time flies, and it was already midnight. The random event The Goblin Scourge has officially come to an end. The top 10 list remained unchanged, with everything as before. Chen Han stared intently at the reward that had just arrived in his account, the wishing tree, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. I have a feeling it will be a special building like the Dawn Altar, where you can draw prizes for free every day. Architecture, wishing tree unique. Level, Tier 2, Stage 7. Durability, 40,000. Upgrade cost, increases with Lord level. Function, increases the probability of obtaining high-quality items when using void crystals for lotteries. The higher the building level, the greater the increase in probability. Additional effect 1, you can spend 500 Genesis crystals to draw a medium-level lottery ticket, which guarantees a rare or higher grade item. Additional effect 2, you can spend 5,000 Genesis crystals to perform a high-level lottery draw, which guarantees an item of epic quality or higher. Additional effect 3, you can spend 50,000 Genesis crystals to draw a divine prize, which guarantees a legendary or higher level item. Additional effect 4, may bring some unexpected good luck. This legendary guaranteed lottery is way too shady. 50,000 Genesis crystals. I could have done 500 draws with that amount. Chen Han complained with a helpless expression. But then I thought about it again, and last time I drew 250 times and didn't get any legendary items, only 2 epic items. Perhaps, this guaranteed lottery isn't so bad after all. Forget it, let's wait until we reach level 4 or higher. We have enough equipment now, there's no need to keep doing gacha pulls. As for why you need to upgrade to Tier 4 or higher, it's because after upgrading to Tier 3, there will be a spare hero slot, so you can start hatching mythical beast eggs. It's somewhat unreasonable for a mythical beast to occupy a hero slot. But when I think of the awe-inspiring power of the mythical beast, I feel that even taking up 3 hero slots is worth it. Speaking of which, do divine beasts have male and female distinctions? If a female divine beast can enjoy my talent bonus, will my talent that guarantees the summoning of females work on divine beasts? Chen Han muttered to himself, glancing at the talent enhancement card in his spatial bag. Let's try enhancing it again. Please confirm whether you wish to use a talent enhancement card? Yes. Talent enhancement card successfully used. Talent effect 4, if someone is satisfied with your heroic demeanor, you will receive an opportunity to upgrade a building or item. Upgrade items? What? Can items be upgraded? The image of upgrading the photon gun involuntarily flashed through Chen Han's mind. Does this mean all items can be upgraded for free? Epic level upgrades to legendary level upgrades to supreme level? This is absolutely insane. I should have known better than to use my upgrade attempts on the farmland. Chen Han sighed and said with a helpless expression. Thump thump. At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. Speak of the devil and he appears. Chen Han quickly closed the system interface and opened the door. Soon, a huge storm arose in the room, as if it would devour everything. Chapter 86 Breakthrough to the Third Tier. The next day, at 10 a.m., the sun was high in the sky, and sunlight streamed through the window and onto the bed. Chen Han opened his eyes with difficulty, rubbed his temples, and felt exhausted all over. 3 chances? Mia is so kind. After getting dressed, Chen Han sat down at the dining table. While munching on his bread, he pondered the upgraded 4th talent. He sighed helplessly, inwardly complaining, still the same old story. There's no way to preview the item's upgraded attributes, we just have to guess and try. It's utterly ridiculous. He shook his head vigorously, casting all his worries aside, and focused on the problem at hand. He took out his old weapon, the Barrett Healer, and carefully stroked the gun, feeling the familiar touch. Next, I clicked the upgrade button. However, the system notification greatly disappointed him. Barrett saving lives does not meet the upgrade requirements. Chen Han frowned and muttered to himself, can't we upgrade the weapon? Then, the primordial chi pill does not meet the upgrade requirements. Is this not acceptable either? Chen Han's gaze swept across his spatial bag and finally landed on the 2 hero summoning cards in his hand. Item, Hero Summoning Card. Rarity, Legendary. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1, Lord status. Effect 1, can convert other tourists into hero units under your command. His eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself, this thing should be able to be upgraded, right? With a hint of anticipation, I clicked the upgrade button again. This item was a reward Chen Han received after successfully defeating the demon dragon hero on the 7th day of the trial, but he couldn't find a way to use it. The main reason is that a suitable object cannot be found to use. This item is not used to randomly capture a lord in a lord battle. Using it on the lord will turn him into your hero unit. Instead, it is necessary to ensure that the other party is within one's own territory and is willing to accept the dispatch, and voluntarily change their identity to that of a tourist before it can be used. However, once these conditions are met, they could serve as civilians without needing to be transformed into heroes, completely bound to the territory, or occupy a valuable hero unit slot. In essence, these are 2 contradictory choices. Just like Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling, they recruited each other as heroes in the real world. If it weren't for their deep friendship, it would be a complete waste of a spot. The 2 of them could form a federation after the Lord War begins, develop together, and move forward hand in hand. Wouldn't that be more beneficial than the 2 sisters being confined to developing within a single territory? Therefore, Chen Han really couldn't understand the purpose of this prop. Perhaps the only advantage is that after transforming into a hero, one can level up using the hero experience pool, while ordinary units need to accumulate experience through battles and work over time to increase their level. In this way, one's friend, the Lord, can have a peaceful and leisurely time. Chen Han initially thought this was an item that would definitely summon a hero unit, although to some extent, it was indeed guaranteed to summon a hero. I wonder if I'll get any special effects after upgrading. Use 1 upgrade opportunity to upgrade the hero summoning card? Sure. Upgrade successful. Item, Heart of a Hero. Rarity, Supreme. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1, Lord status. Effect 1, can convert any unit into a hero unit under your command. This seems even more useless. Chen Han let out a long sigh. If I had known earlier that it would be upgraded to this thing, I wouldn't have messed around with it. Last night, he spent a lot of effort in 5 hours to earn 3 upgrade opportunities. Now, this opportunity has been wasted, which is truly heartbreaking. However, when he saw that this item had a supreme rarity, a glimmer of hope welled up in his heart. Items of supreme rarity seem like they could be listed on the auction house to fool those clueless newbies. However, upon closer examination, most of the lords on the Yunza continent are at the 1st or 2nd tier level, and it seems difficult to extract much benefit from them. After careful consideration, Chen Han finally decided to price it at 20,000 Genesis crystals and open the negotiation channel, hoping to sell it for whatever price he could get. It's a supreme level rare item, so it shouldn't be too bad. Then, Chen Han took out a guard upgrade card. Would you like to use 1 upgrade opportunity to upgrade the Guardian promotion card? Sure. Upgrade successful. Item, Heart of a Guard. Rarity, Supreme. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1, Guard Roll. Effect 1, grants guards the abilities of designated high-level troop types. The range of selectable high-level troop types increases with the Lord's level. Seeing this, Chen Han's lips curled up slightly. He thought to himself, at least I've gained something this time. It's a bit annoying not being able to preview the upgraded effects, but at least I figured out something pretty good. All that remained in my inventory was a relocation order, which looked like it could be upgraded. Chen Han decided to save his last chance, since the City Relocation Order, once upgraded, should become the Advanced City Relocation Order and the Supreme City Relocation Order, and it wasn't time to use it yet. At this point, it was already 11:50 a.m. The orchards surrounding the number 1 territory of the Hongmeng Temple had been completely looted by the lizard men. Just then, a crisp system notification sounded in Chen Han's mind. This gathering yielded 300 Lord experience points. 1,000 Hero experience points. Congratulations, Lord! Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 8. Your territory has expanded. Finally leveled up. I thought we'd have to wait until the hero power rankings were released. Chen Han was in an exceptionally good mood. He quickly took out 3 primordial chi pills and swallowed them without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, 3 system notification sounds rang out in succession. Congratulations, Lord! Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Rank 9. Your territory has expanded. Congratulations, Lord! Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 10. Your territory has expanded. Congratulations, Lord! Your level has been upgraded to Tier 3, Stage 1. A new effect has been unlocked for your Lord talent. Territory expansion. Chen Han immediately felt a warm force sweep over his body like a tide, making him feel incredibly comfortable. At the same time, as Chen Han's level increased, Miao Kiki and Mia also successfully broke through to the 3rd stage, 1st level. Sensing a significant change in their own power, the 2 women instantly awoke. She rushed to Chen Han without even having time to put on makeup. He looked completely incredulous. Chapter 87, dominating the top 2 rankings. Master, brother! A clear shout rang out, followed by a sweet voice. Master, you've broken through to the 3rd rank? Mia shouted excitedly. Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he said softly, yes. His gaze swept over the 2 women, noticing their clothes were somewhat disheveled. He shook his head and said helplessly, speaking of which, you 2 should at least put your clothes on properly. Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki pouted and said coquettishly, it's nothing. We're all in the room anyway. Mia, standing nearby, quickly nodded in agreement, saying, yes, there are no outsiders here. Seeing how adorable the 2 girls were, Chen Han's face showed a hint of doting affection. He reached out and put his arm around their slender waists, and they sat down on the sofa together. Suddenly, a captivating fragrance wafted over. The aroma is fresh and pleasant, and intoxicating. Although Chen Han had grown accustomed to being around them, the fragrance still made him tremble with excitement, and he even began to doubt whether the ancient saying, one who lives in a room full of orchids will not smell their fragrance, was true. After taking a deep breath, Chen Han calmed himself down and then opened the system interface for Miao Kiki and Mia. Name, Miao Kiki. Combat Strength, 18,605. Race, Succubus. Identity, Hero. Level, Tier 3, Stage 10100,000. Talent, S rank. Skills, Bewitching Charm LV6, Succubus Wings LV6, Arcane Missiles LV7, Shadow of the Night LV3, Comet Spell LV1, Mana Drain LV3, Tornado LV1. Affiliation, Primordial Temple. Tornado LV1, active skill, deals wind attribute magic damage to enemies within range. Name, Mia. Combat Strength, 19,111. Race, Angel. Identity, Hero. Level, Tier 3, Stage 10100,000. Talent, S rank. Skills, Skywings LV6, Light Bullet LV6, Healing LV6, Light Shield LV6, Blessing LV5, Gravity LV4, Comet LV1, Holy Light LV2, Thunderstrike LV1. Affiliation, Primordial Temple. Thunderbolt Spell LV1, active skill, deals lightning magic damage to enemies within range. No wonder people say there is an extremely powerful power gap between the 2 classes. Without a specific benchmark, we really didn't know how big the gap was. Now, during the event, there is a combat power value as a standard for measurement. In addition, the Starry Flower Sea provides an extra boost to combat power, which has almost doubled. That's really awesome. Soon, amidst the 3 of them joking around, the time came to 11:59. Although there was still 1 minute before the first day's hero power rankings were announced, the chat room was already in an uproar. Many lords had already begun discussing and speculating about the rankings. I'm so excited. I wonder how big the gap is between me and the experts. The first day's hero power rankings won't reveal combat power, only the names of the heroes who made the rankings and their territories. What can you possibly glean from that? I estimate that the hero power rankings will also be dominated by the top 10 goblin kills from last night. After all, how could a hero kill so many goblin wolf riders if they weren't strong? I agree, I'm so envious. The big shots from the Hongmeng Temple should have 2 heroes in the top 10. 10 seconds left, I wonder if my hero can make it into the top 1000. I don't need rare items, I just want to see how strong my hero is. Soon, the hero power rankings were released. All the lords immediately opened the ranking list on the system interface. First place, Mia, Territory, Hongmeng Temple. Second place, Miao Kiki, Territory, Hongmeng Temple. Third place, by Mengru, Territory of White Wolf Huihui. Fourth place, Nangong Wudi, Territory, Dolua City, Dolua Continent. Fifth place, Xiu Luoyan, Territory of White Wolf Huihui. Sixth place, Aoki, Territory, Sky Sanctuary. Seventh place, Li Kailong, Territory, Sky Sanctuary. Eighth place, Emperor Shang, Territory, Dolua City, Dolua Continent. Ninth place, Asuna, Territory, Immortal Fox Realm. 10th place, Kelvin, Territory Dolua City, Dolua Continent. The moment the rankings were announced, the entire Yunza continent seemed to be paused, and all the lords stared wide-eyed at the interface in disbelief. Shock. Utterly shocking. All the lords gasped in shock, their hearts filled with endless astonishment and bewilderment. Prior to this, the top spots on the Goblin Kill leaderboard were occupied by the lords who were among the top kills, which was not surprising to everyone. After all, how could a hero kill so many Goblin Wolf Riders if he didn't have enough strength? However, that's precisely where the problem lies. 3 heroes from Dolua City and Dolua Continent have simultaneously made it into the top 10. This means, does it mean he has already broken through to the 3rd tier? Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? I'm seriously speechless. I haven't even broken through to the 2nd tier yet, and there are already people at the 3rd tier? How the hell did this happen? How can the leveling up be so fast? And why do I already have 3 heroes? What happened to the less than 1% chance of drawing a hero? How come 3 heroes are already on the list? This is truly heaven-defying. Is this the difference between me and a peerless genius? If you don't understand, just ask, why is it that a tier 3 hero's combat power is not as good as that of White Wolf Huihui and the heroes of the Primordial Temple? It's probably because I don't have enough experience to reach tier 3. The experience required to train 3 heroes is just too much. I was lucky enough to draw 2 heroes, but their levels haven't even surpassed mine yet. How come I, a mere tier 1, Dan 10, am matched with them? Compared to 3rd tier lords, I'm more curious about how the Primordial Temple cultivates its heroes. 2 heroes occupy the top 2 spots on the leaderboard, have some decency. Upstairs +1. This is outrageous. Yesterday we killed so many Goblin Wolf Riders, and today, damn it, 2 heroes are directly occupying the top 2 spots on the leaderboard. Chen Han's gaze slowly swept across the ranking list in front of him, finally landing on the very top. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he affectionately patted Miao Kiki and Mia's little heads. As expected. There was indeed no need to worry too much. Both of them were heroes with S-class talents, so their strength was naturally extremely formidable. With the added enhancement of the Lord's talent, it would be truly strange if we couldn't get into the top 2. Just as Chen Han was secretly sighing to himself. His system interface suddenly trembled slightly, and then a window suddenly popped up. The Lord of the Celestial Fox Realm has requested to add you as a friend. Chapter 88 The Celestial Fox Princess. Chen Han and the 2 girls looked at each other, their brows furrowed slightly, their faces filled with doubt and confusion. Master, is the Lord of this territory someone you know? I remember. Asuna, one of the Lord's subordinates, is ranked 8th on the hero ranking. This is how you use a friend request. Is this person a newbie lord or just plain stupid? Miao Kiki and Mia murmured in disbelief, as if they had witnessed something utterly absurd. In this endless void, to request to add other lords as friends, you need a legendary item called the friend token. Moreover, once the other party rejects or deletes you as a friend, the friend token will not be returned, and it will be wasted. Therefore, unless they are close friends in the real world or allies, people generally won't use friend tokens to add friends. Not to mention using a friend request on a complete stranger. However, such stringent conditions naturally come with many benefits after becoming friends. First, the geographical locations of both sides, the known locations of lords, and the movements of their troops will all be clearly marked on the map, allowing each side to keep track of the other's movements at any time, which is crucial for strategic planning and decision-making. Secondly, both parties will have a private chat room, which allows them to discuss strategies without having to communicate in public chat rooms or stay together. This ensures a high level of confidentiality and prevents anyone from knowing what is going on. Third, if the Lord Wars are to resume in the future, the probability of the two friends being teleported to the same continent will be greatly increased, and the distance between them will likely not be too far. Fourth, and most importantly, both parties can send resources to each other through the friend channel without having to personally deliver them to the other's territory. There are no handling fees, even if they are thousands of miles apart. Of course, these benefits are only part of the picture, not all of them. But for most lords, the benefits of establishing friendships are mainly these 4 points. With so many benefits, if we could add friends indefinitely, then there would probably be no need to fight lord battles. Accept, reject. Chen Han stared intently at the two options before him, a sense of doubt welling up in his heart. He knew very well that he had no friends in the Blue Star world, let alone a powerful backer. Therefore, this sudden friend request obviously could not have come from anyone in the real world. Chen Han seemed to have some recollection of this celestial fox realm. Yesterday, this territory ranked 10th on the kill leaderboard, and today at noon, a hero from this territory also entered the top 10 on the combat power leaderboard, making him a truly outstanding lord. Logically speaking, it's unlikely that such a person would be completely unaware of the effects of the friend's token. If you choose to accept, the exact location of your territory and the direction of your army's movements will be immediately revealed to the other side. Do you think we should accept this? Chen Han turned to Miao Kiki and Mia, seeking their opinions. After thinking for a moment, Miao Kiki said softly, "I'll accept it. I feel like it must be something urgent. If it's just a small matter, I would have tagged you directly in the chat room." Mia analyzed, "I also think it's acceptable to give it a try. Anyway, the movements of our territory should have already been discovered by the lords further away, so there's nothing to hide. We can just delete it later." Chen Han pondered to himself and felt that this was indeed not without reason. After all, he wasn't the only one capable of sending ninjas to other territories to gather intelligence. Among the lower tier units, the spy unit, apart from being slightly inferior to the ninja in combat ability, should not be too bad in terms of reconnaissance ability. In any case, he did not intend to hide anything when attacking various territories. Any fancy methods are meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Instead, let's see what this celestial fox realm is really up to. Yes, as you say. Without much hesitation, Chen Han decisively clicked the accept option. In an instant, 3 small blue dots suddenly appeared in the northeast area of the system interface map. Presumably, this is the distribution of power within the Immortal Fox Divine Realm, and the number is less than Chen Han originally imagined. Based on the map scale, the Immortal Fox Realm is approximately 3,300 kilometers away from the Primordial Temple. For second or third tier lords, this is already a considerable distance. Even if the Pegasus Knights didn't eat or drink, weren't hindered by anyone, and maintained their maximum flight speed the entire time, it would still take them several days to arrive. But obviously, that's impossible. Without this friend request, we probably wouldn't have met until the end of this Lord War. Thank you for accepting my presumptuous friend request. I am Tu Shanxue, the Lord of the Immortal Fox Realm, from Qingqiu. Less than 10 seconds after we added each other as friends, a message from Immortal Fox Realm appeared in the private chat interface. Chen Han and the two girls were slightly taken aback. Qingqiu? Isn't this the habitat of the Sky Fox clan, one of the rarer sub-races of the orcs? And her surname is Tushan, could it be? Are you a 9-tailed celestial fox? Chen Han asked directly. Yes. I am the 3rd princess of the Heavenly Fox clan. I have taken the liberty of adding you as a friend because I have a favor to ask. If you can grant my request, I will surely repay you handsomely in the future. Tu Shanxue didn't hesitate and stated her request directly after revealing her identity. Go ahead and say it. I happen to have a Supreme City relocation order on hand. May I move to the vicinity of your territory? Of course, I will never compete with you for any natural resources. Upon seeing this news, Chen Han and the two girls were filled with question marks again. What was the Fox Clan princess planning to do that day? Others complained that having too much surrounding territory will hinder development. You, on the other hand, actually came here to squeeze in and cause trouble. What do you want to do? Could it be that he's after my handsome looks again? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Han replied succinctly, "Give me a reason." Seeing that Chen Han did not refuse outright, Tu Shanxue breathed a sigh of relief. She took a deep breath and replied truthfully, "To be honest, my lord talent is to associate with powerful lords. As long as I can form an alliance with a lord stronger than me, the leveling speed of myself and all my units will increase significantly, and it will also bring you a lot of benefits. Boss, as you know, under the rules of territory wars, only adjacent territories can form an alliance. For the past 2 days, I've been considering whose territory to align myself with, until I saw you, the top player, reach the top of both the hero leaderboard and the kill leaderboard, and that's when I made up my mind. So, please help me out, boss. After the Lord War ends, as the third princess of the Heavenly Fox clan, I definitely won't treat you unfairly." At the same time, Tu Shanxue also sent over a set of screenshots of her various system interface information. Chapter 89, Climbing the Social Ladder. Name, Tu Shanxue. Race, Celestial Fox. Territory, Celestial Fox Realm. Level, Tier 2, Stage 5, 27,450,000. Popularity, 708. Hero, 1-2. Construction points, 1,000. Genesis crystals, 3,580. Territory area, 120,000 SQM plus 26,000 SQM occupied. Lord's talent, climbing the dragon and embracing the phoenix. Talent effect 1, when allied with a lord whose level is equal to or higher than your own, if the lord's level is no higher than your own by 10 ranks, you will receive an additional 80% of the lord's experience or hero experience gained by the lord. Talent effect 2, all units of a lord allied with you gain experience at a rate increased by 20%. Talent effect 3, all items produced in the territory of lords allied with you are increased by 20%. Talent effect 4, personal charisma plus 20%, loyalty of civilian units under command plus 20%. Territory assessment, self-sufficient. Items in hand, Pearphone X1, Celestial Fox Crown X1, Celestial Fox Skirt X1, Foxtail Grass X22, Starry Sky Staff X1, Lightning Arrow X106, Lamb Jerky X 1999, Beef Jerky X 2024. Current time, June 29, 200-114514 Void Calendar, 12:28 p.m. This screenshot was taken using the system's built-in function and cannot be modified or edited. A lord's talent is a lord's trump card. Tu Shanxue actually showed it to Chen Han without any reservation. Clearly, her current situation is not good, and she may even be in dire straits with nowhere to turn. These 4 talent effects are practically perfect support talents. I see. Chen Han instantly understood everything. The dependent lord talent of climbing the dragon and attaching to the phoenix is specifically explained in the Lord's Code of Conduct. Regardless of how the triggering conditions change, its essence remains the same. Lords with this talent find it difficult to develop independently. They are more suited to supporting roles. The stronger and faster the people who ally with her are, the faster she will level up. However, at the same time, possessing this talent also means that she is bound to be disliked. After all, once she becomes powerful enough, she is very likely to abandon her original host and choose to attach herself to another more powerful lord. She will never be your follower forever. In lord battles, a lord who is two-faced and opportunistic will inevitably become the target of everyone's attacks once his talents are exposed. That's why she didn't dare to seek someone to rely on in public chat rooms, but instead used the legendary item friend token to make private contacts. So, boss, would you be willing to mentor me? Seeing that Chen Han had not responded for a long time, Tu Shanxue asked anxiously. Seeing this, Chen Han continued to press, I remember that the Dolua city of the Dolua continent has already broken through to the 3rd rank, right? Why don't you go and attach yourself to it? Tu Shanxue quickly explained, to be honest, boss, I actually have 2 friend tokens. Before adding you as a friend, I sent a request to him, but it was rejected, so I turned to you instead. Chen Han nodded slightly, then asked, aren't you afraid I'll turn around and wipe you out? Tu Shanxue replied, I'm afraid, but I have no other choice. The Sky Sacred Domain's power has grown increasingly strong recently, and its lord comes from the Golden Eagle clan, who is our Heavenly Fox clan's sworn enemy. If he discovers my race, he will definitely hunt me down to the ends of the earth. So I can only gamble on you. After saying that, Tu Shanxue sent 2 more photos taken with her mobile phone. The first image shows information about the Lord of the Sky Sanctuary and his physical characteristics. With golden wings hanging from his back and golden feathers drooping to the ground, and a robust physique, he undoubtedly proved his identity as a member of the Golden Eagle clan. The second photo is a selfie of Tu Shanxue herself. The woman in the photo has bright eyes and white teeth, skin as smooth as jade, a beauty that could rival the most beautiful women in history, and stands gracefully tall. The images are almost identical to, or even surpass, those of human women taking selfies. Her long, snow-white hair cascaded over her fragrant shoulders, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. Her beautiful and charming appearance was in no way inferior to that of Miao Kiki and Mia, making people unable to help but be captivated by her. Paired with that pure white dress, and the heart-shaped petals that seemed deliberately attached to her chest, it almost perfectly embodies the word beautiful. Tu Shan Snow. Clearly, Tu Shanxue has decided to go all in and place all her hopes on the Hongmeng Temple. At the same time, she was also betting that the other party was a man. She hoped to use her beauty as a bargaining chip to gain his protection. Upon hearing this, Chen Han nodded in understanding. He had learned a great deal about the grudges and feuds between the various branches of the orc race in his high school classes. The hatred between the Sky Fox clan and the Golden Eagle clan, in particular, can only be described as irreconcilable. From this perspective, what Tu Shanxue said does seem to be true. After all, in the Lord's War, cleverly exploiting the conflicts between different races might increase one's chances of survival. At least that's what the higher-ups in the Education Bureau think, which is why they specifically included this content in high school textbooks. After careful consideration, Chen Han replied, "Okay, come over." "No problem." Immediately afterwards, a message popped up on the screen, "Okay. Thanks, boss. I'll go prepare right away. I'll teleport over in a bit." The message was accompanied by 3 tearful joy emojis and a heart emoji, showing Tu Shanxue's excitement and gratitude at that moment. It's clear she's been struggling with this for a long time. Chen Han closed the chat interface, looked up, and found himself facing the 2 women's resentful gazes. "Master, look at this Fox Spirit girl, she's so beautiful. And has such a great figure." Miao Kiki pouted slightly and complained with some dissatisfaction. "Master, should I go and tell Emily to make you a few more bowls of ginseng porridge?" Mia sighed softly and said gently. Chen Han looked at the 2 of them and quickly explained, "Don't look at me like that. Anyway, she doesn't want anything, and she can bring us a lot of buffs. She also promised to give us a lot of benefits after the Lord War. Such a good support, why not take it?" It must be said that, judging from her selfies, Tu Shanxue is indeed a stunning beauty. But Chen Han had lived through 2 lifetimes, so how could he easily agree just because the other party was pretty? Regardless of how much truth or falsehood Tu Shanxue's previous explanations were, the effects of her lord talent were undeniable. It can increase the experience and production of allied lords by 20%, which is estimated to include the production of Genesis crystals. With such a great support player, it would be a shame not to use him. "You may have used me as a tool, but haven't I used you as a tool too? You might make a fortune, but I'll never lose." "Hee, master, I was just teasing you. I'm not that petty." Miao Kiki blinked her big eyes and a playful smile appeared on her face. "I'm hungry, Sister Mia, let's go have lunch." "Okay." Mia smiled and replied. "Hey, you 2 could at least put on some outerwear." Chen Han shook his head helplessly, and then followed. Chapter 90: The Trading Post Frenzy. On the other side, Tu Shanxue closed the private chat interface. Fox seemed to have a heavy burden lifted from her shoulders, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Thank goodness he agreed, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do." "It worked. I told you to just send a selfie, it's much easier than rambling on and on." Upon witnessing this scene, Tu Shanxue's only human hero, Chanai, revealed a faint smile and quipped. Originally, Tu Shanxue had no intention of sending her selfie. The reason for doing this was entirely Asana's suggestion. Even the angles, smiles, lighting, clothing, etc., were all done according to Asana's wishes. However, to her surprise, this simple action brought about such a remarkable effect. Tu Shanxue shook her head with a wry smile and sighed helplessly. "Sigh, if the Lord of the Hongmeng Temple asks me to do that kind of thing, you'll have to come with me." Asana rolled her eyes playfully and retorted, "Anyway, you'll meet him sooner or later after you move the city, so what difference does it make if he knows what you look like beforehand? Besides, he might not even be interested in me." Tu Shanxue waved her hand, seemingly unwilling to continue the discussion, and said, all right, let's stop talking about it. We need to hurry up and prepare so that all the civilians and soldiers in the vassal territories can return to the main territory as soon as possible to prepare for the relocation of the city." Asana stretched and muttered, okay. You really know how to boss people around." What Tu Shanxue told Chen Han was entirely true. Her purpose in seeking Chen Han as her protector was indeed to escape the pursuit of the Lord of the Sky Sanctuary. However, she also held back and did not fully reveal the truth. The Lord of the Sky Sanctuary, Jin Yao, is a member of the Golden Eagle clan's noble family. In fact, he had already discovered her identity as a member of the Heavenly Fox clan. However, after witnessing Tu Shanshue's stunning beauty, Jin Yao immediately put aside the hatred between their races and longed to possess her and marry her as his concubine. As the princess of the Heavenly Fox clan, Tu Shanshue could never let go of her hatred for the Golden Eagle clan, let alone become a concubine for her enemy. However, due to the limitations of her own lordly talent, she must rely on other powerful lords to survive. With her strength as a second-tier, fifth-level lord, she can only bully first-tier lords at most. Against a second-tier lord, especially a lord like Jin Yao who has 1 foot in the third tier, there's no way you can win. Therefore, she began to look for various proud lords and choose to become their vassals. First, find a powerful patron to take shelter under, and use your lordly talents to grow rapidly. Secondly, they should wait for the right opportunity to establish good relations with other powerful lords and unite to attack Jin Yao's territory. Initially, Tu Shanshue planned to seek help from the renowned Gong Xiaowei. However, considering that she were both women, she worried that her figure and beauty would not be of any use, and that the relationship between the Skyfox clan and the White Wolf clan was not very friendly, so she gave up the idea. Later, she found Dolua Continent, Dolua City. But just as she had told Chen Han before, she was rejected before she even had a chance to add him as a friend. In the end, I chose the Hongmeng Temple, and it can be said that hard work pays off. In any case, as long as we can survive, it's all worth it. I wonder what kind of person the Lord of the Primordial Temple is. Tu Shanshue's cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured. Upgrading the Hongmeng Temple once grants 500 building points. Upgrade the Spirit Food Pavilion once 500 building points. Upgrading the Hall of Martial Gods once grants 300 building points. Upgrade Hongmeng Dragon Pool once 200 building points. Upgrade Hongmeng Danin Pavilion once 200 building points. Upgrade Starry Flower Sea once 5,000 building points. Upgrading 4 Crystal Veins once grants 2,000 building points. With nothing else to do, Chen Han's first thought was to upgrade all the main buildings to Tier 3, Stage 1. Of course, the Starry Flower Sea is only enough to upgrade to the second stage, Level 1. He had to admit that since advancing to Tier 3, he had been completely caught in a shortage of building points. Although the buildings upgraded with talent points are incredibly powerful, the number of building points required for each upgrade also increases significantly. Even after the Hongmeng Temple is upgraded to Tier 3, Stage 1, it can provide 300 building points per hour, which is still far from enough. Especially for totem buildings like the Starry Flower Sea, each upgrade from Tier 2 onwards requires 20,000 building points, and who knows how long it will take to reach Tier 3. The development speed is too slow. I wonder if the Hongmeng Ichi pill is still available for sale today. Thinking of this, Chen Han casually picked up today's Starflower from the Starflower Sea. He then slowly walked towards the Hongmeng Danin Pavilion and opened the system sales interface. Primordial Chaos Pill, 50,000 Creation Crystals. Rarity, Legendary. Effect, slightly increases combat power after consumption. Quantity, 1-1. Minor Rejuvenation Pill, 1 Creation Crystal. Rarity, Common. Function, can be used to treat injuries after ingestion. Quantity, 1,000. Rejuvenation Pill, 8,000 Creation Crystals. Rarity, Epic. Effect, slightly increases magical aptitude after consumption. Quantity, 3-3. The Hongmeng Danin Pavilion shop has refreshed its selection of 3 types of pills today, each of which looks very useful. Especially the Primordial Chaos Pill and the Rejuvenation Pill, their effects are truly heaven-defying. It's important to know that in any single-player game, items that can permanently boost attributes are extremely rare treasures. If you accidentally lose or sell your save file, you'll probably wish you could reload it from scratch. Moreover, we are now facing reality. Looking at the remaining 12 Void Crystals and more than 13,000 Creation Crystals in his backpack, Chen Han sighed helplessly. We absolutely have to find a way to earn some Creation Crystals. Damn it, 41 Void Crystals are simply not enough. If I had known, I would have placed a few hundred Void Crystals on that Dawn altar back then, and maybe I would have sold it by now. Today's exchange rate for Void Crystals and Genesis Crystals is 1:12555. How many crystals do you need to exchange, Lord? Exchange for 5 Void Crystals. Exchange successful. 62,775 Genesis Crystals have been transferred to your inventory. Please check. Should I spend 74,000 creation crystals to purchase 1 primordial chaos divine pill and 3 rejuvenation pills? Yes. Purchase successful. The system's voice had barely finished speaking when another system notification sound rang in the minds of all the lords on the Yunza continent. Congratulations to all surviving lords. Congratulations to the territory. The Primordial Temple has successfully refined an epic level elixir for the first time, triggering the random event Trading House Carnival. Important notes: this event will last for 1 week. During this period, all items listed on the auction house will only have a 1-hour public listing period, and all transaction fees will be waived. We urge all lords to take advantage of this event to expand their territories and develop their economies. Chapter 91: Methods of Making Money. Holy crap! Void Overlord, you wouldn't actually be after my handsome looks, would you? You've got exactly what I need. Chen Han was overjoyed and could hardly contain his emotions. The trading house's carnival event was a godsend for Chen Han at this moment. It can be said to be the random activity he urgently needs right now. The previous 3-day public notice period and the high handling fee of up to 20% were really daunting. The transaction fees are manageable. We can simply raise the selling price to make up for it. However, the 3-day public notice period was originally a rule established to ensure that lords who did not keep a close eye on the trading post would not miss out on some rare treasures. But for Chen Han, who desperately needed money, these 3 days of waiting felt like an eternity. He was afraid that by the time he got there, it would be too late. However, when Chen Han came to his senses, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. When did I refine an epic level elixir? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a young woman dressed as a Taoist boy with a layer of black ash covering her face excitedly running up to Chen Han inside the Hongmeng Danin Pavilion. She was one of the people Li Ergu had mentioned who most wanted to practice alchemy, and she had mastered alchemy to LV5, making her a true alchemy master. Clutching a wooden box tightly in her hand, she exclaimed excitedly, "My lord! We've forged something amazing." After saying that, she eagerly opened the wooden box. A pill with a bluish-green surface and a faint floral fragrance was presented to Chen Han. Item: herb pill. Rarity: epic. Usage requirements: First Order, First Section. Effect 1: restores all magic power. The effect will decrease significantly with continuous use, and the effect will decrease further above level 5. Refiner: Hongmeng Divine Palace. Vanilla pills? How are they made? Chen Han asked, puzzled. My lord! Didn't I tell you before? The bodies of those undead can be used as materials for alchemy. After repeated trials and explorations, using the flowers and herbs of the Cloudmarsh continent as a medium, we have finally refined this pill. The young woman explained excitedly. Upon hearing this, Chen Han's hand, which was about to reach out and pick up the pill, froze in place. Hearing the name of this pill, I originally thought it was made from various herbs, but it turns out it actually used the corpses of those undead. Ahem, I see. I didn't expect you guys could actually refine pills. Impressive. Chen Han concealed his surprise and praised. Your Highness is too kind. This is what we should do. The young woman responded modestly. Chen Han carefully caught the wooden box and asked with great interest, "Can this kind of pill be refined further?" The young woman nodded slightly and replied softly, "It's possible. Although we used up a lot of the undead's physical body during the previous attempts to refine them, the remaining materials are still enough to refine more than 100. Chen Han nodded in satisfaction. Then you can continue refining these herbal pills. If you need anything, just let me know. The young woman's face lit up with joy, and she bowed excitedly. Lord, you have upgraded the alchemy pavilion to the primordial elixir sound pavilion. The pavilion is fully equipped with all kinds of alchemy tools, making it perfect. We no longer need any other help. Since Lord is quite satisfied with these pills, we will continue our alchemy practice. Okay, go ahead. Looking at the herb pill in the wooden box that exuded a strong floral fragrance, Chen Han couldn't help but feel a strange sensation, even a slight nausea. It would be hard for anyone to imagine that this seemingly tempting elixir was actually made from the rotting flesh of the undead. As for whether or not to give it to the girls, the answer is undoubtedly yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Han immediately put the pill on the trading house, priced at 5,000 creation crystals. He didn't want to suddenly remember that they had once devoured the rotten flesh of the undead while he was putting on the stickers. Just imagining that scene makes you want to throw up your dinner from the night before. Look! The big shots from the Hongmeng Divine Palace have put out the pills they just refined. 5,000 Genesis crystals? That's outrageous. I don't even have that much in my entire fortune. Damn capitalists, they're such dogs. Anyway, the random event launched by the Hongmeng Temple this time is really awesome. I immediately took down all the items I listed 2 days ago. Yeah. I really have to thank the Hongmeng Temple boss this time. The 3-day public notice period and the 20% handling fee were just too good to pass up. I discovered a secret realm with an endless mode this morning, but unfortunately I only lasted half an hour. If I had this elixir, I feel I could have lasted another hour. What a pity. Chen Han's gaze swept across the chat room. Sure enough, everyone was discussing the vanilla pill enthusiastically. However, judging from the current situation, this elixir is clearly a luxury item. It will likely be quite difficult to sell them successfully. Chen Han pondered to himself that he still needed to find a more accessible item that could be widely used by all lords. For example, the weapons needed by lower-tier units. Yu Yunshan's territory seems to have abundant mineral resources. I wonder what new functions the forge will have after being upgraded with her talent. Build a forge 100 building points. Upgrade the forging workshop 21 times 1,500 building points. Architecture, forging room. Level, Tier 3, Stage 1. Durability, 40,000. Upgrade cost, 300 building points. Function, can consume ores to craft weapons and armor, grants a blacksmith team, and upgrading the building level will unlock better blacksmithing equipment, allowing the crafting of more types of weapons. Because he directly upgraded the forging workshop to the 3rd tier, level 1. The forge, which was originally only supposed to give away 1 blacksmith, was instead given away as a forging team of 6 dwarves. These 6 dwarf women all had mature appearances, were slightly short in stature, and had healthy wheat-colored skin. They are all dwarves, and their talents are the same as the recruited troops, all at level C or above. It is especially worth mentioning that their forging skills have reached a superb level of LV7 or above, making them a professional elite forging team. At this moment, they were standing respectfully at the entrance of the forge. The moment they saw Chen Han, they knelt down on one knee without hesitation and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Lord." Chen Han nodded slightly and cut straight to the point, asking, "What kinds of equipment can you forge?" One of the dwarf women raised her head slightly and replied firmly, "My lord. As long as we have enough materials and good equipment, we can make any equipment below the 5th tier." Chen Han nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. After all, there's not much point in making high-level weapons. On the continent of Yunza, I doubt there's a single lord or hero who would need it. Chapter 92: The Primordial Artifact Pavilion. Are you sure you want to spend 1 upgrade opportunity to upgrade the forge into the Primordial Artifact Pavilion? Just as Chen Han was about to click confirm, suddenly, several familiar figures appeared outside the barrier. Upon closer inspection, they recognized Yu Yunling, Yu Yunshan, and Faya as the 3 lords who had surrendered in the previous battle. They had naturally received Chen Han's orders to attend a small meeting held inside the Hongmeng Temple. However, when they saw the magnificent golden scene inside the protective barrier, almost all of them were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. Especially the Moon Clan sisters, their astonished expressions could almost be turned into memes. They unconsciously rubbed their eyes, then looked down at the simplified map they had drawn, and a sense of doubt arose in their hearts. Last night, when we attacked the Hongmeng Temple, although it was dark and our vision was greatly limited, we were still able to see clearly. But surely it's possible that we can't see all these glittering, golden buildings? Where am I? It should be the Primordial Chaos Temple, right? Strange, we shouldn't have gone the wrong way, right? The 3 girls looked at each other, completely bewildered. You've arrived. Come in. Hearing Chen Han's voice, he saw him slowly walk out of the barrier. Upon hearing this, the 3 beauties seemed to turn into emotionless machines, nodding stiffly and following Chen Han into the barrier with tense bodies. My mind went completely blank. Halfway there, Yu Yunling finally couldn't hold back any longer and voiced her question, "Lord. Lord, what exactly are these? The Primordial Guardian Array? The Hall of Martial Gods? The Spiritual Cuisine Pavilion? Where did all these buildings come from?" Faya and Yu Yunshan were the same, waiting for Chen Han to give them an answer with faces full of doubt and anticipation. Even lords of the 10th rank or higher might not be able to own such a building. Chen Han's lips curled into a smug smile. This was exactly the effect he wanted. They're just some low-end buildings, no need to make such a fuss. Low-end. Is this considered low-end? Before I reached the Awakening territory level, I visited our Elder's 16th tier territory, and I had never seen a building of this scale. The three girls were completely dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Especially now that they belong to the Hongmeng Temple, they can see detailed information about various buildings. This extra effect is probably more terrifying than even a level 20 building. That's absolutely outrageous. That's fucking insane. Chen Han smiled slightly and led the girls on a detour to the forge. He carried it on his back with one hand and waved it with a flourish. Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the forge into the primordial artifact pavilion? Sure. Upgrade successful. Architecture, primordial artifact pavilion. Level, Tier 3, Stage 1. Upgrade cost, 800 building points. Function, it can be used to craft weapons and armor by consuming ores. Upgrading the building level will grant access to better forging equipment, allowing for the creation of more types of weapons. Additional Effect 1, the original appearance of the building cannot be seen by anyone except the residents of its territory. Additional Effect 2, enables ore exchange, allowing you to exchange lower tier ores for higher tier ores. Additional Effect 3, greatly increases the rarity of forged equipment. In an instant, the forging workshop, which originally looked like a shady operation, was now completely enveloped in golden light. The light grew brighter and brighter, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Within the light, the forge began to change, slowly growing larger and larger. Finally, the light disappeared, and what appeared before everyone was a magnificent 7-story pagoda. The pagoda was magnificent and imposing, with all sorts of peerless divine weapons surrounding each level. These weapons gleamed with a cold light and exuded a chilling aura. They float silently in the air, like works of art, breathtakingly beautiful. Although it's just decoration, one glance at it gives you a feeling that makes you want to practice martial arts. Shock. Petrification. I'm totally confused. The girls were so shocked that they were completely speechless. On her beautiful face, her mouth was so wide open that an egg could fit inside. Damn it, they just wave their sleeves and leave without a trace. But you, with a wave of your sleeve, suddenly conjure up a magical tower? At that moment, the system notification finally rang in Chen Han's mind. Ding! Detected that the civilian unit FIA has fallen for you. Combat power plus 150%. This is a forging workshop? Are you sure we're using the same building system? After a long while, Yu Yunchang finally came to her senses and asked in a stammering voice. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Everything before her was completely beyond her comprehension. Chen Han smiled slightly. As you can see, this is the 3rd tier, 1st stage building the primordial artifact pavilion. This is amazing. My lord! Is this the legendary cheat code? Faya blushed with excitement, gripping Chen Han's hands tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. No wonder we lost so badly. Players who use cheat codes are really something else. Yu Yunling couldn't help but sigh, her tone revealing a hint of admiration and helplessness. Chen Han clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. All right. Your territories are still empty. Wait until we get back to be shocked. Come over here for a meeting first, and also get to know your fellow territories. Okay. The 3 women responded in unison. The content of the meeting was very simple. After all, the purpose of bringing them here was to give them a little shock and to let them have a girls' gathering with the girls in the territory. Now that FIA has triggered the power boost effect, that's enough. Chen Han instructed, by the way, Yunchang and Yunling, you two should arrange more manpower at the mine recently. It would be best to ensure that all the resources produced by the mine are collected every day and then transported over the next day. Yu Yunchang and Yu Yunling exchanged a glance and nodded to each other, clearly understanding Chen Han's intentions. With such a forge, coupled with the recent trading post extravaganza, this is undoubtedly an excellent business opportunity. If you can use or to forge a large number of rare-grade weapons and sell them at low prices, you can definitely make a fortune in this time when everyone is struggling financially. The primordial temple might really be taking off this time. Chen Han turned to look at Faya and asked, Faya, I remember there seems to be a mine to the west of your territory, right? Fia replied, yes. But someone has already started mining on the other side of that mine. It's a Tier 2, Stage 5 lord. Chen Han paused for a moment to think, then decisively issued the order, is someone mining? I will order the Pegasus Knights Legion to follow your command. You lead them around the mine, wipe out that territory in one fell swoop, and capture the lord alive and bring him to me. Yes, sir. After the meeting, the 3 girls left quickly, in less than 10 minutes. Sizzle. A dazzling white light suddenly appeared in the northern part of the territory of the Hongmeng Temple, accompanied by a violent tremor, like an earthquake, but it quickly subsided. You know it without even looking. Tu Shanxue has successfully moved the immortal fox realm here. Chapter 93. Tu Shanxue and Xiaonai. Miao Kiki looked out the window and muttered, "Master, it seems that Fox Spirit is here." Chen Han gently tapped Miao Kiki's head and advised, "Don't say that in front of her. She's our ally after all." Judging from its appearance, the development of Fairy Fox Realm does not seem to be particularly good. Although the level has reached Tier 2, Stage 5, the overall building level seems somewhat low. The defensive towers are all basic level 1, and there are only 3 of them. There are no other defensive structures. This shows that the heroes under Tu Shanxue's command must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, with his lordly talent of currying favor with the powerful and his weak defensive setup, he probably wouldn't even be able to pass the 7-day trial. About 10 minutes later, 2 graceful figures slowly emerged from the immortal fox realm, their figures elegant and graceful as they approached, finally stopping at the outer edge of the primordial temple, S-barrier. One of the beautiful figures is Tu Shanxue, who previously posted a selfie. In this era filled with beauty filters, many people can say they don't believe a single punctuation mark in a photo. But when Chen Han actually met Tu Shanxue in person, he found that her real appearance was even more beautiful and charming than in her selfies. Her face had a hazy, ethereal quality, like a fox spirit descended to earth, which made people fall in love with her. This beauty is not only reflected in her appearance, but also in the unique temperament she exudes. It was an ethereal quality that couldn't be described in a selfie, making you want to get closer to her and explore the secrets deep within her heart. Even someone like Chen Han, surrounded by beautiful women, felt he would never forget Tu Shanxue after seeing her for the first time. The feeling was like encountering a goddess of unparalleled beauty when you were just beginning to experience love, and an indescribable excitement welled up in your heart. Decades have passed, but the image of the goddess still occasionally appears in his memory, leaving him with endless aftertaste. Miao Kiki and Mia were equally stunned when they saw Tu Shanxue's stunning beauty. Is this the charm boost that comes from currying favor with powerful figures? That's amazing. It feels like a succubus bewitching a man. Chen Han was deeply moved. He finally understood why lords with this kind of talent were so popular. The charisma boost from this lord talent was simply too powerful. If she were to show herself and beg for an alliance from other lords, coupled with the lord talent that accelerates the development of allied lords, it would take an incredible amount of willpower to refuse her request for an alliance. Indeed, the saying "even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman" is truly authentic. Chen Han shook his head and began to carefully examine the other woman beside Tu Shanxue. Her sky blue hair was tied into 2 braids, fluttering freely in the wind. She wore a blue and white feather dress, paired with white fishnet stockings, making her look exceptionally beautiful and charming. She is 1.7 meters tall with a curvaceous figure, but has an adorable baby face. She had no features of any other race, and her slight smile and pure, innocent eyes exuded a vibrant beauty. Greetings, esteemed young master. I am Tu Shanxue, and she is my hero, Xiaonai. Thank you so much for agreeing to my request for an alliance. Tu Shanxue respectfully curtsied and said softly. Her gentle smile, coupled with the enhanced charm from her connections with powerful figures, made her absolutely stunning. Hello. I'm Xiaonai, the lord of the Hongmeng Temple. How are you? Asana also greeted everyone in a very lively manner. Asana. I am Chen Han, the lord of the Hongmeng Temple. These 2 are my heroes, Mia and Miao Kiki. It's not convenient to talk here, let's go inside. With a wave of his hand, Chen Han caused the Hongmeng Guardian Array to automatically open a large gate. Then, he led Tu Shanxue and Xiaonai to the makeshift open-air stone pavilion. To prevent the place from appearing too shabby, he specifically instructed the common people to pick some flowers and plant them around it, making it look like an ancient flower viewing pavilion. The reason why the 2 of them were not taken into the conference room on the first floor of the Hongmeng Temple was mainly because these buildings have special additional effects. Apart from the residents of the territory, no one can clearly see the original appearance of the building. The primordial temple and the Lord's residence are completely different in both appearance and internal spatial structure. No one knows what girls from other territories will see or what will happen when they enter. Therefore, it would be safer to have the conversation outdoors. However, Tu Shanxue did not think so after seeing the scene. As a member of the Skyfox clan, a branch of the Beastman race, she has a special affection for independence on nature. For Tu Shanxue, the freedom and vastness of the outdoors are more likely to stimulate her inner vitality and make her feel physically and mentally happy, unlike humans who prefer indoor decorations. Especially the Cecilia flowers that bloom all over the outside of this stone pavilion, which are among her favorite flowers. Even the tea served was one of her favorite teas. This thoughtful arrangement made her feel Chen Han's care and consideration, further deepening her impression of him. It could be said that the negotiation scene that Chen Han specially arranged for her was exactly the environment she had always dreamed of. Just who is this lord of the primordial temple? We've only just met, yet he knows my preferences so accurately. Does he possess some kind of prophetic or divination ability? Otherwise, how could he conduct such a precise investigation? While Tu Shanxue was shocked, a touch of warmth also welled up in her heart. Although the fact that the other party was investigating her behind her back made her feel like she was being spied on, and made her a little uncomfortable. But she and he had never met before, so it's only natural that others would investigate her background after she suddenly issued an alliance request. And while the investigation was underway, at least others treated her in her favorite way. It's obvious that this lord named Chen Han values her very much. Otherwise, how could he have both investigated her background and meticulously arranged such a scene in just 2 hours? Thinking of this, a slight blush appeared on Tu Shanxue's cheeks. Chen Han spoke first, saying, as expected of the princess of the Heavenly Fox clan, her appearance and temperament are indeed extraordinary. Tu Shanxue elegantly picked up her teacup, took a small sip, and replied, Lord Chen Han is indeed handsome and magnanimous. Even though we've never met, you're willing to trust a complete stranger like me. I'm truly flattered. Chen Han waved his hand and took out a contract from his spatial bag, placing it on the table. Since that's the case, then I won't waste any more time. This contract contains all my requirements for you. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, you can bring it up directly, and we can discuss it further. Chapter 94 Human Race. In the endless void, alliances between lords are not simply verbal promises. Instead, both parties need to sign a contract as a binding agreement. This contract was not drafted manually, but was automatically generated by the system interface. It details the terms that both parties must abide by and the liability for compensation in case of breach of contract. Since this alliance is based on the rules of the endless void, there is no possibility of falsehood or fraud. After Tu Shanxue received the contract, she and Xiaonai carefully studied every word in sentence. After 2.5 minutes of careful reading, only 2 words remained in their minds, that's it? In addition to the previously agreed upon conditions, such as Tu Shanxue not being allowed to collect resources from the surrounding area without permission, and needing to report any discovered resource points in secret realms to Chen Han in a timely manner. The rest are the most basic alliance agreement terms, without too many harsh requirements. Moreover, these terms are even more lenient than those of typical alliances, imposing almost no restrictions on them. Tu Shanxue, in particular, had a face full of confusion. When she first met Chen Han, she had already keenly noticed his fiery gaze. Originally, she thought she was destined to be deflowered tonight, and wouldn't be able to return to her own territory for some time. However, the reality was beyond her expectations. Chen Han had no such requirements whatsoever. Could my intuition be wrong? Or am I just imagining things? Tu Shanxue murmured softly. What's wrong? Are you unhappy with the contract? Chen Han smiled slightly and asked. No. It's nothing. Tu Shanxue's voice was slightly flustered. My only request is that if anyone attacks my territory, Lord Chen Han, you can lend a helping hand. Chen Han nodded slightly. I know that without you telling me. However, this whole area is actually my territories. Under normal circumstances, no one should be able to invade this place. You don't need to worry about security. Just focus on developing your territory. Tu Shanxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she said softly, Is that so? Thank you, Lord Chen Han. After some conversation, Tu Shanxue and Xiaonai returned to their territory together. Swear, that lord named Chen Han is a human. And a purebred human at that. On the way, Asana casually said something. Huh? A purebred human? Are you sure? Tu Shanxue was shocked. She asked incredulously, if it's a human, how could it not have any feelings for me? Tu Shanxue is not just a common believer, she truly has the qualifications to do so. Her beauty was among the most outstanding in the Celestial Fox clan, captivating all who beheld her. More importantly, her clan, the Celestial Fox, is similar to succubi, possessing an innate ability to charm the opposite sex. Even though the celestial fox has a fat head and big ears, it can still attract the attention of countless members of the opposite sex with its unique charm. Moreover, Tu Shanshua's appearance is absolutely stunning, and she also possesses a high charm bonus from Reward talent. Humans rank almost at the bottom among all the races in the heavens. Whether in terms of magical aptitude, physical fitness, lifespan, or resistance to various spells, they are at the lowest level. Only when they grow to the 10th rank or above can they barely catch up with the development pace of other races. If Chen Han were truly a pure human being, how could he not fall head over heels for her? Although Asana's information interface displays her as a human. But in reality, she is a hybrid of dragon and human. However, because the human parent was of a higher rank, she was judged to be of the human race by the rules of the Endless Void. After all, mixed race identity won't be displayed on the information interface. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to climb the hero power rankings at the second stage based solely on human bloodline. Asana's expression was incredibly firm. She solemnly said, "Yes. As you know, I am extremely sensitive to the aura of other races, but I can't sense any other race aura in this human at all. In fact, I would say that his aura is much purer than any human I have ever seen before." Tu Shanshue was utterly astonished and incredulous. How could this be? Chanai interrupted Tu Shanshue and continued, "Shuer, when you meet him recently, you must hide your alluring aura and not be too proactive. Chen Han's identity is probably far more complex than it appears." Tu Shanshue pondered for a moment, then nodded and replied, "I understand what you mean." Suddenly, Chanai changed the subject and said jokingly, "Shuer, you're lucky. You don't even have to be deflowered." Upon hearing this, Tu Shanshue's cheeks flushed red, and she immediately retorted angrily, "If I lose my virginity, you won't be able to escape either." On the other side. After watching Tu Shanshue and Chanai leave, Chen Han turned around and stepped into the Hongmeng Divine Weapon Pavilion without hesitation. The leading dwarf woman said respectfully, "My lord, you have arrived." Chen Han cut to the chase and asked, "How are you getting used to the equipment? Can we start forging weapons now?" The dwarf woman nodded confidently and replied, "My lord, no problem. Based on the materials you provided, we are confident we can forge several pieces of equipment of epic quality or higher." An epic level item? Chen Han opened the trading platform thoughtfully. The shop, which was originally full of items for the public announcement period, is now filled with a dazzling array of all kinds of items. Each page displays 50 props, totaling over 15,000 pages, and the number of pages continues to increase. Damn it, these lords must have put all their trash on the table, right? Chen Han muttered to himself. He carefully selected the options for epic rarity and equipment. Disappointingly, however, no lord has ever listed such equipment, not even one that is currently in the public listing period. After all, for a new lord, epic items are undoubtedly extremely powerful and can be regarded as a treasure to protect the lord in the early stages. To expect them to reluctantly part with their shares and sell them is simply wishful thinking. Chen Han shook his head helplessly and continued to select equipment of rare rarity or higher. This time, the number of pages was drastically reduced to a mere 3 pages. Moreover, each piece of equipment has been collected by more than 100 people, and the price is basically above 1,000 Genesis crystals. They'll probably only make up their minds to buy when they've saved enough money or successfully negotiated a reasonable price. It seems that crafting equipment is indeed worthwhile. I wonder what level of the primordial divine weapon pavilion is needed to guarantee the creation of epic or even legendary equipment. Chen Han muttered to himself, having a clearer plan for his future development. Chapter 95 Forging Weapons. Today's exchange rate for void crystals and Genesis crystals is 1:12555. How many crystals do you need to exchange, Lord? Exchange for 4 void crystals. Exchange successful. 50,220 Genesis crystals have been transferred to your inventory. Please check. Successfully purchased 66 pieces of mystic iron ore, totaling 330 Genesis crystals. Successfully purchased 102 pieces of brass ore, totaling 612 Genesis crystals. Successfully purchased 20 silver ore, total consumption 200 Genesis crystals. Successfully purchased 5x crimson gold ore, total consumption 500 Genesis crystals. Chen Han began frantically purchasing all kinds of ores from the trading house. His goal is clear: as long as the price isn't too outrageous, he will not hesitate to buy it at a fixed price, skipping even the bargaining step. After all, the Hongmeng Divine Weapon Pavilion has the capability to manufacture equipment of rare grade or higher. Even in the worst case scenario, a single piece of equipment can sell for several hundred Genesis crystals. Moreover, if you're lucky enough to craft some equipment with powerful additional effects, it might even sell for thousands of Genesis crystals. Based on a rough estimate and the price of ore in the trading house, the average cost of each piece of equipment is only about 50 Genesis crystals. Of course, epic level equipment requires a large amount of high grade ore, and the cost may be between 500 and 1000, but such a cost is still relatively low. If it were priced at 10,000 Genesis crystals, that would be nearly 10 times the profit. Only a fool wouldn't do it. Over time, the massive sweep of ore on the trading post caused a huge uproar in the chat room. Holy crap! My newly listed gold mine was snapped up in seconds after the public listing period ended? Who's got that much money? Isn't red gold or a rare mineral? Using such a luxury item to forge equipment, does that mean you're confident you can create equipment of rare grade or higher? The 1000 black iron ore I put up for sale have also been sold. It feels like the same group of people bought them all up. I just did a rough calculation, and the ore reserves on the trading post are worth at least 50,000 creation crystals. Where the hell did all these creation crystals come from? Did several lords buy them together? I have a feeling it's the same person. He seems to only buy the cheapest ores. Could it be that some random event is about to start? Is that why they're hoarding ore like crazy? Aren't we supposed to be able to mine dozens or even hundreds of these junk ores every day? All the lords on the Yunza continent were completely dumbfounded. They simply couldn't understand why such a mineral that could be mined every day would be completely wiped out. Many lords originally harbored the noble aspiration of crafting rare equipment in exchange for creation crystals. However, things didn't go as planned. Almost all the equipment that was crafted was only of ordinary grade. The pile of blank junk obtained during the lottery was completely ignored, and the quality of these items forged by low-level forges was even worse than that junk. In comparison, selling the ore directly is more cost-effective. Seeing that some people were starting to buy up goods, many lords also began to have their own ideas. The price of the Xian iron ore, which was originally 5 Genesis crystals each, has been doubled to 20 Genesis crystals each. Faced with such an unreasonable price, Shen Han naturally had no intention of buying it. He's not the victim or the sucker, so how could he let these scoundrels get away with it? Time passed second by second. Finally, an hour later, the first weapon was successfully forged. My lord, this weapon cost a total of 10 black iron ores and 10 dark iron ores. Please take a look. The dwarf woman respectfully presented a long, silver-white spear. Under the firelight of the Hongmeng Divine Weapon Pavilion, the spear shone with a mesmerizing light. Its exquisite appearance and superior quality gave it a tough yet sharp feel. Weapon, black iron spear. Rarity, rare. Equipment requirements, Tier 1, Stage 5. Equipment Effect 1, automatically learns the skill Gunnery LV1. Equipment Effect 2, increases attack by 15%. Creator, Hongmeng Temple. Not bad. To be able to create such excellent equipment with only 60 Genesis crystals as the cost. Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. He quickly hid the maker's information for the black iron spear and then put it on the trading house without hesitation. This spear is priced at 600 creation crystals, which is fair and reasonable, and offers excellent value for money. You might make a killing, but I'll never lose. Sure enough, in less than a minute, I received more than 30 counteroffer messages and added more than 100 new favorites. Keep in mind that 600 Genesis crystals are equivalent to the cost of just 6 lottery draws. Even if you manage to draw rare grade equipment, its stats might not be as good as this weapon. After all, this weapon is a rare grade piece of equipment with added gun skills, and it is extremely rare on the market. Of course, most importantly, this weapon is affordable. The rare equipment displayed by other lords, which they obtained through lotteries, were things they themselves were reluctant to use in the early stages of development. Naturally, they would sell them like treasures, with prices starting at 800 Genesis crystals. Now, you can buy such a decent weapon for just 600 Genesis crystals. You can definitely make a profit even if you resell it. As expected, the 1-hour public notice period had just ended. This weapon was instantly snapped up by numerous lords who rushed to place orders and participate in a lottery for its purchase. Finally, a minute later, the weapon fell into the hands of a second-tier, second-stage lord. He was thrilled and immediately shared it in the chat room to show off. The mysterious iron spear. Ha ha ha. I got it. Damn it. It's not mine. Brother, are you selling the Xin Tai spear? I'm willing to offer 800 creation crystals. Let's make a specific deal. I'm offering 1,000, nobody can take it from me. No way. I finally managed to get my hands on a weapon with a skill attached, I'm not selling it. I've never learned any gun skills before, I'm counting on this to make me a force to be reckoned with. Humph. Don't let me find out where your territory is. I'll wipe you out and take it anyway. Holy crap. Everyone, look at the auction house. Someone's listed 3 weapons again. They've even listed epic level equipment. This was accompanied by a reminder from one of the lords. All the lords in the chat room closed the chat room and opened the trading post interface. Chapter 96. The heavy sword has no edge. Weapon, Shin Tai longsword. Rarity, rare. Equipment requirements, Tier 1, Stage 5. Equipment Effect 1, automatically learns the skill swordsmanship LV1. Equipment Effect 2, increases attack speed by 15%. Price, 600 Genesis crystals. Equipment, brass round shield. Rarity, rare. Equipment requirements, Tier 1, Stage 8. Equipment Effect 1, 10% chance to block all damage received. Equipment Effect 2, damage taken 10%. Price, 600 Genesis crystals. Weapon, silver spear. Rarity, rare. Equipment requirements, Tier 1, Stage 10. Equipment Effect 1, equipment weight 30%. Equipment Effect 2, automatically learns the skill gunnery LV1. Equipment Effect 3, damage against undead enemies plus 50%. Price, 800 Genesis crystals. Weapon, Crimson Gold Overlord Halberd. Rarity, epic. Equipment requirements, Tier 2, Stage 1. Equipment Effect 1, increases attack by 30%. Equipment Effect 2, automatically learns the skill gunnery LV2. Equipment Effect 3, automatically learns the skill Overlord LV1. Equipment Effect 4, equipment weight plus 25%. Price, 12,000 Genesis crystals. Shock. Utterly shocking. At this moment, all the lords of Yunza continent were completely dumbfounded. Holy crap. An epic weapon. Could this be the same person who sold the Shin Tai spear before? The Crimson Gold Overlord Halberd. Holy crap, could it have been forged from my Crimson Gold ore? Holy crap. Don't scare me. Does this mean someone can forge epic level equipment now? I must have won it in a lottery, right? Damn it, a Tier 3 lord can forge epic level equipment? I'm going to have diarrhea while doing a handstand. Speaking of which, have you guys noticed? The few pieces of equipment that were just put on the market all seem to be related to the ore that was immediately swept away. They might actually have been crafted right away. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've already upgraded my forge to Tier 2, level 10, and I've been forging equipment non-stop for the past 2 weeks. I've only managed to forge one rare grade item, and it's the worst black iron sword ever. You're telling me that someone can casually forge 4 rare grade items? And 1 epic grade item? Are you kidding me? I agree with the comment above. Even a 10th tier forging workshop can't guarantee that it can forge epic level equipment. The highest lord in Yunza continent right now is only 3rd tier, how could they possibly forge epic level equipment? Who cares if it's forged or not? I'll take this Crimson Gold Overlord Halberd. Wow, you're so rich upstairs. I'm a fairy princess, how about you consider taking me in as your sugar daddy? The lords were all discussing it animatedly, and the chat room was unusually lively. Their conversation almost entirely revolved around whether the newly released equipment was truly forged by the lord. Although some people thought it was possible, the vast majority of lords still insisted that it was impossible. After all, how could someone with only 2nd or 3rd tier strength possibly forge epic level equipment? This is absolutely unbelievable. However, as time went by, these lords began to be mercilessly slapped in the face by reality. Weapon, Shin Tai heavy sword. Price, 600 Genesis crystals. Weapon, black iron cavalry lance. Price, 600 Genesis crystals. Weapon, brass longbow. Price, 600 Genesis crystals. Weapon, silver axe. Price, 700 Genesis crystals. Weapon, crimson blade. Price, 1000 Genesis crystals. Weapon, black iron shortbow. Price, 500 Genesis crystals. In less than 3 hours, a dozen or so rare grade equipment items were put up for sale. Even more surprisingly, judging from the names of these items, they do seem to be products forged using various ores. While everyone was still reeling from the shock, another epic weapon quietly went on sale. Weapon, heavy sword with no edge. Rarity, epic. Equipment requirements, Tier 2, Stage 1. Equipment Effect 1, increases attack by 50%. Equipment Effect 2, deals additional blunt damage with each attack. Equipment Effect 3, equipment weight plus 250%. Equipment Effect 4, automatically learn swordsmanship LV2. Equipment Effect 5, automatically learn staff technique LV2. Price, 15,000 Genesis crystals. At this moment, all the lords were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Those arrogant lords who had just been so confident that it was absolutely impossible for something to be forged now felt a burning pain on their faces, as if they had been slapped hard across the face. This isn't just a slap in the face, this is a brutal beating. The heavy sword has no edge. It is a peerless divine weapon that countless powerful races dream of. It represents unparalleled power and majesty, inspiring awe and fear. Especially in the lower tiers, the great sword without edge is definitely the ultimate epic weapon that all strength-based players dream of. However, what was unexpected was such an unparalleled divine weapon actually appeared on the Yunza continent, which only possessed second or third tier territories. That's absolutely outrageous. 15,000 creation crystals. I really want them. Holy crap. Who sold this weapon? Reply to this message and give me 16,000 Genesis crystals. Don't sell it to him. I'll take it for 17,000 Genesis crystals. I'm offering 17,500 Genesis crystals. Please, someone sell it to me. My hero is a demon, and this weapon is perfect for him. Sky Sanctuary, I am willing to offer 25,000 creation crystals to buy it. I urge the seller, heavy sword without edge, to show up after seeing this message. Designate me directly. As soon as this sentence appeared, the entire chat channel fell silent. After seeing the words of the bigwig from Sky Sanctuary, many lords shut their mouths. Who is the lord of the Sky Sanctuary? On his first day in Yunza continent, he defeated a tier 2 lord in just 40 minutes, becoming the third-ranked goblin scourge on the kill list. 2 of his heroes even made it into the top 10 of the hero power rankings at noon today. Such strength is beyond the reach of other lords. To challenge such a powerful lord is like asking for an easy death. However, despite the rare occurrence of the Lord of the Sky Sanctuary speaking up, no one responded to him. This inevitably sparked much speculation, with people guessing who the seller of the heavy sword with no edge might be. Chapter 97. You want to buy it for free? Tell me, who forged this weapon? Could it have been forged by a powerful figure from the Hongmeng Divine Temple, or by the powerful Gong Shelwi? It's unlikely. Resources are limited in the early stages. Since they're so strong, they must be investing a lot of resources in training heroes and troops. Where would they find the time to forge weapons? That's absolutely right. We're in the early stages of territory development right now. Those focused on commerce should concentrate on commercial buildings, and those focused on military strength should concentrate on military strength. Trying to develop in all directions would definitely backfire. That's right. And since these 2 big shots have already demonstrated such strength, there's absolutely no way they would sell a weapon of this caliber as the heavy sword without edge. They'll wait until they have all the good equipment before they sell it. Who on earth could forge such a weapon? They must be from the Western Business Alliance, right? I heard that there are already more than 20 lords there who have formed a business alliance. Forging an epic weapon isn't something that can be accomplished simply by having more people. Chen Han glanced at the chat room and couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. He originally thought that the heavy sword without edge was just an ordinary epic level equipment. But now it seems to be more valuable than I imagined. 25,000 Genesis crystals? Chen Han muttered to himself, this is almost the price of a trash legendary weapon, right? And the cost of making this equipment is less than 500 Genesis crystals, but it can now sell for 25,000 Genesis crystals. That's pretty amazing. Realizing the immense value of this equipment, Chen Han did not hesitate to remove the heavy sword without edge from the market and sold it to Sky Sanctuary for a high price of 25,000 creation crystals. It is worth mentioning that if the 2 lords conduct a designated transaction through the trading post, the Endless Void Society specially opened a private chat room for the 2 lords. However, the buyer does not know the seller's specific information. Because once the seller's identity is known, the buyer might use a relocation order to attack the seller. I'll wipe you out completely and have a free purchase event. Therefore, the Endless Void has indeed done an excellent job in protecting the rights and interests of weak lords. Chen Han had just traded the heavy sword without edge to Sky Sanctuary, when he immediately received a private message from them. Greetings, Your Excellency. I am Jin Yao, the Prince of the Golden Eagle Clan and Lord of the Sky Sacred Domain. May I ask your honorable surname? Upon hearing this, Chen Han frowned slightly. This Jin Yao gave him a strange feeling, as if he had ulterior motives. My name is Kai Kuan, and I come from the Chicken Royal clan. What brings you here? Chen Han responded calmly. So it's Lord Kai Kuan. Thank you so much for designating this transaction. This weapon is a perfect match for my hero. On behalf of the Golden Eagle clan, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you once again. Jin Yao's words reveal great enthusiasm and sincerity. It's a small matter, it's a win-win situation for both of us. Chen Han responded politely. Your Excellency is truly generous. I admire you immensely. Jin Yao continued typing. All right. There's no public notice period for designated transactions. If there's nothing else, I'll log off now. I have other things to take care of. Just as Chen Han was about to close the chat interface, Jin Yao suddenly sent a series of messages, trying to maintain contact with Chen Han. Etc. Sir, please wait a moment. I have a few more questions I'd like to ask you. Just say what's on your mind. Chen Han replied calmly. Jin Yao took a deep breath and quickly typed out a few lines. Your Excellency. May I ask where your territory is located? Since you are able to forge epic-level weapons, it will inevitably attract the covetousness of other lords. You must have heard of my territory, right? I'm third on the Goblin Kill leaderboard, and 2 of my heroes are also in the top 10 of the combat power rankings. On the Cloud Marsh continent, our strength is definitely among the top 3. To be honest, I have just broken through to the 3rd tier, 1st stage, and recruited a large number of troops, but they are still using the lowest level of ordinary weapons. If you are skilled in forging rare weapons, I would like to purchase them all. To allow you to focus on production, I am willing to relocate my city to a location near your territory, providing you with comprehensive protection. What is your opinion? Chen Han rolled his eyes as he looked at the series of messages. Could it be that Jin Yao is an idiot? They actually dared to so blatantly write "I want to buy for free" on their faces. Do they really think everyone else is illiterate? No need, do you still want it? If not, I'll cancel the listing and put it on the trading platform. Chen Han promptly typed a reply. Wait. Yes, of course I want it. But I'm still short a few creation crystals. Could you wait a few days? I'll have enough if I sell what I have. Jin Yao replied eagerly. Chen Han sighed, thinking to himself, finding a sucker isn't so easy after all. This Jin Yao probably doesn't want to pay this money at all. But since I know the value of this thing, I'll just set it at 25,000 and slowly lower the price. Thinking of this, Chen Han continued typing in reply, since you don't have enough money right now, I'll just put it in the trading house first. Wait. Your Excellency. I can raise the money tonight. Give me a little more time. Jin Yao had just sent the message when he immediately received a system notification. Message failed to send, the recipient has cancelled the designated transaction. Holy crap, Lima. Jin Yao was furious and immediately opened the trading hall in the system interface. As expected, the weapon pane for the designated transaction had disappeared. Instead, a heavy sword with no edge appeared in the public area, priced at 25,000 creation crystals. Looks like we failed. The other side is very cautious. They haven't revealed any information. I suspect even the name Kai Kuan is fake. Beside Jin Yao, a burly black man who was 2.5 meters tall frowned and spoke. Damn it, you son of a bitch, don't let me find out where you are. I'm not done with you. Jin Yao angrily smashed the wooden table in the mansion, roaring with bloodshot eyes. His heart was filled with anger and resentment. His carefully planned scheme was easily seen through by the other party, and he ended up in such an embarrassing situation. Unexpectedly, the prestige of the Sky Sanctuary couldn't suppress an ordinary lord. In fact, just as Chen Han had guessed, Jin Yao never intended to spend 25,000 creation crystals to buy such a weapon. Instead, she planned to ask Chen Han for his location and then have a free purchase. He also wanted to take control of Chen Han and have him forge various rare weapons for him. Chapter 98 Buying with a Loan. The tall, dark-skinned man next to Jin Yao is named Li Kailong, a hero from the giant race. He was known for his immense strength and mastery of various massive weapons. With the addition of the divine weapon, the heavy sword without edge, his combat power rating will definitely increase significantly. Li Kailong's combat power ranked only 7th in the midday settlement rankings because he had not yet broken through to the 3rd tier and had not drawn a suitable heavy weapon. Therefore, he can only use a basic, unskilled greatsword at this point. But now, once he is equipped with the heavy sword Wufeng, his combat power will surely double. With the added power boost from the 3rd tier, becoming the number 1 hero on the combat power ranking is a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Jin Yao hurriedly opened the chat room. "Hey buddy who just sold the heavy sword without edge, point me out again. I have something to discuss with you in detail. Dude, are you still there? It's really urgent. Let's talk this out. I really want this weapon." I saw that the Lord of the Sky Sanctuary had sent several messages in a row. The lords were also completely bewildered. What's going on? Didn't the big spender who just sold the heavy sword no edge relist it and make it his exclusive? Why is he suddenly chatting in the public channel again? Brother, your information is outdated. Didn't you see that heavy sword without edge is listed on the trading house again? Huh? What's going on? Aren't designated transactions supposed to be exempt from the public notice period? I reckon the negotiations fell through. The Lord of the Sky Sanctuary offered 25,000 creation crystals specifically for him, but he just wanted a one-on-one private chat channel to negotiate the price individually. Many lords use this method. After all, if you bid too low in the public channel, the seller might not even bother with you. Holy crap! There's actually this method. I've learned something new. Hey buddy upstairs, watch your mouth. You might get targeted. What's there to be afraid of? I'm just stating the facts and analyzing the situation rationally. The seller shut down the bargaining channel. What a rip-off. At first, I could try my luck with 15,000 Genesis crystals, but now I have to spend an extra 10,000. If you can't afford that idiot, don't buy it. Exactly. I thought the Lord of the Sky Sanctuary was so rich and powerful, but it turns out they negotiated the price down to less than we offered. What bad luck! That's hilarious. Jin Yao stared wide-eyed at the screen, his anger erupting like a volcano. The Lord's relentless insults enraged him to the point of almost losing his mind. If it weren't for the fact that he really had no more creation crystals, he would have bought a bunch of relocation orders without hesitation and wiped out these idiots in one fell swoop. However, anger is anger. The Lord who wields the heavy, unsharpened sword doesn't seem to have any intention of being removed from the game. Once this opportunity is missed, who knows if we will ever see this weapon again in the future. Thinking about this, Jin Yao's mood grew even heavier. My lord, do you still wish to continue with the loan? The heroine Aoki beside him asked cautiously. Jin Yao did not answer, but silently took out a card that emitted a brilliant golden light from his spatial bag. Item, Endless Void Credit Card. Rarity, Legendary. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1, Lord Status. Effect 1, Genesis Crystal loans are available, and the loan amount will increase as the Lord's level increases. Lord's current level, Tier 3, Stage 1. Interest, 2% per day. Loan amount, 100,000 Genesis Crystals. Loan amount already paid, 65,600 Genesis Crystals. First repayment date, July 1st, 200-114514 Void Calendar. This kind of endless void credit card isn't something you can just get from any bank. It is a true legendary item, obtainable only through lotteries, settlement rewards, ranking rewards, and other means. Gong Shelwi was able to level up to the 3rd tier lord so quickly entirely thanks to the 10 sycophants in the White Wolf clan who helped her gain experience. As for the Lord of Dolua City in the Dolua continent, although he has also broken through to the 3rd tier lord, he is not actually that strong. He only seems particularly powerful because he has a lord talent that allows him to level up quickly. The background and strength of the Lord of the Hongmeng Temple are currently unknown. Jin Yao was able to keep up with these prodigies thanks to the credit card he won in the lottery. This card gave him an extra 100,000 creation crystals out of thin air, naturally making his development speed much faster than others. The only problem is that at least 1/10 of the loan must be repaid on the 1st of each month, and the interest is very high. The next repayment date is July 1st, which is the day after tomorrow. If you want to buy the heavy sword without edge, including interest, you'll need to pay back about 15,000 Genesis crystals. Would you like to apply for a loan for 25,000 Genesis crystals? Jin Yao gritted his teeth, determined to fight for the supreme level item reward for being number 1 on the combat power ranking, and also to stabilize the current situation. You'll regret buying it for 3 days, but you'll regret not buying it for 3 years. Yes. Loan successful. 25,000 Genesis crystals have been transferred to your inventory. Please check. Seeing this, Aoki shook his head helplessly. I have a somewhat worrying feeling about the future. The 1-hour public notice period ended quickly. With a price tag of 25,000 Genesis crystals, not many lords could afford to pay that much. So, unsurprisingly, it was ultimately won by Jin Yao. Name, Li Kailong. Combat power, 4,709. Race, Giant. Identity, Hero. Level, Tier 3, Stage 10100,000. Talent, a level. Awesome. My combat power jumped from just over 3,000 to 4,709 in an instant. This boost is amazing. I can definitely climb to the top of the hero combat power rankings with ease. Supreme weapon, here I come. Seeing that Li Kailong's combat strength had been greatly improved, the gloom in Jin Yao's heart instantly dissipated. The hero power rankings will be settled at noon 2 days from now, while the credit card loan repayment deadline is 11 p.m. 2 days from now. If they can find a supreme grade weapon suitable for Aoki or Li Kailong, then they can sell the epic grade weapon they have. Even if he gets unusable weapons or items, he can still borrow nearly 10,000 Genesis crystals and use the 2 days to participate in the trading post carnival. He should be able to earn enough Genesis crystals to repay the loan. By the time the loan is repaid on August 1st, the supreme level item should be able to be sold. After deducting interest, it is estimated that hundreds of thousands of Genesis crystals can still be earned. Thinking of this, Jin Yao couldn't help but smirk. Chapter 99. This wave of profits is incredible. Sudden. While browsing the trading platform, Jin Yao discovered something extremely unusual. Item, Heart of a Hero. Rarity, Supreme. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1, Lord status. Effect 1, can convert any unit into a hero unit under your command. Price, 20,000 Genesis crystals negotiable. Number of people who have collected this, 502. This thing, no one's buying it? Jin Yao frowned slightly, muttering to himself, a hint of doubt in his eyes. It seems that some clues have been discovered. After all, they are all striving for the development of their territory, so what difference does it make whether they are hero units or not? Can guard units and civilian units be used differently? This was the thought in the minds of almost every lord, and Jin Yao was no exception. However, he is now a 3rd-tier lord. But he currently only has 2 heroes under his command. Instead of gambling on the Genesis Crystal Lottery with its less than 1% chance of winning a hero, where there's no guarantee you'll get a hero with exceptional talent, it would be better to capture other lords with strong combat talents, use this thing to turn them into your heroes, and bind them tightly to your territory so that they can never betray you. Wouldn't that be a safer approach? Thinking of this, the image of a white-haired fox demon involuntarily appeared in Jin Yao's mind. Tu Shanxuan not only possesses a stunningly beautiful appearance, but her powerful auxiliary magic is also astonishing. She is also adept at handling political and military affairs, and is fully capable of fulfilling the important position of Lord Secretary. Moreover, her hero Asana once ranked among the top 10 heroes, which shows how powerful she is. Besides, there's a saying that goes, when there's work to be done, the secretary does it when there's nothing to do. Capturing Tu Shanxue and making her your hero is equivalent to gaining her hero, Xiaonai. Even though the Golden Eagle clan and the Skyfox clan have a long-standing feud. But after becoming her own hero, Tu Shanxue shouldn't be so desperate as to take herself down with her, right? Just then, several system notifications suddenly rang in Jin Yao's mind. Congratulations on successfully selling the rare grade equipment soft spiked leather armor on the auction house. The transaction price was 1080 Genesis crystals, with 0 Genesis crystals deducted as a transaction fee. 1080 Genesis crystals have been transferred to your inventory. Please check. Congratulations! You have successfully sold an epic item, a city relocation token, on the auction house. The transaction price was 3,666 Genesis crystals, with 0 Genesis crystals deducted as a transaction fee. 3,666 Genesis crystals have been transferred to your inventory. Please check. Is this what they call a pillow delivered when you're sleepy? Jin Yao's face lit up with ecstasy, his mouth gaped wide, and he let out a hearty laugh. Without hesitation, he borrowed all the remaining credit limit of over 10,000 yuan from his credit card. As for the loan repayment 2 days later, Jin Yao didn't care at all. Anyway, once we conquer Tushanshua's territory, we'll definitely be able to recover some health. As for the remaining deficit, it can be easily resolved by destroying a few more territories. The remaining lords have almost all broken through to the second tier. Destroying the territory of a second-tier lord can yield a considerable amount of creation crystals. Upon seeing this, Aoki was startled and quickly said, "Lord, what are you doing?" However, Jin Yao didn't give her a chance to speak at all. Without hesitation, he immediately spent 20,000 creation crystals to bid for the heart of a hero. They weren't even bothered to haggle over the price, afraid that someone else would snatch it up first. At the same time, Jin Yao gave an order to his attendant, "That damned woman Tu Shanxue is probably determined to die rather than submit, so there's no need to wait any longer. Pass on my order to assemble the army and attack too." Before he could finish speaking, a spy rushed into the lord's mansion in a panic. He knelt down in front of Jin Yao with a thud. He gasped for breath for half a minute before finally catching his breath. With a look of panic, he reported, "Lord, my lord, something terrible has happened. Tu Shanxue, she used the relocation order to escape 3 hours ago. As for where she escaped to, we haven't found her territory yet." It was 10 p.m. that night. Chen Han's gaze was fixed on the nearly 120,000 creation crystals on the system interface. The corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up several degrees, and an indescribable excitement welled up in his heart. That was fucking awesome. He couldn't help but shout in his heart. For void crystals were exchanged for more than 50,000 Genesis crystals, while the purchase of ore only cost about 30,000. This means that his sales revenue reached 100,000 units in the afternoon alone, solely from selling various weapons and props. This is absolutely a wave of people getting incredibly rich. Moreover, the ore purchased this afternoon, plus the stock mined every day thereafter. It's estimated that during the next 6 days of the trading market frenzy, he'll be able to list a batch of rare weapons every day. Although the surge in the number of rare weapons may lead to a continued decline in prices. However, this will not have a significant impact on profits. After all, each draw requires 100 Genesis crystals, and the probability of drawing a rare weapon has already kept the price of rare weapons and equipment at a relatively stable level. It can't go much lower. A rare weapon made at the cost of 50 Genesis crystals should be sold for 500 or 600 Genesis crystals, which is not unreasonable, right? Just then, Mia, Emily, and Mukoko walked into the room together, a rather unusual combination. Chen Han closed the system interface and smiled slightly. "Oh, it's you guys. You've come at the right time. I have 3 pills here, one for each of you." As he spoke, Chen Han took out 3 rejuvenation pills from his spatial bag and handed them to the 3 girls. As for the primordial chaos pill, since there was only one, he decided to wait until privately to consider who should take it. "Thank you, master, you're so cute." Now Kiki happily accepted the rejuvenation pill and swallowed it without hesitation, as if it were just an ordinary candy. "This is a rejuvenation pill? Master, where did you get it?" Mia asked with a puzzled look, her eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. "My lord, can I really take this rejuvenation pill?" Emily seemed a little flattered. She stared wide-eyed at the pill in her hand, her expression a mixture of nervousness and surprise. "Stop overthinking and eat. All 3 of you can use magic. This is a good thing, it will benefit you a lot. Hurry up and finish eating, we have important business to attend to later." Chen Han patted Emily and Mia on the shoulder and said calmly. Chapter 100 Hero Power Ranking Update. Muko was impressed by your heroic demeanor and has been granted an opportunity to upgrade buildings and items, X1. Emily was awestruck by your impressive display and has been granted 1 opportunity to upgrade buildings and items, X2. Mia is impressed by your heroic demeanor and has been granted 1 opportunity to upgrade buildings and items, X2. After breakfast, Chen Han dragged his tired body to the Dawn altar to participate in the daily lottery. Sure enough, it was still the same old blank prop, the kind that nobody would want even if you threw it in the trash. It's estimated that the Divine Beast Egg and Barret have completely exhausted all their luck, at least that's what Chen Han thinks. My head hurts. Chen Han rubbed his temples and sighed helplessly. Never mind, let's go check on how the mythical beast egg is hatching. Last night, Chen Han had already started incubating the mythical beast egg. However, he never expected that hatching a mythical beast would require constantly feeding it various items to accumulate hatching points. Furthermore, after each item is fed, it takes some time to digest before it can be fed again. This is absolutely outrageous. If I had known it would take so long to hatch, I should have started hatching it immediately after obtaining the mythical beast egg. But you can't blame him for that. Neither in high school classrooms nor in theoretical knowledge of society had anyone taught him anything about hatching mythical beast eggs. There is virtually no information available online, mainly because lords who possess mythical beast eggs are extremely rare. Furthermore, since the system interface for the mythical beast egg doesn't clearly display these details, it's understandable that people wouldn't know about them. Chen Han arrived at the incubation room on the 3rd floor, which was specially prepared for the divine beast eggs. The room was filled with a warm atmosphere, as if it were nurturing the birth of a new life. Item: mythical beast egg. Rarity: supreme. Current incubation progress: 0.65%. Current status: awaiting feeding. Important note: this mythical beast egg has begun incubation. Forcibly interrupting the incubation process may result in hatching failure. Chen Han took out 20 lesser rejuvenation pills and placed them in front of the divine beast egg. The next second, suddenly, a cloud of bluish-white smoke surged from the divine beast egg, spreading rapidly as if it were alive, completely enveloping the lesser rejuvenating pill. The cloud of smoke spun rapidly like a vortex, with the lesser rejuvenating pill appearing and disappearing within it, gradually being swallowed up by the smoke. The bluish-white smoke absorbed the medicinal power of the lesser rejuvenation pill at an astonishing rate, and the color of the smoke became increasingly intense. A moment later, the smoke dissipated. A faint light flashed across the divine beast egg, and then it returned to calm, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Current status: digesting. Knock off. Chen Han smiled slightly and gently stroked the shell of the mythical beast egg. I wonder if it can hatch into a dragon or a phoenix or something. I hope it doesn't turn into another Coco. Upgrade the Hongmeng Artifact Pavilion, purchase high-end ores, receive ores delivered by Faya and Yu Yunshang, craft equipment, and list items on the trading house. The movements were as fluid and natural as flowing clouds in water, performed in one go. In just one morning, Chen Han earned nearly 20,000 Genesis crystals. I'm absolutely thrilled. The only downside was that the Hongmeng Danin Pavilion didn't offer any top-grade pills today, leaving him nowhere to spend his money. Now that he has money, Chen Han naturally wants to start recruiting and building up his forces. Judging by the time, Gu Lingming's ninja army should be returning soon. At that time, it will be necessary to send people to attack other territories. Considering all the circumstances, Chen Han decided to summon the Pegasus Knights, who possess both mobility and combat prowess. Summon 300 high-tier Pegasus Knights? Summoning confirmed. The next second, 300 dazzling white beams of light descended from the sky like meteors, landing on the martial arts arena of the Martial God Hall. Greetings, your lordship. The girls' voices were deafening, like a mountain roaring and a tsunami crashing, no less powerful than a regular male army, and perhaps even more so. This impressive aura makes one marvel at how women are just as capable as men. Chen Han waved his hand and said, "Get up, everyone." As before, Chen Han carefully selected 3 captains and 30 squad leaders based on their abilities and talents. These Pegasus Knights were then divided into 3 legions and 30 squads. The first legion was dispatched to the first sub-territory, where they will work with the Pegasus Sisters and Lucario to manage the Lizardmen's harvesting of crops and explore more distant resource points. The second legion then headed to the second affiliated territory where FIA was located. Their mission was to cooperate with FIA in attacking several lords across the mountain, while also supervising the surrendered civilians and low-ranking troops in mining operations to ensure the smooth acquisition of resources. The 3rd Legion was dispatched to the 3rd affiliated territory, where Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling resided, to assist them in continuing their westward expansion of their territory. After arranging everything, it quickly came to noon. The hero leaderboard has been updated again. First place, Mia, territory, Hongmeng Temple. Second place, Miao Kiki, territory, Hongmeng Temple. Third place, Li Kailong, territory, Sky Sanctuary. Fourth place, Bai Mengru, territory of White Wolf Huihui. Fifth place, Nangong Wudi, territory, Dolua City, Dolua Continent. Sixth place, Zhou Luoyan, territory of White Wolf Huihui. Seventh place, Emperor Shang, territory Dolua City, Dolua Continent. Eighth place, Lin Luoluo, territory of White Wolf Huihui. Ninth place, Aoki, territory, Sky Sanctuary. 10th place, Asana, territory, Immortal Fox Realm. The rankings have hardly changed. The only thing worth noting is that Li Kailong from Sky Sanctuary successfully squeezed into the top 3, pushing Bai Mengru from White Wolf Huihui out of the top 3. White Wolf Huehue's third hero has also successfully squeezed into the top 10 list, ranking 8th. As expected, the top-ranked experts have all entered the third tier. I don't even know how much longer it will take me to break through to the third tier. Where did they even get these heroes? I'm already at tier 2, rank 5, and I only have one hero. Others come from prominent families and don't need to spend creation crystals on food. Of course, they have more resources to participate in the lottery. Unlike us commoners. Do you guys remember the supreme grade item, the Heart of Heroes, that was sold in the trading house yesterday? I bet it was Gong Xiaowei who bought it and recruited her powerful guards as heroes. Holy crap, how come I didn't think of that? I remember that thing sells for 20,000 Genesis crystals. If I can get into the top 10, it's like exchanging 20,000 Genesis crystals for a legendary item and a hero. It's an absolute steal. Come on, if you had guard units capable of making it into the top 10 of the hero power rankings, wouldn't you have made it into the top 10 of the goblin kill rankings the day before yesterday? Chapter 101 Head to Head. At this time, the Sky Sanctuary was silent, save for the furious roar of Jinyao echoing through the air. Jinyao stared wide-eyed at the newly updated hero power rankings, veins bulging on his forehead. He slammed his palm hard on the newly replaced wooden table, and with a crack, the table shattered into pieces. How is this possible? Why only third place? Jinyao's voice was filled with disbelief and anger, and his eyes flashed with a crazed light. Tomorrow is the credit card repayment date. Based on his current loan amount, he needs to repay 16,980 Genesis crystals. If he fails to pay, the Endless Void will blacklist him, and he will lose all settlement rewards, including conquering other people's territories, occupying resource points, and so on. Even the daily construction points will stop being distributed until he pays off all the loan and interest. In order to raise this money, Jinyao went completely mad last night and this morning, frantically attacking other people's territories. He spared no expense, losing more than 2/3 of his troops and even nearly killing his hero Aoki, before finally managing to scrape together enough money to repay the loan. Because he destroyed many territories, the experience he accumulated in the hero pool allowed Li Kailong to upgrade to the third tier, 4th stage, with a combat power of up to 5,000 points. Even so, they still couldn't surpass the two heroes of the Hongmeng Temple. Li Kailong is now capable of single-handedly defeating a second-tier early-stage lord. How come they can't even reach the top of the hero rankings? What the hell is this? Li Kailong, resting his chin on his hand, calmly analyzed, I think this primordial temple might be cheating. It must have used some kind of opportunistic method to forcibly boost the hero's combat power. Cheating? Jinyao frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. The rules of the Endless Void are fixed. No matter how much you cheat, you can't hide it from the Void Ruler, right? Li Kailong found a chair and sat down, then slowly said, Jinyao, do you remember what I told you back then? I was constantly being hunted by my enemies, and in the end, I was forced to abandon my territory and become a hero. Jinyao nodded, a hint of doubt in his eyes. I know that, but what does that have to do with cheating? Li Kailong sighed deeply, his gaze fixed on the window, as if recalling bygone days. Actually, when I was still a lord, I also participated in Lord Wars and launched a hero power ranking event. On the Hunyuan continent where we were located at that time, there was a spiritual creature called Hunyuan grass. After ingesting it, the primordial grass can unleash one's potential and improve physical attributes to a certain extent. Of course, this improvement in physical attributes will affect the system's combat power assessment. In return, the hero's potential will be greatly depleted, and their talent level will gradually decrease, possibly even dropping to F level. Therefore, I speculate that the Lord of the Primordial Temple may have obtained some spiritual item with effects similar to the primordial grass, which allowed him to grow rapidly and thus achieve his position at the top 2 of the rankings. Upon hearing this, Jinyao's eyes widened, and he began to carefully consider Li Kailong's words. If we say that only one hero in the Hongmeng Temple can reach the top spot, that could also be explained by the fact that he specifically trained a hero, raised him to a very high level, and used skill books to teach him many skills to increase his combat power. After all, the system's combat power assessment means that even if you learn useless skills, as long as they are combat skills, they will still be included in the score. The problem is that 2 heroes from the Hongmeng Temple have reached the top 2 spots. Where does he get so many resources to train 2 heroes with a combat power of over 5,000 points? Without a doubt, something must have been used to forcefully increase their combat power, which led to this. Jinyao raised an eyebrow and continued to ask, so, how much does this kind of spiritual item typically increase combat power? Li Kailong shook his head, a hint of helplessness on his face, I don't know. Back then, the Hanyuan grass could increase combat power by about 20%, so I think it should be about the same. But one thing is certain, spiritual items that forcibly increase combat power by a large margin must have strong side effects. Side effects? Jin Yao fell into deep thought once again. Just then, the heavy gate of the Lord's mansion slowly opened with a dull thud. A messenger, his face flushed with excitement, stumbled into the house. His breathing was rapid, and his forehead was covered in sweat. "My lord, we found Tu Shanchua's whereabouts." The messenger's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Upon hearing this, Jin Yao's body jolted, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He quickly asked, "Where?" The messenger quickly brought in a slave. The slave was dressed in rags, looked haggard, and his eyes revealed fear and unease. The messenger pointed at him and explained, "This man is a commoner from the former territory under Tu Shanchua's control. It's possible that Tu Shanchue forgot to take him with her when she moved the city, so he was left behind and captured by us. From him, we learned that Tu Shanchue has planned to form an alliance with the lord of the Hongmeng Temple, so she used the city relocation order to move the city to the southeast corner, where the Hongmeng Temple is located." Upon hearing this, Jin Yao's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. His brows furrowed deeply, and his eyes burned with fury. "It's that primordial temple, again. Damn it, not only did they steal his #1 spot on the hero rankings, but now they even dare to steal his Tu Shanxue." Jin Yao felt a burning rage within him, as he felt his dignity had been greatly insulted. Aoki, who was standing nearby, seemed to realize that Jin Yao was about to lose his mind, so he quickly stepped forward. He gently advised, "My lord, do not act rashly. The strength of the Hongmeng Temple is unfathomable. The night before last, they killed more than 7,000 goblins. Such strength is clearly not something we can afford to provoke." Jin Yao glared angrily at Qingmu and retorted, "So you want me to swallow this insult?" Aoki continued to advise, "A small act of impatience can ruin a great plan. At least wait until we understand the enemy's strength before making any decisions. There's only one high-level city relocation order. What if the enemy's strength far exceeds our expectations? Wouldn't we not even have a chance to escape?" Aoki's tone grew increasingly anxious. He knew Jin Yao's personality well. Once he acted impulsively, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jin Yao clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force, his face full of resentment. "I refuse to believe that the primordial temple could be that." Before he finished speaking, a system notification suddenly sounded in the minds of all the lords in the Yunzi continent. "Congratulations to all surviving lords. Congratulations to the territory of Dazhou village for successfully breaking through to the 3rd-tier lord level. There are now 5 3rd-tier lords on the Yunzi continent. Random event head-to-head showdown is now available. This event will last for 1 day. During this time, any lord can consume 1 epic item to designate any lord of the same level as their opponent and launch a siege challenge." Chapter 102, War Declared. Shock. Utterly shocking. It's actually a tit-for-tat activity. It's important to know that every time an event is launched, it puts countless lords and heroes on the brink of life and death, becoming a nightmare for almost all low-level lords. In the education of all races, confrontational activities are described as a meat grinder. The reason is simple: this event will give away legendary items. For lords whose strength is in the middle range, it is simply a pipe dream to enter the top 10 in various events and obtain legendary items. However, nowadays, as long as you can successfully conquer a lord of the same level as yourself, you can immediately obtain legendary items and other generous rewards. How can this not be tempting? This is why many lord wars end quickly due to the emergence of tit-for-tat activities. In some continental disputes, the conflict ended prematurely even before the tit-for-tat activities had concluded, due to the number of lords being reduced by more than half. It's fair to say that this is a random event that's both terrifying and exciting. Soon, the specific details of the event were slowly announced with the system notification sound. Important notes: once the duel is established, the challenger will be awarded a designated relocation token. This token allows the challenger to relocate their city to any location within a 10-kilometer radius of the challenged player's territory. The city will return to its original location after the event ends. If the challenger conquers the opponent's territory before the event ends, they will receive 5 times the siege reward, reclaim the epic item that initiated the challenge, and an additional legendary item. If the challenger fails to conquer the opponent's territory before the event ends, the epic items paid by the challenger will belong to the challenged opponent. If the challenged player successfully destroys the challenger's territory before the event ends, they will receive 10 times the siege reward, reclaim the epic level item that initiated the challenge, and an additional legendary level item. Lords, please proceed with caution and strive to secure the generous rewards. The level information of all lords will be released next. Challengers can use this panel to issue a challenge to any lord of the same level in the Cloudmarsh continent. As the system's voice faded, a list containing information on the 7,494 lords currently alive instantly came into everyone's view. Part 1, Doluwa Continent, Doluwa City, Tier 3, Stage 2. 2. White Wolf Huihui, Tier 3, Stage 1. 3. A Primordial Temple, Tier 3, Stage 1. 4. Sky Sanctuary, Tier 3, Stage 1. V. Dajo Village, 3-tiered section. 6. QQ Penguin Group, Tier 2, Level 10. 7. Why do the territory names keep repeating, Tier 2, Stage 10. 8. Kai Kunken's Management Company, Level 2, Stage 10. 7494, version T0 Ferries Territory, Tier 1, Stage 10. At that moment, the public chat room exploded. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! It's a head-to-head competition. Damn it, this is really unfriendly to commercial lords like us. Where do we get the fighting power to engage in siege warfare with others? Why don't you guys from the Business Alliance just declare war on each other? Just keep it at a stalemate until the event ends. Holy crap! The territory I'd been eyeing was snatched away? Who the hell is that scoundrel? This panel seems to show which two lords are currently fighting. I remember that White Wolf Huihui was the second lord to break through to the 3rd tier, right? It seems that whoever breaks through first will be ranked higher. If that's the case, then we have to choose someone who is lower in tier. Brother, are you from the countryside? That's common knowledge. Looking for an epic level item, anything is fine. Message me privately to negotiate the price. Suddenly, one of the lords exclaimed, "Holy crap! A 3rd-tier powerhouse has made a move. The Sky Sacred Domain has actually challenged the Primordial Temple." Seriously? A 3rd-tier player dares to play around like this? This is going to be a good show, a duel between 3rd-tier lords. White Wolf Huihui has also declared war on Dajo Village. Her hand speed is amazing. Seeing these chat messages, Chen Han was slightly taken aback, his mind filled with doubt. What the hell? He quickly returned to his system interface and, sure enough, received a system email. The email subject line was very eye-catching. The territory Sky Sanctuary has declared war on you. You will be attacked by the Sky Sanctuary within the next 23 hours and 58 minutes. Please take precautions to avoid heavy losses due to a surprise attack. Chen Han's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered to himself, this Sky Sacred Domain, I remember Tu Shanchu as saying it's the territory of Jinyao, the prince of the Golden Eagle clan, right? What grudge do I have against him that he would declare war on me like this? His lips unconsciously curled up slightly, and he was overjoyed. He was still considering whether or not to launch an attack on White Wolf Huihui first. After all, if he could capture her and bring her under his command, he could also bring all her sycophantic followers under his control. Unexpectedly, the Sky Sanctuary declared war on them ahead of schedule. Could it be that this bastard already knows that Tu Shanxue and I are allied? Chen Han secretly pondered to himself. At this moment, after finishing her meal, Miao Kiki skipped over to Chen Han as usual and asked playfully, "Master brother, what happened? Why are you smiling so happily?" Chen Han suppressed his inner joy and tried his best to keep his mouth down, saying, "No, it's just that someone just brought me a treat." Miao Kiki blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, "Benefits? What kind of benefits?" Chen Han patted Miao Kiki's head and laughed, "Go and call Mia and Emily over, there's going to be a fight later." Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki's eyes lit up with excitement, and she eagerly asked, "Is there a fight? Is it at a wild resource point? Or with another lord?" Chen Han smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll find out soon enough." Just then, Tu Shanxue also sent a message. "Lord Chen Han, I'm so sorry, it's all because of me." It's obvious that Tu Shanxue believes Jin Yao declared war on Chen Han because he somehow found out about the alliance between Tu Shanxue and Chen Han. That is indeed the case. Chen Han didn't blame Tu Shanxue at all, and replied nonchalantly, "It's alright, I was originally planning to find a 3rd-tier lord to fight." Perfect timing, he's delivered himself right to my doorstep. I see. Tu Shanxue replied, her feelings for Chen Han growing even stronger. "By the way, you haven't been declared war on, have you?" Chen Han casually sent this message. Unexpectedly, Tu Shanxue was startled upon seeing this message. She never expected that Chen Han, who was being targeted by others, would still care about whether she had been declared war on. Chapter 103: The Reasons for Declaring War. Tu Shanxue blushed slightly and replied, "No, my hero Chao Nai is someone who has been listed on the hero ranking. They'd better think twice before declaring war on me." Chen Han nodded slightly. "I understand. If anyone declares war on you, be sure to notify me immediately." "Yes, thank you, Lord Chen Han." Tu Shanxue's heart was pounding with excitement. She never imagined that she, a little fox with the talent to climb the social ladder, would receive such care from the allied lord. This is probably unimaginable to anyone, right? Asana smiled and teased, "It seems that Chen Han must like you, otherwise why would he be so concerned about your safety?" Tu Shanxue playfully patted Chao Nai's shoulder, expressing her displeasure. "What are you saying? Didn't you say he wasn't affected by my charm?" Asana sighed helplessly. "Just because he wasn't swayed by your charm doesn't mean he doesn't like you. You should know that in human society, there's a strategy called playing hard to get. He might not show you any particular attitude on the surface, or even ask you to serve him, but he might actually be deliberately trying to pique your curiosity and make you interested in him. Falling in love with someone often starts with curiosity. And once you like someone, you absolutely can't hide it. Your lordly talent means your leveling speed will definitely be fast, but it also means you might abandon others in the future. Under such circumstances, Chen Han didn't show any disdain for you, he even offered to help you eliminate external enemies. If this isn't affection, what else could it be?" Upon hearing this, Tu Shanxue felt as if she had been enlightened, and instantly understood. After all, she had lived under the admiration of others since childhood, and she was indeed not sensitive to the feelings of others. Luckily, Asana was there, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to tell at all. Tu Shanxue asked hesitantly, "What should I do if he likes me?" Asana helplessly shrugged, her tone tinged with a hint of mockery. "What else can you do? This is your advantage. Since he likes you, make good use of it. Use PUA to make him your lapdog, willing to do anything for you. Once you surpass him in level, dump him." "Pua?" Tu Shanxue looked bewildered, her eyes full of confusion. "What does this mean? I don't quite understand." Asana's lips curled up slightly, revealing a wicked smile. Then she took out a textbook called The Tea Ceremony of a Young Girl and waved it in front of Tu Shanxue. He explained, "These next few days, you should follow me and learn this well. Once you grasp the essence, it would be best if you could take down Chen Han completely and make all the heroes under his command submit to you." Tu Shanxue took the textbook and nodded seriously. "Okay, I understand. Studying is my strong suit. I will definitely work hard." On the other side. After ending his communication with Tu Shanxue, Chen Han felt somewhat heavy-hearted and let out a deep sigh. Originally, he was hoping that someone would declare war on Tu Shanxue and then move the city over, so that he could take the opportunity to reap a wave of benefits. Let's also check what legendary items Tu Shanxue obtained, maybe we can even get some for free. After all, the head-to-head competition did not stipulate that outside help could not be invited, nor did it say that other lords were not allowed to interfere in the challenge. During the event, whoever breaches the territory is considered the winner. Indeed, no lord would rashly launch a challenge without knowing the situation in Tushanxu's territory. Forget it, what's meant to be will be, and what's not meant to be shouldn't be forced. Let's just take it one step at a time. There are two sides to the story. Sky Sanctuary. Aoki watched as Ji Niao declared war on the Hongmeng Temple, without saying a word, and a helpless sigh welled up in his heart. Both she and Li Kailong are weaker than Mia and Miao Kiki under the command of the Hongmeng Temple. Now, the other side has added Tu Shanxue as an ally, and her subordinate Chao Nai is the 10th strongest hero on the combat power list. Previously, in order to conquer several surrounding territories, they not only lost 2/3 of their low-tier troops, but were also exhausted. To make matters worse, her epic weapon, the Azurewood Bow, was mortgaged to the Endless Void, causing her combat power to drop out of the top 10. Under such difficult circumstances, Ji Niao dared to declare war on others. Aoki felt utterly exhausted. However, since things have come to this, we can only take it one step at a time. She thought that as long as she defended her territory, she might be able to hold out until the event ended. However, the next second, Aoki was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Once the target is identified, the location of their main territory will be displayed directly on the map. Ji Niao quickly flipped through and zoomed in on the map, finally locating the Hongmeng Temple. Then, something unexpected happened. Jin Yao surprisingly chose a location only about 1 kilometer away from the Hongmeng Temple and used the designated relocation order without hesitation. The next second, the entire sky sanctuary suddenly burst forth with a dazzling brilliance. The surrounding space began to distort and deform, and in an instant, the sky sanctuary appeared around the primordial temple. After breaking through to the third stage, if you do not merge with other people's territories, the area of your territory will be 280,000 square meters. To put it in perspective, the radius of the territory is approximately 300 meters. In other words, there is only a 400-meter buffer zone between the two territories. That's absolutely outrageous. No lord had ever come this close when they descended upon the Cloud Marsh continent. What is Jin Yao trying to do? Aoki said with a worried expression, "My lord, isn't this too risky?" Jin Yao, however, was full of confidence and said, "Qingmu, I feel like you're a bit stupid. To attack the Hongmeng Temple, we need to fight quickly and decisively. The higher the chance of victory, the better." Aoki retorted, "Where do you get the resources to launch a blitzkrieg?" While organizing the army outside, Jin Yao used all the more than 10,000 creation crystals he had painstakingly accumulated in the barracks to recruit soldiers. He explained, "A lord like the Hongmeng Temple, who has broken through to the third tier, must have already occupied many territories to collect resources. Since there are affiliated territories, the Hongmeng Temple must allocate a portion of its forces to garrison them, and may even send out hero units to guard the affiliated territories. In a low-level lord war like ours, each lord will be at least 3 kilometers apart after arriving on the Yunza continent. This is a conservative estimate, some may be even further apart. We're only 2 minutes away from the start of the tit-for-tat event, and if we charge in now, it will only take us less than 3 minutes. Even if the Hongmeng Temple noticed the anomaly immediately and began to strengthen its defenses, 5 minutes was not enough time for them to recall all their troops. Moreover, we just finished conquering other territories this morning, and all our forces are concentrated in our main territory. In any case, our forces are greater than those of the Hongmeng Temple. If we don't launch a blitzkrieg now, when will we ever get another chance?" Chapter 104: Overestimating One's Abilities. Upon hearing this, Aoki was struck dumb, as if by lightning. Jin Yao's words kept echoing in her mind, as if a lightning bolt had pierced through the fog in her heart. Yes, now is the time to take advantage of the gap when the enemy has dispersed their forces and attacked their main territory. Are we supposed to wait for the enemy to gather all their troops before launching an attack? This is clearly a very poor strategy. Ha ha! Li Keilong's hearty laughter rang in Aoki's ears. He patted Aoki on the shoulder, his eyes full of excitement. "Aoki, it's rare to see you persuaded by the Lord." Aoki moved Li Keilong's hand away speechlessly, his brows furrowing slightly, and said, "That's what you say, but I still feel that there's something wrong with the Lord's idea." Li Keilong pressed on, "What's wrong?" "I think this is perfectly normal." Aoki watched Kaniki's retreating figure as he gathered the army, sighed, and a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. "Lord's premise is based on the ability to quickly break through the territory of the Hongmeng Temple, but third-tier defensive towers and third-tier barriers are not so easy to break through." Li Keilong patted Aoki on the back again, encouraging him, "Why think so much? The arrow is on the bowstring and must be released. We have no way out, let's go, time waits for no one." Aoki shook his head helplessly, but his unease grew stronger. But she knew that there was no turning back now. He could only lead all his soldiers in a charge towards the Hongmeng Temple. When Jin Yao led his army of 1,000 men to the outskirts of the Hongmeng Temple territory, a confident smile instantly appeared on his face. At first glance, the Hongmeng Temple only has 10 defensive towers, which are evenly distributed around the perimeter. There was no one else in the territory except for farmers. There wasn't a single soldier in sight. This territory looks incredibly vulnerable. It could probably be taken over in a matter of minutes. Jin Yao glanced at the other territory on the left and scoffed disdainfully. Sure enough, Tushan Shueqian City has arrived here. He secretly planned that today he would definitely take over the Hongmeng Divine Palace, and also capture Tu Shanxue to play with for a few days. He wanted to show Tu Shanxue what a real man was. Thinking of this, Jin Yao suddenly gave a wicked smile. He immediately gave the order, "Go! Quickly finish this." The mage troops cast protective shields to defend against the tower's attacks. "The rest of you, attack the barrier with all your might." Yes. Unfortunately, there was no need for him to break the barrier at all. Chen Han, accompanied by several stunning beauties, emerged slowly from the barrier like an immortal. When Jin Yao saw the girls around Chen Han, his eyes widened instantly, as if they were about to pop out. Goodness, these girls are just as good looking and have the same charm as Tu Shanxue. Where did the lord of the Hongmeng Temple find so many beautiful female heroes? However, this shock quickly turned into delight. Oh, so you're the lord of the primordial temple? Looks like you're living the high life, with so many beautiful women around you. So, are you coming out now to surrender? Jin Yao had a sneer on his lips, but his eyes showed no sign of letting his guard down. The opposing side consisted of 4 people, a lord, a guard, and 2 heroes. Although the possibility of surrendering is very high, it is not impossible for them to create an illusion and delay the arrival of other reinforcements. Therefore, Jin Yao did not hesitate to give the order to have everyone surround the Hongmeng Temple, completely, like an iron barrel, with no way to get through, and be ready to launch an attack at any time. He originally planned to kill the lord of the Hongmeng Temple and take all his resources for himself. However, at this moment he changed his mind. If you kill him, his 2 beautiful heroines will be killed along with him. As a prince of the Golden Eagle clan, even in the Lord War, he would never mistreat himself. I'm not going to waste any more words. Surrender honestly and don't try any tricks. I might spare your life for the sake of the 2 beautiful heroines, otherwise, you're dead. As Jin Yao spoke, he carefully had his 10 high-level shield guardians protect him as he walked step by step toward Chen Han. Every step was taken with extreme caution. Seeing that the time was right, Chen Han immediately gave the order, go. There's no need to keep him alive. Yes, master. Now Kiki responded in a sweet voice, her voice clear and melodious, like a nightingale singing in a valley. She took a deep breath, her black wings trembled slightly, and she gracefully soared into the sky. Master, I'm really looking forward to the reward you just mentioned. Mia's voice held a hint of excitement. She spread her white wings, and 7 layers of light shields instantly appeared on herself and Miao Kiki, making her soar through the air like a fairy. Upon seeing this, Jin Yao's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Without hesitation, he issued the order, there are angelic heroes. Then I must capture them. All archers, aim at their wings, don't kill them, attack. Yes. Following Jin Yao's command, a total of 296 archers quickly sprang into action. They all drew their bows in unison, the bowstrings taut, the arrowheads gleaming coldly. In an instant, a hail of arrows rained down on Miao Kiki and Mia. The rain of arrows was vast and mighty, like a dark cloud pressing down, sending chills down one's spine. However, a shocking scene unfolded. As all the arrows struck around Mokoko and Mia, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed. The golden light was like an indestructible city wall, blocking all the arrows. The arrows made a crisp sound as if they were hitting an iron wall, then they were completely bent and fell from the sky. The next second, now Kiki and Mia gently raised their hands. Holy light! A shadowy figure in the night. 2 streaks of light, one white and one black, flashed across the night sky like lightning, and suddenly the cries of countless soldiers echoed across the grassland. In less than 2.5 seconds, half of the soldiers were instantly killed by this powerful spell. They didn't even have time to utter a final cry before the bodies were erased from existence, as if they had never existed. Seeing this, Jin Yao's face turned extremely ugly, and a strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. How is this possible? Just what level of strength is this? Jin Yao muttered to himself. He knew all too well that mage-type hero units could indeed deliver a devastating blow to lower-tier soldiers. But he never imagined that this power would be so terrifying, annihilating nearly 1,000 soldiers in just 2 moves. Aoki and Li Kailong exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing a resolute determination. They knew they had no chance of defeating the 2 heroes in the sky. Forget about winning against them, even touching them might be a luxury. So, to catch the thief, first catch the king. As long as Chen Han is under control, no matter how strong his heroes are, it will be of no use. Chapter 105 The Capital to Beg for Mercy. Clang clang. 2 crisp sword cries rang out, as if 2 bolts of lightning had ripped through the sky. Emily held her sword horizontally in front of Chen Han, and a powerful force erupted from her, sending Li Kailong and Qingmu flying more than 10 meters away. Despite being less than half the size of the heavy sword woofing in Li Kailong's hand, she displayed astonishing strength and skill. Chen Han said with a sneer, "Isn't that my heavy sword without edge? I didn't expect you to still buy it." Jin Yao's eyes widened immediately. Could it be that you made this weapon? Chen Han shrugged, a slight smile playing on his lips. That's right. I didn't expect you to finally come looking for me. Speaking of which, didn't you say you didn't have enough money to buy it? You didn't download some loan app and borrow some Genesis crystals to buy it, did you? Upon hearing this, Jin Yao instantly flew into a rage. His face turned bright red, and veins bulged on his forehead. Damn it, I never expected that it was because of this scoundrel that he ended up with such a huge debt. You scoundrel, you must die today. Is that so? Then we'll see if you have the strength. Emily, go for it. No need to hold back anymore. Defeat them, and you should be able to break through to the third tier. Yes, my lord. Emily responded. She held her long sword horizontally, the blade gleaming with a dazzling light. Thin streams of turquoise water actually clung directly to the sword's blade, resembling agile dragons and radiating a powerful aura. Storm Blade. Aoki, Li Kailong, hurry up and kill that little brat. I'll support you from a distance. Chiron, you hold him off. Aoki stood to the side, assuming a bow-drawing posture, the bowstring taut, an arrow gleaming with cold light ready to be released. I know. With a wave of his hand, Li Kailong unleashed a massive crescent-shaped heavy sword, which, amidst the surrounding dust, swung towards Emily. A powerful sword aura stirred up a dust storm, attempting to obstruct Emily's vision. The next second, a beam of azure light shot out instantly, as dazzling as lightning. The azure light rapidly condensed in Xingmu's hand, transforming in the blink of an eye into the shape of a bow and arrow. Aoki gripped the bowstring tightly, then loosened his grip slightly. The blue arrow shot out like a meteor, carrying a sharp momentum, aiming straight for Emily's brow amidst the dust and smoke. However, Emily simply swung her sword horizontally, her movements clean and swift, without the slightest hesitation. In an instant, a terrifying blade of wind swept across the sky, as if it would tear the entire world apart. This wind blade was incredibly powerful, easily dispelling the smoke and dust, tearing the blue arrows into countless fragments, and even severing Li Kailong's massive body. This astonishing scene plunged the entire area into a deathly silence. Jinyao and Shangmu stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. They finally realized that they had really messed up this time. In the distance, Tu Shanxue and Xiaonai, who were hiding behind the bushes, were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Li Kailong's strength is undeniable. He is the third strongest player on the hero power ranking. However, such a powerful figure couldn't even withstand a single move from Chen Han's guards. Tu Shanxue asked tremblingly, Xiaonai, could you have withstood that attack just now? Asuna shook his head with a wry smile. I'm afraid even I wouldn't escape the fate of being killed in one blow. Tu Shanxue was completely dumbfounded and utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined that Emily, who was not even a hero unit but just a guard unit, possessed such terrifying strength, capable of instantly killing the third-ranked hero on the hero leaderboard. What the hell is this? Tu Shanxue's lips twitched, and her gaze involuntarily fell on the tea ceremony lesson for young girls in her hand, her heart filled with confusion and bewilderment. She asked again, Nana, do I still need to study this book? Asuna sighed, and helplessly took out a textbook titled How to Please Men again, saying, forget about that one, start learning this book from now on. Tu Shanxue took the textbook How to Please Men, and chuckled self-deprecatingly, I feel like I've embarked on a path of no return. Jinyao and Shangmu truly lived up to their reputation as seasoned veterans. Faced with the horrific scene of Li Kailong being instantly killed, they did not panic, but reacted quickly. Retreat! Damn it! Retreat now! Jinyao shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice tinged with terror. However, when the two of them turned around, they were surprised to find that Mia and Miao Kiki had quietly appeared behind them at some point. The 2,966 soldiers they brought with them seemed to have vanished into thin air, disappearing without a trace. Our escape route has been completely cut off. Aoki wanted to forcefully break through the two women's blockade. However, in just one exchange, he was struck by arcane missiles and light bullets, and died on the spot. My lord, I'm so sorry. Jinyao suppressed his fear and resentment, trying his best to remain calm. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and a hint of despair was in his eyes, but he still tried to negotiate with Chen Han. Brother Kaikuan, I am Jinyao, the prince of the Golden Eagle clan. Everyone knows that I am challenging you. If you dare to kill me, you will be relentlessly hunted down by our Golden Eagle clan after the Lord War ends. Why don't you release me today? I'll let bygones be bygones. The matter of you killing my heroes and soldiers, I won't ask for the epic weapon I handed over to the Endless Void, and I'm even willing to make compensation. What do you say? Jinyao's voice trembled slightly, clearly indicating that he was well aware of his situation. As a prince, Jinyao believed he possessed certain qualifications and influence. During a Lord's War, no one else can get involved, but what happens after the Lord's War ends? Even if it takes a lot of creation crystals to attack a junior, Chen Han's killing of the Golden Eagle clan prince is undoubtedly a blatant slap in their face. Even if he expends a great deal of energy, the Golden Eagle clan will likely relentlessly pursue him to the ends of the earth. Pursuit? Chen Han smiled slightly, his smile carrying a hint of contempt. He walked slowly toward Jingyao, each step seeming to tread on Jinyao's heart. Aren't you overestimating yourself? I heard the rumors more than 10 years ago that the 7th prince of the Golden Eagle clan successfully passed the 7-day trial. Now that more than 10 years have passed, can you tell me which prince you are? Chen Han's words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Jinyao's heart. Jinyao's face instantly turned ashen, as if he had eaten shit. His lips twitched slightly, and the veins on his forehead bulged, clearly angered by Chen Han's words. No matter which prince he is, as long as I'm dead. Before Jinyao could finish speaking, Emily appeared beside him like a ghost. The Dragon Abyss sword gleamed with a cold light, and with a swift stroke, it severed Jinyao's right arm. Chapter 106. I'm the kind of person who always seeks revenge. Ah, my hand, ah. Jinyao clutched his right arm tightly, and blood gushed out like a fountain, staining his palm red. His face was filled with pain and wailing. His eyes revealed a deep sense of panic. This lord of the primordial temple was truly a ruthless person. Finally, after a few breaths, the strong will to live overcame the excruciating physical pain. He knew that although his right arm had been severed, as long as he could return to the goddess altar alive, he could be healed by spending some creation crystals. However, if Chen Han were to kill me here, everything would be for naught. Jinyao crawled with difficulty to Chen Han's side, tears streaming down his face, and pleaded, "Brother, I'm willing to compensate you for all your losses. I'm willing to surrender. Please let me go." At this moment, he had long lost the pride of being a prince, and was left only with the endless sorrow of a loser. Seeing this, Chen Han simply smiled and said calmly, "Aren't you from the Golden Eagle clan? I remember you can fly, right? That's perfect. I'll give you 30 seconds. If you can escape from here, I'll spare your life. How about it?" Upon hearing this, Jinyao was slightly taken aback. Then, as if grasping at a straw, it scrambled and spread its golden wings, desperately flying towards its territory. Emily, puzzled, asked, "My lord, are you really going to let him go? This is like releasing a tiger back into the mountains." Chen Han smiled and shook his head, took out a settlement reward doubling card from his spatial bag, and clicked the option to confirm use without hesitation. At the same time, he skillfully set up the barret and aimed at Jinyao, who was limping through the sky. Let him go? That's impossible. I'm the kind of person who always seeks revenge. Since he dared to provoke me first, I'll make him pay the price. I don't know if it's because my level has increased or because I've used the barret more often. Through the gun skills attached to the equipment, he miraculously leveled up to LV2. Therefore, this skill can be fully retained even without equipping the barret. Perfect, let's test the accuracy of the LV2 gun mastery skill with Jinyao. Chen Han murmured to himself as his finger slowly pulled the trigger. A dazzling streak of light shot out from the muzzle of the gun, tearing through the sky like lightning, and struck Jinyao's body with astonishing speed. In an instant, Jinyao's body exploded like a fragile piece of tofu, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before he died. Immediately following this was a system notification sound. Congratulations on defeating Jinyao, the Lord of the Sky Sanctuary. Overall rating, SSS. Start calculating Lord Battle rewards. Due to the current head-to-head event, settlement rewards are increased tenfold. Double rewards card successfully used. Rewards for this settlement have been doubled. Reward 1, 1,400,000 Lord Experience Points, 5 million Hero Experience Points. Reward 2, 3,400 Genesis Crystals. Congratulations, Lord! Your level has been upgraded to Tier 3, Stage 5, and your territory has expanded. As the victor of this Lord battle, you have the right to make the following choices regarding the Sky Sanctuary territory. Congratulations on defeating the challenger who declared war on you in the head-to-head event. Received a legendary item reward multiple settlement cards. The epic item that Lord Jinyao pawned the Azurewood Divine Bow will also be yours. For the next 23 hours and 30 minutes, you will not be declared war on by any other lord, nor will you be able to declare war on any other lord. Chen Han looked at the settlement reward, which was only 3,400 Genesis crystals, and couldn't help but feel annoyed. Good heavens, if it weren't for that 20x bonus to the settlement reward, wouldn't Jinyao only have 170? This is so shabby. With such a poor and shabby appearance, how dare he call himself a prince? Chen Han did not rush to make a choice regarding Sky Sanctuary. Instead, he first contacted civilians in several surrounding territories to come and clean up the battlefield and retrieve equipment and items of rare or higher grade. He then led the 3 girls directly into the territory of the Sky Sanctuary. The territory was quiet, with no civilian units in sight and no soldiers remaining. It seems that Jin Yao is not an incompetent person after all. He even knows how to use blitzkrieg tactics. Chen Han analyzed carefully and quickly saw through Jin Yao's thoughts. If it were any other third-tier lord, they might really have been defeated by this move due to insufficient troops. Master, after the confrontation ends, this territory seems to automatically teleport back to its original location. It doesn't seem to be of much use even if we occupy it. Now Kiki pouted and said, seemingly feeling a strange sense of disgust towards this territory. Succubi are extremely sensitive to a man's scent and gaze. The look Jin Yao gave her just now was filled with greed and desire, which almost made her vomit her dinner from the night before. That disgusting feeling made her feel aversion towards Jin Yao's territory as well. Chen Han patted Miao Kik's little head and smiled gently. Don't worry, I definitely won't leave this place here. I just want to see how a normal tier 3 lord usually develops. As he spoke, his gaze began to carefully examine the territory. There are 50 defensive towers, 3 tiers, and 10 levels of barracks, 3 training grounds, and a special building called the Star Observatory for detecting the movement of distant troop resource points. No farmland or houses can be seen. Chen Han couldn't help but sigh inwardly. All of this was prepared for battle. Chen Han took out the event rewards he had just obtained from killing Jin Yao. Item: multiple settlement cards. Rarity: legendary. Usage requirements: Tier 1, Stage 1, Lord status. Effect 1, allows for a second assessment of conquered territories after use. This is a high-end product. Chen Han remembered that his teacher had talked about this thing in high school. This card can sell for 3 to 400,000 Genesis crystals at the trading post in the public area. This is definitely a legendary item of Tier 0. This is especially true for high-ranking lords. They can first occupy the opponent's territory, then harvest all the resources and slaves, and finally use this card to destroy the territory and gain an additional destruction reward. In this way, their profits will far exceed 3 to 400,000 Genesis crystals. However, it would be a waste for a low-ranking lord to use this card. After all, lower-ranking lords are generally weaker and find it difficult to acquire enough resources and slaves from their opponents. Chen Han was also considering whether to use this territory to make another profit. Chapter 107: A Flash in the Pan. By the way, can this thing be upgraded? Suddenly, Chen Han thought of the effects of upgrading the props. Do you want to use one upgrade opportunity to upgrade multiple settlement cards? That's really good. Well then. Sure. Upgrade successful. Item: multiple calculation talent card. Rarity: supreme. Usage requirements: none. Effect 1, when the Lord carries this card, he will gain the Lord talent Multiple Calculation. Multiple Calculations talent allows for a secondary calculation of conquered territories. At that moment, Chen Han's face showed a look of astonishment, as if he had been struck by lightning. Logically, he thought the upgraded item should provide 3 extra unlock opportunities, allowing him to execute a combination of capture, destruction, and fusion to maximize his gains. Now look what's happened, it's gone from one-time use to unlimited uses? Is this some kind of outrageous joke, bro? Just as he was lost in thought, Mia suddenly broke the silence, her voice tinged with shyness and confusion. Master, what's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Chen Han snapped out of his daze and gave an awkward laugh. It's nothing. I've seen enough, let's leave here. I'm going to destroy this place. Upon returning to the Hongmeng Temple, Chen Han immediately selected the Occupy option. Territory Conquest Sky Sanctuary successfully completed. A total of 0 slaves were acquired. Gat. Chen Han lay on the bed, with system notifications constantly ringing in his ears, like a swarm of bees buzzing around him. Time passed second by second. Finally, at a certain moment, Chen Han was jolted awake as if he had been electrocuted, and he sat up in bed in an instant. Obtain Hero's Heart X1. So it was this scoundrel who bought it? I was wondering why he bought it without even haggling. Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, revealing a crooked smile. For some reason, Jin Yao suddenly seemed very kind to him. Obtain Endless Void Credit Card X1. Holy crap, there really are items that allow you to get loans? Is that even possible? Chen Han stared wide-eyed as he carefully examined the credit card. He discovered that the talent upgrade limit couldn't be used to upgrade the item, indicating that it was already at the highest level. This credit card appears to be tied to the Lord, unlike cards in human society which have a fixed credit limit. Once the card was in Chen Han's hands, the information on the credit card was instantly reset. With his current level, he could borrow a full 150,000 Genesis crystals. However, when Chen Han saw the exorbitant interest rate, he couldn't help but frown. Let's forget about this interest rate. I think we should just put it on the exchange and see if any big losers will buy it. He thought to himself. This credit card is indeed very attractive to some lords who urgently need money and expansion. But the problem is, if other people are already short of money, where will they get the money to buy your credit card? And those who are not short of money should not have to the point of needing to take out a loan, right? With such high interest rates, the principal and interest almost double in a month. Only someone with a screw loose would choose to take out a loan. Speaking of which, since this credit card is linked to a lord, if I capture a lord each time, make them borrow all the creation crystals in the credit card, and then recruit or kill them, wouldn't that be equivalent to getting something for free? Thinking of this, a wicked smile appeared on Chen Han's face. That's a good idea. If this can really be achieved, it will undoubtedly maximize the benefits of conquering territory. Next time, let's try this method on a guinea pig and see if it really works. This Jin Yao actually possesses such a precious treasure. This delivery is amazing. Now that all the resources are in our possession, the next step is to destroy them. Chen Han clicked the destroy button again. The once magnificent territory vanished in an instant, scattered by the wind. The system notification sounded in Chen Han's mind again. Territory destroyed Sky Sanctuary successfully. Start calculating the bonus rewards for destroying territories. Reward 1, 380,000 Lord Experience Points, 1 million Hero Experience Points. Reward 2, 5,000 Genesis Crystals. Congratulations, Lord! Your level has been upgraded to Tier 3, Stage 6, and your territory has expanded. Current territory size, 500,000 square meters. Inside the chat room. All the lords were in an uproar after seeing the Sky Sanctuary information panel disappear. What's going on? Sky Sanctuary lost? It's only been half an hour, right? Holy crap, this can't be real. I remember the Sky Sanctuary was a true warlord, and they were swept aside in half an hour? That's too weak. It's not that the big shots in the Sky Sacred Domain are too weak, but rather that the big shots in the Primordial Temple are too strong. Look at the second place on the leaderboard. Immortal Fox Divine Realm has actually advanced to the third tier, third stage. What's going on? I've met the Lord of the Celestial Fox Realm before. She's an extremely beautiful Celestial Fox girl. The Celestial Fox clan? I remember the Lord of the Sky Sacred Domain was a prince of the Golden Eagle clan, right? Could it be that the Lord of the Immortal Fox Divine Domain awakened a dependent talent and then formed an alliance with the bigwig of the Primordial Divine Palace to take advantage of this opportunity to rise to prominence? Holy crap! It seems that might actually be true. No wonder the bigwigs of the Sky Sacred Domain declared war on the Primordial Divine Temple so quickly. It turns out they knew that the Primordial Divine Temple had allied with their sworn enemy, the Heavenly Fox clan, which is why they suddenly launched their attack. It seems that the number one position on our Yunza continent should definitely belong to the Hongmeng Divine Temple. Damn, the tenfold settlement reward has directly upgraded us to the third tier, fifth stage. Third tier, sixth stage. The Immortal Fox Divine Realm has also broken through to the third tier, fourth stage. It seems the big shots from the Primordial Divine Palace have destroyed the Sky Sacred Realm. Look, that heavy sword with no edge has been put up again. This time, it only costs 20,000 creation crystals. Damn it, nobody's going to take this from me this time. I, Hu Han-san, want this heavy sword, Wufeng. The destruction of the Sky Sanctuary seemed like a fleeting moment, quickly forgotten by all the lords. In the Lord Wars, countless lords perish every day, and the Sky Sanctuary is merely a slightly overweight pig among them, hardly worthy of being remembered by those unrelated lords. Soon, 10 hours later. White Wolf Huihui successfully conquered the territory Dajo village, which had just advanced to the third tier, and chose to completely destroy it as well, thus successfully breaking through to the fourth stage of the third tier. According to some eyewitness accounts. In this battle, because White Wolf Huihui lost the support of her loyal followers after relocating the city, she and Dajo village almost ended up in a mutually destructive situation. In particular, Bai Qilin, the lord of Dazhou village, belongs to the Qilin clan, one of the 7 major races. He was able to hold off 3 heroes under Bai Lang Huihui's command for several hours using the formation he set up. Even Bai Mengru, who is ranked 4th on the hero power ranking, doesn't have a good way to deal with him. If it weren't for the fact that a lord's combat power isn't counted in the hero power rankings, he might also be a top 10 contender. This shows just how powerful Dazhou village really is. Chapter 108 Sudden Change. However, despite the valiant resistance of Dazhou village, it was ultimately unable to withstand the relentless onslaught. Ultimately, they were trapped in a desperate situation, and Bai Qilin was captured alive by Gong Xiaohui. Left with no other choice, he surrendered and joined the ranks of White Wolf Huihui, becoming one of her fierce generals. White Wolf Huihui's strength has increased significantly once again. Meanwhile, another Tier 3 territory, Dolua City in the Dolua continent, is facing the dilemma of having no lords of the same level to challenge. So he took a different approach, sending heroes to distant territories to provide support, successfully helping these territories repel the challengers. They then used pressure and threats to force the minor lords to hand over all their rewards. Although they only managed to advance to the 3rd tier, 2nd stage, they obtained at least 5 legendary items, greatly enhancing their strength. Thus, a 3-way balance of power was formed on the Yunzi continent. So why didn't Chen Han seize the legendary item rewards from weak lords during this period, like he did in Dolua continent, Dolua City? This goes back to 10 hours ago. After receiving all the resources from the Sky Sanctuary, Chen Han took a deep breath and then began to upgrade Miao Kiki and Mia. Combined with their previous accumulation, the pool of nearly 9 million hero experience points flowed into the bodies of Mukoko and Mia like a surging torrent. Their bodies shone with a dazzling light, and their strength was greatly enhanced in an instant. Reaching the 3rd tier, 10th stage level caused their combat power to soar once again, directly breaking through the 20,000 point mark. Of course, the accumulated experience points for the 3rd tier and 10th stage are 0. Emily also successfully broke through to the 2nd stage of the 3rd tier due to her previous combat experience, and her strength has also improved significantly. Chen Han wouldn't be unable to think of any method that the Lord of Dolua City in the Dolua continent could come up with. However, just as he was about to issue an order for Wu Yao, Lu Kur, and Wei Shaoling to go around the vassal territories to see if any lords were engaged in any confrontational activities, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, dark clouds filled the sky, like a huge black curtain shrouding the Hongmeng Temple. The dark clouds rolled and churned, seemingly containing boundless power and mystery. An extremely eerie aura instantly emanated from the dark clouds, like an invisible torrent stretching for tens of kilometers in radius. Immediately following was an aura that no one could match, pressing down on everyone like Mount Tai crushing an egg. Whether it was Miao Kiki, Mia, and Emily in the main territory, Tu Shanxue and Chao Nai in the neighboring territory, or Wu Yao, Lu Kur, and Wei Shaoling guarding the subordinate territory, as well as all the slaves and soldiers. At that moment, they were all forced to the ground, sweating profusely, not daring to breathe. Their bodies trembled, as if they were under immense pressure. Only Chen Han was unharmed. "Master, what's going on?" Miao Kiki and Mia lay on the ground, their voices trembling as they asked. "This oppressive aura, even my parents, who are at the 15th level, aren't this powerful. Who on earth is this?" Mia's voice was filled with fear and confusion. Chen Han was also completely bewildered. "Damn it, could it be that the forces behind Jin Yao have come knocking on our door? Isn't this a lord battle? There are even powerful experts who can get involved? I'll be right back, you guys hold on." Upon arriving outside, Chen Han looked up and saw a middle-aged man in a black robe standing proudly in the distant sky. The moment he saw Chen Han emerge, he took a step forward, completely ignoring the defenses of the Hongmeng Guardian Array, and instantly appeared in front of Chen Han. This man was exceptionally handsome, standing 8 feet tall with an upright posture like a pine tree, exuding an aura of maturity and composure. His sword-like eyebrows were like stars, his eyes were as deep as an abyss, and his whole body was filled with an aura of domineering arrogance that made people tremble involuntarily from the depths of their souls with just one glance. His information, even his territory and identity, were all question marks. Chen Han's gaze fell on the middle-aged man, but it was as if he were trapped in an endless fog, unable to see anything clearly. Chen Han broke out in a cold sweat and unconsciously took 2 steps back, a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. He had a premonition that this person's strength was unfathomable, perhaps even several times stronger than Pangu, the strongest lord among the human race. Who are you?" Chen Han mustered his courage and asked in a trembling voice. The middle-aged man scanned his surroundings, his gaze seemingly able to pierce through all illusions. The concealment effect of high-level buildings seemed utterly insignificant to him. His eyes were sharp and deep, as if they could see through the truth of everything in the world. Not bad, no wonder she was able to clear the abyss difficulty. Long Yan's final achievement here shouldn't be too bad either. The middle-aged man gave a composed smile and nodded with great satisfaction. His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying an undeniable authority. Chen Han was completely bewildered, having no idea what the middle-aged man was talking about. Abyss difficulty? Does it refer to the 7-day trial? After all, his 7-day trial was indeed quite difficult. And who is Long Yan? Is this person even in the territory? Just as Chen Han was about to ask what the middle-aged man wanted to do, with a wave of his hand, he instantly tore through the void. A black crack unfolded before him, like a passage to another world. Then, he threw out a very pure and lovely purple-haired girl. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyes as bright as stars, and her lips as red as cherries, exuding a captivating charm. Her beauty surpassed even that of Tu Shanshui. However, at this moment she was tightly bound and unable to move. The moment the purple-haired girl was thrown out, she immediately began to mutter and cry out, "Father! I really know I was wrong. I've reflected on my actions these past few days, and I really won't do it again. Please, Father." However, the middle-aged man ignored her crying and fussing. His gaze remained fixed on Chen Han, his eyes filled with apology and guilt. He bowed silently to Chen Han and said softly, "I'm very sorry, young friend Chen Han, my daughter is spoiled by me, please forgive me." Chen Han looked at everything in front of him with a puzzled expression. What is this middle-aged man trying to do? Why would someone tie their daughter up in a turtle shell bind and then throw her in front of a strange man? Does he have some kind of unusual fetish? Thinking of this, Chen Han swallowed hard and asked cautiously, Senior, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? I've never seen you before." The middle-aged man sighed, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He slowly explained, "Did you encounter a man in black on the last day of your 7-day trial?" Chapter 109 Long Yan. Upon hearing this, Chen Han felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he immediately gasped for breath. The 7-day trial is one of the most closely guarded secrets in the endless void. Unless the parties involved disclose it voluntarily, no one can know the inside story. How did he find out? The middle-aged man ignored Chen Han's shock and glanced coldly at the purple-haired girl who was still crying. He continued, "That man in black is actually my daughter, Long Yan. I never imagined she would be so audacious as to commit such a heinous act. Therefore, I have come here today to apologize to you, and I hope you can forgive her mistake." Upon hearing this, Chen Han glanced at the purple-haired girl bound in tortoise shell and finally understood. No wonder he encountered such a bizarre situation on his 7th day of trials. It turns out that this big shot's daughter had come out to cause trouble. This is truly unexpected. However, through the middle-aged man's words, Chen Han gained a general understanding of the person in front of him. The ability to allow one's daughter to roam freely in the endless void as a hero is clearly a privilege unique to administrators. Unexpectedly, the legendary Endless Void Administrator actually exists. Chen Han quickly said, "It's nothing, I didn't take it to heart. Besides, I've already received my settlement reward, and I've successfully become a lord." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man shook his head with a wry smile. "Whether or not something happens is not up to me. My daughter, Long Yan, has seriously violated the rules and regulations of the Endless Void. According to the rules, she should be executed. Even I couldn't save her life. Fortunately, the Void Overlord ultimately showed leniency and decided to give her a chance to atone for her sins. Young friend Chen Han, would you be willing to accept her as your slave, allowing her to atone for her mistakes and make up for the losses you suffered during the 7th day of the trial?" Before Chen Han could reply, Long Yan started crying and screaming, "No! Father! I don't want to be a slave." It seemed that in order to allow the conversation to proceed normally, or perhaps it was because they were tired of Long Yan's loud and disruptive behavior. With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man unleashed a dazzling barrier that instantly enveloped Long Yan like a giant net. Long Yan's voice was immediately blocked by the barrier. All that could be seen was her mouth opening and closing, but no sound could be uttered. He then bowed again and said, "As a father, I do not wish to see my daughter executed, so please accept this as an apology, young friend Chen Yi. If you are willing to accept it, I am willing to give it to you as a father." As he spoke, he took out a colorful stone from his spatial bag and handed it to Chen Han. Props: 5-color stone. Rarity: Supreme. Usage requirements: none. Effect 1: Token of the Endless Void. Chen Han stared intently at the information interface of the five-colored stone, a look of confusion on his face, and asked, "What is this?" The middle-aged man said slowly, "You will know in the future that this item will be of great use to you." Hearing this, Chen Han nodded, though he still had many questions in his mind. But since the other party is so certain, and their identity is extraordinary, it must not be an ordinary item. Without asking any further questions, he carefully put the five-colored stone into his spatial bag. In fact, even without the five-colored stone as an exchange, Chen Han would have been willing to accept Long Yan. After all, her strength is undeniable and there's no denying it to everyone. It can unleash such powerful strength even without the enhancement of a lord's talent. If she can receive Chen Han's talent enhancement in the future, then Long Yan will definitely become a sharp sword in his hands and one of his main forces in the future. However, judging from the current situation, it will not be an easy task to subdue Long Yan. Seeing Chen Han accept the five-colored stone, the middle-aged man finally felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, young friend Chen Han. If you hadn't accepted her, she would have been judged by the Void Lord and her soul would have been annihilated. As her father, I once again express my deepest gratitude to you." Chen Han quickly said, "Actually, I didn't suffer any losses. I was just a little confused. Now I understand everything." The middle-aged man sighed, "No matter what, rules are rules, and no one can break them." Then, he waved his hand again. The restriction barrier on Long Yan was instantly removed, and her information finally appeared before Chen Han's eyes. Name, Long Yan. Race, Dragon. Status, Slave. Level, Tier 3, Stage 5 350,000 500,000. Talent, S rank. Skills, Dragon Blade LV5, Crisis Perception LV7, Thunderous Might LV4, Shadow Barrier LV5, Dragon Devouring Technique LV4, Dragon Wings LV10, Thunder Magic Shock LV2, Thunder Magic Sky Piercing LV1, Thunder Magic Origin LV3, Dragon Breath LV4, Swordsmanship LV5. Affiliation, Primordial Temple. Dragon Blade LV5, active skill, summons a demonic sword from another world, dealing massive damage to enemies within range. Crisis Perception LV7, passive skill, allows you to sense factors that pose a danger to yourself. Thunderous Might LV4, active skill, deals lightning magic damage to enemies in a wide area. Shadow Barrier VL5, active skill, grants the user a shadow shield effect, consuming mana to block damage. Dragon Devouring Heaven Technique LV4, active skill, absorbs the magic power between heaven and earth for one's own use. Dragon Wings LV10, passive skill, grants flight ability. While in flight, mana regeneration speed plus 100% and attack power plus 50%. Long Yan's tears flowed continuously, as if her heart had shattered into countless pieces. Her voice trembled, filled with pain and helplessness. "Father! You don't know, that man named Chen Han, all his heroes and guards are women. What does this mean? Don't you understand? Sending me to him as a slave, wouldn't I become a plaything he can manipulate at will?" Long Yan cried out, tears blurring her vision. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy, and his eyes revealed a hint of impatience. He scolded again, "Humph! Look at yourself now, and you still have the nerve to mention being a hero? Do you even deserve to be called a hero?" Long Yan continued to explain, "No. Father. It's just that my status as a slave." She slowly lowered her head, a hint of despair flashing in her eyes. She knew that arguing would be futile. Her father had already made up his mind. As a slave, she lost all her freedom and dignity. The Lord can strip her of her power at any time, turning her into an ordinary person. The Lord could easily take liberties with her, and she was powerless to resist. The Lord could decide her life or death, and she could only silently endure it. How could she accept such conditions? Chapter 110, Delusion of Persecution. At this moment, Long Yan had only one thought in her mind. We must obtain civilian status at all costs. We absolutely cannot appear in the Hongmeng Temple as slaves. The middle-aged man ignored Long Yan's request and instead focused his gaze on Chen Han, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He said to Chen Han, "She will be your slave from now on. You can upgrade her to a commoner or play with her like a doll, it's up to you. But as her father, I still hope that you, young friend Chen Han, will treat her well." Chen Han nodded slightly, a confident smile on his face. "Senior, please rest assured. Now that Miss Long Yan has come to my territory, and is such a promising talent, I will definitely nurture her. I will not let you down." The middle-aged man returned a mature smile, a smile full of trust and relief. "I, the Demon Dragon Sovereign Long Outyan, thank you on behalf of my daughter Long Yan. I don't have much time left here, so please, young friend Chen Han, treat her well. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon dragon's sovereign transformed into a black shadow and vanished without a trace. The dark, cloud-covered sky and the terrifying oppressive aura vanished in that instant. It was as if they had never existed at all. Mia, Coco, and Emily also came outside as soon as their restraints were removed. Master, are you all right? Miao Kiki asked anxiously, her eyes filled with concern. Master, what exactly happened? Mia's voice carried a hint of doubt as her gaze swept back and forth between Chen Han and Long Yan. My lord, thank goodness you are all right. Emily's face showed a relieved expression, and she gently patted her chest. Chen Han waved his hand, indicating that they shouldn't worry. I'm fine, there was just a small accident, but I'm all right now. That's good. After the three women calmed down, they finally turned their attention to Long Yan, who was bound in a tortoise-shell shape by the immortal binding rope. When they saw the system information on Long Yan, they were stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Good heavens, a slave of the dragon race, and with such a high level of skill mastery, this is going to defy the heavens. Who is she? Is there such a person in our territory? Mia asked curiously, her gaze fixed on Long Yan, as if trying to discern some clue from her. Let me explain. Chen Han took a deep breath and began to tell the three women what had happened. 2.5 minutes later, after listening to Chen Han's account, the three women's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. The ruler of the endless void actually sent his own daughter to apologize, hoping to atone for her death sentence. Moreover, it was personally delivered by the demon dragon sovereign, whose name resounds throughout the myriad realms. Good heavens, that's really good heavens. The three women's beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and their faces showed an expression of disbelief. Miao Kiki tilted her head, her bright eyes full of curiosity, and asked softly, then what will master do with her? With such strong stats, it's such a waste to make her a slave. Slave units are quite special. Once you become a slave, you will not gain experience points or increase your experience level no matter what you do. Therefore, after capturing slaves, if the Lord intended to train them or use them as fighting force, he would elevate them to the status of commoners. If not, then remain a slave, doing only the most basic dirty work. Chen Han smiled slightly, reached out and patted Miao Kiki's head, and said, I've already thought of a way to deal with her. You should send people to the various territories and to Shanxue to explain the situation. Just say that I accidentally used a tool that can bind people over a wide area, so as not to cause any trouble. Good. After the three women left, Chen Han slowly walked up to Long Yan, who had remained silent. His gaze fell on the immortal binding rope binding Long Yan, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I never expected this to be a legendary item. The dowry given by the demon dragon overlord is indeed generous. I now own this immortal binding rope, so, take it. With Chen Han's command. The immortal binding rope instantly began to wriggle rapidly like a serpent, returning to Chen Han's palm. Upon seeing this, Long Yan immediately stood up and angrily pointed at Chen Han, saying, Chen Han, I'm warning you, if you dare to lay a hand on me, my father will not let you off. Chen Han sighed helplessly. He looked at Long Yan and said calmly, let's go inside first. I think we need to have a proper talk. Go inside? Long Yan immediately revealed a contemptuous expression, her eyes filled with disgust. You shameless bastard. You just want to use me to unleash your lust? Scum! Degenerate! Upon hearing this, Chen Han immediately rolled his eyes. The time before that was Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling, the time before that was Tu Shanxue, and this time it's Long Yan. Why do these pretty girls look at everyone with such lewd eyes? They all assumed that other men would take liberties with them without saying a word. Chen Han is a respectable gentleman, how could he possibly do such a thing? However, for now, Chen Han can only use his lord's authority to give Long Yan orders to come inside and discuss the matter. His voice carried an undeniable authority, come in with me. You. Long Yan's eyes widened, her face filled with anger. However, the lord's orders to slave units are mandatory. No matter how high her level or how strong she was, she could not disobey the orders of the endless void. In the end, Long Yan couldn't help but follow Chen Han into the conference room. Chen Han did not get straight to the point, but instead asked Long Yan to sit down and calm down for a while. He sat down next to her, leisurely playing on his phone. The sounds of enemies being killed in the game echoed in the conference room, creating a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere. The meeting room was silent except for the sound of Chen Han's fingers swiping across his phone screen. Long Yan sat there, her body tense, her eyes filled with vigilance and anger. She bit her lip tightly, seemingly trying to control her emotions. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive and suffocating. A silence enveloped the entire conference hall, as if it could crush one's spine. Chen Han would occasionally look up at Long Yan, then continue focusing on his mobile game. Time passed, second by second. Finally, 2 hours later. Long Yan couldn't help but break the silence, her voice trembling slightly. "What exactly do you want?" Chen Han put down his phone, looked at Long Yan, and slowly said, "I just want to have a good talk with you. I think there are quite a few misunderstandings between us." Long Yan frowned slightly. "What do you want to talk about?" He said, "Your name is Long Yan, right? How about we make a deal?" Long Yan sneered, a cold glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. "What deal? A deal to be made in your bedroom?" Chapter 111 Hongmeng Heavenly Dao Peak. Chen Han gently shook his head, a calm and composed expression on his face. He slowly took out the hero's heart from his spatial bag and placed it in Long Yan's slightly trembling hand. The next second, as Long Yan nervously checked the information interface of Hero's heart, her eyes widened instantly, and she stood frozen in place as if she had been frozen in place. Seeing her reaction, Chen Han explained earnestly, "You should have seen the effects of this thing by now. It can turn any unit into a hero unit. Even if you are currently just a slave, you can instantly become a hero as long as you use this item. As you can see, I have now broken through to the 3rd tier, but I only have 2 heroes under my command. I am fully capable of taking you in and training you as a hero. Although I don't know much about the rules of the Endless Void, I can hear the helplessness in your father's words. Now, you have no choice but to become a member of my Hongmeng Temple. My deal is simple: I can make you a hero, and I will do everything I can to nurture you and give you freedom. But on the condition that you obey me and contribute your strength to this territory. How about it?" Long Yan seemed still in shock, her mind blank, and she stammered, I. Chen Han could also see that she seemed unable to make a decision at the moment, so he stood up and patted Long Yan on the shoulder. She said softly, "Think it over carefully. Of course, if you want to give up, I can raise you as an ordinary girl, as long as you don't cause trouble." After saying that, Chen Han turned and left the conference room, leaving Long Yan alone, staring blankly at the heart of heroes in her hand, lost in deep thought. The heart of a hero? There's actually such a wondrous treasure. Long Yan muttered to herself, and at the same time she realized that she could move freely again. However, her activities are limited to within her territory. "So you want me to tour the territory first before making a decision? Fine, as you wish." Long Yan sighed, then slowly left the conference room and went outside. On the other side. After leaving the conference room, Chen Han found an open space and began today's territory renovation work. Due to the rapid increase in level, the high-level units initially summoned are now lagging behind the overall strength of the team. Especially the Pegasus sisters, who were the first to be summoned, are currently only at the 2nd tier, 5th stage. If you want to upgrade the level of these guard units, the most convenient and effective way, besides sending them to participate in battles, is to build a training ground. They are upgraded by consuming Genesis crystals. However, this training ground differs from the hero experience pool. It cannot immediately raise their levels to the maximum. Instead, they have to train constantly in the training grounds, spending a lot of time and energy to gradually improve their level. Therefore, Chen Han had not chosen to build this training ground before. However, he now fully understands the advantages of having a sufficient number of soldiers. Therefore, he decided to ensure that all Pegasus Knight Legions and Ninja Legions could keep up with the main force in a timely manner to avoid uneven strength. At the same time, he was full of expectations for the upgraded training ground and curious about its effects. Build a training ground 100 building points. Upgrade the training ground 10 times 300 building points. Upgrade the training ground 10 times 800 building points. Upgrade the training ground 10 times 1,500 building points. Building, training ground. Level, Tier 3, Stage 10. Durability, 100,000 100,000. Upgrade cost, 150 building points. Function, consumes Genesis crystals to train guard units and increase their level. Upgrading the building level will increase the maximum training level. Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the training grounds to the primordial Heavenly Dao Peak? Chen Han was slightly taken aback when he saw the upgraded building name. What the heck? How did a perfectly good training ground turn into a mountain after being upgraded? Sure. Upgrade failed. Insufficient territory space. Please try increasing the territory size. Chen Han was truly dumbfounded this time. He stared wide-eyed at the training ground before him in disbelief. This training ground covers an area of approximately 5,000 square meters, which is insignificant compared to his current 500,000 square meter Hongmeng Temple. However, what's puzzling is that after the upgrade, it's not enough? What exactly happened? Chen Han was filled with doubt, suspecting that the system had malfunctioned. So he clicked the upgrade button again, but to his surprise, the system gave the same response. Holy crap! Could it really have upgraded into a giant mountain? With such a vast area, it must be something extraordinary. Chen Han pondered to himself, a sense of anticipation rising in his heart. He decided to restart the renovation project and make full use of his talent for complex calculations. He merged all the territories he had previously occupied, retaining only 3 subordinate territories, rebuilding the Leopard Clan's Glorious City 114514, Black Dabraka, and Praying Moon Village. After all, they are all first-tier territories, so the potential for improvement is quite limited. After this series of operations, the territory of the Hongmeng Temple has expanded to 600,000 square meters. After all, these are all first-tier territories, and the potential for improvement is quite limited. Afterwards, all the defensive towers were moved to one side, and a large number of building points were spent to move all the buildings on one side to the other side. After much effort, a semicircular area of nearly 300,000 square meters was finally cleared on the east side of the Hongmeng Temple. After a long day, the space should be big enough for an upgrade now, right? While complaining, Chen Han clicked the upgrade confirmation option again. Upgrade successful. Architecture, Hongmeng Tian Dao Peak Unique Totem Architecture. Level, Tier 3, Stage 10. Durability, 1 million. Upgrade cost, 20,000 building points. Function, any unit below the building level can pray and gain a large amount of experience points in front of this peak. Additional effect 1, the original appearance of the building cannot be seen by anyone except the residents of its territory. Additional effect 2, all units that have meditated before this peak will have their combat power increased by 30%. Tier 3 effect. Additional effect 3, 3 points of heavenly Dao power will be accumulated every day at midnight. Tier 3 effect. Consuming a certain amount of heavenly Dao power can help any unit learn skills, increase combat power, and upgrade skill levels. Current heavenly Dao power, 0. Chapter 112 Long Yan's Request. Holy crap, is this going against the heavens? Chen Han's eyes widened, his mouth agape, utterly stunned by the sight before him. The level of surprise this time was far beyond his imagination. It's unbelievable that a regular building can be directly upgraded to a totem building? It's important to know that the original training ground required paying Genesis crystals to conduct training, and the number of people trained each time was extremely limited, with 20 or 30 people being the limit. In order to meet the training needs of the soldiers in their territory, warlords often need to build several training grounds, which consumes a lot of resources and time. But now, the situation is completely different. By meditating before this primordial heavenly Dao peak, one can gain experience points and a powerful boost to combat strength. This mountain, it's simply a miracle. Chen Han secretly estimated that it would be no problem for 1,000 people to comprehend it at the same time, and it would be completely free. What's even more surprising is that there's also the power of heaven to implement elite training policies. That's absolutely outrageous. Meanwhile, Long Yan, who had intended to tell Chen Han about her thoughts, was also stunned into silence by the astonishing scene of the great transformation of the mountain. Although she had already toured the entire Hongmeng Temple that afternoon and seen all sorts of extraordinary buildings. But it didn't stir up much emotion in her heart. After all, with her status and vision, what kind of lordly talent hadn't she seen? What kind of peerless geniuses haven't I seen? While such talents that can alter building abilities are rare, none are as bizarre as Chen Han's upgraded version, but they are not entirely unique. However, when she witnessed Chen Han upgrading ordinary buildings directly into totem buildings, and the bonuses brought by these totem buildings were almost comparable to the talents of a lord who could break through to the 20th rank in the future, she was also stunned. This is only the 3rd tier effect. Long Yan only glanced at it, but she clearly felt that her combat power had increased by 30%. What about the future? When I reach level 10, will I be able to have 100% combat power? That's absolutely outrageous. That's fucking insane. Chen Han seemed to have noticed that someone was behind him. He slowly turned around, his gaze sharp as he asked, Long Yan? It's you. What, you've come to see me now, have you made up your mind? Long Yan nodded slightly, walked up to Chen Han and said, Chen Han, I agree to everything you mentioned this afternoon. But I have one condition. Chen Han raised an eyebrow slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity, and asked, what are the conditions? Long Yan took a deep breath and replied decisively, "You have to give me a detached villa. That's it." In fact, Long Yan originally wanted to add another idea: "You can't force me to do anything." But thinking about it, it's still a bit excessive. After all, she is currently a slave, and even if she becomes Chen Han's hero, she is destined to obey him in the future. It was already unprecedented for the Lord to prepare a room for her. Adding further conditions, especially after seeing Chen Han's abilities, it's really ungrateful. Chen Han was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Is there really such a good thing? Is that all you're asking for? That's exactly what he thought. After all, he must make some noise every night. Long Yan's current affection for him is not enough to trigger the enhanced effect of the Lord's talent. If I knew he was throwing parties every night, my already low opinion of him would probably drop to zero. He originally thought Long Yan would make more demanding requests, but he didn't expect her to only ask for a detached villa. He thought to himself that this was not a difficult task for him. A calm smile appeared on his face as he replied, "No problem, I have plenty of building sites available. I can build for you. Where do you want to live?" Long Yan turned to look at the Hongmeng dragon pool beside her, her gaze lingering on an open space next to the bathhouse, and said, "Next to the bathhouse." Chen Han nodded, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Long Yan's choice was quite good. It was close to the Hongmeng dragon pool for convenient bathing, and also provided her with a relatively independent space. He smiled and said, "No problem, let's go, I'll build it for you right now." The number of building points needed to upgrade residential houses was pitifully small, and Chen Han was not stingy at all. Soon, a Hongmeng pavilion of the 3rd rank and 10th level rose from the ground. The Hongmeng pavilion covers an area of 300 square meters, has 3 floors, and is equipped with a separate courtyard. Its appearance is fresh and elegant, blending perfectly with the surrounding environment, and it looks just like a detached villa. The villa is surrounded by all sorts of exotic flowers and plants, which compete for beauty and emit a fragrant aroma that permeates the air, making people feel intoxicated. The exterior of Hongmeng Pavilion is magnificent and resplendent, while the interior is filled with the fragrance of flowers. Stepping inside feels like entering a dreamlike world. Every corner was meticulously arranged, from the gorgeous decorations to the comfortable furniture, all of which showcased Chen Han's dedication and taste. This is definitely the dream room. Long Yan glanced at the golden house casually. Although she didn't say much, her expression showed that she was very satisfied with the house. Seeing this, Chen Han casually mentioned, "By the way, do you need any maids or anything? If so, I can go to the vassal territories and requisition some for you." Long Yan waved her hand and said indifferently, "I'll choose the maids myself later. Chen Han, come find me if you need me to fight." After saying that, she stepped up the stairs, entered the master bedroom, and began to decorate her own small bedroom. Chen Han stood there, quietly watching Long Yan's retreating figure, sighing inwardly. I glanced at her information panel. Name, Long Yan. Race, Dragon. Combat power, 15,000. Truly worthy of being the daughter of the demon dragon overlord. Without triggering my lord's talent enhancement, and only with the enhancements from the Starry Flower Sea and the primordial Heavenly Dao Peak, she already possesses a combat power of 15,000 points. This strength is truly formidable. Chen Han couldn't help but sigh. He also understood that this matter could not be rushed. Long Yan wasn't summoned by him, she didn't have any innate affinity bonus. In fact, she was dragged here by her father, which made her seem to harbor a slight hostility towards Chen Han. It's alright, at least they didn't launch a fierce attack on Chen Han's kidneys right away, otherwise it would have really been a disaster. Previously, even Emily could easily suppress the 3rd-ranked hero under Jin Yao's command. With her 15,000 combat power, Long Yan is probably a shoe-in for the 3rd-place legendary item reward. Let everyone spend these days studying the primordial Heavenly Dao Peak and leveling up. Chen Han said silently to himself. Chapter 113 Future Planning. Muko was impressed by your heroic demeanor and has been granted an opportunity to upgrade buildings and items, X1. Mia is impressed by your heroic demeanor and has been granted one opportunity to upgrade buildings and items, X2. Emily was awestruck by your impressive display and has been granted one opportunity to upgrade buildings and items, X3. The next day at 8 a.m. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow in the room. The ninja legion that went out to investigate other lords has finally returned successfully. Previously, they had stated that they could only investigate information on all lords within a radius of 100 kilometers. This time, however, they far exceeded expectations, even gathering information on several territories more than 200 kilometers away from the Hongmeng Temple, with near-perfect accuracy. It has to be said that the enhancement capabilities of the Starry Flower Sea are truly remarkable. The Ninja Legion captain, Gu Lingmeng, knelt on one knee and said softly, "My lord, this is all the intelligence we have gathered." Chen Han sat in the chair, nodding absently, "I understand." His eyes were somewhat glazed over, and his body was still immersed in the exhaustion of the previous night. He hadn't slept for more than a few hours. If it weren't for the fact that the Lord also gains a 30% combat power bonus after comprehending the primordial heavenly Dao Peak, he probably wouldn't even be able to get out of bed today. Gu Lingming continued, "Then may I ask, Lord, what's next?" Chen Han looked at the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao mountain outside the house and slowly said, "Go and study that mountain behind you for a while. It will greatly improve your combat power." Gu Lingmeng nodded respectfully, "Yes. I understand." Then he stood up and led the ninja army toward Hongmeng Tiandao Mountain. After Gu Lingmeng left, Chen Han went to the living room and opened the system map. All the information about the lords that the ninja legions had discovered was also completely marked out. Rebuilding the glory of the Leopard Clan 114514, which is now the number 1 subordinate territory, extends northward for 200 kilometers and has a total of 5 lords, all of whom have reached the level of 2nd tier, 8th stage, or above. Furthermore, one of the lords has occupied a considerable amount of territory and resource points to the south, and only started collecting resources yesterday. Haida Braka, which is the area within a radius of 100 kilometers after the mine in the northwest direction of the 2nd subordinate territory, there are about 10 lords of level 2, level 5 who have formed an alliance and are developing together. This place has scarce resources, and there's nothing particularly noteworthy about it. Praying Moon Village refers to the several territories further west from the 3rd subordinate territory. These are all empty lands destroyed by Yu Yunshan and Yu Yunling. Apart from these, there are no other territories. Within this area spanning over 100 kilometers, there are at least 100 untouched resource points, as well as 5 rare troop resource points, resembling an unexplored treasure trove. Taking all aspects into consideration, the 2nd subordinate territory, where Faya and Wu Yao are stationed, is currently in good condition and can continue to maintain stability, allowing them to develop and grow with peace of mind. Meanwhile, the soldiers who are diligently studying the primordial Heavenly Dao Mountain within the main territory will all be transferred to the number 1 annexed territory guarded by Lucre and the 3 Pegasus sisters once their levels are raised, to continue expanding northward. Ideally, we should seize all the territories that have been occupied by other lords. Chen Han had personally tried it yesterday. His talent for multiple settlements allowed him to get an extra settlement opportunity after successfully conquering the vassal territories occupied by other lords. Since the appearance of the primordial Heavenly Dao Mountain within his territory, Chen Han has increasingly felt that the space within his territory is already stretched thin. We must expand our territory as quickly as possible to meet the ever-growing demand. For now, the main territory will wait for the Pegasus Knights Legion, the Ninja Legion, and Wu Yao, Lu Kur, and Wei Shaoling to finish comprehending the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao Mountain. Then, the relocation order will be used to move the territory to a location 50 kilometers west of the Praying Moon Village, where resources will be fully exploited. As for Tu Shanxue, she hitched a ride on this alliance and broke through to the 3rd tier, 4th stage. Furthermore, the fact that she formed an alliance with the Hongmeng Temple has been widely suspected, and her sworn enemy, Jin Yao, has been eliminated, so it's unlikely that any lord will dare to attack her again. Therefore, letting her develop in place with peace of mind is the safest option. She herself also expressed her approval of this development strategy. Thus, the future development strategy was roughly determined. Chen Han took a relaxing bath, enjoyed a hearty breakfast, and then routinely upgraded the buildings. Time had passed and it was already 11 a.m. After nearly a full day of fierce competition, the number of lords in the Yunza continent decreased dramatically, plummeting to only 5,462. In less than a day, nearly 2,000 lords were lost, demonstrating the terrifying nature of this tit-for-tat activity. Based on past trends, the Lord War will likely come to a complete end in a few days. Therefore, within public chat groups, the Lord of White Wolf Huihui, Gong Xiaowei, also took the initiative to speak out. "Fellow lords, the number of lords is decreasing rapidly. If we do not control the pace of the battle, I'm afraid this Lord War will end prematurely in a few days." However, many areas within the Yunza continent remain unexplored, perhaps hiding countless precious treasures and resources waiting to be discovered. There's also a trading post extravaganza where everyone can trade with each other and get what they need, which will definitely help our territory develop rapidly. Therefore, I propose that everyone temporarily cease fighting, focus on developing their own territories, and decide on the next course of action based on the actual situation after the internal exploration is completed. What do you all think? These words immediately resonated with many lords. In particular, those lords who were weaker and had struggled to survive in the fierce competition expressed their enthusiastic support for Gong Xiaohui's suggestion. They practically worshipped Gong Xiaohui as a goddess, and were moved to tears of gratitude. Although some players in the Lords' Bureau are being hypocritical, they are clearly the ones who have conquered the most lords, yet they are now playing the good guy. However, considering the difference in strength and the current situation, what Gong Xiaohui said is indeed reasonable. After all, only 4 days have passed since this Lord War began, and the number of lords has already been reduced to more than half. Besides the fact that each lord's time span is quite large. More importantly, random events are triggered too frequently, causing the strong to become stronger and the weak to become weaker, rapidly widening the gap between the two sides. To make matters worse, over 99% of the resource points were still available, yet the Lord War was about to end. This is something that people wouldn't even dare to dream of in other Lord battles. That's absolutely outrageous. Chapter 114 Fellow Humans. The various lords opened the rankings. I. Primordial Temple, 3rd tier, 6th stage. 2. Celestial Fox Divine Realm, 3rd tier, 4th stage. 3. White Wolf Huihui, tier 3, stage 4. 4. Doluwa Continent, Doluwa City, tier 3, stage 3. 5. Kai Kunken's Management Company, level 3, stage 2. 6. Why do the territory names keep repeating? Tier 3, Stage 2. 7. Huihui's Little Follower 001, Level 3, Stage 1. 38. Snowfield Heavenly Dragon, Tier 3, Stage 1. Unexpectedly, a tit-for-tat event resulted in the addition of 38 Tier 3 lords. Even the lowest-ranking lords have a second tier and 4 stages. It can be said that it has undergone a complete and utter ascension. But the price is the future of 2,000 lords. I agree with Gong Xiaohui's point of view. This is a rare Lord's War, we should at least collect all the natural resource points before we end it. I agree. I haven't made enough money from this trading platform's extravaganza yet. If you don't understand, just ask. What's inside the Yunza continent? Is the person upstairs serious? Are they genuinely ignorant or just pretending? Let me explain. Every time a Lord's War begins, we are teleported to a continent in the endless void. In fact, we are only teleported to the outer area of the continent. The center of the continent is still shrouded in the fog of war, which will only dissipate after certain conditions are met. The number of resource points and treasures inside far exceeds that of the outer area, and there are even many treasures of epic level or higher. If the Lord's War ends before even unlocking the inner area, it would be a huge loss. I see. I thought the fog of war in the center of the continent was because I hadn't upgraded my map. By the way, what conditions need to be met to activate it? Where can I find that information? You can see it by clicking on the misty area in the center of the continent on the map. The unlock condition this time is that a lord must successfully break through to the 4th tier. It depends on whether the Hongmeng Temple, Big Shot can break through to the 4th tier. Gong Xiaohui chimed in, at Hongmeng Divine Temple at Doluwa Continent, Doluwa City, what do you guys say? Doluwa Continent, Doluwa City, responded, I have no problem, it depends on what Hongmeng Temple has to say. Upon seeing that someone had tagged him, Chen Han, who was enjoying a back massage, also opened the chat room. After browsing through it briefly, I roughly understood the cause and effect. He casually sent a message, I don't really want this Lord War to end so soon either. Let's do as White Wolf Huihui said. As for how to carry it out, that's up to you. When they saw Hongmeng Temple finally pop up in the chat room, almost half of the lords were quite excited. Holy crap! The big boss of Hongmeng Temple has finally shown up. Hey boss, please take me under your wing. I'm a cat spirit girl, I can warm your bed and I can whimper. This guy is too strong. I'm only at the 2nd level, 2nd stage, and he's already at the 3rd level, 6th stage. That's amazing. At Hongmeng Temple, sir, can we add each other as friends? Let's get to know each other. A Tier 2, rank 10 lord whose territory is named Little Wind Chimes Floating tagged Chen Han. Judging from the name, it should be a girl. Chen Han didn't mince words and replied, if you have a friend token, then apply. Little Wind Chime Fluttering, thank you so much. I'll apply right away. This caused an uproar among everyone in the public chat room. Holy crap! I also want to add that Hongmeng Temple, big shot is a friend. Anyone have a friend token? I'll pay a high price. I'll buy it at a high price. This kind of big shot will definitely become a transcendent lord in the future. Having a transcendent lord as a friend will give me the confidence to show off. Damn DJ. I just used my friend request yesterday. What a huge loss. Who has a friend's order? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Chen Han closed the public chat room and then accepted the friend request from Little Wind Chime Floating. At the same time, in the due south of Yunza continent, four small dots shimmering with mysterious blue light quietly appeared. They are more than 800 kilometers away from the location of the Hongmeng Temple, but compared to the previous great distance from the Immortal Fox realm, they now seem very close. Not long after, Little Wind Chimes Fluttering quickly sent a message, "Thank you so much for adding me as a friend." Chen Han looked at the screen and replied, "Is there something you need?" Little Wind Chimes Fluttering then replied, "It's nothing. I heard that you are a lord of the human race, and so am I. So, adding each other as friends might be helpful in the future." Upon seeing this news, Chen Han couldn't help but fall into deep thought. When did he ever reveal that he was a human? So he pressed on, "Where did you hear that?" Little Wind Chime Fluttering, Your ally said that. The Lord of the Immortal Fox realm said that you, sir, are a handsome human, and he also said quite a bit about you. As she spoke, she also sent a screenshot from yesterday afternoon's public chat room. Chen Han clicked on the picture and saw that Tu Shanxue was praising him effusively in the public chat group. She used all sorts of flowery language to describe Chen Han's strength and handsomeness, her enthusiasm as if she were a fangirl who had been following a star for many years, her respect for Chen Han overflowing. Tu Shanxue even made the astonishingly outrageous statement, "I'd be willing to be his maid and play with him," leaving Chen Han speechless. Chen Han originally thought Tu Shanxue was a cold and pure little fox demon, but he never expected that this time she would open his eyes to a whole new world. However, upon closer examination of Tu Shanxue's words, she did not seem to explicitly state that Chen Han was a human, nor did she reveal specific details about Chen Han's battles. What she expressed was mostly a side description of Chen Han, and a constant stream of praise. Some lords may have only inferred this from her basic description of Chen Han through indirect means, and could not be 100% certain. Chen Han sighed helplessly. He thought to himself that Tu Shanxue probably didn't do it on purpose. After all, she had not only helped her eliminate her ancestral feud, but also led her to achieve leapfrog development, so it was no wonder that she was extremely excited. "Oh well, my identity will be known to everyone sooner or later anyway. Since you, Tu Shanxue, have made such outrageous remarks, I'll take advantage of you, you vixen, when I have time next time. I'll also take this opportunity to test whether my talent works on female units outside my territory." Chen Han nodded and replied, "I see." The little wind chimes flutter, changing the subject, she asked, "Speaking of which, my name is Enran, and I'm from Jiangchang. What about you?" Upon seeing this sentence, Chen Han almost coughed up blood. Her name is Enran, she's from Jiangchang, and she's only recently awakened her talent and become a lord. What the hell? Could it be such a coincidence? Chen Han pressed on, "May I ask, are you Enran, the student council president of Jiangchang No. 3 Middle School?" Chapter 115, A Hero's Elegy. Upon seeing this message, Enran's eyes lit up, and she quickly replied, "You know me?" Enran is a top student and also a second-generation leader. Both of her parents are 10th-level lords, which puts them in the top 99.999% of the human population. Not only is she academically excellent and has a great personality, but she is also very beautiful. She has traveled with her parents to many high-ranking lords' territories and has a wide range of knowledge. She is a true rich, beautiful, and successful woman. In high school, the number of people pursuing her could almost circle the track more than 10 times. Chen Han sighed, "Yeah, how could I not know the school beauty of Jiangchang No. 3 Middle School?" "You're also a graduate of Jiangchang No. 3 High School?" "Yes, my name is Chen Han." Chen Han. And Ran thought about it for a long time. At that time, among the children of high-ranking officials at Jiangchang No. 3 Middle School, there didn't seem to be anyone named Chen Han, nor had anyone ever heard of anyone named Chen Han performing exceptionally well. "Sorry, I have no recollection of it. It's normal that I don't remember it. I was practically invisible in high school, the kind of student who was at the bottom of the class." "Wow, you can become this strong. It was obtained in exchange for kidneys." "Kidneys? What do you mean? Are you buying pork kidneys to bring in and make soup?" At the same time, The atmosphere in Bai Lang Hui's territory was tense yet full of anticipation. Dong Shelui carefully handed the legendary weapon, the ultimate orb, that she had obtained yesterday to Bai Mengru's fair and jade-like hands. Her eyes revealed boundless trust and expectation as she softly said, "Try it and see if you can control its power." Bai Mengru, a heroine of the White Fox clan, is graceful and beautiful. She nodded slightly and replied softly, "Yes, my lord, I will do my best." Before she finished speaking, Bai Mengru unhesitatingly poured her powerful spiritual energy into the magic orb. In that instant, it seemed as if time itself had stood still. A mysterious and profound power, like a long-dormant beast being awakened, suddenly resonated strongly with all the spiritual energy in her body. One by one, threads radiating brilliant golden light emerged from the magic orb, like a golden torrent, continuously flowing into Bai Mengru's body. Her momentum began to rise steadily, becoming increasingly powerful and awe-inspiring. Each infusion of spiritual power made her aura even more powerful. Finally, 10 minutes later, the infusion of this power gradually ceased. Dong Shelui looked at Bai Mengru's system interface, a slight smile of satisfaction appearing on her lips. Each of the heroes under one's command has their own unique expertise and specialization. Bai Mengru is skilled in magic. Her magical attainments are unfathomable, and she can control various powerful magical forces. Lin Luoluo is skilled in various support magic, and her presence often provides crucial support and buffs to her teammates. Qiu Luoyan, on the other hand, is a complete assassin. She is agile, skilled in close combat, and can deliver a fatal blow to her enemies in an instant. However, heroes who specialize in one type of skill do have a certain disadvantage in terms of combat power compared to heroes who can master both physical and magical attacks. But now, with the magical blessing of the ultimate orb, Bai Mengru's combat power has reached 5,998 points. It is almost comparable to a typical Tier 4 beginner hero, spanning an entire major tier. Moreover, this is a hero who is at a disadvantage in terms of combat power assessment and is specializing in one area. Dong Shelui narrowed her eyes slightly, elegantly picked up a cup of tea, took a small sip, and savored the refreshing aroma spreading in her mouth. She murmured to herself, looking at the 4 characters, Hongmeng Temple, on her system interface. "You, Hongmeng Temple, have been so arrogant for 2 days. There's still an hour until the final power rankings are announced. Then we'll know who's truly number 1 on this Yunza continent. I will definitely avenge the goblin kill rankings this time." It seemed that she had finally encountered a lord of her own kind, who was also her former high school beauty queen. Chen Han was in a particularly good mood and had a very pleasant chat. It must be said that Ayn Rand seemed to have no guard up against Chen Han at all, and she described her future development strategy and goals without reservation. "I had no idea this was strategic information. If others find out, people could die." Chen Han was quite speechless about this. He never imagined that the once naive and innocent goddess could have developed to such a powerful level. This truly surprised him. And Rand said expectantly, "Speaking of which, Chen Han, it's almost midnight. We'll find out your hero power level then." Chen Han replied casually, "Not much, not worth worrying about." And Rand pouted and replied, "I don't believe you. I heard that White Wolf Huihui obtained the legendary weapon Ultimate Orb in the head-to-head confrontation, which greatly increases combat power after equipping it. I feel like your first place is in jeopardy." Chen Han replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I'll take all 3 spots this time." And Ran was slightly taken aback upon seeing this message. Top 3? Are you trying to buy everything? Could it be that Chen Han has recruited another hero from somewhere? However, can just randomly pick any hero and they'll be in the top 3? At that moment, system notifications rang in the minds of all the lords simultaneously. The random event Heroes Elegy has officially ended. Now announcing all heroes ranked 101st to 1000th. Soon, a list was displayed in front of everyone. All the lords immediately browsed the list. In the chat room, some were happy while others were sad. I really didn't expect that after leveling up so many times, I still couldn't even get into the top 1000, and I couldn't even get a rare item. Strange, why can't I see the top 100? The top 100 in the Heroes Elegy event will be announced separately from the back to the front, and their combat power information will also be displayed. After all, it's called Heroes Elegy, so of course we have to give the heroes plenty of face. I see. I can understand that feeling too. It would be quite prestigious to become a hero and be publicly recognized by all the lords. I don't know why, but even though none of my heroes made the list, I'm still incredibly excited. 5 minutes later, a new pane of glass appeared prominently above the list. Surrounded by white light, the central text glowed gold, as if cast in gold, making it particularly eye-catching against the azure background. It makes one marvel at its high level of sophistication. Rank 100, by 1, Territory, Huehue's Little Follower 011, Combat Power, 2024. Chapter 116 Sweeping the Top 3. The moment the 100th person was announced, the entire public chat room erupted in excitement once again. Holy crap, 2024 Combat Power? Are you kidding me? Damn, you guys are all this strong? My hero's combat power isn't even a fraction of that. Your hero only has a combat power of 24? You're kidding me. Even though my hero didn't make the list, I don't know why, but I get really excited seeing other people's heroes on the list. +1 to the comment above. No wonder the Heroes Elegy event was announced like this. It's truly breathtaking. The hero power rankings continue to be released, and the public chat room is bustling with activity. The ranking of a hero will last for about 5 seconds, no more, no less, just right. Rank 64, Peach Blossom, Territory, Little Wind Chimes, Combat Power, 2321. Isn't this the lord I added as a friend of the Hongmeng Temple expert this afternoon? I didn't expect him to be such a master. I always thought she was just a cute little girl trying to curry favor with someone powerful. Turns out she's a big shot too. As expected, the big shots of the Hongmeng Temple wouldn't just add a noob as a friend. True masters respect each other. The rankings continue to be updated. Many well-known figures have had their heroes reach the top 100, earning them an epic item. Finally, we've arrived at the exciting top 10. It seems to be to accommodate the rankings of the top 10 heroes. The information screen, which would normally only stay for 5 seconds, stayed for a full 20 seconds this time, and the font size was doubled. It was so dazzling that it almost blinded the dog. 10th place, Kelvin, Territory, Dolua City, Dolua Continent, Combat Power, 3209. After a moment of silence, the public chat room exploded. Holy crap! 3209 Combat Power? Are you kidding me? The 11th place only has 2888 combat power. The difference between 10th and 11th place is so big? I thought it was the same as 12th place, just 12 points of combat power difference. At first, I thought that the heroes of the Hongmeng Temple, big shots would be at most at 3000 combat power. I didn't expect that the 10th place would exceed 3000 points. Damn it, that's 5 times the strength of my hero. Can't you guys have any humanity? 9th place, Lin Luoluo, Territory of White Wolf Huihui, Combat Power 3427. 8th place, Emperor Shine, Territory, Dolua City, Dolua Continent, Combat Power 3593. 7th place, Xiao Luoyan, Territory of Bailang Huihui, Combat Power 3766. 6th place, Nangong Woody, Territory, Dolua City, Dolua Continent, Combat Power 3888. 5th place, Asana, Territory, Immortal Fox Realm, Combat Power, 4000. Information about 5 heroes was released in a row, and the combat power of each hero differed by more than 100 points. This sudden news was like a heavy hammer blow, striking the heartstrings of everyone in the chat room and leaving them completely stunned. How exactly do these people cultivate heroes? Even with an S-rank talent and all the skill books he drew, it would be impossible to have such amazing combat power at the 3rd stage. Can't you be a little more normal? Next, the combat power of the 4th hero was revealed. 4th place, by Mengru, Territory of Bailang Huihui, Combat Power 5998. When this line of text came into view, White Wolf Huihui was stunned for a moment. Her loyal followers were also dumbfounded. All the lords of the entire Yunza continent were stunned by this astonishing number. 5998 points of combat power. This is simply an existence defying the heavens. It's likely that one person alone could break through the territory of a second-tier, 10th level lord. However, what's even more shocking is that with a combat power of 5998 points, he only ranks 4th. I should have known better than to look at the leaderboard. Damn it, at first I thought my hero's 1200 power was pretty strong, until I saw your hero power rankings. Damn it! I remember yesterday, didn't the pro player, White Wolf Huihui, get a legendary weapon? After equipping it, she still couldn't get 1st place? The top 3 are still remaining, and none of the heroes from the Hongmeng Temple have appeared yet. Holy crap, no way? 3 heroes with a combat power exceeding 5998 points? Is this some kind of invincible power level? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, I don't believe it. Amid the discussions among the lords, the hero ranked third on the hero power list has finally surfaced. Third place, Long Yen, territory, Hongmeng Temple, combat power, 15,000. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. In a chat room with over 5,000 people, not a single person spoke. It took a full 10 seconds before someone finally spoke. What the hell? Am I blind? 15,000 points? You're not blind, it really is 15,000 points. Is this for real? White Wolf Huihui,'s hero points are only 5998, while Hongmeng Temple,'s Long Yen has 15,000 points? And she's only in third place. It should be true the endless void ranking can't be fake. However, that's not all. Second place, Miao Kiki, territory, Hongmeng Temple, combat power, 24,780. First place, Mia, territory, Hongmeng Temple, combat power, 25,990. Looking at the leaderboard that shimmered with dazzling gold light, all the lords were completely dumbfounded. I was completely dumbfounded and utterly shocked. A hero with 25,000 combat power? Even a tier 5s rank talent hero might not have this combat power. You're saying that a lord who just broke through to the third rank 2 days ago can be cultivated? What the hell is this? No wonder the Sky Sanctuary was destroyed by the Primordial Temple in less than half an hour. Any one of their heroes could probably sweep through the entire territory. How did they even do that? 25,000 combat power. Damn, I don't even feel the value of the grenade launcher I bought that can only be used once anymore. The Primordial Chaos Temple is indeed Tier 3, Stage 6, right? Not Tier 6, Stage 3. How exactly did he train his heroes? Even if the heroes he summoned were previously at the 5th or 6th tier, they would be synchronized to the same level as the Lord under the influence of the rules. So why do 3rd tier heroes have such high combat power? Could it be cheating? This is the Hero's Elegy event in the Endless Void, tell me how to cheat? I was going back to sleep, but I didn't expect to start hallucinating in the middle of the day. That's outrageous. That's ridiculous. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while looking at the chat room. Chapter 117, The Reincarnation of an Extraordinary Lord. How is this possible? Gong Xiaowei was also stunned. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, her face filled with disbelief. Although she knew that her overall strength was probably inferior to that of the Hongmeng Divine Temple. But who would have thought that the gap would be so huge? Let alone her territory alone, even if all her sycophants were combined, they wouldn't be a match for the Hongmeng Temple. A reincarnation of an extraordinary lord. He must be a reincarnation of an extraordinary lord. Beside Gong Xiaowei, a sycophantic follower stood up, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Another follower quickly chimed in, that's absolutely right, otherwise there's no way to explain all this. Gong Xiaowei shook her head with a wry smile, her smile carrying a hint of bitterness and helplessness. She recalled the efforts she had made to improve her strength, and the days and nights of relentless training in battles. However, she now discovers that the opponent she has always wanted to surpass is actually a reincarnation of a transcendent lord. I really overestimated myself, actually wanting to surpass the reincarnation of a transcendent lord. The term transcendent lord is a general term for lords who have reached the rank of 25 or above. Among all the races in the heavens, it can be said that more than 90% of them have never had a transcendent lord in their history. Gong Xiaowei is hailed as the greatest prodigy in the White Wolf clan throughout history. Her talent and potential are absolutely unparalleled in the tens of thousands of years of the White Wolf clan's history. In order to nurture her, the White Wolf clan spared no expense, causing many White Wolf clan lords of the same age to abandon them and concentrate their resources on her alone. Given Gong Xiaowei's limits and the Elder's greatest expectation of her, it was that she could break through to the 20th level 10,000 years later and become the future leader of the White Wolf clan. As for becoming a transcendent lord, that was something she wouldn't even dare to think about, and she had never even dreamed of it. As the reincarnation of a transcendent lord, the lord of the Hongmeng Temple will inevitably surpass the achievements of a transcendent lord in the future, provided he does not perish prematurely. Faced with such an opponent, Gong Xiaowei felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. She couldn't help but ask herself, what did she have to compare herself to? How can you even compare? Fortunately, I hadn't done anything to offend the Primordial Temple before. Bai Mengru asked from the side, Lord, since the lord of this Hongmeng Temple is a reincarnation of an extraordinary lord, shouldn't we express our gratitude in some way? Gong Shui nodded. Let's add him as a friend and chat a bit after we get the friend token next time. On the other side. Upon witnessing the combat prowess of Chen Han and his two companions, Tu Shanxue and Xiao Nai gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. I thought I had a good understanding of Chen Han's strength and believed he was probably at the 9th level. However, when they arrived at the 8th floor, they suddenly realized that Chen Han's true strength was actually on the 99th floor. This enormous gap left them feeling incredibly shocked and frustrated. Tu Shanxue slowly put down the book How to Please a Man in her hand, a bitter smile appearing on her lips, and asked softly, Nai, do you still want to study this book? Xiao Nai slammed the textbook to the ground and shouted, what the hell are you learning? Xiao Shui, right now, immediately, change into your best underwear and come with me to the Hongmeng Temple. Tu Shanxue looked panicked, her eyes wide, and stammered, no? If I'm going, why do I need to change clothes? Asana was extremely anxious, her face showing a look of worry and urgency. She gripped Tu Shanxue's shoulders tightly with both hands, shaking her violently, and said, this is the reincarnation of a transcendent lord. Do you know what this means? Your Heavenly Fox clan has never had a transcendent lord, nor a hero who has served a transcendent lord. Now, with such a golden opportunity before you, and the advantage of being in a good position, don't you understand? Dress yourself up beautifully right now, and I'll personally deliver you to Chen Han's lips. Upon hearing Xiao Nai's words, Tu Shanxue's cheeks immediately flushed with a shy blush. She lowered her head, fidgeting nervously with the hem of her dress, and whispered, no? Is it that sudden? Seeing that Tu Shanxue was still hesitating, Xiao Nai was so angry that her face turned red. She widened her eyes, pointed at Tu Shanxue, and said with exasperation, Xiao Xue, listen carefully. Chen Han is the reincarnation of a transcendent lord, not some tool for you to use as a transitional figure. Even if you become an ordinary mistress or even a commoner in his territory, your future will be much better than if you become the lord yourself. Think about it carefully, what is the purpose of us becoming lords and heroes? Isn't it to pursue immortality and power? Isn't your celestial fox clan always yearning for eternal youth? I estimate that with your talent, it will be difficult for you to improve further after breaking through to the 10th rank, and you might even be attacked by other lords. However, if you can become Chen Han's woman and a part of his territory, and he once again achieves the position of a transcendent lord, breaking through to the 20th rank won't be out of reach for you. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanxue was immediately stunned. Originally, I thought that Xiao Nai just wanted her to lose her virginity so that she could get closer to Chen Han. The result was that she was asked to abandon her territory and join Chen Han. Nana, are you serious? Is there even a question? Hurry up and get ready. What if other vixens also have friend tokens and manage to hook up with Chen Han before you do? That would be a real problem. I understand. And Ren didn't eagerly check the hero power rankings like the others. She slowly walked into the bathroom, letting the warm water wash over her delicate body, as if washing away all her worries and stress. Then, she changed into a loose-fitting nightgown, sat elegantly at the dining table, and savored her exquisite Western lunch. Every bite of food burst with wonderful flavor on her tongue, making her feel increasingly happy. Finally, she returned to her bedroom, sat alone on the edge of the bed, and slowly opened the hero power ranking. Her movements seemed somewhat mysterious. She covered the names of the top few with her hand and slowly revealed them as if scratching a lottery ticket. When she saw that the 4th-ranked hero was Bai Mengru, her pupils contracted sharply, and she gasped, no way? Her voice was filled with disbelief. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she revealed the power rankings all at once. In an instant, she froze on the spot, as if time had stood still. A few minutes later, Ran finally came to her senses. She immediately opened the public chat room, and sure enough, even though it was already 1:30 p.m., the discussion about the hero power ranking was still in full swing. A reincarnation of a transcendent lord? Aren't our 3 extraordinary lords, Emperor Pango, Mother Nuwa, and Sovereign Fuxi, still alive? Who are they reincarnated from? Could they be reincarnations of other races into our human race? But that shouldn't be. Our basic physical condition is so poor, what alien race would be so idle as to use a secret treasure to reincarnate as a human? Are they here to experience life? Anran quietly observed the discussions, pondering to herself. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Headache. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Since Chen Han is so strong, I have to curry favor with him after the Lord War ends and I return to Jiangchang. After all, I'm the school beauty of number 3 middle school. Before his memories of his past life awaken, if I take the initiative, winning him over shouldn't be a problem, right? Then I'll really be taking off. Okay, that's decided. She extended the index fingers of both hands and gently lifted the corners of her mouth slightly upwards. Looking in the mirror, she resembled a delicate flower in full bloom, radiating a fresh and refined smile. Chapter 118 Tu Shanshue's Feelings. It wasn't just Tu Shanshue, Gong Xiaowei, and Enran who thought this way. Even the other lords of Yunzi continent were speculating whether Chen Han was truly the reincarnation of an extraordinary lord. Perhaps only a lord with a talent level of 25 or higher could cultivate such a powerful hero? In a short time, the chat rooms across the entire Yunzi continent were buzzing with excitement, as everyone was discussing which extraordinary Lord Chen Han was the reincarnation of, and speculating about the exact category of Chen Han's lordly talent. No one will remember the second and third place winners, unless the top three are all heroes under the same lord. Meanwhile, Chen Han, the person involved, was sitting with a group of girls, eating sunflower seeds and chatting. The rewards for the top three winners of this Heroes Elegy event have been distributed. The legendary items are an advanced city relocation order and a sword of Excalibur. Weapon, Excalibur. Rarity, Legendary. Equipment requirements, Tier 4, Level 1 unit status other than slave and proficient in swordsmanship. Equipment Effect 1, Swordsmanship skill increased by LV3. Equipment Effect 2, Attack speed increased by 40%. Equipment Effect 3, increases attack by 40%. Equipment Effect 4, increases attack power against barriers by 50%. Equipment Effect 5, increases magic attack by 25%. Without a doubt, this is a legendary divine sword that can be used for both physical and magical purposes, and it is a perfect match for Emily. Chen Han also decided to give Emily a surprise after she broke through to the 4th level. The supreme reward for first place is a bow. Weapon, Sunset Divine Bow. Rarity, Supreme. Equipment requirements, Tier 6, Level 1 Hero or Lord status archery skill level 5 or higher. Equipment Effect 1, increases the maximum archery skill level by LV5. Equipment Effect 2, attack speed increased by 100%. Equipment Effect 3, attack increased by 100%. Equipment Effect 4, attacks will always hit. Equipment Effect 5, automatically learns the skill Sunset LV3. Equipment Effect 6, consumes 50 Genesis crystals to fire a flame arrow, dealing fire damage to enemies. Equipment Effect 7, consumes 5,000 Genesis crystals to load a blazing sun arrow, dealing extremely high fire damage to enemies and ignoring all defenses. The 6th tier supreme grade weapon shimmered with a mysterious light, resembling a rare treasure. If it were placed on a public trading post, it would be a powerful artifact worth at least several hundred void crystals. Chen Han stared at the bow and arrow, a hint of hesitation rising in his heart. Currently, none of Chen Han's men are capable of using bows and arrows, so selling them seems to be the wisest choice given the current situation. However, a strange premonition made him hesitate. I always felt that if I sold this bow, I might regret it in the future, and even cry myself to sleep in the bathroom. After careful consideration, Chen Han finally restrained his urge to sell it and carefully put it away. Just then, 2 small red dots appeared on the friend's interface, indicating that Tu Shanshue and Enran had sent messages at the same time. Tu Shanshue's message was brief and urgent. Chen Han, Xiao Nai and I are both outside the territory. Could you open the door? We have important matters to discuss. Enran's message, however, was filled with curiosity and doubt. Chen Han, could you really be the reincarnation of a transcendent lord? Seeing this, Chen Han waved his hand without hesitation and opened a small door for the protective barrier from a distance. Then he replied to Tu Shanshue, come in. Wait for me at the same old place as before. Afterwards, as he walked towards the place he had agreed to meet with Tu Shanshue, he sent a message to Enran. To be honest, I'm not quite sure either. Isn't it said that any reincarnated lord needs to wait until the 10th rank to awaken their memories? I'm only at the 3rd rank now, so even if it really is me, I don't have any memories. Chen Han was actually quite speechless. How could he possibly be the reincarnation of some extraordinary lord? The reason is simple, he has clear memories of his previous life on Earth. A reincarnated extraordinary lord can't be reincarnated in another world first and then reborn back, can he? Based on this alone, he could be certain that he could not possibly be the reincarnation of some extraordinary lord. Chen Han couldn't help but shake his head, sighing inwardly. He really couldn't understand why these people always liked to overthink things. It's just that the hero's combat power is slightly higher by a tiny bit, right? What's the big deal? 10 minutes later. inside the stone pavilion that was specially built for Tu Shanshui. Seeing Tu Shanshui's appearance, Chen Han's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The pure white dress swayed gracefully like drifting snowflakes, her figure was slender and her curves were exquisite, and her beautiful face was like a ripe apple, making one want to take a bite. I thought she was coming to apologize for the careless remarks I made in the public chat room yesterday. But this is what you ended up wearing. It has to be said, this shows a lot of sincerity. Chen Han spoke first, ahem. Is there something you need? Before Tu Shanshui could speak, Xiao Nai interjected, Brother Chen Han, what do you think of Xiao Shui? Upon hearing the title Brother Chen Han was slightly taken aback, and a ripple of emotion stirred within him. He then composed himself and asked, So? You want to ask my opinion on Tu Shanshui? Asana nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation, yes. If Xiao Shui and I come to you for help, will you take us in? Upon hearing this, Chen Han was even more bewildered. He frowned and asked in confusion, when you say join, you don't mean forming an alliance, but surrendering? Asana nodded again, her tone firm, and said, yes. We are willing to surrender to you, become civilians in your territory, and contribute to your land. Brother Chen Han, even if you want to do that kind of thing, I will accept it. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanshui's face flushed even more deeply, like a ripe cherry, delicate and alluring. She lowered her head shyly, not daring to look Chen Han in the eye, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. The atmosphere around them became even more ambiguous at that moment. A gentle breeze blew by, ruffling Tu Shanshui's hair, each strand seemingly telling a story of her shyness and nervousness. Chen Han is now in a real bind. Just a few days ago, they were talking about forming an alliance for mutual benefit. Now, she's taken off and reached the third tier, fourth stage, which is already top tier in the Yunzi continent. Why did they suddenly propose to surrender to me? What exactly are they trying to do? Chen Han asked with a suspicious look, may I ask why? Tu Shanshui finally raised her head and said softly, we feel that following you will give us a brighter future. Besides, actually, I feel for you. Tu Shanshui was too shy to say the words I have a good impression of you. But against the backdrop of her rosy cheeks. Even if she didn't finish speaking, Chen Han could understand what she was thinking. Chapter 119 Subordinate Territory Transactions. Tu Shanshui was awestruck by your heroic bearing and has been granted an opportunity to upgrade buildings and items, X1. Asana was awestruck by your heroic display and has been granted one opportunity to upgrade buildings and items, X1. 3 hours later. Chen Han slowly walked out of a house with 10 sections on the first floor and stretched out his arms. A satisfied expression appeared on his face, and he breathed a sigh of relief, so. Sure enough, girls from both their own territory and other areas could get enhancement attempts. Chen Han pondered to himself, guessing that the other Lord talent, which had a chance of allowing them to learn new skills or improve their combat power, should also be effective for them. During this period, Chen Han and Tu Shanshui reached a preliminary cooperation agreement. Since Tu Shanshui and Xiao Nai were willing to join him, Chen Han naturally had no reason not to accept them. In terms of strategic vision and political planning, the two of them also have their own unique perspectives, and are indeed rare talents and shrewd minds. However, in order to control the number of lords, the Yunzi continent should enter a short period of peace. During this period, the bonus effect of Tu Shanshui's talent will become very useful. Therefore, Chen Han made a deal with the two of them that he would bring them under his command after the Lord War ended. In this way, the two of them can continue with their routine. When Chen Han surrenders, the settlement reward he will receive will be much higher. Chen Han returned to the living room, and Miao Kiki smelled his scent. She immediately pouted and said coquettishly, Master brother, you actually cheated on us with food. I knew that Vixen was no pushover. Upon hearing this, Chen Han awkwardly twitched his lips and quickly explained, I had no choice but to use my body for the development of the territory. How can you call it stealing food? Snort! Miao Kiki sat directly on Chen Han's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Master, you mustn't forget your roots. Chen Han smiled helplessly, reached out and pinched Miao Kiki's cheek, and said, don't worry, you guys will get your share tonight. Mia didn't seem to mind. She smiled and asked, Master, would you like Emily and me to make a bowl of ginseng and pork kidney soup? Chen Han rubbed his lower back again, feeling a bit sore. He nodded and said, okay, thank you for your help. Mia and Emily exchanged a smile, turned and left the room to get busy. Watching Mia and Emily turn and leave the living room, Miao Kiki suddenly showed a disgusted expression and said, Master, I really don't like the Vixen smell on you. Chen Han sighed and said with a wry smile, I was just about to grab my clothes to take a shower. Now Kiki said with a mischievous grin, why take a bath? Do you like the scent of my perfume, master? The next day at noon, sunlight streamed through the window and onto the dining table. Chen Han sat at the table in the living room, eating lunch while browsing the chat room interface. The topic of him being the reincarnation of an extraordinary lord is still being hotly debated by many lords even though a day has passed. This topic seems to have become a perennially popular term. Chen Han felt extremely helpless about this. These people have incredibly rich imaginations. They even fabricated extremely scientific and reasonable reasons for his reincarnation and his background identity. According to legend, Chen Han was a lord from the same era as the Void Sovereign, who once dominated all the heavens and myriad realms with invincible power, and whose might shook the entire era. However, despite his extraordinary strength, he was never able to break through the bottleneck of the 30th level and reach the supreme realm of the Overlord. Therefore, he resolutely chose to start anew, hoping to break free from the constraints of his previous life and achieve a qualitative leap. For ordinary people, a 10th tier lord is already an unattainable existence. But for extraordinary lords, the 30th tier overlord is their ultimate goal. Therefore, Chen Han had been meticulously preparing for this reincarnation for hundreds of billions of years, constantly accumulating power, waiting for the moment of destruction and rebirth. This also explains why Chen Han has reappeared today, billions of years later. Perhaps the start of this Lord War was specially arranged by the Void Overlord to help his former friend grow stronger quickly. Looking at these absurd rumors, Chen Han couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself, thinking to himself, you guys are really good at exaggerating. Just then, he suddenly noticed what several people were saying. Lexus 1196, looking to buy vassal territories. Anyone selling? Only territories of tier 2 or higher. At Lexus 1196, why are you taking on vassal states? It's a secret. I'm just asking if you'll sell it or not. 1,000 Genesis crystals for items below tier 2, stage 5, and 2,000 Genesis crystals for items above tier 2, stage 6. You can only trade through the designated trading platform. Subordinate territories can be listed and traded on the auction house as items. It is important to note that civilians and soldiers are not included in the tradable scope. When you purchase a subordinate territory of another lord, it will not appear in your hand like a normal item. Instead, it will remain in its original location. In other words, even if you buy this subsidiary territory, in most cases you may not be able to use it at all. Moreover, some sellers may very well reclaim the accessory you just purchased in the next second. In addition, during the period when it is listed on the trading post, all functions of the subordinate territory will be disabled, no one can enter it, and no crops will be produced. Therefore, the transaction columns in the trading hall are basically empty. Many people have even forgotten that territories can be traded. However, when they realized that the territories could actually be converted into cash, even though the returns were not large. Although there weren't many of the vassal territories were essentially useless after being occupied. They were simply left unattended, and there wasn't enough energy to manage them. If it can be sold, it can both prevent the vassal territory from being accidentally occupied by other lords and obtain a certain reward. At Lexus 1196, I have a tier 2, rank 5 subordinate territory. At Lexus 1196, I'm selling. I'll sell a tier 2, stage 6 subordinate territory for 1800 Genesis crystals. Don't try to take it from me. At Lexus 1196, I'll sell it to you. Lexus 1196, I only need one, it's hard for me to sell to so many people. How about this, you all tell me the level and price of your territories, and I'll see which one I buy. Ultimately, a second-tier, 8th level subordinate territory was successfully purchased for 1,500 Genesis crystals. You could say it's turning waste into treasure. Chapter 120 Territorial Expansion. Upon seeing these chat logs, Chen Han's heart stirred and his eyes lit up. Goodness, I almost forgot about that. He thought to himself that the Yunza continent was vast, and if he wanted to seize the territories already occupied by other players, he probably wouldn't be able to take much. However, what if one were to purchase subsidiary territories on a large scale through a trading house? Wouldn't that make it easy to get hundreds or even more? And more importantly, the price is affordable. Many people in the chat room lamented that their territories had not been sold successfully, indicating that there was still room for negotiation. Currently, Chen Han earns approximately 50,000 Genesis crystals daily from the trading house, and each tier 3, stage 10 crystal vein can produce 1,000 Genesis crystals per day. In addition, he arranged for some commoner women to go to the Hongmeng Artifact Pavilion to learn technology, and as time goes by, the production of various weapons is expected to increase further. With such a considerable income, wouldn't it be reasonable to acquire more subordinate territories and integrate them? With this in mind, Chen Han posted a message in the public chat group. Buy up a large number of subordinate territories, 200 Genesis crystals for a Tier 1 territory, 500 Genesis crystals for a Tier 2 Stage 1 territory, 600 Genesis crystals for a Tier 2 Stage 2 territory, and so on, indefinitely. Upon seeing this message, the entire chat group erupted in excitement once again. Holy crap! A real big shot has appeared. What's going on? Why are they starting to accept vassal territories? Could it be that some random event related to vassal territories is about to take place? Who cares about the reason? Just because the big shot from the Hongmeng Divine Temple asked for a favor, I absolutely have to do business with him. It'll be something I'll be proud to talk about in the future. Exactly. Even if I transferred it to the Hongmeng Divine Temple, bigwig for free, I could brag about it for the rest of my life. At Hongmeng Temple, boss, I have 2 Tier 2, Stage 3 temples. How do we trade? Chen Han typed another message and sent it. If you have any for sale, just specify me on the trading platform. The price can be the same as what I just said. Sure enough, before long, system notification sounds rang out incessantly, like raindrops. Chen Han opened the trading platform and was surprised to find that he had received hundreds of requests for designated transactions. Of all these requests, Gong Xiaohui's was the most noteworthy. Her designated price was only 100 Genesis crystals per territory, and there were a total of 21 such territories. If it weren't for the minimum price limit imposed by the trading house on designated transactions, she might have given these subsidiary territories to Chen Han without hesitation. Of course, in addition to Gong Xiaohui, the lords of Dolua Continent, Dolua City, and a small number of ordinary lords also designated Chen Han at the low price of 100 creation crystals. Clearly, these lords all hoped to curry favor with Chen Han in this way and establish a good relationship with the future extraordinary lord. Chen Han sighed as he watched the scene. The allure of power and strength is truly boundless. Yesterday, Tu Shanxue and Xiaonai offered themselves to him, and today so many lords are offering him such great benefits. This kind of thing is simply a fantasy to ordinary lords. But, it's a fool not to take advantage of a good deal. Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile. He quickly clicked confirm and bought all the subsidiary properties of the designated transaction. Then, he skillfully operated the interface, merging these subordinate territories into his main territory. Immediately afterwards, he opened the chat window with Tu Shanxue and sent a message, Xiaoxue, after you move the city here, those 3 vassal territories should be useless, right? Tu Shanxue was slightly taken aback when she saw the message. She replied, it's useless now. I left it there for others to occupy. What's wrong? Chen Han looked at the 3 blue dots displayed in the upper right corner of the map and continued, if they're useless, then give them all to me. Upon hearing Chen Han's words, Tu Shanxue couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. But she didn't hesitate for long, and replied affectionately, Brother Chen Han, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Aren't my things yours anyway? There's no need to be so polite with me. How about I just designate them for you directly in the trading house? Chen Han nodded slightly and said, okay, just designate it for me. Before long, Tu Shanxue successfully assigned 3 first-tier subordinate territories to Chen Han. However, this time Chen Han did not choose to merge them as usual, but instead chose to destroy them directly. Territory destroyed. Anyone who attacks my territory is a dog. Success. Start calculating the bonus rewards for destroying territories. Reward 1, 3,500 Lord Experience Points, 10,000 Hero Experience Points. Reward 2, 300 Genesis Crystals. Destroy the territory. Seeing this, a flash of inspiration struck Chen Han, as if he had discovered a hidden business opportunity. It seems, you can even buy other lords' territories without spending any money. Thinking about this, Chen Han was deeply moved. He quickly selected a second-tier, 10th level subordinate territory and destroyed it. Territory destroyed. Blood Altar Master 9527 successfully. Start calculating the bonus rewards for destroying territories. Reward 1, 20,000 Lord Experience Points, 60,000 Hero Experience Points. Reward 2, 2,500 Genesis Crystals. Not only did they get a lot of Lord Experience and Hero Experience for free, they even made a lot of money. That's fucking awesome. As expected of the item upgraded with the Nightly Revelry talent, the effect is truly powerful. Indeed, picking up girls is the fastest way to become stronger. I wonder when the Hongmeng Danyin Pavilion will start refreshing its inventory with pills to enhance my stamina. Chen Han muttered to himself. In just one afternoon, the area of the annexed territory underwent a dramatic change. Originally a territory of only 680,000 square meters, it has now rapidly expanded to 3.2 million square meters. Its territory radius has exceeded 1 kilometer, nearly 5 times larger. He also earned around 50,000 creation crystals, and his lord experience was just one step away from breaking through to the third tier, 7th stage. This feeling is absolutely wonderful. The reason why they did not continue to merge. The main reason is that if it continues to increase, it will encroach on Tu Shanshua's territory, the Immortal Fox Realm. At this point, the distance between the two territories was less than 100 meters. It's important to know that, besides killing or recruiting the Lord, there's another crucial method for conquering someone else's territory. That is to expand one's protective barrier to reach the other party's territory. Once this happens, weaker territories will be ruthlessly swallowed up by stronger ones, and will be considered as having been conquered, allowing for direct merging. Of course, after a normal relocation order is used, the distance to other territories cannot be less than twice the radius of one's own territory. Otherwise, if a city relocation order could be issued and a territory could be annexed, what would be the point of playing this game? Tu Shanshua's talent for climbing the social ladder still has significant value at this time, and it would be unwise to take over her territory too early. Sufficient space must be left in case problems arise during future upgrades. Thank you so much for saving my life, big shot. I only need 1,000 more creation crystals to buy the shuriken. Speaking of which, what exactly is the purpose of the big boss collecting subordinate territories? The subordinate territory I just sold disappeared instantly. What happened? Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Do you think the leaders of the Hongmeng Temple need to consult you when they're doing things? I was wrong, brother. Chapter 121 Visitors from Another Dimension. And so, time flew by like a white horse galloping past a crack in the wall. A month passed quickly. Since many lords did not want the Lord Warden in too soon, the rate of decline in the number of lords in the Yunza continent slowed down significantly. Even just the day before yesterday, not a single lord was lost for the entire day, a truly rare occurrence. Currently, there are 5,366 lords remaining in the Yunza continent. If things continue at this pace, this lord war probably won't end for another year or two. Chen Han successfully leveled up to Tier 3, Stage 10 this morning, thanks to the lord experience gained from collecting natural resources and acquiring and destroying subordinate territories. However, it will take another 1,000,000 experience points to break through to the 4th tier. During this time, Chen Han would also occasionally siphon some enhancement attempts from Tu Shanxue and Chao Nai. Moreover, Yu Yunshan, Yu Yunling, and Faya, the 3 lords who were recruited, also began to infiltrate Chen Han's life and became the backbone of contributing to the number of enhancement attempts. Just yesterday, everyone gathered together to throw a lively birthday party for Chen Han. However, such a life is not without its price. Fortunately, Emily and Mia were in charge of managing his diet and had also purchased some pills from the Hongmeng Danyin Pavilion to increase his physical recovery and upper limit, ensuring that his nutrition was adequate. My weight has only decreased by 5 kilograms. As for Long Yan, ever since Chen Han assigned her a Hongmeng Pavilion, she has spent the rest of her time locked in her room, except for sneaking off to the Hongmeng Dragon Pool for a bath every morning in the early hours of the morning. Even her 3 meals a day were delivered to her by someone else she was never seen in person. Chen Han really couldn't understand what she was doing. But he didn't care. As long as Long Yan didn't cause trouble, he would let her do whatever she wanted. After all, she was originally a princess, holding a high position and great power. It's only natural that she would feel dissatisfied with being someone else's subordinate. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Chen Han understood this principle, he could only take it slowly. By the way, the hatching progress of the mythical beast egg has reached 66.66%. As if carefully arranged by the god of fate, if the current speed continues, this divine beast egg will hatch shortly after Chen Han successfully breaks through to the 4th rank. Just then, a new hero slot opened up. And today, I wonder if this day was designed by the Yunza continent. At the same time, the resource points around the 3 vassal territories seemed to have been drained of their vitality and could no longer produce new resources. At that very moment, all the troops within the main territory also achieved breakthroughs after comprehending the primordial Heavenly Dao Mountain, reaching the 3rd tier, 10th stage. Since that's the case, let's have a grand, massive relocation. They moved directly with all the civilians of the vassal territories to the large plain 50 kilometers west of the previously planned Prayer Moon village. Of course, Tu Shanshue's immortal fox realm will also be moved here. This was not merely because she was worried about being attacked by other lords. More importantly, cough cough, the fox girl with the charm bonus is really beautiful. Once the 3 abandoned territories are merged, along with the area expansion brought about by the upgrade, the situation will be as follows. The current Hongmeng Temple covers an area of 4 million square meters, or 4 square kilometers, which is equivalent to 5 forbidden cities in size. Faced with such a vast territory, Chen Han spared no effort in investing a great deal of energy and began to carefully reorganize the plans within the territory. He designated a vast area of 2 million square meters and transformed it into a working-class neighborhood. Here, all kinds of essential living facilities are readily available, including farmland, wells, crystal minerals, the Hongmeng Danin Pavilion, the Hongmeng Divine Artifact Pavilion, and so on. Chen Han himself meticulously arranged a private space of about 200,000 square meters, where high-end buildings such as the Martial God Hall, the Spiritual Cuisine Pavilion, the Primordial Dragon Pool, and the Primordial Spiritual Spring are located. Ordinary civilians are strictly prohibited from entering without permission. Surrounding the private space is a military area of nearly 1 million square meters. In the past month, Chen Han has recruited many more high-ranking soldiers. Among them, there are a total of 1,500 Pegasus Knights, with the 3 Pegasus sisters serving as the captains, replacing Chen Han in managing the Pegasus Knight Legion. A total of 100 ninjas were assigned to gather intelligence on the surrounding area, and were under the unified command of Gu Lingmeng. The highest-ranking troop types still consist of only Wu Yao, Wei Xiaoling, and Lu Kur. They are not only highly capable, but also possess outstanding leadership skills. Normally, if it is necessary to go out to attack resource points, they are the ones who lead the soldiers on the expedition. Basically, Chen Han no longer needs to personally lead and command the battle. The 3 of them lived in the Hongmeng Pavilion, which was located near the Hongmeng Temple within the military region, so that they could be dispatched at any time. When people look down at the entire Hongmeng Temple from high above, they can feel its unique otherworldly royal city atmosphere, solemn and majestic. It was originally expected that things would continue to develop so smoothly. However, things took an unexpected turn. At 9:30 a.m., Chen Han had just finished breakfast. A system notification suddenly rang in the minds of all the lords on the Yunza continent. Congratulations to all surviving lords. Currently, there are 500 Tier 3 lords on the Cloud Marsh continent, triggering the random event visitors from another dimension. The event will officially begin at 12 o'clock noon today and end at 12 o'clock noon 7 days from now. Once the event begins, 100 cities from other dimensional worlds will appear at random locations on the Clouds continent, available for all lords to explore and purchase products from other civilizations. Important notes: this event will last for 7 days. No battles between lords or any acts of violence are permitted during this period. Violators will be severely punished. The currency used in cities of other dimensions will still be Genesis crystals, but the items sold there will not have any rarity or attribute information displayed on the system interface until the event ends. System information will be displayed after the event concludes. Whether something is useful to you, and what rarity rating it will receive, depends entirely on your own observation and knowledge. Any journey to any dimensional city must be led by the Lord personally. Slave units are not permitted to enter. Each Tier 2 Lord may bring a maximum of 3 followers into the dimensional city. Each Tier 3 Lord may bring a maximum of 5 followers, and each Tier 4 Lord may bring a maximum of 8 followers. Well then, I wish all lords a pleasant holiday. Chapter 122 I'm jealous of you. As the system's voice faded, the entire public chat group exploded. This time it's a real explosion. Almost every second, 50 messages are sent out, and the entire window may need to be refreshed 2 or 3 times. If you're not paying attention, you might not even notice what the other lords are saying. Holy crap! It's actually a visitor from another dimension. This kind of random event is extremely rare. If you don't understand, just ask. Is there anything special about this activity? It seems like we've never been taught how to do this kind of activity before. Didn't the system announcement make it very clear? It's like opening an extra shop, except you have to judge for yourself whether the items sold there are good or bad. But unlike a regular shop, this shop might also buy some of our local specialties. If you're good at negotiating, you might be able to sell something that costs 100 Genesis crystals for over 10,000. I just want to know, are the girls in other worlds pretty? Are there brothels or something? Damn it, in my territory, everyone, heroes and commoners, is male. I'm about to burst. I'm speechless. I just spent a fortune on an epic weapon yesterday, and now they're throwing this event at me? Are you kidding me? Could we recruit a powerful expert from another world to join our fighting force? A hint of surprise appeared on Chen Han's face. He never expected that the visitors from another dimension event would be launched at such a crucial moment. My teacher explained this activity in detail when I was in high school. It has a tremendous influence and can almost completely change the current landscape of Lord Wars. Mia gently brought over a cup of fragrant hot tea and cautiously asked, "Master, do you intend to participate in this event?" Chen Han took the cup of hot tea, took a small sip, and felt the warm aroma of the tea spreading in his mouth. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I currently have about 1.2 million Genesis crystals, which should be enough to find some treasures in this event." Mia pressed on, "So, have you chosen who will participate in the event? Also, who will be in charge of managing things after we leave the territory?" Chen Han's gaze shifted to Miao Kiki, who was lying on the sofa engrossed in playing on her phone, and then he recalled Long Yan, who had been staying indoors all the time, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. During the event, wars between lords are not allowed. However, to properly manage the entire territory, relying solely on guard units is probably not enough. The participation of hero units is also necessary. However, neither Miao Kiki nor Long Yan seemed capable of managing the territory, judging from their behavior. In fact, they might make things even more chaotic. Mia. Chen Han's gaze fell on Mia again, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Could I entrust the important task of managing the territory to you?" Mia was slightly taken aback. "You want me to handle this? Master, isn't that too hasty?" Chen Han downed his tea in one gulp and explained earnestly, "In the entire territory, you are the person I trust most. I believe you are capable of shouldering this important responsibility, is that all right?" Upon hearing Chen Han's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Mia's eyes. She stared wide-eyed at Chen Han, as if she had heard something unbelievable. But soon, that surprise receded like the tide, replaced by a blush appearing on both sides of her cheeks. Finally, the crimson gradually settled, transforming into confidence and determination. Mia took a deep breath, straightened her posture, and gave a very elegant bow, saying, "Master, I will certainly live up to your expectations." Her voice was clear and melodious, like a nightingale singing in a valley, full of determination and commitment. Chen Han nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. "Yes, I'm counting on you." Just then, a blonde maid knocked on the door. Chen Han knew her. She had once been a member of the Pegasus Knights, but after being noticed by Long Yan, she became her personal maid. For the past month or so, she has been bringing meals to Long Yan. Chen Han tried hard to recall her name. It seemed to be Laphne? They are also extremely rare, being Pegasus Knights from the elven race. Chen Han asked, "Is there something you need?" After curtsying, Laphne stammered, "Lady Long Yan, she wants you to see her." Her eyes flickered, seemingly both afraid and helpless. These words were spoken. Mia's expression also turned somewhat unpleasant. A hero, instead of taking the initiative to report to the Lord when something happens, actually makes the Lord personally come to see her. Do they really think she's still the high and mighty princess she used to be? Have you forgotten your identity while being locked in your room for the past month? Chen Han's brows furrowed immediately. He subconsciously looked at his legs, a sense of powerlessness welling up inside him. It feels like walking that far is a bit tiring. My useless legs. It's rare that Long Yan is finally willing to show her face. I should have known better than to have played so wildly last night. Chen Han's gaze sharpened slightly. He took a deep breath and said, "Laphne, go back and tell Long Yan to come find me in person if she needs anything." Hearing Chen Han's words, Laphne was startled and shuddered. She knew that doing this was going too far, but Long Yan insisted that she say this to Chen Han no matter what. She had no choice. She lowered her head, not daring to look Chen Han in the eye, and said softly, I understand. I'll go back and tell Long." Before he could finish speaking, with a creak, the door was slowly pushed open, and a slender figure walked in. The woman was wearing a white dress, with a graceful figure and an exquisite face. There wasn't a single flaw to be found on her. Compared to the last time we met, she is now even more radiant and captivating, leaving one mesmerized. Her demeanor also underwent a dramatic change. She was no longer as cold and aloof as she had been when they first met. Instead, it adds a touch of gentleness and grace, making people feel as if they are bathed in a spring breeze. It was Long Yan. She spoke softly, "Chen Han, I'd like to talk to you alone, is that all right?" Chen Han frowned slightly, glanced down at his weak legs, and sighed. Alright, let's go, let's talk in the conference room next door. The two of them went to the conference room together. Long Yan showed a hint of guilt on her face and said softly, Chen Han, I'm sorry. I was too willful before. I know I was wrong now. Chen Han sighed helplessly. Explain yourself first. Why did you send your maid to find me, and then show up yourself? Upon hearing this, a look of guilt immediately appeared on Long Yan's face, and she asked in return, Chen Han, do you want me to say what's on the surface, or what's in my heart? Chen Han raised an eyebrow, as if he had noticed something. He patted the seat next to him and said, sit here and talk. I want to hear what's on your mind. Without the slightest hesitation, Long Yan sat down directly. She turned to Chen Han, took a deep breath, and said, Chen Han, to be honest, I really don't like you. Or rather, I'm very jealous of you, jealous that you were able to complete the 7-day trial on Abyss difficulty. Chapter 123 Sharing Heartfelt Feelings. Upon hearing this, Chen Han's brows furrowed instantly. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he didn't say anything more. She simply nodded slightly, signaling Long Yan to continue. Long Yan sighed softly, as if a heavy burden was pressing on her heart. Her gaze dimmed slightly as she continued, Actually, I had a rough idea of my future fate as soon as my father put me in solitary confinement. I was afraid I would either be killed by the Void Lord or be ordered by the Void Lord to become your slave in order to make up for the mistakes we made in the 7th-day trial. A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Han's eyes. So, your performance that day was all an act? Long Yan nodded, her voice tinged with helplessness. Yes, my father probably saw through my disguise, but he didn't expose me. He continued to cooperate with my performance and handed me over to you. As for my purpose in pretending, judging from your expression now, you should have already guessed it. I didn't want to be a slave, I should at least be a commoner. To be able to return to the status of a hero in the end was far beyond my imagination. I really didn't expect you to possess an item that could transform slave units into heroes. Chen Han remained silent for a moment, lost in thought. After a while, he continued to press, So, now that you've obtained an identity beyond your wildest dreams, why are you deliberately avoiding me? Long Yan sighed again, leaning back in her chair as if she had lost all her strength. Just like I said, it's because I don't like you, and I'm jealous of you. I am clearly stronger than you, and my background is far superior. Since I was 3 years old, I have spent more than 18 hours a day studying all the knowledge about lords. Since I was 5 years old, I have been training in combat with my teacher. And you, an ordinary person, were able to pass the 7-day trial of the Abyss difficulty so easily just because you awakened a special talent, while I could not. All the talk in the public chat group about you being the reincarnation of a transcendent lord is utter nonsense. You're just an ordinary person who's just lucky. I'm not reconciled. I'm truly not reconciled. You clearly lack even the magnanimity of a lord, indulging in lustful women every day, even blindly condoning your hero's behavior. As a lord, I know it's understandable that you would do such a thing, it's only human nature. But you should be the one to actively seek them out, not passively accept their help. But only today did I realize that I was wrong. You have your principles, and you won't be foolish enough to come see me just because I asked you to. Perhaps you are not the kind of person who follows the crowd. The reason you indulge the succubus and the angel is simply because you like them. He only accepted all their requests and did everything he could to care for them, treating them as if they were his most beloved women. Only now do I realize how naive I was. Long Yan spoke softly, her delicate body unconsciously leaning towards Chen Han's shoulder. A delicate orchid fragrance, like a wisp of smoke, quietly filled Chen Han's nostrils. This sudden action, and these inexplicable words. Chen Han was stunned for a moment. Goodness, how come you've become a master of overthinking too? Chen Han inwardly groaned. He passively accepted Mia and Miaoqi's requests each time simply because he couldn't refuse their sweet tone. The reason Long Yan came to find him in person was simply because he had done too much homework at the birthday party last night, and his legs were so weak that he could hardly walk. How come it became such a noble reason when it came to Long Yan? Chen Han couldn't help but wonder if his lord talent had some hidden special effect that made others unconsciously start to imagine things. That's absolutely amazing. However, since Long Yan had already said so, Chen Han had no choice but to reluctantly accept it. He smiled slightly, a barely perceptible curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. So, you acknowledge me now? Long Yan nodded slightly, her eyes shining with determination. Yes. I deeply regret my previous rudeness. From now on, as your hero, I will do my utmost to complete my mission. Hearing this, a huge weight was finally lifted from Chen Han's heart. No matter how tortuous the process was, at least the conflict between him and Long Yan was completely resolved. Indeed, time is the best healer. Suddenly, Chen Han seemed to notice some important detail, his brows furrowing slightly as he asked, "Wait. You just said you saw other lords' chat messages in the public chat group? Where did you see them?" Upon hearing this, Long Yan gently raised her hand. Instantly, a system interface shimmering with a mysterious light appeared before her eyes. She tapped a few times, and the information on the screen scrolled rapidly, opening the public chat group of Yunza continent. Then, Long Yan explained, "After all, my father is the demon dragon overlord. It's not difficult to get a lord system panel by using his connections a little." Seeing this, Chen Han almost coughed up blood. Good heavens, that's really good heavens. Those with connections really get different treatment, it's the same everywhere. Even if you fail the 7-day trial, you can still move around freely. And after becoming a hero, you can even have the Lord System panel. This is too outrageous. Sister, you're defying the heavens. At this moment, Long Yan focused her attention on the bottom of the system interface. Current time, August 2nd, 200-011-4514 Void Calendar, 927. 927? That should still be enough time. Long Yan's gentle voice, like a breeze, carried a hint of allure. Well then, there are still 2.5 hours before the event starts, so let's not delay and begin now. As she spoke, Long Yan's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing a faint yet dignified smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Han was stunned and stammered, "Wait, what you mean by beginning is?" However, before he could finish speaking, Long Yan had already taken swift action. Her movements were fluid and natural, without the slightest hesitation. "Didn't I say it before? From now on, I will fulfill my duty as a hero. Chen Han, please don't let me down." "Ha? Wait a minute. Long Yan was awestruck by your heroic display and has been granted one opportunity to upgrade buildings and items, X1. Ding. Hero unit Long Yan has fallen for you, combat power plus 150%. Chapter 124 Heading to the Otherworld City. At 11:45 a.m., sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Long Yan stood quietly in front of the mirror, her eyes revealing a calm and firm expression. It was as if nothing had just happened. What was that saying again? Elegance is timeless. If the Hero's Elegy event were still ongoing, it would be clear that Long Yan's combat power exceeded 29,000 points, almost comparable to a high-level Tier 5 hero. She was initially astonished by this improvement in combat power, but then nodded with great satisfaction. Long Yan gently stroked the hem of her gothic dress. Every detail, every fold, revealed her unique taste and temperament. She turned around and looked at Chen Han, who was lying on the sofa, looking exhausted. She reached out and pulled Chen Han up, her voice carrying an undeniable air. "Well then, as we just agreed, you'll definitely benefit from having me with you for this event." Chen Han raised his head, a wry smile on his face. He nodded and said, I know. As for the next two, how about choosing Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling? Their status in the Moon Clan seems extraordinary, and they should have quite a bit of knowledge." Long Yan smiled slightly, gently flicked Chen Han's forehead, and said, "Chen Han, you are the Lord, and all decisions should be made by you. We heroes only need to obey orders." Chen Han sighed helplessly, feeling like a student in front of Long Yan. Long Yan, on the other hand, is a strict teacher who is very demanding in all aspects. Indeed, even during those 2 hours, Long Yan gave Chen Han all sorts of lessons. Although she herself was just a novice with only theoretical knowledge and no practical experience, her teachings did indeed benefit Chen Han greatly. The two returned to the lobby on the first floor, and everyone's eyes were on them. Looking at Long Yan's radiant face and Chen Han's increasingly listless expression, the women all understood what had happened. They couldn't help but sigh, realizing that Long Yan, who seemed so aloof, would actually be secretly. It's true what they say, you can know a person's face but not their heart. Yu Yunshang asked timidly, "Lord, can you really take us there?" Yu Yunling chimed in, "We can't guarantee their judgment." The two women's voices carried a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Chen Han looked at them, shrugged, and said, "It's alright, since there's no one else to choose from. It's best to use all 5 spots." Finally, the spots for going to the Otherworld City were decided: Chen Han, Miao Kiki, Long Yan, Emily, Yu Yunshang, and Yu Yunling. With 1 million Genesis crystals and some rare treasures, let's see if we can rip off the inhabitants of this otherworld. As for the Immortal Fox Realm, Tu Shanxue had no intention of participating in this event. After all her creation crystals will eventually be left to Chen Han, and her territory will be annexed and integrated by him. So even if she develops well now, it's meaningless. Moreover, the immortal Fox realm is only about 1 kilometer away from the primordial divine palace. She would immediately notice any abnormalities in the Hongmeng temple. Soon, it was exactly noon. Suddenly, 100 bright spots of varying sizes appeared in the sky above the entire Yunza continent. As if it had won a prize in a lottery, it fell from the sky. Chen Han could clearly see that one of the bright spots seemed to land not far from his territory. The location information of each otherworldly city on the map was also loaded at the same time. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Han led the women straight toward the nearest otherworldly city. When they arrived at the otherworld city, Chen Han was deeply shocked by the scene before him. It was a magnificent and enormous blue city, like a city that never sleeps, straight out of a legend. The entire city glowed with a faint night light, like a dazzling pearl in the night sky, mesmerizing and captivating. The outer perimeter of the city was meticulously crafted from a mysterious artifact resembling jade. However, Chen Han knew that this was no ordinary jade. It is forged from high-grade materials of epic quality or above. This material exudes a unique luster, as if it contains endless mysterious power. The city was at least dozens of times larger than Chen Han's Hongmeng temple, and its size was comparable to that of a second or third-tier city in the real world. Roughly estimated, the city covers an area of about 100 square kilometers, and it seems to stretch as far as the eye can see. The city walls soared into the clouds, standing a full 10 meters high and 2 meters thick, exuding luxury and majesty. Miao Keek's eyes widened in amazement. "Master, should we dig out a piece of the jade on top and study it?" Chen Han smiled slightly, gently ruffled Miao Keek's pink hair, and teased, "Be careful not to dig it up, or you'll be captured and sold by people from another world. I've heard that in other worlds, succubi are very popular creatures among men. Especially lowly succubi like you, many men dream of raising one." Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki twitched her lips awkwardly. She looked at Chen Han, a hint of doubt rising in her heart. Why does it feel like Chen Han isn't joking? Is there any man in any world who would actually fall for a succubus? After walking for about half an hour, we finally found the entrance to the otherworld city. This so-called entrance is actually a one-way teleportation array. To enter this place, one must pay 1,000 Genesis crystals. Moreover, even if you leave immediately after entering, you still need to pay the entry fee when you enter. I have a feeling this otherworldly city is a bit ruthless. Chen Han muttered to himself. Payment of 1,000 Genesis crystals successful, transmission proceeding normally. Teleported to interdimensional city 066. Welcome. As a mechanical notification tone fell, a dazzling light appeared in Chen Han's and his group's field of vision. When they opened their eyes again, the surrounding environment had completely changed. The familiar scene was gone, replaced by a European-style building with an exotic flair. The city has a unique architectural style, with various exquisite medieval European buildings standing on both sides of the street. Just then, a strong aura rushed towards me, like a spring breeze brushing against my face. Chen Han and the others felt refreshed and invigorated, all their fatigue vanished, and they felt as if they had just finished a great battle. On the streets, the ancient buildings exude a unique science fiction atmosphere. Many lords came and went, but none seemed to recognize Chen Han as the lord of the primordial temple. Wrong. Chen Han noticed that the number of followers these lords brought far exceeded his expectations. One of the Ghost Clan lords even brought more than a dozen followers. According to the event rules, a Tier 3 lord can only lead a maximum of 5 followers, and this rule is unchangeable. Unless, these lords are not from the Yunza continent. Instead, they are other high-ranking lords who are engaged in lord wars and located on other continents. Chapter 125 Restaurant in Another World. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If every otherworldly city were this enormous, then the remaining 5,000 plus lords on the Cloudmarsh continent wouldn't be enough to go around. The rules of the otherworld city explicitly prohibit any fighting between lords and their followers, and violators will be severely punished. The Endless Void has been specially marked, so there's probably no need to worry about other lords launching a surprise attack. However, since we're here to see if we can find some treasures that nobody knows about, now is not the time to sigh. Ladies, our shop recently received a gray-winged duck, a void creature unique to the feathered continent. It was personally cooked by a blood elf chef with a cooking skill of LV10. Consuming it will permanently increase your magic aptitude, and there is even a very small chance that you can directly learn a new skill. Would you like to come in and have a taste? After walking a few steps, I noticed a restaurant not far away, where a waiter was fawning over customers. The 3 women walking together seemed somewhat tempted. But upon seeing the prices on the menu, I instantly swallowed hard. Sorry, we don't have any money. One dish costs 3,000 creation crystals, so ordering a whole table of dishes would probably cost tens of thousands, right? I'm outta here. Wait. I can give you a 30% discount, wait. 40% off, no. 50% off. When the waiter saw the three women about to leave, he hurriedly called out to them, his voice tinged with anxiety. Unfortunately, being broke is still the cruelest reality in this world. No matter how the waiter called out, the three women did not turn around. The waiter sighed helplessly, then quickly returned to his spot and continued to enthusiastically hawk his wares. Freshly roasted gray-winged duck, delicious and tasty, can enhance your magic aptitude, don't miss it. Chen Han stared at this scene in astonishment, thinking to himself, there's even a restaurant? And I brought a bunch of bread and cookies with me. He originally thought that the otherworld city was just a large-scale trading market, but he didn't expect that there were even restaurants here. But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. It's a city, after all, how could it not even have a place to eat? How will these otherworldly inhabitants survive? Shall we go in and take a look? Niao Kiki held Chen Han's hand and asked in a sweet voice. Chen Han looked at the antique-style building in front of him and nodded, yes, I've been wanting to try what the food from another world tastes like. When the waiter saw Chen Han and his group of 6 approaching, he immediately put on a warm smile. He quickly stepped forward and repeated in detail what he had said before. Long Yen carefully looked at the menu that was handed to her, leaned close to Chen Han's ear, and said in a low voice, Chen Han, I only recommend that you order 3 dishes, charcoal grilled magic flower fish, braised giant bear paw and wonton soup, and blanched bellflower root. For drinks, just order the immortal dew. Upon hearing this, Chen Han was slightly taken aback. Looking at the dazzling array of dishes on the menu, he asked in confusion, is that all? Aren't you going to order the signature dishes? Long Yen gently shook her head and explained, gray-winged ducks are food for servants in my family. Although they are said to improve magic aptitude and are indeed effective in the short term, it comes at the cost of sacrificing future growth potential, which is really not worth it. On the contrary, the 3 ingredients, the demon flower fish, the chaos giant bear, and the Suzuki tree spirit, are all void creatures of the 5th rank or higher, containing powerful energy. Consuming them can enhance your physical attributes to some extent, making them highly nourishing for you. As for fairy dew, I have this stuff at home too. It tastes similar to regular passion fruit tea, but drinking it will continuously grant you experience points. If you level up because of it, the probability of learning new skills will also increase significantly. When I lost the 7-day trial, my level was only Tier 2, Stage 3. It was by drinking this stuff that I broke through to Tier 3, Stage 5. Upon hearing this, Chen Han nodded thoughtfully. No wonder she's a girl who's been studying for 18 hours a day since she was 3. Her knowledge is truly extensive. He had never heard of any of the more than 100 dishes on the menu. Moreover, the 4 dishes that Long Yen just mentioned are all priced below 500 creation crystals. Nevertheless, the price is still quite high. Keep in mind that if you take 500 Genesis crystals to farmland to grow vegetables and accelerate their growth, it would be enough to feed tens of thousands of people for several days. But compared to the signature dish, which costs as much as 3,000 creation crystals per serving, this is quite affordable. Then give us 6 servings of charcoal grilled magic flower fish, 6 servings of braised wonton bear paw, 6 servings of blanched bellflower root, and 6 servings of fairy dew. Chen Han waved his hand and said with a magnanimous air, since this is my first time in this otherworldly city, it's essential to sample some of its delicacies. Upon hearing this, the waiter's eyes widened instantly. But just a second later, he quickly reverted to his original fawning expression. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. These dishes will take about half an hour to prepare. However, according to our restaurant's policy, customers need to pay before being seated. I wonder if you... No problem, let's settle the bill first. Chen Han readily agreed and prepared to open his system interface. The Genesis Crystal transaction method is similar to WeChat transfers on mobile phones, allowing for convenient transfer operations through the system interface. After all, these things aren't paper money like in human society, but rather crystal spheres the size of ping-pong balls. Giving away thousands of creation crystals directly to someone would indeed seem rather unseemly, and might even affect the status and demeanor of a high-ranking lord. Of course, it is worth mentioning that only Genesis crystals support transfer transactions, while void crystals do not have this function. In the end, this meal consumed a total of 10,800 Genesis crystals. After settling the bill and escorting Chen Han and his party to their private room, the waiter politely took his leave. The restaurant is on the second floor. Inside the boss's office. Sitting here is a woman with a beautiful face, delicate features, a long neck, and fair skin like snow. She holds a folding fan, exudes an elegant and mature aura, and has her hair styled in a deep red bun. She wore a tight-fitting, deep red cheongsam that perfectly outlined her voluptuous figure, especially her 36D full breasts, which exuded an air of wealth and luxury. Beneath the cheongsam, her long, snow-white legs, so delicate they seemed to melt at the touch, were crossed, revealing an alluring charm akin to that of a succubus. Her fiery red lips were slightly pursed as she intently examined the invitations in her hands. She is Chu Xiao, the owner of this restaurant, a beautiful and wealthy woman who has her own business at the young age of 20. Chu Xiao. Knock knock knock. A rapid knocking sounded hurriedly, and the waiter's voice, both excited and panicked, came from outside. Boss, we've finally met a lord who knows his stuff. Chapter 126 Agent Auction. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao's willow leaf-shaped eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her soft voice rang out, "Come in. Tell me in detail what happened." The waiter walked in quickly, looking excited. His face was beaming with excitement, as if he had discovered some rare treasure. Boss, I'm absolutely certain this time they've found someone with good judgment. Chu Xiao asked with great interest, what did he order? The waiter quickly replied, charcoal grilled magic flower fish, braised wonton bear paw, blanched bellflower root, and fairy dew. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao's beautiful eyes were immediately filled with amazement. Her lips parted slightly, revealing an expression of disbelief. Besides the most basic goal of making a profit, her fundamental purpose in opening the restaurant was to find a knowledgeable lord. As for why they don't open a treasure shop and use all sorts of rare and precious items to select talent, it's simply because they lack the resources. Restaurants have the lowest cost requirements of any industry. These otherworldly beings are somewhat different from the various people in the endless void world. They do not rely on food to meet their daily needs, but rather grow by refining and absorbing the energy from the creation crystal. In the simplest terms, they feed on creation crystals. Therefore, it is impossible to use all one's possessions to open a shop and entertain the lords of the endless void. If the Lord War doesn't start for a long time, won't they starve to death? Her reason for wanting to find a lord with unique vision was quite simple. 3 days later, the highest level event for them, the extraterrestrials, the proxy auction will begin. Unlike other types of auctions, the proxy auction requires the otherworldly beings to specifically find a lord of the endless void to act as their proxy for the auction activities, and no communication is allowed during the auction. Otherworldly beings can provide financial assistance to the lord depending on the circumstances, or offer advice and suggestions before the auction. Whether or not to photograph a certain prop is entirely up to the lord. It tests one's judgment of people, one's determination to take a gamble, and one's family's resources. This was the only exception after the auction ended. All auction items will have their effects announced immediately, and the administrators of the otherworld will calculate an approximate value for each item based on their expectations. Then, they will compare the total value of the items purchased by which lord has the highest value to determine which otherworldly being is the winner of the proxy auction. Although the ranking rewards are not much, just a symbolic amount of Genesis crystals, which is just a small benefit. But for otherworldly beings who have spent their entire lives working in business, the agent auction is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to prove their keen eye. If you can make it into the top 100 of the auction, it's almost equivalent to a guy successfully dating a rich and beautiful college girl worth over 100 million yuan. In an instant, your name will be known throughout 100 otherworldly cities. For someone from another world who has spent their entire life in business, this is definitely a momentous event that brings honor to their ancestors. Half a month ago, when the first batch of lords arrived in the otherworld city, Chu Xiao had already set up several dishes that were extremely effective against people in the endless void at a loss. This kind of ingredient is very obscure knowledge, and generally only a well-informed lord can recognize it. It is also the minimum threshold to arouse her interest. She will personally oversee the process and ask questions about some obscure facts. If you can answer all the questions, you'll surely achieve a good ranking in this year's agent auction. But the result was a huge disappointment to her. In the past 2 weeks, she has only encountered 2 types of lords. Firstly, those lords who care too much about their image only want to appear wealthy in front of their sisters or men, so they buy all the expensive dishes, including gray-winged duck, without hesitation, making them easy targets for being ripped off. Secondly, those lords who only buy the lowest-priced dishes seem to be just trying something new. The pained look on their faces when paying makes their weakness immediately apparent. Chu Xiao was also somewhat helpless, as she thought she would miss this agent auction as well. Unexpectedly, things have taken a turn for the better. Her heart instantly raced with excitement, and she asked directly, "Which private room is that gentleman in?" The waiter respectfully replied, "VIP room number 3. Xu Xiao nodded, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. She quickly instructed, "Xing, go home right now and call everyone you can. Make sure the restaurant is lively. I will personally serve the VIP in this private room." The waiter bowed deeply, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. Without uttering a single wasted word, he turned and left the office, hurrying towards the residential area. Then, Xu Xiao walked gracefully to the mirror and carefully examined her face. She gently picked up the powder puff and applied a touch of makeup, making her already beautiful face even more radiant and captivating. Next, she tidied her hair, making sure every strand fell just right over her shoulders. They then went downstairs and arrived at private room number 3. The moment Xu Xiao pushed open the door, her gaze was drawn to the scene inside. Upon seeing Chen Han and his group of 6, she was overwhelmed with shock and completely lost her composure. "There's a hero from the Demon Dragon clan here." Her heart raced involuntarily, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. The Dragon clan, that's the race of the Dragon Overlord, one of the rulers of the Endless Void. Their entire race is subordinate to the Void Overlord, possessing boundless power and a mysterious heritage. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible to see any dragons. This time, she was fortunate enough to see it, and in the form of a hero unit. Not only that, the other girls are also all top tier in appearance. In the parlance of the Otherworld city, they could easily be called the city's beauties. Some lords, even those who have reached the 5th or 6th rank, may not be able to find such a stunning beauty among the women under their command. And this guy actually brought 5 with him? Xu Xiao secretly guessed that this guy must be a second-generation leader with a powerful background. Thinking of this, she forcibly suppressed her excitement and a charming smile bloomed on her face. She quickly swayed her serpentine waist and gracefully moved closer. With each sway of her waist, she exuded unparalleled elegance and charm. Her mature allure was truly beyond words. A large expanse of snow-white skin was faintly visible beneath the cheongsam, seemingly tempting people's gaze. She made no attempt to hide her charm. Instead, she boldly displayed it. "Hello, I am Xu Xiao, the owner of this restaurant. May I ask your name, Lord?" Xu Xiao approached Chen Han, extended her small hand, and spoke in a sweet and charming voice. Chen Han was also a little confused. "It's just a dish that cost over 10,000 creation crystals, isn't it? Is it really necessary for such a beautiful proprietress to personally greet us?" Chapter 127: The highest level of culinary skills. Despite the doubts, the proper etiquette should still be observed. "My name is Chen Han." Chen Han stood up, bowed slightly, and extended his right hand to grasp Xu Xiao's slender, fair hand. Not too big, not too small, soft and delicate, just right. It's like a fine work of art, making you want to gently caress it. Then, Chen Han asked again, "What brings you here, landlady?" Xu Xiao said with a charming smile, "The restaurant is quite busy today, and the waiters are a bit overwhelmed, so I, as the boss's wife, came to help out." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Is the restaurant busy? I remember when the waiter led them to the private room, there were hardly any people at the round table in the lobby. I see, that I'll have to trouble you, ma'am. Chen Han saw through it but didn't say anything. The proprietress personally greeted him, which meant she probably wanted to ask him for a favor. However, despite the request, this was the first time anyone present had participated in this event, so it would be good to learn some information from the otherworldly beings. Soon, a steaming hot meal of 3 dishes and a soup was served, 1 serving for each person. An extremely rich aroma of cooking fire wafted over, like a warm spring breeze. Just 1 whiff is enough to tell that its deliciousness is absolutely extraordinary. Miao Kiki was also impatient. Her big, watery eyes were fixed on the food on the table, sparkling with excitement. She picked up the magic flower fish and carefully took a bite. Instantly, her rosy cheeks blossomed like peach blossoms, revealing a faint smile. "It's delicious. Master, sisters, you should all try it, it's really delicious." She's a rather picky eater. Besides milk, she'll only eat the food Emily makes. The fact that she gave it a delicious rating speaks volumes about how delicious it is. Chen Han didn't pretend to be reserved and also picked up the grilled magic flower fish and took a bite. The crispy exterior and tender interior instantly ignited his taste buds. The fish melts in your mouth, like a wonderful feast for the senses. It surpassed almost any delicious food Chen Han had ever eaten in his life. The high quality of the ingredients is one aspect, but what is even more commendable is the superb cooking technique that brings out the best in the ingredients. Emily's current culinary skill level has reached LV6, which is definitely beyond the Michelin 3-star level in human society. However, even with her superb culinary skills, she could clearly tell that with her current level, she absolutely could not create such an amazing flavor. Is this the legendary LV10 cooking skill level? That's absolutely outrageous. After finishing the entire demon flower fish, Chen Han unexpectedly had a slight realization. It was a blurry incantation pattern that slowly emerged in his mind and gradually took shape. This seems to be a powerful skill, but due to the physical weakness of lower-level humans, he is not yet able to fully master it. However, as the level increases in the future, it should be possible to perfect this spell pattern and thus learn this brand new skill. This meal was definitely worth it. Chu Xiao parted her red lips slightly and asked in a sweet voice, "How is it, esteemed guests? How does the food at our restaurant taste?" Chen Han glanced at the other girls and noticed that even Long Yan, who came from an extremely noble family and had tasted all kinds of delicacies since childhood, showed an expression of approval for the food. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "The taste is indeed excellent. If I could, I'd even try to poach your chef." Chu Xiao replied half-jokingly, "Sir, you really know how to joke. We beings from another world cannot survive in the endless void. Why would so many lords be willing to spend creation crystals to support us?" Chen Han's gaze inadvertently fell on Chu Xiao's 36D bust hidden beneath her cheongsam. He smiled slightly and said, "That's hard to say." Chu Xiao naturally noticed Chen Han's gaze, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Seeing this, she knew that perhaps her role as the agent for this auction was secured. At first, she was worried that Chen Han, surrounded by many beautiful women, would be very picky. But seeing the look in Chen Han's eyes just now, she could clearly sense that he was interested in her. She was secretly relieved. She wasn't afraid of you touching her inappropriately, she was just afraid you didn't even have that thought. Therefore, Chu Xiao did not mind Chen Han's scrutinizing gaze at all, and even shook her full breasts wantonly. With a radiant smile like spring flowers, she asked sweetly, "Would you like anything else, sir? You've spent quite a bit this time, so we can offer you one of our signature dishes for free." Upon hearing this, Chen Han turned to look at Long Yan, who was standing to the side. She gently shook her head, but quickly nodded again, the movement so subtle that it was as if a butterfly had gently fluttered its wings, and Chu Xiao didn't even notice. Her meaning was clear: the other dishes didn't have any special effects, they were just for satisfying one's appetite. Chen Han then turned his gaze to Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling, as well as Emily and Miao Kiki, and found that they all seemed to be still enjoying themselves. He nodded slightly and said softly, "Since the proprietress is so kind, please give us a plate of braised pork ribs with sauce." This meal was truly satisfying. Chen Han and his group sat around the dining table with Chu Xiao, enjoying the delicious food and chatting happily. Chu Xiao frequently served food to Chen Han and the others, her warm gaze making everyone feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze. For some reason, Chu Xiao always liked to ask some strange questions, which Long Yan answered one by one. Finally, just as Chen Han and his group were about to leave the restaurant, Chu Xiao suddenly reached out and gently touched Chen Han's palm, revealing a snow-white mountain of skin. A charming smile appeared on her face as she softly said, "Esteemed guest, are you familiar with the auctions in the otherworld city?" Chen Han shook his head, sighing inwardly. Sure enough, there was something I needed to ask them for, which is why I was being so enthusiastic in trying to please them. But it doesn't matter. Just because she's enthusiastic doesn't mean we have to do whatever she asks, right? This is my first time in another world city too. If you could you tell me about it, landlady? A few minutes later, Chu Xiao truthfully explained the matter of acting as an agent for the auction in its entirety. During her narration, she also interspersed her personal opinions on the auction, describing its scale, the rarity of the items, and the status of the participants in an exaggerated manner. This piqued Chen Han's interest to some extent. Chapter 128: Feigning Indifference to Lure the Enemy. Chen Han raised an eyebrow with interest and pressed on, "According to your logic, if we pay for the items ourselves and win the bids, and if we have a good eye, the credit will all go to you. Wouldn't it be better for us to go to the auction ourselves? You can't just say that we can't enter the auction venue if we're not agents, can you?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao smiled slightly. He secretly rejoiced that he had been prepared. She had anticipated this question and prepared various answer templates. The man before me had an extraordinary air about him, and the respect and admiration the women under his command showed him were obvious, suggesting that he came from a prominent family. She knew that ordinary temptations would not be able to sway him. Chen Han's territory is filled with beautiful women, yet he only took 5 girls shopping, which indicates that he is only a third-tier lord. Considering that the Lord battle started 36 days ago, and based on the usual leveling speed, he should have participated in the Lord battle about 10 days after completing the 7-day trial. At this stage, besides the creation crystals that everyone desires, what lords urgently need is powerful combat strength. If we start from this point, asking him for help shouldn't be too difficult. Chu Xiao parted her lips slightly and explained softly, "My esteemed guest, you may not know this. The ranking rewards for the agent's auction are not just verbal honors. Participating lords can also obtain combat puppets of different levels to assist in battle based on their ranking." Combat puppets? Chen Han looked puzzled and asked curiously, "What kind of new and interesting thing is this?" Chu Xiao cleared her throat, her face beaming with pride, and praised, "Combat puppets are a unique technology of our otherworld city. They can unleash different combat powers depending on the territory's level. I don't know if you've ever participated in an event called Hero's Elegy. In that event, you can temporarily open a combat power information panel for hero units, which quantifies the hero's combat power value. Our highest level combat puppets can reach a combat power of 4,000 points within a tier 3 territory. Even heroes carefully nurtured by top geniuses may not be able to achieve such terrifying combat power. If you don't believe me, there's a training room for combat puppets right across the street. You can go and test the combat puppet's strength. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. This ranking reward is only available to lords who participate in the agent's auction. Would you like to consider it, sir?" Originally, Chen Han and his group were filled with inexplicable anticipation and interest in what exactly a combat puppet was. After all, even the well-informed Long Yan had never heard of such a novel thing before. They were full of curiosity, wondering if it was some kind of high-tech robot developed by the human plane. Its destructive power should at least be on par with a West Wind missile, right? However, their expectations were instantly shattered when they saw the highest-level combat puppets with their own eyes. The so-called highest-level combat puppet only had a combat power of 4,000 points. It should be noted that the Pegasus Knights under Chen Han's command probably have a combat power of more than 4,000 points, not to mention Chanai under Tu Shanxue, Li Kailong under Jin Yao, and Bai Mengru under Gong Xiaowei. When they were at the initial stage of the third tier, their combat power was already more than 4,000 points. Nowadays, many lords have broken through to the third tier, 5th stage or above, and there are probably no fewer than 10 heroes with over 4,000 combat power. Can such a combat puppet really be called the highest level? Are you kidding me? Seeing the disappointed expressions on Chen Han's and his group's faces, Chu Xiao sighed helplessly. She knew in her heart that it would be a difficult task to explain these concepts to lords who had not participated in the Hero's Elegy event. For a Tier 3 lord, they might not even be able to comprehend what it means for a hero to have 4,000 combat power. When facing lords below the 3rd rank, perhaps just one hero like this would be enough to easily conquer the entire territory. Having such a battle puppet makes you practically invincible in lord battles. However, before Chu Xiao could continue explaining, Chen Han said without hesitation, "Sorry, I'm not interested." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Upon seeing this, Chu Xiao rushed forward in a panic to block their path. "Hey! Wait a minute!" Chu Xiao said eagerly, "Even if you are not interested in combat puppets, if you can become our agent, we can provide you with financial assistance when you are short of funds. Anyway, acting as your agent won't cost you anything. In fact, you'll gain quite a few benefits for free. Besides, didn't you think our food here is pretty good? We promise you that we will provide you with free meals and accommodation for these 3 days, and we guarantee your satisfaction. Would you like to reconsider?" After listening to Chu Xiao's words, Chen Han politely and tactfully declined her suggestion once again. He then turned and led his group out of the restaurant. He ignored the beautiful proprietress calling out behind him, but his steps did not falter in the slightest. On the road, Miao Kiki blinked her bright eyes and asked curiously, "Master, why didn't you agree to her request? I think what she said makes sense. It's all free rewards anyway, and being an agent doesn't seem to require any effort, right?" Not only Miao Kiki, but also Emily, Yu Yunxiang, and Yu Yunling cast curious glances their way. Their eyes revealed their expectation of Chen Han, hoping he could provide a reasonable explanation. Not taking advantage of this opportunity is really unlike Chen Han's usual style. Only Long Yan had a wise glint in her eyes, as if she had already seen through everything. A slight upturn of her lips revealed a confident smile, further increasing her approval of Chen Han. Chen Han was about to explain that he was here to make money, not to do favors for others. Once someone participates in the agent auction as his otherworldly representative, it means that the true value of all the items he bids for will be directly exposed. This result means that he will inevitably be labeled as having good taste. The various otherworldly cities are actually interconnected, and Chen Han's name will surely spread throughout all the otherworldly cities. At that time, when all the otherworldly beings see Chen Han wanting to buy something, their first thought will probably be whether that item is truly a treasure. How can he make a fortune then? However, Long Yan coughed lightly twice before she could react. He explained eloquently, actually, it's very simple. Chen Han is just trying to play hard to get. Chapter 129. You saw right through it. Playing hard to get? The four women looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. On the other hand, Chen Han had a dark expression on his face and was secretly lamenting his misfortune. He had a feeling that Long Yan was about to start overthinking again, conjuring up some strange and bizarre scenarios in her mind. Did you go to the same school as some devil named D? He was about to speak in his defense, but the expectant gazes of the four girls stifled his words. Long Yan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile, and she continued to explain, didn't you notice? That proprietress seemed unusually eager for Chen Han to agree to take on the position of agent. This is enough to show that the proprietress probably couldn't find a suitable lord to act as her agent, so she used all sorts of means to win over Chen Han. Upon hearing this, the women all showed expressions of sudden realization, as if they understood the reason behind it. However, a hint of curiosity still lingered in their eyes, as if they were waiting for Long Yan to provide further explanation. Long Yan didn't waste any time. She glanced at Chen Han triumphantly, her eyes seemingly filled with a hint of smugness, and continued, do you remember what Chen Han said during dinner? He wanted to poach the chef from that restaurant and bring him back to the Hongmeng Temple to cook for everyone. In that case, we need to create a favorable bargaining chip, and becoming their restaurant's agent is undoubtedly one of those options. Think about it, didn't the proprietress keep asking Chen Han and me questions about obscure ingredients while we were eating? She was clearly testing our knowledge and discernment. Moreover, she personally greeted us and even arranged for other people from other worlds to pose as diners, making the restaurant lively and bustling. Her purpose was to enhance her status and influence. Such a grand gesture clearly shows that this auction was of great importance to her. So, if the proprietress still can't find an agent within the next 2 days after being rejected by Chen Han, she will definitely continue to increase her stakes to attract Chen Han's attention. Generally speaking, shops run by people from other worlds are jointly operated by families and they do not hire outsiders. For the overall benefit of the family, it is not impossible to sacrifice 1 or 2 family members and transfer the chef to another family. This way, they can not only get more benefits, but also gain more say and take the initiative. Shocking. This time, the women were truly shocked. Their eyes revealed undisguised surprise, and even their admiring gazes towards Chen Han were tinged with a hint of respect. Chen Han's seemingly casual actions actually contained a profound and unfathomable strategy. On his very first day in the Otherworld city, he dared to scheme against the Otherworlders so boldly. That's truly impressive. Chen Han felt a little embarrassed looking at the girl's expectant eyes. He hadn't thought that much about it, he was just going with the flow. But now it was hard to explain. He twitched his lips helplessly and chuckled dryly, let's just say, it's as Long Yan said. Ha, I didn't expect you guys to see through me. Emily exclaimed excitedly, Lord, you're amazing. Yu Yunxiang sighed, a hint of helplessness on her face, no wonder we lost so badly, we were far inferior in both strategy and martial prowess. Yu Yunling smiled smugly, I knew joining the Hongmeng Temple wouldn't be a bad idea. The Lord's plan is so far-reaching. Miao Kiki teased with a joking expression, Master, you're so cunning, you'll never have a wife. But I'll reluctantly take on this role. If you have any desires, just come at me. Chen Han immediately retorted, are you sure this isn't about you? You can't even hand in 3 assignments every night, what man would want to marry you? Miao Kiki pouted and retorted, I'm already yours, aren't I? Master, brother. On the other side. Chu Xia watched Chen Han leave the restaurant without looking back, her heart filled with helplessness. She gently shook her head. Based on their casual conversation at the dinner table, she was convinced that Chen Han must be a very knowledgeable person. Unfortunately, in this otherworldly city, no conflict is allowed, and she has no right to stop the other lords from dining. At this moment, the chef came out from the kitchen. She was a girl who was only about 1.6 meters tall. Her long, deep red hair cascaded down her cheeks like a waterfall, covering most of her face and giving people a feeling that strangers should not approach her. Her eyes revealed a coldness and indifference, as if she cared nothing for anything in the world. However, beneath her unassuming exterior lies a gentle aura that captivates all who behold her. Her every move revealed her clumsiness, but one could sense her effort and dedication. She is Chu Wengying, Chu Xiao's half-sister. Even though she is 19 years old, she is still as young as a little radish. She tiptoed up behind Chu Xiao and carefully tugged at her sleeve, her voice as clear and melodious as a nightingale's song. She asked in a low voice, "Sister, aren't we going to chase after him? All the shrewd lords have been poached by the big merchants. If we miss him, we probably won't be able to find an agent again." Chu Xiao gently patted Chu Wengying's head and softly comforted her, "There's nothing we can do if we can't keep her. Besides, there are still 2 days left to register, so what's there to be afraid of?" "But..." "Alright. No more buts. Lunchtime is over, there shouldn't be any more customers. You should go eat first, and rest a bit before evening." "Good." Chu Wengying turned back to look at Chu Xiao, her eyes filled with helplessness and reluctance. She slowly walked upstairs, her steps appearing somewhat heavy. Chu Wengying sat on the edge of the bed and took out a creation crystal from her bosom. She began to absorb and refine it through her internal energy. Meanwhile, downstairs, Chu Xiao clenched her fists involuntarily as she saw her younger sister come upstairs. Her gaze became firm and resolute, as if she had made an important decision in her heart. The otherworld city is not as wonderful as it seems on the surface. Business competition is extremely fierce. In recent decades, lord wars have been held frequently, and a large number of lords have visited the otherworld city, which has allowed the various merchants to coexist peacefully. But for some reason, fewer and fewer lords are coming to the otherworld city lately. If no lord comes to the otherworld city, the administrators will inevitably take back some of the lower ranking shops. At that time, those otherworldly beings who do not have their own shops will face the tragic fate of starving to death. Chu Xiao has been working hard to prevent her shop from being taken back. She pays more taxes every year in hopes of getting a higher shop ranking. However, as other lower ranked shops followed suit, the competition became increasingly fierce. She paid 3 times the taxes, but her ranking actually dropped significantly. It's rolled up to the extreme. Now, Chu Xiao understands that she wants to be brought back to life. The only hope is to achieve a high ranking at the agent's auction. Chapter 130: Transactions between Lords. After leaving the restaurant, Chen Han and his group arrived at the trading market in the otherworld city. The trading market is enormous, stretching as far as the eye can see, almost the size of several stadiums. Before even entering, I saw many lords setting up stalls here, with all sorts of stalls displaying a dazzling array of goods, almost like a flea market in another world. Chen Han was quite shocked to see this scene. Within their own territory, a lord is a true local emperor, possessing absolute power, able to freely dispose of resources, and enjoy an endless life of luxury. However, when these lords arrived in the otherworld city, everything changed. In this otherworldly city, they don't even have the right to set up a stall in the trading market. It's no wonder that many lords are reluctant to participate in this event. In the otherworldly city, without the lord's authority and without money, you are nothing. However, there is another advantage. In the otherworld city, if lords trade face to face, they do not need to pay the 20% transaction fee of the trading house. Some lords probably come here to sell items with the same idea in mind. "I'll take 1 moon soul stone. Name your price, as long as it's not too outrageous, I won't haggle. Selling a tier 5 epic weapon, the Dark Blade, at a reasonable price. Bargaining is welcome. Sun Crystal, 1000 creation crystals per piece, clearance sale. Selling white feathered eagle meat. 5000 creation crystals per eagle, just killed 3 days ago, level 6 or above, delicious, and can even enhance a man's abilities, making your woman more satisfied." Chen Han stopped abruptly upon hearing a lord shout. His keen ears caught those key words. White feather carving meat? Enhancing a man's abilities? He couldn't help but ask, how many white-feathered eagles are there? When the middle-aged man saw Chen Han walking over, his gaze first swept over Chen Han, and then fell on the several pretty girls following behind him. His face immediately showed a "brother, I understand" expression, as if he had seen through Chen Han's thoughts. "There are 11 of them, all killed 3 days ago. Bro, this stuff is definitely for you." As the middle-aged man spoke, he reached into his spatial bag and pulled out a white-feathered eagle. The white-feathered eagle was enormous, almost 3 times the size of an average adult, and its entire body was covered in white feathers that could absorb magical attacks. Although it had been dead for 3 days, its corpse still exuded a terrifying aura. Chen Han stared at the white-feathered eagle, secretly marveling at it. Is this a 6th-order void creature? Even if all his current subordinates join forces, they might not be able to defeat such an existence. Chen Han nodded. I'll take all 11 of them. By the way, can you give me a discount? How about rounding it down? The middle-aged man glanced at the girl behind Chen Han, smiled slightly, and seemed to understand something. He readily agreed. All right, then let's call it 50,000. You're quite the ladies' man, buddy, with so many beautiful women in your territory. Unlike me, my territory is full of rough men. Chen Han paid without hesitation and took all the white-feathered eagles for himself. He shook his head with a wry smile and muttered to himself, sometimes, having too many pretty girls isn't a good thing. As soon as he finished speaking, the girls shyly turned their heads away. A blush rose on their faces, and a hint of reproach appeared in their eyes. Niao Kiki gave Chen Han a meaningful smile, a smile that seemed to contain a tacit understanding and expectation. Her meaning was clear. She hoped Chen Han would finish eating the white-feathered eagle quickly and stop looking so listless all the time. The other lords and heroes around him, upon hearing Chen Han's words, all cast strange glances at him. Their eyes were filled with contempt and disdain, as if they were looking at a good-for-nothing obsessed with beauty. With 50,000 Genesis crystals, you can try your luck in the trading market and maybe turn them into 500,000 Genesis crystals. White-feathered eagle is indeed an ingredient with remarkable effects in certain aspects. However, for lords who seek to improve their actual combat power, spending these creation crystals on purchasing elixirs or dishes that enhance various attributes would undoubtedly be a wiser choice. Because these resources can be directly converted into powerful combat strength, and used where they are most needed. But Chen Han actually used all the creation crystals to buy white feather eagles, and bought a whole 10 of them in one go. Does this guy really have too much money to burn? However, what the other lords did not know was Chen Han's lord talent is closely related to his physical strength. His enhancement talent increases his strength by a percentage. On average, it can improve his overall combat ability by 1% to 2% almost every time, and there is also a chance to learn new skills. And there's also a reward for the number of times you can enhance it. A regular city relocation order is worth around 3,000 Genesis crystals on the market. A high-level city relocation order that has been enhanced once can sell for around 10,000 Genesis crystals, and a supreme city relocation order that has been enhanced twice can sell for 50,000 Genesis crystals. The same principle applies to other items. Once enhanced, their value will increase significantly. If it weren't for the fact that the lords of Yunza continent have very limited spending power and cannot access the public trading market, Chen Han believed that he must now have more than 5 million in Genesis crystal deposits. If his physical strength could be improved a bit more, he might not have any problem becoming worth tens of millions of creation crystals. In general, the better Chen Han's physical strength, the stronger the overall combat power of his territory. Bro, your girl is really beautiful. This stuff is immortal cloud dew. It can slow down the aging process for girls quite a bit. Want some? It's only 500 creation crystals a bottle. Dude, this is the rainbow feather robe. Look at the effect, look at the appearance, it's a true attack speed and critical strike set. Little guy, this thing can quickly restore your stamina, and it can also increase your stamina cap based on how much stamina you consume. One bottle only costs 1,000 Genesis crystals. When the other lords learned that Chen Han was just an idiot who was blinded by beautiful women, they all gathered around him. Take out all the things that have been gathering dust in the corner and have a clearance sale. After all, these things are only useful when you meet someone you like. Right now, during the Lord War, having one more creation crystal means having a better chance of winning. Chen Han, perhaps because the girl was by his side, accepted all offers without hesitation. Whether it's a fancy supplement that can enhance a girl's appearance or something to boost her stamina, he would buy it as long as the price wasn't too outrageous. In the end, it cost around 200,000 Genesis crystals to acquire all of these items. A truly abundant harvest.